Manson, he holds. Near side, Gerard leads it for Nathan McKinnon. Again, just too far away from him. And it's a 3-on-1 Washington. Another breakaway. McMichael in. Backhander. Poked aside by Georgiev. That's how you do it. Nice stop, Georgie. What a sequence for Alexander Georgiev. 2 breakaways for McMichael. And technically 2 stops. Up the boards. Rantanen plays it off the wall, but in bowling ball mode was down in front. Save made by Georgiev on Radish. Might be his best of the night. And there are a lot of contenders. 2 seconds, 1, that is it. Colorado hands the Washington Capitals their second regulation loss of the season. Final score, 2-1 Colorado.
Don't know the last time we could have said this. The Avs got themselves into a little goaltender battle last night, and you came out on top of that one. God, it's fun to watch Georgiev when he plays that way, isn't it? When he's playing at that sort of level, just locked in, the amount of times that it felt like, maybe Georgiev at the beginning of the season, you give the Capitals that kind of opportunity, and this could be easily one of those games where there's 5-6 on the board. Maybe more. Who knows? But there's a joy to watching a game like that. Because between Georgiev and Logan Thompson on the other side, it was prime opportunities over and over again that they were able to shove away. And we all know this, that the Avs are good enough to where most nights they're going to put up 3, 4, 5, 6 goals, whatever the number is going to be, and you can start to run away with it. But you're occasionally going to need a game from a Georgiev, from a Juice, from whoever's between the pipes, where they step up and they do something like Georgiev did last night. And good to have him healthy and back in the lineup. I know that, we didn't ask him too much about it this week when we talked to Jared Bednar, which is Wednesdays at 8 o'clock. But he's basically already told us, at least for the moment, this is going to be a 2-goaltender team. They're going to give each guy a good amount of starts. He thought last year with Georgiev playing, was it 60 games last year? I forget the total number. But he played a lot, led the league in games played as far as that position. And he said doesn't want to put that kind of stress on him again this year. And I get it. You don't want to overtax your guy before you get to the postseason. But you're also just trying to find who's the best right now. I think they've wanted it to be Georgiev the entire time. It's why they've given him a long leash to try and grab back onto this, because the peak of Georgiev's game is higher than anybody else that they have on the team. And I don't think there's any question about it. Georgiev at his ceiling is higher than any Anunen, obviously, Capo Kakinen, who was here for a minute. Anybody that's on the Eagles right now, his peak is higher. And so they want to do everything in their power to build up his confidence and have him be the number one. But it's good to see in games like this where it's basically like which goaltender is going to play better. And he did. And you got the benefit of puck luck. I mean, Mikko's goal was backhand flip that he's trying to get to McKinnon that deflects off of a Caps defender and rolls in. Games like that, maybe you need one of those. And then you get the great goal from Miles Wood towards the end, the deflection off the McCarr shot. I mean, it's just you have to be able to make just a couple of plays a game when you get into a goaltender battle like that, and the Avs did. The only goal that was given up by Georgiev, I thought, was nothing you could do. It was just a great play by the Caps. Dubois comes in like a bat out of hell on the far post and knocks it in. It's a good hockey game. The Avs now 11-9 on the season. They've won 5 of their last 6, and now starting to get healthier and healthier, and we can see kind of what the peak of what their game's going to be this year. They play against Florida, defending Cup champs, in the next game on Saturday, and hopefully can keep this road trip rolling a little bit. I like the Avs when they feel like their back's up against the wall or they're facing a little bit of adversity. They respond, and they respond pretty consistently to it, so I love it. It's just good to see a lineup of the Avalanche that resembles a lineup that I wanted to see in, I don't know, August. When you were looking forward to this season, we're pretty damn close to getting there. Just Ross Colton out of the lineup now, and then the awaiting of Landeskog, if or when he might return. 303-504-0925. I noticed last night, you'd be the expert on this one, Nelly. I noticed last night, if you close your eyes and listen to McGahee call the game, his voice sounds like the cash cab guy, Ben Bailey. Is that true?
Wow, cash cab. I feel like Obi-Wan Kenobi. There's a name I haven't heard for 1,000 years.
Let me tell you something. That's a fantastic show. If you don't like cash cab, there's something wrong with you. Because we all know what happens here. They do. These questions are for $50 and we'll get the things going. And it's like, I know all of these answers. I'm a genius. And then you get to what's the third tier for the long cab rides? Is it $200 to $250 per question? Those ones, it's just like, Cleopatra was buried in this dress. I no idea. How would I ever know this? And there's always one person in the car who took oh, you know what? I actually took ancient Egyptian history. Here you go.
You don't know where Cleopatra's buried, Jack? Maybe you should go to Washington, D.C. next time. Now I'm going to have to do this, by the way. I'm going to have to find a clip of...
Let's all do this. Let's all find a clip of McGahee from last night. Maybe one that's going to sound more dulled tone. Maybe it's the Caps goal, if we have that one, where he's not screaming and yelling because the Avs did something cool. But I want to close my eyes. I want to listen to McGahee and see if I can picture Ben Bailey, who, by the way, if you guys didn't know, Ben Bailey's actually really funny. He's a comic. Really funny.
Okay, I got the first goal, the Pierre-Luc Dubois goal. Tell me if this is
hear.
cash cab.
Meanwhile, brings it the other way, near side circle. McKinnon holding, cuts to the middle, leaves it for Lehkonen. Save made by Thompson. Looked like it went in the net, but it did not. Bit. McKinnon could have taken the shot, tried to confuse Logan Thompson. Nice chance there from Arturi Lehkonen, and it's thrown in front.
I kind of get the tone.
And Pierre-Luc Dubois shoots and scores.
I don't think he sounds like Ben Bailey, but I do get that there's a tone to it, like this octave that he's hitting that is similar. I agree. Hey, by the way, as that game was going on, you had, at least at the tail end, the start to the Cleveland and Pittsburgh game last night, which that game makes total sense, by the way, because Cleveland is weird enough with Jameis Winston to where they can pose a threat and a problem to you. And Pittsburgh is weird enough that those are games that they're typically winning this year, but it doesn't look pretty. I mean, they were doing some weird Justin Fields, Russell Wilson rotation thing in the middle of that game. I get it played in the snow globe, which, by the way, snow globe games are super fun to watch unless your team's involved. I've long had this thought. I hate my team playing in a snow globe game because if you're a Broncos fan and you want to see Bo Nix play well and you want to see, the biggest strength that you have from a coaching perspective is Sean Payton's a good offensive mind and offensive play caller, well, that's going to negate a lot of that, like we saw in the monsoon game against the Jets earlier this year. But it's fun to watch when you have no rooting interest at all. That's a blast.
One thing I always wonder is if any former professional football players are out there, or even people who played in high school and college in snow games, everybody always sits on the couch and goes, well, that's real football weather. When it's snowing, that makes me think of NFL films. I'm a red-blooded American. What is it like for players? Because I'm sitting there watching them in short sleeves, not being able to see farther forward than their lineman's rear, and we're talking about how this is real football weather. Like, how are you supposed to complete a forward pass when you can't see?
I think they hate it. Oh, I know that skill position guys hate it. Like, if you're a receiver, that's brutal. The ball's going to feel like a rock. Your hands are going to be wet, cold, and frozen and all that different stuff. I don't think they mind the temperature so much because
there were a couple shots. Sorry to cut you off, but
Yeah.
there were a couple shots where they showed, what's his name? Boswell lining up for a kick or an extra point, and they showed the angle from behind him looking at the goalposts. And thank God those suckers are neon yellow, because otherwise you couldn't see anything. He's just spitting into the wind at that point. That was vintage Ohio crap from the weather.
But I've heard from players that the cold isn't as bothersome as you would think. Remember, was it last year that Dolphins-Chiefs game at Arrowhead that was like minus 30 wind chill or whatever it was?
Yeah, where fans were getting gangrene in the stands, frostbite.
They said for the players it's not bad because they have those sidelines so heated with those things, those giant, whatever the hell they are, industrial-sized, just blowing out 200-degree oven things. Like, that makes the sideline so warm that guys actually don't mind going back to the sideline because when they're on the field, adrenaline's pumping, you're in the middle of playing a game, you don't feel the cold as much. When you go back to the sideline, you do. Now, if you're a baseball player like me, you feel every single degree that drops. Every single one. Because you're standing. You aren't doing anything. And then you take a 92-mile-an-hour fastball at the end of your bat, and it rings from your fingertips all the way to your earlobes, and you're like, oh, my God, this is the worst.
And also, let me just say, ironically, I'm catching some heat from Ryan on the text line who told me don't knock the snow. I agree that it looks amazing on TV. I mean, one of the most immortal images in NFL infamy is Tom Brady in the snow, tucking the ball into his body and single-handedly ruining the Raiders franchise for the foreseeable future. Like, those images are amazing on TV. I just can't imagine it's fun to play in. And when people say that's real football weather, I guess, but
Well,
I'm just curious what people are thinking.
This is why I don't think that anybody in the league likes it. Every single rule that you have that has been changed in this game has been made to make the passing game a featured thing. That's why you pay quarterbacks $60 million a year now. It's why the way we base offensive success is off the passing game. We don't care if teams can run or not. And all of that weather negates that stuff. And I'm sure they hate it because it ruins everything that you've tried to prepare for. Now, if you're a defensive player, maybe I think linemen might be okay with it. Sticking your fingers in the snow every single time you're dropping down, that can't be comfortable. So a lot of people texting in. The game itself is fun, but the lead-up, warm-up, pregame is miserable. You get cold, then warm, then cold, then warm. Yeah, I get that. I long snap, so it was super annoying to wait around and have to run out there and be perfect. I'm sure, man, that would be brutal. Just wait and wait and wait. And then you have to get your hands on a wet football and try and make that, put it in the perfect spot on the snap.
Brett, if you'll indulge me, I got to go on a slight tangent here on a Friday morning. This is very Friday energy from somebody on Twitch who has snow in his username, so this makes sense. He said, of course a band nerd wouldn't get it. I grew up in Minneapolis and absolutely loved playing in the snow. Let me tell you something, Jack. Cold weather is kryptonite for any marching band. What I played in a couple cold weather games at CU, played in a game, in the stands with my saxophone. The cold, it makes all your instruments sound like crap. One time I had to do a Mardi Gras parade with my brass band, and it was so cold in Breckenridge, our valves were freezing shut because it's metal. It's metal on metal.
Right.
So our trumpet players would be playing, and then they'd go, "Oh, everything's stuck. I can't play anymore." I've seen brass players where you put your lips up against a cold metal mouthpiece, and it's essentially like licking a pole.
Yeah.
And so then they pull their mouthpiece off of their mouth, and it like rips skin off the front of their lips. Yeah. So as a marching band guy, I don't like cold games, man.
Yeah, sure.
Let me play Sunny with a high of 75. Give me those games.
It only depends. Look, if you're in an actual game and you're running around, it's really I would imagine it's not all that bad, but still, I don't want to take a hit. I'm sure if you're a receiver, that ball feels like a rock. It looks brutal, but you know who loved it was Jameis Winston yesterday. I can tell you that much because he was full Jameis Winston the entire night. 303-504-0925. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this.
have said you don't become a Brown until you beat the Steelers. What will it take tonight?
The horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from the Lord. So I'm dependent on the Lord.
Is that the message to the team?
Day by day, one play at a time. That's the message.
Weather conditions tonight. We're expecting winds up to 15 miles per hour in a wintry mix. How will that impact your ability to throw the ball?
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow, to be in true football weather in Cleveland, Ohio at Huntington Bank Field today to give him the glory. It's a beautiful day.
Sure feels like you're playing in the AFC North.
It is. It's magical. Thank you.
I like that guy. I think he's fun. He's weird. He's interesting. You can't say he's not because he's an interesting guy. I like Jameis. Now, is he ever going to be like really good? Is he ever going to be a full-time starter again? I would doubt it. But I like him. He's fun to watch, both in interviews and his play. His play, dude, this is just like, it's just swirling around a magic 8-ball, and that's Jameis Winston's game. Like, sometimes it's just, 400 yards and 3 touchdowns, and other times it's 150 yards and 4 picks. It's fun to watch. Anyway, speaking of quarterbacks, so we got news yesterday at 10:10, which is when all news breaks right after our show ends. Juju Lewis is committing to CU after decommitting from USC. It was like the worst kept secret in the world. If you paid attention to any of the recruiting sites or the guys with the crystal ball and who project where guys are going to go, almost all of them had him going to CU. And this, just to make this a little bit larger discussion, it's an amazing thing for CU that they're in the position to land guys like this. It's a credit to Dion that life after Shedeur, what is he going to do as a coach? Well, he's going to grab arguably the best quarterback recruit in the country. Like, that stuff is an amazing detail to what Dion's, I think, his highest ability is as a coach. And that's not a disrespectful thing. In college football, I would love for the best trait of my coach to be recruiting. I'd love it. You should all strive to have a coach that's like that. John Calipari made a living off that for 30, 40 years in college basketball. He was the elite apex predator of recruiting, and he would always have Kentucky in national championship contention. Now, when it comes to X's and O stuff, would you like maybe a little bit more out of him? Sure. Talking about Calipari here. But if you have the nice little mix of recruiting along with good coaching staff, or you yourself are a good X's and O's guy and game planner, then that's going to put you in national championship contention consistently. Now, here's the bigger conversation. I don't think this means anything as to what's going to happen beyond this year for Dion. Said this yesterday before the decision when we were assuming that Juju Lewis was going to go to CU. I think the only thing that this does is take the NFL off the table for Prime. Because there is no way, a lot of people can say a lot of things about Dion. One thing you can't say is that he doesn't care about these kids, because he absolutely does. For him, I think it's outside of his own children, it's his single most motivating factor of being a college coach and what he loves the most. Is being able to mentor, both in life and football, young adults and be some sort of role model to them and help put them on the right path.
Do you believe?
I think it's his highest motivator. So he wouldn't, I couldn't ever, unless something crazy happened, imagine a scenario in which he gets this kid to flip his commitment over to him and then he bounces next year for the league and leaves him in the lurch. No way. I just don't see that. So I think the NFL's off the table. As far as any other college gig, that I don't know. And look, I I've always taken Dion at his word about loving it here and not going anywhere. I have, because I think it would be unfair to do anything but that. Dion has said a lot of things. Not a lot of them have been lies. Okay? He's not lied to you. Dion is about as honest as they get. Now, it doesn't mean you agree with everything that he says. You know, do I get a little bit over the hater thing with him? Yeah, a little bit. But it's how he feels. He's not lying to you. So I'll take him at his word. Now, the reason you might be asking yourself, if you take him at his word, Brett, then why do you spend so much time talking about what could happen after this year and where he goes? Well, here's why. Because there's a lot of smoke out there. And it's a big story. You have the biggest lightning rod of attention in arguably all of sports, but certainly college football, residing right here in your hometown. And people around the country still view this as a stepping stone program. They do. Now, doesn't mean it's true, but for him, he gets Juju Lewis to commit to CU if there was some sort of move in the offseason. Dion gets a call from Florida State. You know, we talked to Danny Cannell yesterday. I guess he was, according to Danny, Dion seemed to be very interested about, what was the time frame? 2018, 2019, I think is what he said, when they hired either Taggart or Mike Norvell. Dion was very interested in becoming their coach, and they said, well, you can't coach here without a college degree. And Dion took that as a disrespect, and I probably would too. Because when a team does that, when they say that out loud, what they're really saying is this. Well, let's hear from Danny Cannell first. Let's hear what he said yesterday, and I'll explain in a second.
So I do think it's, because I think and everything I've heard from Coach Prime and Dion has been that he loved Coach Bowden, which I'm glad he's put that on record. He loved Mickey Andrews, who was his defensive coordinator, but all those people are gone. Like, everyone's gone. And I do think, I remember interviewing Dion at the Super Bowl probably in 2019, maybe 2018. And he was like, and it was kind of his, when he made this emphatic statement, I'm going to be a coach in college football. And it was really the first time he put it out there. He had been a high school coach. And I remember thinking like, whoa, this is huge news. Dion wants to get into college football. And he told me off the set, he was like, I've had some interviews. I've talked to some schools. We've been close. And there were some SEC schools that I think had expressed some interest. I was like, oh, okay. What I wasn't aware of that I do think he wanted to come back to Florida State. And I don't know if it was when they hired Taggart or the timeline of when they hired Norvell, but he did want that opportunity. And he was told no, again, because of the degree aspect to it.
Okay,
where I think Florida State just has a policy of, we can't hire a head coach for a state university without a degree.
Okay, stop right there. So that's the excuse. Here's the thing. If Nick Saban didn't have a college degree, I don't think that they're using that as, sorry, Nick, can't hire you. And that was what pissed off Dion, according to Danny Cannell. And I would totally understand if I were him. Now, in the school's defense, they're saying, okay, you coached at that time a few years of high school football. We're a big program. We typically would want somebody with a larger resume. I said the same thing about Dion when he came here. And it's not like CU has the cachet of even, I know it's funny to say this about Florida State now because they're terrible, but at that time, Florida State was just a couple years removed from a national championship with Jameis Winston. So a little different. But I was saying when Dion was initially hired, in the middle of all the fun we were having, if his name wasn't Deion Sanders and it was Steve Nelson, and he's got a coaching resume of high school football in 2 years at Jackson State, what would you think about a guy being hired to see you with that resume?
You're darn right I plan on winning.
Now, obviously, it's different because it's Dion, and because of his notoriety, he's going to be able to recruit more than Steve Nelson from Jackson State. But that was the point. The point was, it's not like the coaching resume is super deep for what you consider Power 5 football. Now, going back to Juju Lewis, The reason I bring this up is because just because you got him to flip his commitment over to CU does not guarantee that Dion's staying. It doesn't. Because if you were to get this Florida State gig or somebody else, if he uses this as a stepping stone to go to a bigger school with more money, a bigger NIL pockets, like whatever you want to call it, there's nothing stopping Juju Lewis from transferring with him. Caleb Williams did that when Lincoln Riley went to USC. Shador and Travis did that when he took the coaching job here. So all I'm saying is don't think just because you got that flip that, I guess, changes this conversation. It really doesn't. But I will say, I don't think Dion, if he would leave, is going to have 50 guys from the transfer portal from CU transferring with him. And I would think that it will at least give him a little bit of pause. 303-504-0925. Texture says, wow, Avs give the Capitals their second loss. You still haven't talked about it? Incorrect, sir. The first 10 minutes of this show were about the Avs game.
And then immediately after, Brett decided to come for my Jackson State coaching career.
Exactly.
I brought in Louis and I brought in Gucci, man. I could flip recruits.
I had to do it.
But no, it was great to see Georgie. And I love I have a cut on your soundboard of Jared Bednar postgame where somebody asked him, what do you think about Georgie's turnaround? Like, has he shown you something that you didn't see at the beginning of the season? And I liked what he had to say.
You got to ask. I liked his last few starts. I mean, he just won 3 in a row before he, got his injury, and now he's back. So I've liked the way he's been playing for quite some time.
Well, listen, man, like when it comes to Georgiev, this is the roller coaster that you ride. In the month of November, like, let me just give you side-by-sides, because it's 5 starts now in November, and he had 6 starts in October. In the 6 starts in October, he gave up 23 goals with a save percentage of .822 and a goals against average of 4.62. In the 5 starts this month, he's given up 10 on a .925 save percentage, averaging 2 goals against per game. But this is who Georgiev has always been. This is why I try not to freak out when Georgiev has a stretch of like 3 bad games. I'm like, this is nothing new. This is what his time here has been. And you can go back month by month last year, and it's kind of the same story. It's a bad month and a good month and a bad month and a good month. But if you're relying on Georgiev, and this is where I understand when people have this discussion, the more longer-term one, when you get to the postseason, he's just not allowed to have the downtime. And in his defense, last year, the postseason hit, and then what happened? Georgiev was great. The rest of the team had trouble helping him. Val disappears. There was other factors as to why he lost. It wasn't Georgie's fault. He was great in the postseason. But beyond that, for Georgiev, I think it's simple. It's just you got to ride the highs and, enjoy the highs and ride out the lows, because this is just what his career has been. And I think we all would want him to be a little bit more consistent. But it's not like we've had a small sample size of this. This is now going on 3 years of Georgiev.
Kane, we've been doing this together for what, like 6-7 months now?
Something like that.
Have I earned the authority to call for a straw poll?
Sure.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
So one thing I was thinking about, the news came down with Alex Ovechkin's injury that he is going to be out 4 to 6 weeks because he has a broken left fibula. So He wasn't on the ice last night against the Avalanche. And of course, this year he's been on a goal-scoring tear, and he leads the league in goal scoring, and he's 27 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record. It's really cool to see him chase history, but there's a little part of me that kind of is going to feel sad when he catches Gretzky. That's one of the all-time great records, and I don't know how I feel about him catching the great ones. So I guess my straw poll is, when it comes to records like this, are you a fan of watching these old records get broken, or are you a purist and you want these records to stand forever? How do you feel about Ovechkin's chase for Gretzky?
It depends on whose record it was originally and who's the guy doing the record breaking. For example, a lot of people did not like Barry Bonds breaking Hank Aaron's record. A lot of people didn't like, at least at the time this wasn't true. But a lot of people now don't like the fact that McGuire and Bonds and Sosa broke Maris's record. It depends on, do you like the guy doing it? And I think that Ovechkin, most people like him. I don't have an issue with this. I think it's pretty cool. It's something you didn't think you'd see. When LeBron broke Kareem's record for most career points, people don't like LeBron, so a lot of people didn't like it. But I think it's both. So, yeah, texters, go ahead. 303-504-0925. Let us know. In the meantime, I want to get to the Broncos Raiders this weekend. A huge, huge game in which you have an expectation of not just winning, but maybe more than that. And we'll make Nelly sing next.
Denver is playing the style that they want to play. Put the points on early and then grind the clock out late.
Nix on the roll and a dart to the 30-yard line. Courtland Sutton on the run. Or rather down the sideline, little Jordan Humphrey. Humphrey with the touchdown, 41 yards and a score. And Denver continues to roll up 37-6.
A lot of mixed stuff going on with Bo Nix, at least nationally. There's one of two camps. People seem to be all in on Nix, and a lot of people admitting that they were wrong about him, or you see people that are still hanging on to some shred of I don't buy it yet kind of stuff. And I'll say this. When it comes to Bo, I think you can understand maybe the hesitancy a little bit in the way that people feel. Just because Bo, from a pure arm talent perspective, like there's not a lot to it that you're going to be like, wow. At least not yet. Maybe we're trending in that direction. But I think he can make up for it in the athleticism department, because he makes plenty of wild plays, whether that is, escaping pressure, buying more time, whether it's taking off and running for, a 20-yard game, whatever that may be. It's a vast separation between his ability compared to who's going to be on the opposite side of the field. And I almost don't even want to make comparisons going back to week 5 when you first played against the Raiders, because I feel like this team, and specifically this offense, is completely different from then. Which is maybe the biggest part of this season's story so far. What you wanted more than anything else was, when you get to week 11, can you look back to a week 5 and say, are you in a much better place offensively and with the development of Bo Nix than you were then? And that answer is a resounding yes. Resounding. He is much better now than he was then, which is a huge credit to coaching. And I want to give Sean Payton a ton of flowers for this. I asked this question to Lakey yesterday, and I just wondered, Sean Payton looks like the coach that you spent a first-round pick getting on this team. That's what it looks like now. Like, as much as it sucks to give away these first-rounders like they were candy for the last few years, you got really burnt because you didn't see the production coming off of that with the Russell trade. And so when you had to give up another first-round pick in order to get your head coach, you're like, I better see something. And after 1 year, that wasn't the case. We didn't see some, elite level of what it looked like before and after with Russell Wilson. The team was better. Slightly. They had you were able to finish a couple of games, especially in the middle of the year. But I know that they didn't think Russell was any better because Russell was let go with $85 million in cap space. This year, I see actual development in coaching. And I asked at the Lake Wall, I said, what's the difference? And he goes, you know what? When you're out of the game for a while, it takes coaches a second too. And I honestly, this might sound stupid, I never even considered it. I didn't think coaching was like some sort of muscle that you had to retrain. A player takes a year or two off of their sport, you expect a little bit of a drop-off, that they aren't quite the same guy. I think that's fair to expect. I just never considered it with coaches. And he was talking about time management last year was not good, and it's really good this year, and I would agree. He just seems to be pushing the right buttons, not to mention he has what seems to me a locker room of guys that are all bought in, which maybe wasn't the case last year when he first got there. And this is all part of changing the culture around. But you've gotten to a place now where you're expecting W's. and comfortable ones. Because that's what I'm doing this weekend.
And part of that culture change, I think, goes back to what you were saying yesterday, earlier in the week, how there have been similar trajectories of Dion at CU and Sean Payton with the Broncos. You know, we talked about how the whole Sanders family kind of slowed down on the trash talk and the whole boisterous personalities and just said, let's win on the field and let that product speak for itself a little more. I think Sean Payton got that same lesson at the School of Hard Knocks, because you know what we haven't heard about this year? Nathaniel Hackett or the quantity of lattes he drank.
Sure.
And also, you know what the Raiders were? His hump. He's learned. Embrace the fans. Embrace the franchise's history. Don't take shots at other people.
He has done better at that,
in private interviews. I think Sean Payton has really, and he's not snapping at the media as much. A little bit of, as they affectionately call him on PhD, a little bit of Slim Shawnee has come out, but not to the degree we saw last year. I think he's also fixed his frontward-facing persona as well.
Well, winning helps that, certainly. Like, when you're a better football team, it's hard to be surly when the question's being asked after a win are rosier than those after a loss. Because he still had a little bit of that salt early in the season when they dropped the first couple of games. Offense didn't look great. Bo didn't look great. He had a little bit of that.
That's just fitting your narrative, Brett.
But here's the thing. To the Dion part, they 100% have scaled that stuff back and dialed it back. You don't see a whole bunch of video coming out anymore because they're letting the play speak for itself. But here's the thing. That doesn't mean they're different personality-wise. I bet you when they're in the locker room, they're saying the exact same thing, but they're a lot more, I guess, picky at what they want released to the public because somebody must have gotten his ear. It's none of our damn business. You know what I mean? And most of the time, it just provides a motivator as to people wanting to rub your nose in it. And I do think that happened. But now, with both teams winning, yeah, of course the outlooks are a lot better.
What does bolstered mean?
Bolstered means exactly what we're seeing from CU this year. It's a bolstered lineup and a bolstered offensive line.
How about improved?
They're synonyms. All right, Nelly, sing. Come on, everybody in your cars, join us.
Brady and his grits.
Brady
and his grits.
Today's Friday.
All right, we do it every Friday at the end of the appetizer. I give you two games for the football weekend. I give you a lock and I give you an underdog. My lock of the weekend. Yeah, I'm doing it. CU, these courtesy of Circa Sports, 2.5-point favorites at Kansas. I know Kansas is coming off 2 wins in a row against good opponents, Iowa State, BYU. They've helped you massively for 2 straight weeks. But offensive firepower comparison between the two teams, I don't think it's close. Kansas is going to have to get into a track meet with a CU defense that is much improved. I don't think they'll be able to keep up. I think Shedeur and Travis Hunter are going to have a pretty big day against Kansas, so they'll cover the 2.5. The long shot of the weekend. I know San Francisco has struggled, but this is now do or die time. And this team, in almost every scenario that they've been presented with this, have done and not died. And they're on the road at Green Bay. Green Bay's a good team, but they have not looked great despite winning the past few weeks. I think they walk into Green Bay with a healthy Christian McCaffrey as a 3-point dog, plus 136 on the money line, and get the win. There you go. Brady and his bets every Friday at the end of the appetizer. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. And you can download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app for exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors, Mose Lombardi and Kane next.
Manson, he holds. Near side, Girard leads it for Nathan McKinnon. Again, just too far away from him. And it's a 3-on-1 Washington. Another breakaway. McMichael in backhander. Poked aside by Georgiev. That's how you do it. Nice stop, Georgie. What a sequence for Alexander Georgiev. 2 breakaways for McMichael and technically 2 stops. Up the boards. Rantanen plays it off the wall, but in bowling ball mode was down in front. Save made by Georgiev on Radish. Might be his best of the night. And there are a lot of contenders. 2 seconds, 1, that is it. Colorado hands the Washington Capitals their second regulation loss of the season. Final score, 2-1 Colorado.
Hey, Moj, you won a goaltender battle last night. How about that?
Damn
Georgie,
right you did.
Back in the lineup,
Yeah.
Him and Logan Thompson trading save for save. Both incredible. And not just did you win the goaltending battle, you got a little bit of puck luck with that Mikko goal, too. It's a couple things you didn't see early in the year now coming your way. Now I get some stats from Georgie I want to get to in a bit, but Moj, go ahead.
What got into Logan Thompson? I mean, this guy was unbeaten in regulation. He's 9-0-1 coming into the game. You got him. Terrific goaltending battle. I thought both guys made some unbelievable saves, and that's as good as I've seen Georgie look, guys, in quite a long time. I mean, I've probably seen equal performances, maybe even against Winnipeg last year in the postseason, even if he gave up some goals. But he was crisp. He was square to the puck. He was seeing it so well. His eyeballs worked very well. Vic, you know what it means to have your eyeballs work pretty good?
Dude, was it me, Moj? I know you were there. And I watched the game clearly throughout, and it seemed to me, Brett, maybe you can fab on this. Mm-hmm. Did it feel like the game was in slow motion? It was a weird game. It was like everything seemed slow.
And until you get the burst of a 2-on-1 or something like that, yeah, a little bit.
It felt like the ice was slow. It felt like everything was slow. Like everything was slow developing. I don't know what that
Here's what I
was.
said.
It a slow transmission? Was the satellite slow last night?
Bro, you probably didn't see the game last week in Denver. I mean, because this is the way Washington plays the game. I walked on the airplane last night, and I told Coach, I go, I don't want to see those guys ever again. I effing hate the way they play the game. Riker said it. You know what? Riker said it so well. He said, watching the Capitals play hockey is like watching a tractor pull. You know, it's like grind down, the dirt flying everywhere, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
and he's right, man.
Don't ever do don't do that.
Shut him off, Nelly. Quick, shut him off, Nelly. Please, thank you, Nelly. Vic, give me a test. Talk. Vic, will you talk, please?
We're just gonna wait and see.
Yeah.
It felt like the Seattle series from a couple years ago.
Okay, so Brett, you get that. You hook up to that sled with like your tractor,
okay,
right?
No, I'm
you
not.
Start
I'm
digging
out
into
on
it,
this too. I'm also out on this. Don't think that I'm your ally here. I'm not.
We're gonna have one of these mornings. We're gonna have one of these. So just call me back when we're ready to go.
Yeah, bro. I'm on less
I know.
I'm probably
I know.
on 4 hours sleep.
Just
bro.
don't do the show if you're gonna do this every morning.
Hang on. No, Moshe seems to be. You know what? I never would have known he had a bad night's sleep. You're doing a great job. I want to give you these numbers though.
I make one tractor sound and all of a sudden I'm an a-hole. Okay, I get it. Yeah, I get it. I like to learn and make tractor sounds, and I'm the worst guy on the planet. No, I understand fully.
Let me give you this, because this is what, and I try not to get caught up in it. And when everybody's freaking out about Georgiev early in the year, and what was it, Moj? Did it take a game, maybe 2, where people were like, get him out of here, we need somebody else?
Yeah.
And I was
not even that. It probably
it
3
took a period,
games where he's
maybe.
just not playing well. Yeah, maybe.
But the point is, like, I know who Georgiev is. He's a guy who runs hot and cold. And you hate it when he's cold, but damn it, Moj, when he's good, he's pretty damn good. And here's what I'm getting at.
Brett, be honest with me. The reason you can identify with this, you know this, you dated a girl like this in college, didn't you?
Just out of college. Yep.
Yeah, ran hot and cold,
the goods
right?
were good. The bads were bad.
Okay, so this is where your frame of reference comes from. I gotcha.
Hold on a second. he dated a girl that looked like Alexander Georgiev, or
yeah, with a bigger
he's
beard.
not an ugly man. I don't know what to tell you.
It was Marty O, actually. So it was. All right, but listen, here's what I'm getting at. Beginning of the year was terrible for him. We know it. They brought in another goaltender because they were trying to light a fire or something. But here's the month of October for Georgiev. 6 starts. He allowed 23 goals, an .822 save percentage, and 4.6 against per game. Okay? Here's Georgiev in 5 starts in November. In 5 starts, he's given up 10 goals at 2 goals allowed per game and a .925 save percentage. He's always been this guy, where it's a couple of bad weeks, followed by 2 or 3 good weeks, followed by bad, followed by good. And I get why people are very hesitant with this, because, Moj, you can't have the bad when the playoffs roll around. But what happened when the playoffs rolled around last year? He was terrible leading up and really damn good when the playoffs started. So it's like, yeah,
he beat the Vezina winner. I mean,
yeah, I'm like,
it's
you're flipping a coin. I get it. That's frustrating, but I'm not surprised at all when he has games like he did last night, because we've seen it before. It's just not consistent.
he looked stout. He looked solid. He looked square to the puck. Everything about his game last night looked great. It was just a matter of whether or not the Avs could score enough to give him that advantage, man. And what a fun finish. What a fun game. Again, it looked in slow motion. It looked that way. But to go there and win the way they did, now 2 straight games in which you just got to hold on for dear life, I like it. Love this road trip so far. Keep it up. Keep it up.
I mean, listen, the goals weren't pretty. Rantanen throws it off Roy's foot. Roy boots it into his own net.
Yeah.
Hey, good.
Sometimes
you get
need
some
that.
luck.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is how again. Jared Bednar, I can predict him so well now. It's so funny. The second goal, Miles Wood. I mean, Kale throws it at the net. Little. Vic, give me like a little deflection. Give me a noise.
I'm not doing sound effects this morning, Moshe.
Okay. Brett, he's in front of the net. He has a little.
All right, hang on. I got the noise.
It goes home.
So he's in front of the net,
Okay.
and then you hear that.
Yeah, I guess something like that. A little something like that. Yeah. Vic's not playing any reindeer games today. Okay, I get it. And that's how it went in on Logan Thompson, who was having himself a hell of a game. That first goal by the Capitals, I almost lost my mind. The only goal by the Caps, but I almost lost my mind. I don't because with Jared Bednar, I said he's not going to love this game. I mean, they pull out 2 points. I said he's probably going to be a little angst-ridden in the postgame, and he was a little bit there. I mean, he liked some things. He didn't like some things. Dude, the things he didn't like are huge mistakes. Huge mistake, gigantic, enormous mistakes that Georgiev had to save their butt. And I said that. I said he's saving his own bacon all night long because his teammates letting him down.
Okay, so
and that happens sometimes.
Hang on. Here's angsty Bednar after the game.
I like some of the things we did in the first period. There was things in every period that I didn't like. It was, like I said, it wasn't perfect. But there was things that we had talked about in the pregame that we saw flashes of in the first period. We got more consistent with it in the second period. 10 minutes into the second period, I felt like we were starting to grasp what we wanted to do, and we were getting more efficient at it, and turned out to be a really good period for us with a couple big saves mixed in.
And here's happy Bednar talking about Georgiev.
You got to ask. I liked his last few starts. I mean, he just won 3 in a row before he, got his injury, and now he's back. So I've liked the way he's been playing for quite some time.
Happy sad.
Kind of the same dude.
Hey, what was wrong
he's kind
with
of the same
Moj?
dude.
Moj, why did he go IR for like 4 or 5 days? Did he have like what was the issue there with Georgie?
Hip-a-sucker, hip-a-sucker. Here we go now. Hip-a-sucker, hip-a-sucker.
Here we go now.
Hip-a-sucker, hip-a-sucker.
Yeah.
Hip-a-sucker, 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 hip-a-sucker.
Yeah. Hippa.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. With a hip-a-sucker. With a hip-a-sucker.
What the hell's going on?
Here's the thing.
That's our hippa-sucker song.
People are calling Vic a Grinch this morning. No.
I'm just trying to have a conversation.
Hey, let me defend you for a second. This is what I appreciate about Vic. His heart's on his sleeve. And the first tractor pull sound he heard today, we knew that anything dealing with noises that weren't words are not going to play well with Vic.
I just want to have a rational conversation.
Well, you asked what his injury was, and we responded with,
I'll tell you what.
Hip
Pasuka. Here we go. Now, Pasuka. I'll tell you what, Vic. If he announces to the world what it was, or Coach Bednar announces to the world what it is, what it was, then I will say that's what it was. But until then, Pasuka.
So I don't know, but you know what? He looked healthy and good last night. I know that much. And this is what they've wanted from the beginning. When it comes to Georgiev, we all know this. Whether they're signing Kakinen and giving him a start or two or whatever the case may be, or they're rotating him and Juice around, this has been the same thing from the beginning. Everybody within that organization, including the coaching staff and front office, wants Georgiev to be the starter. They want him to because I think that they trust him the most, number one. And number two, I think his game at his peak is better than anything else that they have in the organization.
I would agree with that, yeah. And he made some really... Vic, you said it. Not only was he tracking the puck very, very well, he was so quick. His glove was good, his glove was strong, and his flippers were – his kick saves were terrific. Vic, think about this too. You saw McMichael on the same shift come down on two separate breakaways, right? And this is a guy who's an absolute sniper. First one, he makes the save. Second one, he's like, screw this. I'm going to poke check this mother before he even gets to the front of my net, right? Maybe before he even gets a chance to get a shot off. He anticipated well. He guessed well. He did everything well last night. The Dubois goal, though, let me go back to that. Such terrible coverage. If you go back and you look at the breakout for the Caps from their own zone on that, and Dubois is the one with the puck. He's the one that throws it into the corner.
Yeah.
Both Manson and Jonathan Drouin, they're right with him on the back check. Okay? They both leave him to go watch the puck in the corner and leave Dubois all by himself for the quick redirect for the goal. And I'm like, dudes, that's a classic miscommunication. Put it this way, you've got two dudes on one guy. So clearly the pass shouldn't get there and he shouldn't be able to get a shot off. But both things happen. So either deny the pass or take the man, but don't not do both of those last night. And that was the only goal. It was a major breakdown. And I think at times this year, guys, when you see the Avs give up goals like that, it's just a major breakdown that happens. You're like, wow, that's major. And that's what they've been trying to correct throughout the course of this season.
And credit to Dubois. He was a bat out of hell at that far post to be able to knock that in. He saw the opportunity and he seized it. It's amazing how quick he got there. But hey, that's 2 points, man. And the Avs are now 11-9, I believe, Moj. 11-9 on the year as they continue on with this road trip.
Hey, ask me a question. Let's reverse roles. I'm gonna pretend I'm you this morning, Moj, and you're me. Just ask me a basic sports question, and I'm going to play the role you have played for the first 12 minutes of the show.
Hey, Vic, Nuggets with a big NBA.
I don't think he quite sounded like the Tasmanian devil. But
it sounded like a goat on acid. you sound like a goat on acid.
sound like Donnie from the Wild Thornberries.
That was so perfect, Moj. If you just gave a goat LSD and just let it roam for a little bit, that's what Vic sounded like.
Kind of. That's what he sounded like.
Are you still?
I like this one though.
Are you still in Washington? When are you leaving?
No, we're in beautiful Fort Lauderdale, Florida. But it took forever to get here last night. And it was a pretty bumpy flight too. But nonetheless, we got here late. I got about 4 hours sleep. I love this from the 8179. He says he's being Vic. He says we talk sports unless I want to talk about Italy or sweet lawn mows. Pretty much, yeah. Vic, pretty much. And then somebody said they can't handle me today, so that's James. All right, James, I'll try to make it so you can handle me this morning.
I think this
Listen,
is great.
there's a comfortable medium. Some people are going to be able to go one way, and some people the other way. I get it. You've lacked sleep, and I give you all the credit in the world for doing the show on a lack of sleep. But it's the incessant noise-making and singing from the get-go that I just can't handle. I can't do it.
Listen, doesn't everybody like tractor sounds? I mean, I would say that 90% of the population.
I was out on it.
Oh.
I was out.
What about the Hipposucker song?
That was good. I like that one.
That's a good song.
I like Vic's Goat, too. That was good.
Look,
we're 2 for
LSD Goat.
You know what? I'll take this. We were 2 for 3 on noises today. 2 for 3.
At what point will we use our words to do the show?
Wait, no, there was another one in there. It was the Miles Wood redirect. Pew, pew.
Oh, yeah. That 2 for 4.
2 for 4. Okay.
As we go to break,
hey, dude,
if you guys,
by the way, yeah.
As we go to break, if you guys ever wanted to know what a goat on acid sounds like, it's this.
Hey Vic, Nuggets with a big NBA.
All you're missing is maybe do goats spit? What animals spit? Are those camels?
Camels spit. Yeah, camels. Yeah.
Anyway.
Unbelievable.
303-504-0925. Big news came down yesterday. The question is, does it change a bigger conversation? We'll get to it next.
Hey, Vic, Nuggets with a big NBA. It sounded like a goat on acid. you sound like a goat on acid.
You know what?
I swear I'd love to know the drugs that go through your system or whatever is in your system.
Well, I got a little cappuccino or espresso, whatever you want to call that crap. By the way, we just got to Fort Lauderdale. It's a little disappointing because right now,
40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
Yeah, pretty much. Right now, it's about 60 degrees outside, and it's going to be a high today of 70. And I mean, if you're at the beach, if you're in Fort Lauderdale and it's a high of 70, is that not like a not like a huge disappointing? I mean, but what I'm saying is, if you're actually here, is that not like really disappointing? You know what I mean? Like I'm in Hawaii, but it's a high of 58.
It's not warm enough to do your thing. I tell you what was cool. Did you guys, and Moj, I don't know if you got a chance because you were calling a game and on a plane, that scene last night in Cleveland with the snow just canvassing the stadium the way it was, and it was awesome. In fact, I almost wish, follow me on this, guys, you know how Amazon puts that little, they actually put the yard markers there for you. They lay them down graphically so you could see I wish they didn't do that. I wish we got the same view of the field that the fans in the stands get when it's snowing like that. Like, you have no idea where the first down marker is. Let it play out.
Here's what I think about those snow games. I love watching those unless a team I like is involved. Then I can't stand it. I really can't. It's like, imagine if you have, like it's Sean Payton and Bo Nix out there. Like it was in week, what was it, 4 against New York? In the monsoon, all your game planning and the advantages that you might have with Sean Payton being, an offensive mastermind, genius, play caller, all goes out the window because it's like you can't run your offense anymore. You got to do something different.
Yeah.
I love watching when other teams are involved. I hate it when my team is. I do.
Well, what's cool about that game to me is that everything was fine. I mean, it just looked like a nice November evening game, and then all of a sudden. The snow came in and just went, whoa.
It was awesome.
Right? Just dumped. And there have been times, and it was big flakes too, like big old flakes. But there have been times here in Denver, and we're graced with that, where we've had games like that, and they are awesome. The last one that I can really, really remember, well, I don't want to say that. That's not true because the loss to Baltimore sucked, but that was just a really super cold day. When Peyton Manning and the Colts came to town, and Vanderjagt kicked that field goal in the driving snow to win it. Vic, remember that? That stunk.
Sure. The snow though, the way when it approaches like it did last night, when it starts great and everything's cool, and then all of a sudden you can't see the field. That it is the best kind of football to watch because all bets are off. You have no idea what the hell's going to happen. And the offensive players have such a distinct advantage. You saw it last night. When receivers are running routes and defensive players can't turn because they're slipping all over the place, Jerry Jeudy was open every single time he ran a route last night.
Sure seemed like.
Judy's
hey, Brett,
had a pretty good year, actually. I don't know if it's – nobody cares because Cleveland stinks, but Judy's actually done all right there this year.
I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to just sit back and probably just listen to the rest of the show. I'm starting to really like Jameis Winston. He's trying to draw
fun. He's fun.
He's trying to draw the Steelers offside. He's like, 36. Would somebody please just jump offside? Somebody jump offside. And I'm like, what's this guy doing? He's either really smart, really weird, or maybe both. I think he's right in that. He's right in that. He's right in that area right there.
Have I told you guys this on air at least? I was talking to Sanford. He said he was when Coach Sanford was at Stanford as an assistant coach and he was recruiting. He said their choice for quarterback in that class came down to 2 people, Andrew Luck or Jameis Winston. And he goes, Stanford does not skirt academic rules or SAT scores to get into that school no matter who you are. You have to be smart enough and get the grades good enough to go there. Jameis Winston had those. He was smart enough to get into Stanford. So he's not – I think people confuse the Southern accent and maybe sort of the aloof personality he has with him being stupid, he's not. He's actually really, really
well,
smart.
I don't think he is, because he's incredibly, what I've noticed about him, Vic, excuse me, he's thoughtful, but he's really clever with the way he talks and the things he says sometimes. He's incredibly clever. I mean, this guy must have, I think he's got a very high IQ, I do.
Did you hear what he said after the game? He's walking off the field and he said, I just ordered a W on Amazon, and it got here in a hurry.
Yeah.
He's looking at the Amazon.
Oh, my God.
It's so good. He's so good.
Oh, my Lord.
What? By the way, before we get to Jameis's pregame speech, which I want to play, what were the Steelers doing with put Fields in a few times and then put Russell back in and then...
It worked late in the game.
Kinda.
I mean, yeah. But there were contention to win the game. They just couldn't stop anybody. What an offensive advantage last night. If you were on offense last, I mean, I'm telling you, the defensive players couldn't turn.
Yeah.
That was a fun Thursday night game. And it also, tell me if it scares you a little bit that Cleveland can beat a Pittsburgh on a random night when here are the Broncos going to play the Raiders on a Sunday. Does that scare you at all?
Not with the Raiders. Look, when the Broncos play Cleveland, is it next week or 2 weeks? Next week, right? It's when they have Cleveland?
Correct.
I'm a little nervous about Jameis because Jameis can just have that day where he goes for 404 touchdowns. And he can also have that day where he throws for 190 yards and 4 picks. Like, you don't know what you're going to get with him. But yeah, he makes me a little bit nervous. Now, one thing I wanted to get to, though, which was the big news of the day yesterday that came down 10 minutes after our show gets done, because that's when it always happens. So Juju Lewis commits on the Pat McAfee show to CU. Now, what does this all really mean? Not a lot. He can change his mind. I don't think he's gonna. But we discussed this for a second yesterday. But to get into this in more detail, I think the only thing that this does is take Dion going to the NFL off the table. I think that's the only thing this does. Because he wouldn't get a kid to commit to him and then just leave him behind. I don't think this makes a lick of difference for if you're nervous about him going somewhere else in college football, though. I don't think it matters. Because let's say that Florida State buys out Norvell's contract and they say, you know what, Dion, we messed up not hiring you the last time you wanted the job, as Danny Cannell was explaining to us yesterday. And they say, you know what, Dion, come on over. And he accepts the gig. Juju can transfer with him.
Well, money,
that doesn't matter.
Yeah, money talks and BS walks, and if you just throw all the money in the world. But again, Brett, this goes back to I can't figure out, and I don't know that anybody knows except his inner circle and his family, what his motivations are going forward as a coach. Because I don't think it's money, and there's a time when you've got to cut.
I mean, the money is a factor.
Well,
I mean,
if somebody throws $12 million at you a year.
No, I think Mosher's
I get
right.
what you're saying.
Hang on, Mosher. I think he's right on this, though, Vic. I don't think that's what he's solely like. Main motivation is not I'm going where they're going to pay me the most. I don't think he thinks that.
Listen, I think Coach Prime also he's going to get to a point where he's like, you know what, my kids are gone. My kids are on their own now. They're their own men. Okay, they're doing their own thing, and that includes Travis. Like these guys are their own men now. I got them through the high school and the college situation. Now, little birdies have flown the nest, and he's going to be cool with that. I keep coming back to I think he's staying, guys. I feel like he's planting a little bit more roots here, and I don't know how long. But I'll say this. You know, he's become very close to Miss Peggy. You know that, right? I mean, he brings her, up on. He talks about her all the time. He had the news conference with her. You know, all this kind of stuff. I genuinely think that he likes it, and he likes her, and I don't think he would be doing all this if he just no dillhole. She's 100, but I don't think that. I just think that I think what he's saying, we should take him for face value. What he's saying is the truth. That
I was saying this earlier, Moj.
Got his kickstand down, and that he wants to be here. He just got one of the best quarterbacks in high school football to decommit from USC to come here. It's pretty big.
So I was thinking about this. Dion is, I think we can all agree on this. Would you agree with what I'm about to say? He's always been 100% honest. I haven't even heard him skirt around a question before. He's going to tell you exactly what's on his mind. Now, doesn't mean you agree with it. Do I get kind of over when he gets at a press conference and says, "Why are people hating on Travis Hunter?" And you're like, "I what? They aren't."
Yeah, nobody's doing that.
But that's what he feels. Like he feels that way. And so I feel kind of odd when he says over and over again, "I like it here, I'm staying," and I just don't accept it.
I hope that this whole Juju thing is real to the core, where it doesn't matter what happens, that he stays at CU, that he's committed to CU.
Yeah.
But this is not how recruiting works. We know this. The amount of recruits that are committed to the schools versus recruits that are committed to the coaches. It's not how it works, everybody. He's not committed to Boulder, Colorado. He's not committed to the Flatirons. He's not committed to the state of Colorado. That's not what he's committed to.
Vic, I don't. Let me throw another thing at you, Lombardi, to consider.
What's he committed to? What is this young man committed to?
He's committed to winning. He's committed. I think he's committed. He wants to win.
What is he tied to?
No, he's talking about Juju.
Nothing.
He's tied to Dion.
Oh, talking about Juju.
He's tied to Dion.
He's tied to Coach Prime.
That's how recruiting works.
Okay.
Very few players.
Okay. Well, I can't predict the future, Vic, but here's what I know. He's going to be a buff right this second. Today, as we talk right this second, he's going to be a buff. Let me go back to Prime real quick. Brett, I was thinking about this. Vic, you tell me. I can't envision a scenario in any other conference where if you get a good team and you get a Juju Lewis in, I can't find a better path to the playoff and a possible national title than Boulder, Colorado. In the Big 12. I can't. Maybe you look at the ACC and say, okay, well, if he went here and had to build that program, fine. But what he's already built right now and the ability to repeat and make a path to the postseason every year with the Big 12 title game and then the playoff, he's got a great path for, I think, for a while, or as long as he wants it. Not that it's going to happen all the time, but I think that the path here would be, quote, most beneficial to him if that's his true motivation, winning a national title.
When is and help me out. My ignorance is bliss right now. When does it become like real?
What?
When you commit to a school. When does it become like you committed to a school there?
Rules were way different than when I did it.
So when does it like, hey, you're in now, you can't back out?
Well, when I did it, you had a paper that was your national letter of intent. Once you signed that, that was it. You were at least going to that school for a year. You could transfer, but you have to sit out. Now,
kind of like going to the military.
I don't know. I've never signed up for the military, so I don't know. Maybe, but now when you say real, I don't know, Vic. They can transfer whenever they want. I don't know what real means. It's if they're on campus, then they're there. If they aren't and they want to transfer, then they can transfer. Yeah, I don't think there's really a rule to it. Now, maybe if you hit like this this December signing date, I think it's around the 20th, that early letter of intent signing. Maybe if you sign that, you have to show up for the spring, but you can leave afterwards. I think that's how it works. But to be honest, it's changed so much, I have no idea anymore. When I went to college, it was a very simple process. You signed the paper, you were at that school for at least a year. And that's why when I took all these visits to junior colleges and these lower level D2 schools and stuff like that, you got to the end of your visit, Vic, and they would put that paper in front of you and they would push. They'd be like, why don't you sign it now? And I was like, no, let me just wait.
So in other tremors, the quarterback that was committed to LSU changes his commitment to Michigan, that other highly ranked quarterback.
Underwood.
So when does it become set in stone is what I'm asking. At what point does it like, okay, you're here?
I think it's either if they sign on the early signing date or the other one that's in February, like around the 3rd, I want to say when that is. I think both of those, again, I'm not for sure, but I think if you sign the letter of intent, you have to show up at least on campus in the spring.
Let me read a text because I don't think this person understands what I was trying to say, and it's my fault. When I say that players commit to coaches, yes, 100%. There are still players out there that commit to schools. They exist. They exist.
It's a smaller number.
They exist. And you may not believe it, but they exist. There are still players out there who say, man, all my life I wanted to go to Alabama.
Yep.
All my life I wanted to play football at Notre Dame. All my life. They exist. You may not think they exist. They do. And they don't care who the coach is. They don't care what the system is. And they're going to play at that school. Those people exist.
For top-end recruits out there, if you're a 4 or 5 star in whatever sport, I guarantee you guys, most of them are committing to the coach. That's what was so funny, that even for people like me or people who went to community college or something like that, got some sort of podunk scholarship to go play baseball, basketball, whatever it was, they would tell you, hey, don't commit to the coach, commit to the school. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? This guy's going to be running my life for 4 years. You don't think that's going to factor in to who I'm committing to?
Yeah.
Of course it is.
Not only running your life, determining your life.
Right.
Determining if you're happy or sad.
Yeah. Now, if I was like, look, if I was just some kid from Nebraska who played high school football and I loved the Huskers growing up, and I was like, you know what, no matter what, I'm playing for the Huskers. If I'm walking on, whatever, those guys certainly are out there. Certainly
100%.
they are. But
every school's got those guys.
But I would say if you're a top-end recruit and you're thinking about, hey, I got a chance to play, beyond college, you probably are thinking about other things. Like, can I get to Kirby Smart?
And this is the only conclusion I have. This is awesome news for CU. CU's at a place now where, and let me tell you something, the cost of doing business just went up. The cost of maintaining business at CU in Boulder with that staff, it just went up. Whether you like it or not, whether you think it's fair or not. Mose, you said that it's not about the money for Prime. You're damn right it's about the money for anybody. You don't think he wants to be paid like some of the top coaches in NCAA football? You don't think he deserves it? Look at what he's done.
I'm sure he does, and I'm sure he will, and I'm sure that he's got total control.
Okay.
And I'm sure that he's got a path to the playoff every single year that's probably way better than it would be in the SEC or the Big Ten.
So is it about the money or not then?
Okay, well, how about this, Vic?
Money's a factor, but it's not everything.
Yeah, I agree with Mosier. I don't think that's his, pardon the pun, prime motivation is to get the most money. You know
Here's
what I bet
the way
he'd
I
choose?
look at it.
You know what I
Now-
bet he'd choose, Vic? I bet he'd choose this. If given one of these two options, you can be the highest paid coach in college football, or you can have the biggest pool of NIL money to play with. He would choose the NIL.
Probably so, but here's the way I look at it. CU got a great discount to start this process. They took a shot at Prime when others would not. They took a shot. They took a chance, and it worked. It was a home run. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That discount is over. It's over. Now you got to pay the freight. You got to pay the going rate for what it costs to run a program. We'll see you pay the freight. We'll see you be able to afford to pay what Bama, Texas, all these other schools pay to have this kind of college football program. That's the bottom line here. That's where we are.
Brett, go with me. Ready? We'll see you pay the freight. We'll see you pay the freight.
No, see, it's too much now. Now you overdid it.
Pay the freight.
Overdid it. Now you got me turning into Vic now.
That sucks.
Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925.
You've got an angry face, bro. You got a pissy face.
Broncos Raiders.
I'm just sitting here.
Broncos.
I know, RBF. NBA.
Broncos Raiders on Sunday. A must-win. How do the Broncos lose? We'll get to it next.
It's 2024, and the time for embarrassment or putting things off is absolutely done. Guys, it's the holidays. time for love, time for joy. But if you're suffering from any form of erectile dysfunction, that season can be tough on you. You know it, and do something about it. If you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, well, change it up this year. Give the best gift you can give, and the one that you love will love it by treating your ED and restoring your relationship. And I'm talking about going to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because treatments work when the pills and the herbals fail. They have treatment success rates well over 90%, and some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. It sounds pretty darn good, right? Don't put it off any longer, and don't be embarrassed by it. Don't worry about it because they're there to take care of you. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has been on the Front Range for almost a decade. Tens of thousands of men have been successfully treated, and that can be you too. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, schedule a consult. It's only $99, includes medical consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if it doesn't work in the office right then, well, then your whole appointment is absolutely free, but you know it's going to work. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We're all pretty confident heading into this weekend. We think the Broncos should win and probably win pretty comfortably, despite this game being a divisional road game at a place you have not won at yet, a building you have not won at yet.
Speaking of, hey, you know how those streaks are alive not winning in a building.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know the craziest streak I came across last night? Did you know that the Minnesota Timberwolves have not won in Toronto in 20 years? They lost again last night.
What?
20 straight years in Toronto, the Minnesota Timberwolves.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah. Anything like that in hockey, Moj? Remember all that? Remember those years where the Avs could not lose in Boston? Where every time they went to Boston, they won.
Yeah, they did. There was a time when the Avs could not win in Minnesota, for crying out loud, and that was pretty annoying.
I don't think it lasted 20 years.
20 years,
no,
dude.
but that's pretty crazy. Well, there was a time when the Avalanche had a record against the Columbus Blue Jackets, and I'm not kidding you. It was like 26-2-1. I mean, they just absolutely flat out dominated their butts every single game.
Well,
that's pretty startling, though. I mean, how could you not even in the span of 2 decades? And you only play there once a year, but how could you not just pick off a win sometime? Just pick off a dub.
Well, the Broncos haven't won at the Death Star yet. Feels like they should this weekend, but if they don't,
they're going to win there.
Hang on. If they don't, how does it look? What does a Broncos loss this weekend look like? How does that happen against a team that is as bad as the Raiders are this year?
Vic, I'll put it this way. If they lose this game, then my belief in who they've become completely goes out the window because there's no reason for them to lose this football game. You can call it rivalry or whatever you want to call it. The Raiders just aren't very good. And by the way, Mark Davis just spun off another piece of his team. I don't know what he's doing down there in Vegas, but he sold, 10% to Tom Brady? What did he sell to Brady? And then he sold another 15% to somebody else. Something weird is going on in Vegas.
He just needs some extra cash.
Unless he just needs some capital. Yeah.
That's all it is cash. I mean, it's not like he still has controlling interest. As long as you have controlling interest, you can sell off all the pieces you want.
I suppose.
That's why Mark Cuban's deal is the best deal ever. He gets to control the interest, but also actually get the money that the team is valued for.
He's just not it's just not a very good football team, and I just don't have any fear about this game whatsoever. I don't know why.
Cleveland's not great. They just beat Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but there was extenuating circumstances, Vic. Like you just said, neither defense in that fourth quarter when it was – I mean, all the points in that game essentially were scored in the fourth quarter. I mean, it was a sort of a dullard type of game until neither defense could actually defend because of the snow, and then whoever had the football last, it just turned out to be the Cleveland Browns.
Cleveland also has, some weapons that you're scared about on offense. Say what you want about Jameis, he's hot and cold, but it's like Nick Chubb's pretty good running back. Jerome Ford's pretty good running back. Jerry Jeudy's not a bad wide receiver. I don't know what the Raiders have to counter with that. The biggest thing they got to guess is Brock Bowers, who had a 57-yard touchdown in the first matchup this year. But outside of him, there's no Devontae anymore. The running backs are gone. They don't have Josh Jacobs anymore. Their quarterbacks aren't good. I don't know what the threat is against an elite defense that the Broncos have. I don't know what they can do.
I think you just answered your own question. They can't do anything. I just don't think they're good. I mean, they've lost 6 games in a row. They are heading to the basement of the National Football League, holding an anvil. I don't know what else to say.
I'll tell you what. I guess if to answer the question, what's the way they can lose? And we'll talk to Robert Mays of The Athletic. This is the man that has the soothing voice that Vix loves. We'll talk to him in 10 minutes because he was the guy that was talking about how improved the Broncos' offensive line is from a pass protection standpoint. The Raiders, even though he's having a down year, they still have Max Crosby. They do. And he's always going to pose a problem to offensive lines. Protection could be one thing. There's that one stat that sticks out that anytime Bo Nix has thrown an interception in the game this year, the Broncos have lost. All of the wins they've had, no picks. All the losses, at least one. So don't turn the ball over. That's another big factor. But there's not a lot that I think that the Raiders pose as a threat to the Broncos right now.
If you're going to be serious about a playoff push, you win this game.
Yeah.
If you're not serious, you lose this game. This is what it is.
Yeah.
This is where we are. We're at that point in the season. This is the stretch run. You take care of business. Here we go. Here we go, baby. You win this game if you're serious about the playoffs. If you're a poser, you lose.
Vic, I completely agree with you. I don't think that they're in a spot now where Sean Payton is going to let them not have their head on straight. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of talk this week about, okay, listen, you may think this is a bunny, but this is a real NFL team. We got to go in there. The Broncos are the better team, so if they play their game, I think they're going to win. The only scenario I can see is if they put the ball on the ground a lot, which they don't do, or if Bo throws the ball into black jerseys, which he doesn't do. Other than that, I can't envision the Raiders as a team outplaying the Denver Broncos.
Hey, I want you guys take it. We have a couple minutes in this segment. If it's got to be on Twitter somewhere. Take a look at the hit that Russell Wilson took at the end of the game when he threw that Hail Mary up. Take a look at how hard he got hit. I could not believe. Now, I'm not saying there was any penalty whatsoever, but the way they protect quarterbacks today, the way they're protected,
on the Hail Mary?
Yeah. Go back and look at that.
Nelly, pull this up for us.
Pull that up and look at that and tell me, oh, my God.
As he looks for that, Vic.
Oh, Jesus, Lord, he went vertical.
Okay, hang on.
He went vertical then horizontal.
I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to wait for Nelly to pull this up. What also happened on that Hail Mary, because flags are not a thing when a Hail Mary happens, did you guys see Greg Newsome, the DB for the Browns, and George Pickens just fight each other at the back of the end zone as the ball's in the air?
Yeah.
Like, they literally just took each other, threw each other against the wall, and started going at it.
But this hit that Russell Wilson took, I am not exaggerating. That is one of the hardest hits I've ever seen in a football game that went unflagged. And the way they protect quarterbacks, he hit him, I don't know what the rules are anymore. He hit him in that area where you're allowed to. He didn't lead with his helmet. But take a look at this when you get a chance, and you tell me, if this is just a random hit in a game, is this a penalty?
The running start, who was it that hit him? Because the running start that guy had is like a 20-yard running start, Vic. And he just came untouched right up the gut and blew him up.
But give Russ credit.
That's
Russ
incredible.
just took it. Russ ate it. Russ is like, whatever, dude. I'm going to make a throw. He ate it. Didn't care.
Okay, we got this here. All right, so this is the Hail Mary. Is there going to be
there'll be a
before
replay.
that.
It's before
cam?
that.
There's got to be a replay.
No, you got to back it up before that. Back there, you're right here. Watch Russ. Boom.
Yeah, but the replay does it better. Again, there's nothing in the definition of an illegal hit. There's nothing illegal about it. Did not lead with the crown. But we've seen far less impactful hits penalized. That's all I'm saying. We've seen nothing hits. We've seen Patrick Mahomes treated like a prince out there.
See, but there's something about if you throw a Hail Mary, tough. No rules anymore. It's prison yard, okay? You can stab somebody. You can kick somebody in the junk. Whatever it takes. Like, you just got to find a way to battle your way through it. I mean, look.
Can you taunt the opposing crowd and then not make the play? Can you do that too?
Hey, that Pickens guy's he's off a little bit.
He's a little nutty.
He's a little off.
Oh, here we go. This is the reverse angle you're talking about here?
Yeah, take a look at this and tell me if your stomach hurts watching this.
Oof. And he flew a good 2 to 3 yards, too. That's one right in the ribs.
He's going to feel that today. Russ going to feel that.
I couldn't do that job. Give me one more, Nelly. One more replay on this. Yeah. That's a clean hit, though.
Yeah.
Clean. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Let's talk to Robert Mays of The Athletic next. Let's head out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We are joined now by Robert Mays, host of the Athletic Football Show. And Robert, we played a clip a couple days ago of you were on with Mina Kimes, and you were talking about the Broncos, Bo Nix, Kay Adams. It's Kay Adams. I'm sorry about that. Kay Adams. And you were talking about the Broncos and Bo Nix and the offensive line and all that stuff. And I will say, to compliment you to start this, our co-host Vic Lombardi here said that you have a very soothing voice. And what did you say, Vic? You wanted to nestle into his chest and have him read you his story? Is that what it was?
I just want to lay on your bosom.
So there's a compliment to start. But secondly, I have a question about the Broncos O-line. It's virtually the same from last year with the exception of a different center. Is it as easy as just saying Bo Nix is better at not hanging on to the ball longer than Russell Wilson, or have these guys gotten better? What is it to you?
I don't think it's the former. If you look at it, he's up near the top of the league in terms of how long he's holding on to the ball compared to other quarterbacks. I think he does make some decisions a little bit quicker, but I just think the line looks more cohesive. It's year 2 of a system. It's year 2 of working with the same coaching staff. I think that groups like that can have more cohesion as they play together a little bit longer. And individually, they're all playing fairly well together. So I think it's a bunch of different things that have come into it. But you watch some of those games, and the competition certainly helps. The Atlanta game, the Carolina game, those are 2 of the worst pass rushes in the league. But individually, I just think it is a very good group right now when you watch them down to down, especially compared to what the other offensive lines in the NFL currently look like.
Robert, redo the 2024 NFL draft. Where is Bo Nix drafted today?
It's a great question. I think I'd have to look at the top 10 to think about teams that would like an off-ramp. Okay, let's do this. If you're the New York Giants, Malik Neighbors is a really good player. But would you rather have a quarterback that you can start over with rather than waiting into the 2025 draft when that class doesn't look very good? So I'm sure there's some other team in the top 10 that would say, you know what, we'll take this over quarterback uncertainty heading into the next year and beyond.
What's interesting, too, is that around these parts, we're like, hey, man, I expect this team to win. I expect them to go into a place they haven't gone into and won yet. This weekend in Vegas, and beat those guys up pretty good. For you, kind of on the outside looking in, when you look at a team sort of turn the corner, what is it that you look for, and what is it that you see where now they have that confidence, and knuckleheads like us go, oh, yeah, they can go to Vegas and kick their butts, no problem whatsoever?
It's a team that knows what it wants to be. I think that's what you're looking for. And I think that's been the most encouraging part of watching them on defense all season. Defense has been phenomenal. And I love the plan. I love the style that they play with. If you look at them in Minnesota, those are probably the 2 teams that I would put in this bucket where they're really flipping defense on its head. You have a lot of early down run pressures to try to get explosive plays, make it 2nd and 11, and then you can really turn up the heat and play the way that you want to play on the back end. And I just think it's such a well put together and well thought out strategy considering their talent. They have this defensive line that's full of guys who can make those negative plays individually. Anybody can ruin a game. Jonathan Cooper has this year, Zach Allen has this year, and then on the back end, we know what they have. So I just love how put together Vance Joseph's unit feels this year, and then it's starting to happen on offense. That was one of my favorite parts of watching the Atlanta game, beyond some of the throws that Bo made that I thought were really impressive, is that, all right, they understand who they want to be now. You look at Marvin Mims being sort of a gadgety guy in the backfield, eye candy, making it hard on defenses, the way the screen game has started to evolve. It's just a team on both sides of the ball that I think has really garnered an understanding of who they want to be and how to put their players in the best position. And that's really all that you can ask for.
One of the things, Robert, I was thinking about was it's so weird when you look at the AFC, because the NFC has teams that are, I guess you'd call them middle class. You have the 5-5 football teams like the Rams and the Niners. There is no middle class in the AFC. There is top end, really good at the top, or really, really bad at the bottom. Who would you consider a Broncos peer in the NFL? Like, who are they like to another team?
It's a really good question. I think I'd probably do some of the middle class teams in the NFC where there are things to be excited about, but there are still flaws. The Broncos offense has been much better with Bo Nix, but there are still holes. They still don't have high end receiving talent. They're still probably a middle of the road offense. I would compare them sort of to what I've seen from like the Bucs this year. Like the Bucs have a very good offense in the same way the Broncos have a very good defense. And there are reasonable questions about the ceiling of the other side of the ball, which shouldn't be surprising. They're not a complete contender. So I think those middle-class teams in the NFC, you can pick one. That's probably about where they settle right now.
What is the outside looking in a viewpoint of Sean Payton, the job he's done? Because I'm convinced, man, this doesn't happen without Sean Payton changing the culture. And he did exactly that in Denver.
Coming into the year, I wasn't sure what Sean Payton was in this iteration of his career at this stage. Last year was such a strange year with Russell Wilson, and they were really aggressive in free agency, and I wasn't sure to what end. I wasn't sure what to make of this team heading into the season. And when you go out and you make a move like they did for Sean Payton, you want legitimacy, you want stability, you want to go out. You're going out and getting someone that you think can give you a solid foundation as an organization. And I really wasn't sure if he gave them that in year one. And then as you watch this team right now, that's exactly what he's given them. They just feel legitimate. They feel so put together on both sides of the ball. I think it's easy to start getting excited about some elements of this coaching staff. And then the offensive design part of it and just how put together that feels. It's the best of both worlds. If you have a coach who can set your culture and, again, make you feel like a big boy NFL organization, and then also be one of the main architects to lift your quarterback, no matter who that quarterback happens to be, that's the dream. That's the holy grail of a head coaching hire. And it seems like so far that's kind of what he's given them.
You see all these 30-somethings come into the league, right? And they've got all these fancy ideas, and they're taking what they've learned, and they're turning it into their own thing. Okay, great. But how about this old dog with some new tricks? I mean, he doesn't have a Drew Brees. He didn't have a guy who was already a future Hall of Famer ready to kick some major butt. He's had to draft a rookie quarterback, and he's had to develop some guys. He's had to figure some things out. But this old dog is coming up. He's coming up with some new stuff and getting it done in a different way than he did before. What does it say about him?
I think it just speaks to the flexibility. And, when people were talking about Sean Payton succeeding in Denver, I know we said this on our show multiple times. I wasn't looking at the Drew Brees years. I was looking at the Teddy Bridgewater year. I was looking at some of the stuff he did with other quarterbacks and how impressive that was in the moment. I think that's how you could really build a case for what this could look like in his next stop and in this next stage of his career. And I think what he's doing with Bo Nix, that's what it is. Just an ability to, at a certain point, you realize this is what my quarterback does well, and we're going to build the offense around what he does well. And he had done it with other guys other than Brees, and I wasn't sure if he still had that magic touch. And what we've seen so far this year, I think he's still got his fastball left.
Robert Mays of The Athletic with us, and we were talking about there's no real middle class in the AFC, so I'm just going to take the teams that don't have 8 losses yet and ask you, the Broncos sit currently in the last wild card spot in the AFC. Right behind them is the Colts at 5-6, the Dolphins at 4-6, and the Bengals at 4-7. Are you confident that the Broncos can hold those teams off by the end of the year?
I think I am. There was definitely a point early in the season, maybe a month, 6 weeks in, where the Bengals were struggling. And I think a lot of people were sitting there because they have some earned equity and deserve the benefit of the doubt based on what they've done. People were saying, they'll catch a team like Denver. Like Denver's not there yet. And then over the last 3, 4, 5 weeks, why do we think that the Bengals are a better team than the Broncos? Like, I don't believe that anymore. And I don't think any of the other teams sitting there, deserve that benefit of the doubt over Denver. The one team that I think is sort of intriguing just because we can paint a very clear picture of why they have the record that they do is the Dolphins, right? The Dolphins were a different team when Tua wasn't playing quarterback. I still think that defense is okay, but I still don't think they have enough. I still think the gap between them and Denver in the standings is enough based on where the Broncos are right now for the Broncos to hang out to that last playoff spot. I feel good that they're going to get it.
I have no more football-related questions. I want to know, how is your audio so crisp sounding and ours sucks?
It's just a microphone. I mean, you guys want the mic?
What kind are you using there? What is?
It is the most basic podcast microphone. It is a Shure. I think it's a. I'll give you the name right now.
Listen to your mic compared to like Mosier's, and tell me at home if you could tell the difference.
I'm on the
this bro. This is a Shure
Lauderdale
MV7.
Bro.
What is it? A Shure what?
Shure MV7 Plus. That is the mic. It's
all right, Mosier, go ahead and say something.
Yeah, Robert. I've got a question on my good microphone here from Fort Lauderdale. Hey, man, look at your little cave here. Is that cedar? What do you got on the wall back there?
I actually
outside
don't
your Nine Inch Nails poster. It's pretty cool.
So we moved into this house, which has been about 3.5 years ago now. We were touring the house the first time we saw it, and I walked upstairs and I walked into this room, and this was their kids' room. But I saw the wood paneling on the wall, and I was like, done. Podcast studio.
Yeah.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
We're all set.
Yeah,
so
100%.
This is my office.
Where do you live? Are you like Buffalo Grove or something? Where are you at?
I live in the city. Yeah, so I live in on the border of like Logan Square and Humboldt Park in Chicago.
Okay, so hang on a second. Hang on. Because you're a Chicago guy, I see the helmet behind you. What the hell's going on there? What's the biggest issue with the Bears right now? The biggest problem?
It's hard to pin that down. I think before they fired Shane Waldron, it was absolutely offensive architecture and what they were asking of the quarterback and how things were built. If the rest of the season goes like it did last week against the Packers, I think that's no longer the biggest problem. I actually liked a lot of the plan that Thomas Brown had. And for me, it's mostly about getting out of this season without doing further damage to the development of your quarterback. And if the final 7 games look like the one from last Sunday, I think that'll be okay. So if we're writing that off, I think the biggest problem is it's just uninspiring. Just the lack of buy-in and whatever Matt Eberflus is trying to sell right now. If you just watch the energy that team plays with and just the overall buy-in from players all across the roster, it's just not there. And I think that there's probably a world where they stumble into a couple wins down the stretch here, even with a decent schedule, and people try to rationalize potentially keeping the head coach. I think it's over. I think that ship has already sailed, and it's just a matter of figuring out who the next regime you need to bring in is to course correct on some of the things that went wrong.
Yeah.
Last week we got on this topic, and Vic over here was cracking me up because you have these, quote, heritage franchises that think they should be better than they really are. And maybe they should be. I don't know. But, Vic, you went on some tangent about Bears fans. And those damn Bears fans. And no.
Robert, Jets fans, Bears fans, screw you guys. I mean, what right do you have to think you should be good? What have you done for 5 decades?
I don't know which Bears fans you're talking to who deserve that who think that they should be good. All the Bears fans I know expect disaster to be waiting around every single corner.
I'll tell you who it was. It stemmed from the Matt Eberflus weekly radio show with is it Cap and Hood? Is that the show where they said your phone line?
Oh yeah,
is
the
as bad
guys
as
who
your
got
offense?
on his butt. Yeah, because
it was that. That's what started it.
That's fair. I think that God bless the cat man. I'm not sure that he speaks for all of us when it comes to the general vibe that's happening around Chicago. I think for the most part, you have a fan base that is not surprised when things go south the way that they have this year.
That's fair.
It's understandable because my frustration is rooted in the fact that we've all seen this movie how many times before with the Bears. After last season ends, you have a second half of the year where your defensive-minded play-calling head coach turns around a defense, quote unquote, against a series of backup quarterbacks. You go from being one of the worst defenses in the league to a top 10-ish defense. The front office and the front office and ownership use that as a means to justify keeping him, understanding that he's probably going to be on the hot seat coming into it, given his track record, and you are drafting a quarterback with the number 1 overall pick. It is completely unnecessary to tie that quarterback's future to a hot seat head coach. That would be an issue on its own. What makes it a bigger issue is they've done it 3 times in the last 10 years. Mm-hmm. And the amount of rakes this organization steps on unnecessarily when they just could get out of their own way is remarkable. And the fact that it happened again this offseason, and now, once again, in year 2, you're going to have a new coaching staff with a new offensive system and a new coaching staff that did not pick this quarterback trying to salvage him. And the fact that we've had to do that so many times in this city, you wonder why bad organizations stay bad, and it's because of decisions like that.
Yep. That's Robert Mays, host of the Athletic Football Show.
I'm genuinely ticked off by the auditory splendor. It's just, that's ridiculous that you sound so good, and that's just not right.
You guys do it by Zoom, which is the right thing to do, right? If you want quality audio, which I respect, that's the right way to do it. I think that when you have that option, there's no reason to do stuff over the phone anymore. And I happen to be a professional podcaster with a setup at home like this. So you hit it, right? It all converged in the right way.
Robert,
this is 2024. Can you get a freaking landline?
Robert, very good to talk to you, man. Let's do it again soon, okay?
Absolutely. Anytime, guys.
That's Robert Mays, host of the Athletic Football Show, joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline.
I mean, the guy's doing a podcast from his sauna up in the Cedar Woods up there.
It looks super cozy up there, though. It really does.
Dude, it just sounds so good.
What happened Now, that's probably real wood. But, Vic, you remember, my God, you're a child of the 70s. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You remember those wood panel rooms? Like people had wood paneling on.
My parents still
their...
have downstairs. The wood paneling's still downstairs. Yeah.
There's something about a good wood paneling that still floats my boat, man. I don't know what it is.
I love a good exposed brick indoors. Something about that makes me feel good too. Yeah, you give me a nice little brick wall. I mean, come on, dude.
Anything exposed.
Am I just am I nerding out over his microphone? Am I nerding out over that, or is that like...
you made us a little uncomfortable with your admiration of his electronic equipment?
Too much, dude. That was crazy.
You admire a guy's equipment a little bit too much. You did.
I took a long look at his equipment,
you did.
and it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just good. Let's be honest.
Okay.
It's a lot better than ours.
I think that these microphones sound great.
I think it sounds pretty good. I'm on the road, so I have to be on this headset. I don't know what else to tell you.
What do you think he is? He's on the road. Technically, he's at home. I mean, why does his setup sound better than yours right now?
Because he has a room that is built specifically to broadcast. And
a cedar room?
He's not in a Motel 6 right now in Fort Lauderdale. That could be the reason why. Stop being a nerd. You know what, Vic? This was worse than Mosier sounds to start the show.
I apologize.
303-504-0925. Back after this. See, you know when I talk about this in the middle of the week and I say, guys, get a look at these lines early before the weekend because this Broncos number is just growing and growing by the day. On the Circa Sportsbook, it's now 6-point favorites for Denver. It was around 4 just a few days ago. So when I say to take a look at the early lines, listen to me. And Circa has the best odds of any sportsbook around. So whether it's that, whether it's the CU game where they were 2.5-point favorites on the road at Kansas, all of that available to you on the Circa Sportsbook. So download the app right now. Tight money line splits, low holds, and amazing customer service. Download the app or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
You admire a guy's equipment a little bit too much. You did.
I took a long look at his
Okay.
equipment. And it,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just good. Let's
Yeah,
be honest.
okay.
It's a lot better than ours.
Everybody shut up and let Marvin sing. Yeah, sing it, Marvin. One of the best voices ever. Stronger and stronger.
Dude, I'm telling you, man.
When I get that feeling.
I took a long look at his
Okay.
equipment. And it,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just good.
I mean, it's just good. All right. Before
Hey, can
It
we
just ticks
acknowledge,
me
though?
off. Do you know how much money I've invested in my home studio? The amount of money I've put into this thing? You guys know.
I think
you've
you
been
sound really, really good, Vic. I don't know. I mean, Adelio hooked it up. He did a good job. I think you sound really good. I also want to acknowledge how good Marvin Gaye sounds.
Marvin
All
Gaye
these
is
years
just the best.
later.
Just the best.
Marvin Gaye was so brilliant. Man, he met a tragic end at the hands of his father. That sucks. God, he was so good, Brett. So good.
Okay, so listen, before we get back to the Avs, can I just share a personal story for 2 minutes that I think you guys will enjoy? So I went out, and it was nice enough yesterday. I actually played at City Park for the first time. It was a little chilly to start.
I have not played the new version of
Very
City
cool.
Park.
Very cool. I loved it. Great course. But I witnessed something that have you ever seen somebody? And this had to be this guy's like first time trying this out. But I don't know what it is about colder golf where people don't use carts as much. Whole bunch of people walking out there. Whole bunch. And this guy had the cart that had the remote control. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Had one of
I've
those.
seen those, yeah.
I watched this man drive that thing into 2 bunkers. Twice. We're watching him. We're going, that's going in the bunker. Does he know it? And it's like he's just walking with it behind him, and he's not paying attention. And twice, and this guy was an older guy. He probably is in his mid-70s, and I go, somebody should help him. It's not going to be me, though.
Yeah, I didn't understand. If you have the carrier, just push it. Why do you need a remote control with it?
I don't get that either. But 2 different times, that guy just dunked one right into a bunker. Anyway, Avs yesterday. Look, this is the kind of game that I think can push a little bit more confidence into Georgiev. The fact that he had a lot of days off, came back and had a game like that where, let's be honest, Moj, if you didn't get good goaltending, you're losing that game. And if this is, in the month of October, early in the season, Georgiev, that game could have been 5-6 goals, right? At least. Because they were not very good in their defensive end on multiple occasions. This was Jared Bednar after the game when he was talking about just some overall thoughts.
I like some of the things we did in the first period. There was things in every period that I didn't like. It was, like I said, it wasn't perfect. But there was things that we had talked about in the pregame that we saw flashes of in the first period. We got more consistent with it in the second period. 10 minutes into the second period, I felt like we were starting to grasp what we wanted to do, and we were getting more efficient at it, and it turned out to be a really good period for us with a couple big saves mixed in.
Need to be better in your defensive end and not giving up that good of looks. But you know what? Georgiev bailed you out last night. He did.
He really, really did. It was his best game in a long, long time. I thought he was brilliant last night. I guess I would be concerned, and again, they'll practice today. I would be concerned about the defensive lapses that are so huge. Guys getting behind guys, I don't want to just say lack of awareness, but miscommunication.
Like that
with veteran
goal,
guys
the goal they scored where you had one
Correct.
chance on one end and then all of a sudden the dude just skates open.
Well, and the crazy part about it is it was Pierre-Luc Dubois who skated the puck into the neutral zone, got to the red line, and dumped it in. And he had 2 guys with him, and both guys essentially peeled off of him to cruise into sort of no man's land and watch the puck. And I'm like, okay, it's not like one guy didn't know the other guy was there. They could both see each other or feel each other, but the pass got through. Either if you're going to peel away from the guy, talking about Dubois, you can't let the pass get through. Or, one guy denies the pass and one guy takes the man, or you both take the man. I mean, put it this way. What happened is the one thing that can't happen in that whole play, and then the puck is in the back of the net. And it was a tough one to give up, but there were many other times, too, where, again, McMichael, who is off to a phenomenal start this year, he had 2 breakaway opportunities on the same shift. I mean, if you think you give up one to that guy who hit you for 2 goals last Friday in Denver, you're like, let's not let that happen again. And then it happens again. Georgiev himself just said, screw this, and he came out with an awesome poke check, perfect timing to deny. But nonetheless, Brett, where the Avs have saved his bacon in the past by scoring 6 or 5, whatever.
Right.
He saved their bacon last night with some very, very big saves. Very big.
Like, rose to the occasion. Like, you got the feel that that's what the game was going to be. And you're going to have him make a few saves, and he did last night. And good on him. The other thing here, we talked with CU earlier about the Juju commitment yesterday, Juju Lewis. They also have a massive game against a team that's beaten 2 of the best teams in the conference for consecutive weeks. And you would think, what is Kansas at? Is it 4 wins now on the year, I think?
This is the game. This game right here, because Kansas is still, they want a bowl-eligible opportunity. They're playing for a lot. They want to prove something. This is such a big game. I think this is the toughest game they have left till the CFP.
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be. Kansas. We had Danny Cannella on yesterday. He said it perfect. He's like they've gone into full spoiler mode. They really have, and they're playing good football. Brett, you're the one who warned us about the Jayhawks. What game was it where you like? I'm like, I guess it was the Iowa State game. I'm like, they're going to lose that game, and you're like, nah, I don't know about that motion. I'm like, I can't see them winning that. Well, they sure as heck did at home, and they put 45 on an Iowa State team that had been fairly stingy. So, yeah, they've got something to prove here.
Well, here's the thing about them. They are they can make a game a slog. Like, they really can. They can slow things down and try and grind you out. Jalen Daniels, their quarterback, pretty good runner. Their running back is also somebody that, he's your bell cow. Devin Neal is a guy, they don't really split carries all that much. It's either Jalen Daniels running the football or it's Neal. That's why I got some confidence in CU, actually. CU was pretty damn good at stopping the run defensively. And so if they can do that, I think they can control this game, because I just think CU has too much firepower to lose. Not to say this is going to be easy or anything like that. I don't think it's going to be easy. But the way that CU scores, which can be a 3-play, 80-yard drive, is just something that Kansas can't do.
What CU cannot do in this game, and they've done it a couple times, it looks like they're about to just wreck them, and then they start playing with their food, and they lose focus.
Yep.
And they allow teams to stay in the game, right? Cannot do that. Cannot afford that. If you're going to wreck them, wreck them.
As far as big play, explosive opportunities, Kansas cannot hang with that. If CU has 4 or 5 of those 30, 40-yard plays where it's a deep ball to Shepard or Hunter or Wester or whoever, I just don't think they're going to be able to hang around. But if they turn this game into like, hey, Shedeur throws a pick here, and they have a couple 3-and-outs in a row, and they control time of possession, Kansas does, that's where you run into trouble.
Well, last week when he threw a pick on the first play of the game, I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't. I mean, obviously, it didn't end up hurting them, but the Buffaloes are a team, and this is what probably scares opposing coaches and especially defensive coordinators. You just said it. This is a team that all of a sudden, I mean, in 2 plays, they can be in your end zone. You're like, oh, what the hell just happened, right? It's not one of these, let's march it down the field and da-da-da-da-da. It's shapow, shapow, pow, pow. And they can sort of outscore their problems. And if you're any team, you probably want to, Vic, you want to slog it out. You want to get down. You want to get ugly. You want to get dirty and find a way to grind out a victory. Because when I look at the Buffaloes and I look at the point totals they've been putting up, 34s and 28s and 48s and 38s and 41s and 49s, they can rack up points on you in a hurry.
This will be the 71st meeting between the Buffs and the Jayhawks, old Big 8 counterparts. This will be the first time at Arrowhead Stadium because they're redoing their stadium in Lawrence. And from what I'm told, there are going to be a lot of people out for this game.
Yeah.
I mean, when I say out, going to this game at Arrowhead. And it is, again, you lose this weekend and then you have no excuse. You have no reason. I think they take care of business, but if you get the big lead, hold the big lead. Well, that's all I'm saying.
That's the thing. Like, do you know what's never happened to Kansas this year that CU, I think, with their firepower has the opportunity to do? Crush them. Kansas is just, they're a cockroach, man. They will hang with you to the end of the game, and they'll be like, hey, if you make a mistake, then we're going to capitalize on it sort of thing. They have not been beaten soundly yet this year. Like, they've always had an opportunity at the end of a game to make something happen. If CU can just put the pedal to the metal early, grab like a 14-0 lead, they'll put them in a spot they really haven't been in this year that I don't know how they respond to.
Fellas, I went to Nuggets practice.
Wait. Can I ask you a question about this, Vic, real quick?
By the way, it's going to be 60 on Saturday, tomorrow in Kansas City.
Vic, you're an interesting test case in this. You got 3 kids. One went to CU and loved to go to the football games. Heck, you would get on tables at frat parties and drink beer with them, would you not?
Yes.
Didn't you get crazy?
We never went to the games. We stayed at the frat party.
What do you mean you didn't go to the games?
We never went to the games. We stayed at the frat party.
Well, that's lame. Then you had another kid who went to a school that did not have a football team and glommed onto her Laker boyfriend. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's got to be the black sheep of the family now. No offense, Lexus.
What point are you making
here, Mo? Where are we going?
Well, the little one is now at Kansas, and I'm just curious. I'm curious as to what your attitude is regarding her shunning going to football games as a sports dad.
That was a long-ass question.
That was a long-ass question. As she told me, I go, are you going to the game? She goes, no. KU football sucks. We just go to basketball games. The end.
That's most Kansas students, by the way.
That's
okay. Well, my kid at Cincinnati, I'm proud. She's been to most home games this year.
That's great.
I'm proud of her.
All right, good for you.
Good stuff. Thanks.
Can I play a piece of audio?
Well, I wanted a first-hand account of what's going on at Arrowhead. That's what I wanted. Apparently, we ain't going to get it. We are done with this segment.
So I went to Nuggets practice yesterday, and much to my surprise, Joker was not there. Joker did not practice, and I don't know if Joker's going to play tonight. AG did not practice.
Did he have a baby or what? What's going on here?
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know where it stands. I don't know.
That's a long time to be out. I'm not saying don't take care of your kids. I'm not being that guy. I'm just saying it feels like this is an extended absence.
Yeah, well, we'll find out today when.
Yeah, at the same time, I mean, maybe it's something more serious. I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Yeah,
healthy, happy, and good. I mean, it's none of my business. I just, you hope he's okay.
I honestly don't know the answer. I don't know where it stands. I don't.
Okay.
And they're not open about it because Joker wants this private.
It's personal.
It is very much. So will he play tonight? I have no idea. I know he didn't practice yesterday. I know AG's out tonight. I thought AG had an outside shot at playing tonight. It's not going to be the case. So Luka's out for the Mavericks. AG is definitely out for the Nuggets. Don't know about Joker yet. At this point, I don't know what to think. Then they got to hop on a plane right after the game tonight, and they got the Lakers tomorrow night. So back-to-back. Tough little stretch here without knowing who's going to be available.
I think you
Vlatko, by the way,
just pretend that they're not there, Vic, I guess.
Update on Vlatko, according to Coach Malone, it's not good. He is he's gone for the foreseeable future, according to Coach Malone, and he's got to make a decision, and that decision is probably going to be one of: do I have season-ending surgery, or do I try and work this one out?
Poor guy.
Just horrible luck for Vlatko Čančar. And let me tell you something, Nuggets fans. Let me tell you something. That's a loss that you're going to feel because he was starting to come around, and the spot duty he provides as a big, you're going to miss it. You're going to miss it. It's a loss.
Oh, he without a doubt, I think, was going to be a rotational guy off the bench. God, that sucks. That to be out for a year, work your way back, and it's the same leg, right?
And you think about it, they're already out Deron Holmes, and now they're out Vladko two bigs. They only have 13 players on the roster right now who and again, AG's out, Joker's out. They're out 4 bigs right now. 4 big men. At some point that's going to catch up to you. And I'm not sure what they do about it.
Well, I've said it before. I think you play DJ 8 to 10 minutes a night. I think that's what you got to do. He's on the roster. He's the biggest body you got outside of Jokic. I think he's got to get a few minutes. But
that's a great point, Brett. What does he not do that you can't put him in there for 8 to 10 minutes a night? I mean, he's a big body in the paint. He'll grab you some boards. He's a total pro. I know he's up there in age. I know he's no spring chicken, but why can't you give him some spot duty just to protect Vic?
I'm not sure. It depends on the matchup. Dallas, last time we saw the Dallas Mavericks in town, you remember Kyrie couldn't miss?
Yeah.
And then he finally did miss at the end of the game. So I expect another type of night from Kyrie. Luka's not in there. They're 1-0 without Luka this year.
Would you be okay with seeing a Jokic and Gordonless roster again just to see if they can capitalize on the last game that they played without them?
I'd like to see them back at some point now.
Kind of done with that?
Yeah, I'm good with it. That's over.
Well, not to mention I have this written down on my sheet here. So the tip-off's at 8 o'clock, Nuggets and Mavs, for, in capital letters and parentheses, piping hot NBA Cup action tonight.
Yeah!
Huge, yeah.
So keep that in mind as that tip is 8 o'clock. You can hear it right here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I got Mosher through his headphones because he doesn't like it. I got audio, by the way, that I want to play. And I want to know if you guys been covering sports for a long time. Have you ever seen this before? We'll get to it next. Killing it, Nelly. Killing it. All right, I got some audio, and I want to know if you guys have ever seen something like this happen before. So when you draft somebody really high, you have expectations. Sometimes they live up to it, sometimes they don't. And in the case of the New York Giants, their high-end draft pick quarterback did not. Daniel Jones has now been benched. That experiment is over. Daniel Jones went to the podium yesterday and did this.
All right, wrote something down just to make sure I say it the right way. Let's see. The opportunity to play for the New York Giants was truly a dream come true, and I'm extremely grateful to the Mara and Tisch families for the chance to play here. The Giants are truly a first-class organization, and I have nothing but genuine respect and appreciation for the people who have built it and who helped carry on that tradition. I've met so many special people and created relationships that will truly last a lifetime. Thank you to all my teammates, coaches, and staff that have done so much for me these past 6 years. There have been some great times, but of course, we all wish there had been more of those. I take full responsibility for my part in not bringing more wins. No one wanted to win more games worse than me, and I gave everything I had on the field and in my preparation. Of course, this season has been disappointing for all, and of course, I wish I could have done more. I'm 100% accountable for my part. I did not play well enough consistently enough to help the team get the results.
I pride myself and think of myself as a man of faith.
Yeah. Listen. What is that? Had, could have, was, past tense. He's still on the roster. What is this?
Oh, dude, he's done. He's done. Did you hear what they did in practice? Did you hear what he was doing in practice?
He was playing like scout team safety or something like that.
They had Daniel Jones as their scout team safety. That's a joke, and that's, you know what that is? That's insulting to him. That's stupid. That's just dumb.
What's happening there, though? The guy is doing like
dumb,
a farewell presser. And look, I think that everybody understands that when you make an investment like that and you don't see it, you're probably frustrated. I was uncomfortable for him that he felt the need to apologize for. I don't get it. I don't get this at all. Have you guys seen anything like that?
You mean a goodbye press conference when you're still on the team?
Well, not just that. Yeah, I guess. But it was like he was apologizing for trying hard, but just not being good, which is also weird.
I'm sorry, I know good. I try hard.
Yeah. Have you guys ever seen that before? From a player, especially.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, Vic, his career in New York is over. We all know that. He knows that. I find it insulting that they put him as a scout team safety. I find that to be abhorrent. That's just like you're punishing him for what? You don't need Daniel Jones to play scout team safety. Are you trying to make a point? Yeah. What are you trying to do? That's little league crap.
Well, both New York franchises are a complete joke.
I've seen head coaches have farewell pressers after they're fired, which is rare, but it's happened before. It's week 12. He's on the roster. What do you do from here?
What if you still need him?
Yeah, exactly.
What if the other guys get hurt and he needs to play again?
What if Tommy DeVito goes down and then Drew Lock gets concussed in a game? Like Daniel Jones is going to play.
All right, so let me get this straight. So Daniel Jones basically told the world he's done. Drew Lock told the world, I don't know why they passed me over and went to DeVito.
Uh-huh.
DeVito's ready to...
and DeVito said this.
Oh!
I'm throwing here. Hey.
So if DeVito gets hurt on the first play of the game, then what?
I don't know.
I think they would go to their practice squad quarterback, which is Miami Dolphins legend Tim Boyle.
Or maybe they take the guy who plays safety and they put him at quarterback now and they just switch Daniel Jones around. Think about this for a second. Think about if a world existed in which Sean Payton went out and said, you know what? Bo Nix isn't good enough. We're going to start Zach Wilson. And so you have a pouty Jarrett Stidham because he got skipped over on the depth chart. And then Bo Nix has an apology that he reads off a piece of paper to the media and says, I tried my best, but it wasn't good enough.
That would be funny if they ran joint press conferences and you had Daniel Jones apologizing. All right, let's go over to DeVito.
Like Super Bowl media day?
Exactly. Back and forth.
Yeah. I don't know what these guys are
There's
crying
wine
about.
flowing.
I don't know what these guys are crying about. Life's great. I mean, everybody's all sad around here. You're going to see the boy play. Hey, oh. Just weird. But the Broncos aren't in that situation because Bo Nix is actually playing really well. And I'm fully expecting that to continue against the Raiders. The Raiders' defense is about as bad as what the Falcons was last week. So the big stat going into last week was the Falcons only had 9 sacks as a team on the year. 9. For reference, the Broncos have 39, lead the NFL. 9 sacks on the year. The Raiders have 19. It's not like they're much better.
Where's Crosby? Crosby's not having the year that he had hoped.
I almost wonder, are they so bad up front that teams are just like, I'll throw 3 people on Max and dare somebody else to make a play? Because that's what it feels like. Max Crosby isn't a worse football player today than he was last year. So that's got to be what's happening. By the way, I just sent you audio, Nelly. So Dolphins Raiders last week, Max Crosby jumped off sides. It was like one of those 4th and short, hard count things, trying to get him to jump. And they had Mike McDaniel mic'd up. Listen to what happens afterwards.
Max Crosby.
Neutral zone infraction. Defense, number 98.
Hey, we didn't have a play called, Max. We didn't have a play called, Max. We didn't have a play called. LOL.
Wait, who's that?
That's Mike McDaniel.
That's Mike McDaniel.
He's chirping Max Crosby for jumping off
That's
sides.
the head coach of the Miami Dolphins chirping Max Crosby. Yes.
Just basically saying, we didn't even have a play called and you jumped offside. And then to say LOL is weird, too. Like he's texting
Hey, we didn't have a play called, Max. We didn't have a play called, Max. We didn't have a play called. LOL.
I don't think that anybody on earth is happier that Tua's playing quarterback than Mike McDaniel, by the way. Because he had to be in hell. Did you notice there weren't the funny Mike McDaniel videos all year this year? And now we're starting to get them because the Dolphins won a couple of games because Tua's back playing quarterback again?
Well, Tua makes a difference, dude. We talked to Robert Mays a little bit earlier. He says, but I don't think they can catch him. I don't know, man. If they get rolling with Tua, that can be a scary situation. I'll believe it when I see it, but I'm just always keeping an eye out for it. Head coaches don't chirp players that often, do they?
Jerks do. Now, I don't know if Mike McDaniel's a jerk, but Sirianni would, and it would drive me nuts, but for some reason I find that lovable with McDaniel.
I'm thinking to myself, when was the last time you saw a head coach chirp an opposing player, unless the player was in your on your sideline being a jerk and maybe you give him a little chirp. Coaches usually rise above all that stuff. I don't know what Mike was thinking there. It seems a little punkish to me. Maybe I'm just getting to be an old guy, man. Putting Danny Pennies at scout team safety seems petty to me. It seems ridiculous. And then McDaniel chirping Max Crosby seems a little silly.
But the best part, or I won't say the best part, a lot of good stuff about that video, but what I like is the video shows Max Crosby's reaction. And when McDaniel's chirping him, he just kind of does one of these where you turn your lips down and make the not bad face. He just kind of goes, okay. And he nods slowly. Like, you got me this time. Attaboy, Mike. I mean, game recognized game.
Max is also probably thinking I would eat him because McDaniel's like 5'2". By the way, Mose, you're very upset with the way that people are treating Daniel Jones, and you just called him Danny Pennies, which is insulting.
Danny Dimes, whatever. Danny Pennies is his nickname when he started to play bad football. I know. I get it.
So there is always at this portion of the year, and thank God, you know what I'm most happy about this football season with the Denver Broncos? You know what we've never said one time? Once. And we're on week 12. Did you guys check out the latest mock draft?
Oh, thank God.
Haven't said that once because the Broncos are good enough to where you aren't caring about what happens in the offseason yet. But a team that is caring about that is the one that you're playing on Sunday. And a very basic question here, and we've asked it a little bit earlier in the week, but I want to get back to this because I think I know the answer.
What's the question?
Mark Davis, there's a video of him in his suite last week. He was pissed during that game. Do you think he wants to lose? Does the owner of a football team want his team to actively lose now? And would he actually be more upset with a W than an L?
If they want Shedeur Sanders, they want him to. Yes. If you want Shedeur Sanders, you want to lose. Yes.
That's something you can never say publicly, Brett. But if I was the owner of a 2-8 football team, I would want to be 2-15. Yes.
We'll get to that in a couple of minutes. Stick around.
Oh.
9 teams in the NFL have 3 or fewer wins, so either 2 or 3, which means all of these teams, how many of those that I've just mentioned do you think are looking for a quarterback at the end of the year in the draft? Carolina?
Yeah.
Dallas?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
I think they. Brett, that's a tough one. Mm-hmm. They probably aren't, but they sure as hell should be. They really should. They should never have given Dak that contract.
Cleveland?
It was not a good move.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jets?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. The owner wanted Rodgers benched after the Broncos lost in Week 4. I think they're probably going to be on the prowl. The Patriots, no, because they have Drake May. Mm-hmm. Titans?
Yes.
I don't know.
Are they still attached to Levis in any way? That's the question. The Raiders?
I don't think so.
Raiders, yes.
Raiders, yes.
Giants?
Yes.
Yes.
And then Jags, which I think is probably a no.
They just gave
the money to Trevor.
Contract. Yeah.
So we're talking, 5 or 6 of those teams that are battling for the number 1 overall draft pick trying to look for a quarterback. That's a lot. That's a lot of people in the logjam. What's up?
Week 16 game against the Chargers has been flexed to Thursday night. Broncos, Chargers.
I like it.
Thursday night, December 19th.
Is that home or road?
That's on the road. Remember, the Chargers already played here.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So December 19th. Let's take a look at that. Gosh darn it, the Nuggets play the Blazers that night? What are we doing?
Hold on. Let me check. I don't care about your situation. Let me check my situation.
What are you doing, sports? Why is sports doing this? Why?
Crap. I'm on the road in San Jose that night. What are we doing? Why are we doing this?
Let me check my schedule. I'm going to be on my couch that night. That's great. How awesome for me.
Wait, hold on a second. So the Nuggets are playing who?
The Blazers in Portland.
Okay. And we're on the road at San Jose, and that game's a 10:30 puck drop.
So
Eastern.
You mean to tell me
so
the
8:30
Avs,
Denver time.
So the Avs, the Nuggets, and the Broncos all play that night?
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
What are we doing? Seriously.
Nobody's going to be watching me or you, Vic. Nobody's going to be watching us.
Obviously. Whoever came up with this, you're dumb. You're dumb people.
Hey, you know what that means? It means your team's good. So that's nice. If you're getting flexed into a primetime game, you're good. And that's a good feeling to have. Now, I brought up those teams that have won 2 or 3 games this year and who's looking for quarterbacks, specifically with the question of, do you think Mark Davis do you think he wants to lose this week? And I think he does.
I would. If I was the owner of any of those clubs, you can't win without a quarterback. You can't. Not in today's day and age. Too much emphasis is placed on it. You can have great defenses. There's no doubt about it. But you've got to have a quarterback, and they all need one. And so if it's me, you never want to come out publicly and admit it, and maybe Mark Davis was really sketchy and unhappy and angry last weekend in their loss. But I would just look at it as a blessing in disguise and say, we're going to get ourselves a quarterback if we continue to lose like this. 2-15, here we come.
So I was looking at the CBS mock draft from yesterday, and I just wanted to see kind of how they had this thing stacking up. So they have 2 quarterbacks going in the first round, and funny enough, they have Cam Ward being the first one. Cam Ward at 3rd overall, and then Shedeur at 4. Now, in this, they have Cam Ward going to Cleveland and Shedeur going to the Giants. But either way, if you're the Raiders, you want to get in that mix because Gardner Minshew, Aiden O'Connell, Desmond Ridder is pretty bad. It's a bad room where I don't even know what you do. If you don't get one of these top-end picks with a quarterback next year, then what the hell do you do? I think they want to lose. The problem is this. When an owner wants to lose, and this whole idea of tanking in the NFL, which I think it's borderline impossible. Because those players aren't going to tank.
Physical sport. I mean, and players are always playing for something.
But the difference is, I think there's a way you can move the chess pieces enough to kind of try and tank, but that requires one thing. Your coach has to have job security, doesn't he? If Antonio Pierce's job is on the line, he's not tanking for anything. Why would he?
That's correct.
So you have to know that you're secure going into the following season if you even want to attempt to do something like this, which I don't know how Mark Davis feels about Antonio Pierce. Because he had the interim job last year that turned into the permanent
job.
That.
Yeah, I'm not inside on any of that, but when has an owner ever gone to his coach and said, you know what, or I'm sure it's happened? But
well, you can remove chess pieces. All you have to do is remove chess pieces. You don't get this guy.
I suppose.
Well, this guy, we're going to shut him down.
Mm-hmm. Because what happened, was it 2 years ago with the Texans? Wasn't Lovie Smith the coach at the time? And they had it set up to get the number 1 overall pick going into last week. And Lovie Smith basically threw middle fingers at ownership, said, oh, you want to fire me? Well, watch me win this last game and get you out of that number 1 pick. And look, it worked for him because they got C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young went number 1 to Carolina. But I still remember that. He's like, oh, you want to tank and you want to fire me? Really? How about this? How about a dub at the very end of the year? So you have to be on the same page with your coach. But I
big time win.
The closer we've gotten this game, Moj, the more I feel like I'm turning into you. I'm feeling pretty fearless about the game this weekend. And it's a little uncomfortable. Because I felt this against the Saints. I felt this against the Panthers. But this is a divisional rival that you haven't won at their home stadium yet. And I feel like maybe I'm a little too high on my own supply right now.
No, you're not. Denver Broncos, I would just ask you a question. I'd just make a statement. Look what you've done to me, Denver Broncos. Do you realize, this is a question now, do you realize what you've done to me? Do you realize how absolutely joyous I feel about you playing against the Raiders this weekend? Do you realize that my level of optimism about your ability to go into that black bird nest and win a game? Do you realize how high my optimism reaches?
I
probably don't, but I'm telling you right now, you've done this to me, Denver Broncos, and for that, I thank you.
Okay, give me a pie chart here, Moj. You're uber confident. You think that they're going to win. You have no doubts about that. It's just a matter of how much. Okay, here's 100%. The pie chart. What percentage of that is based on the Raiders suck? What percentage is based on the offense improving? What percentage is based off of the Broncos defense being elite?
Well, coming off the game that Bo Nix just had against a very porous defense, how could you not say that that's probably 60% of it? That's what it is for me anyway. I mean, if you're talking about because I believe in the Broncos and I think the Raiders suck, probably 60-40. Probably because, again, any given team on any given Sunday can bite you in the butt, especially if you put the ball on the ground. But all things being equal, if you play your game and coming off the way that they just played and the way that Bo Nix just played, your AFC Player of the Week, I feel incredibly confident. I'll say 60-40, 65-35. How's that?
Is it weird, Vic, to say that even though I saw a really good offensive game last week and I feel like it's gotten better, much better since the beginning of the season, I'm still not super confident that the offense is going to translate week over week?
Hey, you know my reaction to this. I'm the opposite of Mosier when it comes to this. Do I expect the Broncos to win in Vegas? Yes. Would I be surprised if the Broncos lost? No. It's the NFL. Cleveland just beat Pittsburgh.
Hang on. Go back to my question, though, for a second. I'm still not super confident that the offense I saw last week is just going to be there again this week, is what I'm saying. The defense will.
Sure, they made it look so easy last week. It was so easy, right? Everything worked. Everything was perfect. So to expect that again, are you kidding me? I mean, that's never going to happen. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen that easily. You're going to have issues.
Even with the opponent, I wouldn't be surprised if the offense came out and looked clunky this week. I'm not expecting it to, but it just wouldn't surprise me because they're still figuring things out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, see, Mosier rides this wave. He gets emotional. Oh, my God, it's a must-win. You have to win. Obviously, it's a must-win. Do I think that it's a guaranteed win? No, it's never a guaranteed win. Mosier, look at their record against the Raiders the last 4 years, 5 years. They've won one game in 5 years. What makes you think that suddenly you could puff your chest out and call your shot?
Because these are the defenses that give up the most points in a game this year. Number 1, Carolina Panthers. Is that a good football team? No, they stink. The Dallas Cowboys, 29.3 points per game. Is that a good football team? No, they stink. Haven't won at home. Jacksonville Jaguars, 28.7. Is that a good football team? They stink. And then right there at number 4 come the Las Vegas Raiders at 28.5 points per game they give up.
I agree.
Stink.
I agree.
They're
the Broncos
crap.
should win this game. There's no
Well, then
doubt
have a
about
little
it.
faith. Then have a little faith, Vic. Have a little faith in a Bo Nix who's coming off a 4-touch game, incredibly efficient. He just did something no rookie has ever done in the history of the National Football League. Well, then tell me you won't be surprised if the Broncos lose. You will be surprised.
I do
You
have
think they're
faith
going to win, but you. Well, I tell you, let me put it this way. I'll even go further than that. If the Broncos lose, I'd be shocked, not surprised, blown away, shocked if they lose this game.
I wouldn't.
I agree with him.
That's fine. Nothing surprises me in this league anymore.
Yeah, but Vic, I mean, we've talked about this before. If you wouldn't be shocked that the Broncos lose this game, then you don't think the Broncos are very good.
You're not living in reality.
Not necessarily.
You're just not living in. You're not living in the reality of where we are now in the National Football League.
We just disagree on
We don't
this.
disagree. You're delusional.
Okay, I'm going to give a little more faith to the league. And again, there were a lot of people that probably thought that Pittsburgh was going to waltz into Cleveland last night and win, and that didn't happen.
Okay, would you be
Things
shocked
happen.
if the Chiefs lost to Carolina on the road this week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be.
What's the difference? If it's to the NFL any given Sunday sort of thing.
The Chiefs are at a level where they've been known to finish. And the Broncos, again, we're not going to get what we got last week every week. You're going to have ebb and flow. You're going to have that. And that's fine. That's part of the development, man. The Broncos will win. Yeah, I think the Broncos will win. Am I going to pull my hair out and throw a hissy fit if they lose like Mosier's setting up?
I will.
It's the NFL.
I will.
Well, I put it this way, Vic. The defense, their defense doesn't give up a ton of. I mean, in terms of total yards, it's not a billion per game. Mm-hmm. But every time a team gets an opportunity, it seems to score on the Vegas Raiders.
Yeah.
And something has happened to you as the show has gone on. Brett, have you noticed this? It's like his D batteries are wearing out. Have you noticed that?
Oh yeah.
Have we just worn him down through the? Have we just worn him down for the course of the last 2.5 hours, or am I misinterpreting his vibe right now?
Okay, is this like some sort of Mandela effect or something like that, or whatever they call it? These were a thing, right? Rechargeable batteries were a thing, weren't they?
They still are.
Mm-hmm. Do people actually still recharge batteries? I'm talking about like AA's and stuff like that, not like something you put in your lawnmower or something like. Of course, you do that, but like, do people take Duracells or Energizers, whatever they are, and put them in a recharging port?
You can, yeah, sure. Why
no,
not?
but do people still do it? I don't know anybody who still does it. I remember the batteries that you push both sides, and it shows you how much life is left in them. You remember those?
The only way to test your batteries
I remember
is to
that.
stick your tongue on it. That's just the way it works.
What is that?
That's a 9-volt, bro. You don't do that to a D battery. I'll tell you what, Vic. Why don't you take a picture of you sucking on a D battery and send it to me, and let me know how it tastes.
The only way to test your Tesla battery, stick your tongue on it.
Come on, man.
Wait, what is the test here? I've never done this. I barely have ever used a 9-volt in my life. Okay.
Wait, you've never tested a 9-volt with your tongue?
You've never touched a 9-volt with your tongue?
What the hell's wrong with you, dude?
Oh my
does it
God!
do?
Get one of those remotes. Well, no, those remotes probably have AAA's in them.
Yeah, those aren't 9 volts.
Nelly, give him a 9-volt right now.
Oh my God,
Nelly, find a 9-volt.
What does it do?
Do you have a 9-volt?
It just
tastes a little.
Gives you a little
tastes
kiss.
a little tinny. That's all.
Okay, but does it only taste tinny when it's like juiced up?
When it's good, yeah. Which is why
so
you
when
really
it's dead, you don't.
Yeah. Nelly, in fact, we got to get the break here soon. I was going to say, run down to Jason's office. He's got to have
it's
a
okay.
9-volt
We don't
got to
do it.
Oh, no, you have to do it now.
No,
Oh,
you have to do this. This is important.
I want that all over your tongue.
Texture says if you drop a battery and it bounces, it's dead. If it doesn't, it's still good. Oh, really? Well, let's try that out.
Huh? Never heard of that.
Hang on, let's see. Take the camera here. Hold on. We're going to see if this bounces. Okay. I get this the right angle. Here it comes. I mean, by your logic, that looks like a pretty dead battery, but this remote still works.
All right, now chew on that and let's see if see if you can feel anything.
Yeah. Hang on. No, I'm not doing that. Disgusting. All right.
Just promise me one thing.
Yeah.
You'll go find a 9-volt during this break, and you'll bring it back to the studio for the next segment, please.
No promises.
Please.
No promises.
Nelly, would you help us out, please?
I'll put in a call to Duracell. I'll see what we can do.
Thanks, buddy.
All right. When we return, Danny Cannell said something yesterday that I so 1,000% agree with, and he took a little victory lap, and he should. We'll get to it next. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Dave's Hot Chicken is now in Highlands Ranch. Stop by today for the grand opening, and you have a chance to eat hot chicken that will blow your mind. Try the Reaper if you dare. I did that once. If you dare. If you dare. Or just enjoy a delicious sandwich or chicken strips. However you choose to do it, you won't be disappointed. It's open today off Lucent Boulevard and Mayberry Drive in Highlands Ranch. It's Dave's Hot Chicken. All right, so yesterday we talked to Danny Cannell. A little bit about, well, a lot about CU and Prime and all that stuff, but something else too. I remember having this discussion and seeing people talk about this. And in college football, people are very protective of it because it's changed so much from what people grew up watching. And so we're all sort of making an adjustment. But I thought from the very beginning, when people would argue something like a 12-team playoff would diminish the regular season and what makes college football so great is if you lose one game, then maybe you're out of the hunt. And I said, in every other sport, why don't you want more teams feeling like they have a chance and people focused on a bigger pool than just 3 or 4 teams every year? Like, what would be the harm in 30 teams right now all feeling like I still got a shot at winning a title? And I think it's worked great. Here's Danny Cannell yesterday talking about that.
So as far as diminishing the regular season, find me one game that felt like it didn't matter. You really can't.
So right.
All these games, rivalries, college football passion, keep them mattering. And I would argue that the month of November has been more entertaining than it's been in the past 20 years because of teams that are still in the mix. This Colorado Kansas game, I don't know how much that would be talked about, but because what's of its stake in a playoff spot potentially in a Big 12 championship, like if they're a 2-loss team, they're not making the 4-team playoff. So it's still be an entertaining game, but it doesn't hold the same weight that it does now.
That's the exact right point. Like, we are super focused on CU Kansas this weekend. And we still would be had it been still a 14 playoff, but not nearly as intently, not nearly as focused.
100%. And you know what he also said? You're totally right, Brett, and Danny Cannell is totally right. He also said he's got friends inside of college football who say, you know, it was just better when you had the BCS, or you just had the 2 teams that are voted on play for the title. And you know what that feels like now to me? And Vic, don't get mad. Please don't get mad. I'm begging you and your grumpiness, don't get mad. It feels like, fire, good, grog like milk. You know, it feels like total caveman crap now compared to what we got cooking. It feels like these people are absolute Neanderthals, who, by the way, weren't as dumb as you think they are. They're a pretty sophisticated form of Homo sapien. Fact of the matter is that it just feels so barbaric to think back to, like, 2-team vote and national
I know
champion.
what changed.
Now you get to play all this stuff off, and this Colorado Kansas game means everything in the world to people who are Colorado fans.
I can tell you what changed. I can tell you exactly what's changed, what's different now. The very reason why people are so open to allowing more teams into the CFP and letting it become a tournament, just let it go, is this. Years ago, every time you brought up, hey, let's play more games, the number one reason why they didn't want to was, well, we can't put that kind of stress on our student athletes. These are students first. Final exams are coming up, for crying out loud. These are amateur student athletes. We can't put that kind of stress on them. That was the word.
Wink.
You know it as well as I do. That was the retort. Can't do that.
Well, that was code for something else. It was code for, if we force them to play 3 more games in a season, how do we justify the same amount of pay, which is just a scholarship? That's another part.
Not really. It was an amateur athletics thing, and they didn't want to put any more stress on the athlete, and that was the reason that we got for years. That was the very reason. You can't add another game. You can't do this. These guys have to go to school. They're students. Well, that's out the window. We all know this. It's a business now. It has nothing. You can call them student athletes, and I think it's hilarious that we do, and some are, but ain't nothing close. This is a business. This is football. This is another version of professional football. This is what it is now.
See, but
you want to play more games? Let's go.
I think about this at the end of the day, it's about keeping the interest of the majority of people that or the most people that you can. Like, I couldn't imagine if the NFL, just for argument's sake, if the NFL went to a BCS model. Sports toast. toast. Because guess what you're doing right now if you're a Broncos fan? Well, we got no shot. You can't deny that your level of interest in the Broncos season, if this was a 4-team playoff or a BCS model, is in the tank right now as compared to what it is when you're the 7th seed in a conference, because you still got a shot at a championship.
Again, but you can add more games. Like, they're playing games on December 20th, which was unheard of. And then another game after that. And then another game after that. They're playing more games now because they can, because they have the financial ramifications to do so, the wherewithal financially to do so. It's a different sport than it was even 10 years ago. 10 years ago, these were student athletes. They're not anymore.
Well, I guess what I was saying to that point was you can't ask an employee, is what I'll say for now. You can't ask somebody to do, 25% more work for the same pay. They'll get pissed, and they should rightfully get pissed at that. I mean,
But they didn't get paid for years. I mean, it was a scholarship. That's all they got.
But that's the payment. That's the payment, right? So if you're asking them to do more, then all of a sudden that becomes a bigger issue. If Kevin walked in here right now and said, Vic, the 3 hours you're doing every morning is now 5, but we're going to pay you the same, what would you tell him? Tell him kick rocks, right? I'm not doing that if you aren't paying me more. That's what they were asking the athletes, but now that they're getting paid at least something, it makes it way more palatable. You'd have a mutiny on your hands.
This is not going to happen. But you realize that the Army Black Knights are number 19 in the country, and they're 9-0. What if they, at Yankee Stadium this weekend, what if they knocked off the number 6 Irish? Would that, as a 9-2 football team, would that? What are we doing? Would that doom Notre Dame's chances of a national playoff? Would it doom them? I think it absolutely would. So that's why this game.
Forget that, Moshe. That might push Army as the non-Power 5 team. Maybe they would jump Boise State, and they would become the representative of the non-Power 5 in the playoff.
And don't let the SEC honks and the Big Ten honks fool you either. They're getting more teams in. And for the longest time, you had SEC people. Well, it's not fair because we have, this team. Yeah, we have this team that's whatever it is, ranked 7th in the country, but they can't get in because you already have 2 SEC teams in. Well, now they get in. All right, now they can play their way all the way to the top. They can do what they say they could do, is make a run. Hey, we beat them in the regular season. We can beat them now, and blah blah blah. All this kind. It's better for everybody. Is it the best thing you can think of? No, but it's the best thing you can think of yet. Yes, it is.
By the way, I asked this question, I think, a few weeks ago, and you guys had an immediate answer. If I ask this now, would it be more shocking if CU loses to Kansas or the Broncos lose to the Raiders?
Broncos to the Raiders.
Yeah.
But anything can happen. It's a divisional game. Divisional football.
See, this is where I'm starting to question my own Mosier-ness. Right now.
Yeah, you guys see. Don't go full Mosier. Don't do this, because we've seen this on this show where he gets so ridiculously arrogant about games, full of himself about games, and then forgets to understand what these are.
See, forget the Broncos. I'm feeling incredibly confident about the Buffs too. Like really confident. I don't care that it's like a 2.5 point spread. I'm like really confident.
Why are you talking like this? Why are you talking so low? Like that?
Because sometimes when I say things out loud, it sounds different. So if I whisper it, it might sound better in my head.
You're not really whispering. You're just kind of talking like this.
Can I read a text?
No.
What if we said no? I said no? You gonna read it anyway?
Yeah.
I'll just read it to myself because I think this is
okay. Then text. You go right ahead and do that.
I think it's
Please
great.
Do.
I think it adds a layer to our conversation that, again, our texters, our listeners, sometimes take our conversations to that extra level that they need to go.
Okay, we'll have that
and
conversation.
Frankly, I'm bored with your voice. Chris writes in. I'm a college sports fan, but I see a growing risk that this all collapses on itself. If athletes don't even need to go to class and they're just professional athletes hired to play, why is there any connection to college at all? I think there will definitely be increasingly more pushback, especially at public universities, to explain why this system makes sense and it will be increasingly hard to justify. Great point, Chris. Why? At the end of the day, does a college need to have a college football program to justify, to exist? Like, I think what's going to happen, and you make a great point, you're going to have a few colleges that say, we're done. We can't do this. We can't compete. And when I say can't compete, there's going to be a small pool of teams that can spend the money, communities that can spend the money to compete in this little pool, and then everybody else is going to compete for something else. There's no way that 150 teams can live in the same swimming pool. There's no way.
No, there's not.
Okay,
that's
that's fine.
really
That's
isn't.
fine.
You're
but
right.
hang on. I'll tell you exactly why this isn't going to collapse on itself. The entire reason why college football makes the amount of money it does is because you have an ingrained fan base to the college. Okay? You don't care about the players at the college all that much. Like, yeah, you care about Shador now. You won't next year. The reason why college football
You're married to the college.
If these guys in college want to cast off and create their own professional sports rank, you aren't a St. Louis Battlehawks fan, okay?
Yeah,
you're a Notre Dame
right.
fan.
Correct. If CU said, we're going to form the Boulder Buffaloes, we're going to divorce ourselves from CU football.
And they have no connection to CU
Nobody
anymore.
cares.
Nobody.
Yeah, nobody would care. They care about CU. They care about CSU. They care about the school itself. But what I'm saying is, what if your school cannot afford to play those games anymore? That's going to come up.
That's a great question. Hang on, Vic. Remember when I played the Daniel Jones audio where it sounded like he was doing a farewell presser? The Giants just released him.
They did?
They just released Daniel Jones, according to Schefter.
Wow. And by the way,
no
let
more
me go
safety.
back and reiterate.
They're down to safety.
When you put your essentially starting quarterback out there as a safety on the practice squad, the scout team, you're a jerk. Dable's a jerk. Maybe Danny Jones maybe he was a jerk too. Maybe he was. I don't know, and he made life rough. But you simply tuck him away and you tell him don't come out to the field. You don't put him as a scout team safety as punishment to embarrass him. So it's a really a-hole move by the New York Giants, and maybe he is being a jerk himself. Perhaps he is. I don't know. But he's gone from there. I don't like anything about this. I don't like it at all.
This, shout out to Daniel Jones. This was incredibly smart. So he gets the opportunity to step in front of a microphone, and he does that. And we're all like, dude, that's really weird. He's still on the team. So the statement here from John Mara, the owner of the president of the Giants. Daniel came to see me this morning and asked if we would release him. We mutually agreed that it would be best for him and for the team. This was all orchestrated by Daniel Jones, and that's incredibly smart. I'm not going to hang out here. Pay me my money and let me get the hell out. And I'm going to make it as uncomfortable as possible because we played that audio earlier. That was uncomfortable. Incredibly. So he goes, let me put out a statement, and then I'm going to walk up and be like, I want out now. And Daniel Jones doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would cause a real stink within a locker room, right? Doesn't strike me as that. But this is smart on his part. Now, I don't know what the hell happens now. I don't know if anybody picks him up before the end of the season or what. But
it counts as money.
Yeah.
That's
By
wild.
the way, hey, Nelly, apparently somebody's at the door with a 9-volt. So if if you want to go grab it real quick.
Go do it,
Would you
Nelly.
go grab it real quick, Nelly, please? We'll stall while you're out of the studio.
All right. If this is a setup, gentlemen, I just want to let you know it's been an honor playing with you tonight.
I think it's a real dude. I think so. This is important. Vic, here's what I'm about, and I know you like to learn too. I've known you for a long, almost 30 years. You're a learner. I mean, you got good grades at school. You did that, and you're always one up for a good experiment. Are you not?
Yes.
You like a good experiment, do you not?
Live on a radio show? The best.
Yeah, okay, so this is good. This is a positive thing. As Nelly makes his way to the front of the building and gets a 9-volt battery from some random dude, who knows if it's
0185 says, come grab the damn battery. All right, great, we got it.
Somebody drove all the way here to drop off a battery?
This is important.
Well, no, somebody had one on them, and they were real close to the radio studio.
I mean, there are, I guarantee, 9 volts in this building.
Well, you were too lazy to go find one, so
yeah,
we had to rely upon our loyal fan base and
Okay,
viewership and
Nellie's
listenership.
still live. That's good.
And see, the guy who brought it is a consummate professional. It's factory sealed, wrapped in plastic, Brett. We know that this is a legitimate, pure battery.
Hey, you.
And by the way, that costs some money too, so that has value on it. Now, Brett, I want you to take this battery, okay?
You guys are good people. You really are. I
Unseal
can't
it.
say enough about our people. You're the best.
I want you to Oh, by the way, the guy who dropped it off is friends with our buddy Eloy, so he's legit. Okay, Brett.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
You have a buddy, Eloy?
Yeah,
Eloy's
great dude.
a good golfer, man.
His name's Eloy?
Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
Not
Okay.
Eli.
I need
Eloy.
to Eloy. with an O, correct.
Eloy. Why are you hung up on this?
I've never
It's man's
heard
name.
of that name before. It's just a different name.
Well,
All
now
right, here
you
we go.
have.
So we're going to do play-by-play of our friend, our translucent
This is how you
friend
test
from-
it. This is how you test a 9-volt to make sure it's good. You got to get that taste. It's got a little bit of a taste in
This
it.
part up here. That's what I need?
No, you put your tongue on both at the same time.
Get in
Correct.
on it and get it good.
Let's go.
So right.
Just do it.
That was weird. Do I have typhoid?
Do it again.
now?
One more time.
Do it again.
Do it one more time.
Hold it there. Hold it.
Do I have typhoid?
Hold it there.
Hold it.
Hold it. Hold it
Hold
one more
it.
time.
Ah.
Yeah.
I don't like that. There's a little jump on there.
Yeah.
Oh, is there a little jump on there?
I had a little jump.
Little jumping jack.
Did him get a little tonguey socky? Oh, you okay?
Don't you feel alive
That's
now?
What if I dropped to the
That's
floor
how
and
you
started
test.
convulsing after that? What would you
Tough,
guys
tough.
do?
Your problem.
You
Did
know
you
what
say-
I'd do? I'd shove the whole thing in your
Yeah,
mouth and I'd shock you back to life. That's what I'd do.
Did Vic, was your response tough?
Yes,
Is
because
that
I
what
was
you
about
said
to
to me?
curse. My second word is going to be a curse word, and then in mid-stride, I changed it. Unbelievable.
You know what another way to test this is? Put it in the thing that you're trying to power up and see if it works. And if it doesn't, then it probably is dead. That's another way you can test this without licking it.
No, there's a lot easier to lick it. That's how you did it.
I don't like that at all.
Wouldn't you like to try that on your wife now? I bet she's never done that before. Just go, hey, honey, let me know if that 9-volt's any good. What do I do? Just touch it with your tongue.
Don't talk about my wife like that.
What did you tell Brett's wife to do with her tongue? What was that?
Yeah. Don't talk about my wife, her tongue, anything else ever again.
You
Never
guys
again.
are just ridiculous.
What about your
You
boy
guys are
Eloy?
Totally ridiculous.
Can your wife paint me naked?
Some random guy named Eloy?
Apparently, not only she can, but she's willing.
All right.
She's got practice.
One last look at the games this weekend, and we'll get to drunk takes in just a moment. But if you ever wanted to own one of these awesome e-bikes, now is your time. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/radster to enter to win a rad power bike of your own. That's altitudesportsradio.com/radster. Drunk takes next. Wait, I'm seeing your face, Vic. Did you just watch the video that Mosier sent? Because that is, like, I'm into the fighting stuff. I'm into the boxing. I'm into MMA. That bare knuckle boxing is barbaric. Like, I couldn't get through it.
Whatever you just sent us, is that real or is that like?
No, that's real. That's bare knuckle boxing where, dude, every time you get hit, somebody who went from, I think it was boxing to that bare knuckle stuff, said every time you get hit, it feels like you're taking a blade to the face. And there was a woman in this video that Mosier sent whose face looks like a watermelon. She can barely speak. She's missing teeth. Looks like her jaw's broken. And she's like, yeah, if I had to fight her again, I think I wouldn't back off as much. I was like, maybe not take punches to the face that much. Maybe try not to do that because that looks bad.
I think I try to avoid the 27 rights I ate in the first round.
Oh, and the chick that she fought,
her lip is almost off.
The chick that she fought, they showed a quick cut over to her after the fight.
She's ready to walk the Paris runway.
She's glowing. She looks like she's there for a model shoot.
Yeah.
That bare knuckle stuff, that's not to sound like some like wuss soccer mom, don't let your kids play physical sports.
Heavy duty.
That's too much for me.
It's
way
heavy
too
duty.
much.
You draw the line on batteries to the tongue.
Yeah. Yep. That, you know what? That was my fear, actually. If I put my tongue on that battery, I thought my face would just go just like that. Like an internal explosion. That's actually what it looked like. Moj, in the cartoons, Wile E. Coyote gets a cigar in the mouth, an exploding cigar. That's what I think your face would look like afterwards. If you took an exploding cigar.
Correct. Absolutely.
Anyway, Dave's Hot Chicken, now in Highlands Ranch. Stop by today for the grand opening, and you have a chance to eat the hot chicken that will blow your mind. Try the Reaper if you dare. Me and Mosier dared. I will not dare again, I don't think, but it's worth a shot once.
I saw that video. You guys looked like that bare knuckle lady talked.
Yeah.
You look just like that.
Or you can just
100%.
If you don't want the Reaper, just enjoy a delicious sandwich or chicken strips. However you choose to do it, you won't be disappointed. It's open today off Lucent Boulevard and Mayberry Drive in Highlands Ranch. It's Dave's Hot Chicken. So before Drunk Takes here, couple look at the games this weekend. NBA Cup continues tonight, Victor. And you said we don't know if Jokic is going to play. You said AG will not, but Jokic was not at practice.
Luka's out. Vlatko's out for the foreseeable future. Bad news on Vlatko. That's just, God, I hate to hear that. And as far as Nikola is concerned, he was not at practice just yesterday. Went there. He was not there. So he is the kind of player that could just walk in and play. Obviously, that's not an issue. I don't know about his availability tonight. We should know sometime here in the next couple hours whether he plays tonight.
Well, Vic, if he hasn't been practicing, I know he can walk right in, but, being off a week and a half, and then just step on the floor, I don't – if anybody can do it, I guess
days now.
Yeah. If anybody can do it, I guess he can, but I would not only not expect it tonight, I wouldn't expect it tomorrow night against the Lakers either.
I don't put that by him. You're right, because if you're not playing tonight, they're jumping on a plane right after the game anyway.
They're going right after the game,
yeah. Jokic is out or has been out for personal reasons. Don't know if he's going to play tonight. But Moj, you said, we don't know what the reason is. The rumor is a baby. I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But
it's none of our beeswax. If he doesn't want it out there, it's none of our beeswax.
Hang on, just for argument's sake, let's say this. Jokic took the last 11 days for personal reasons because he just wanted to have an 11-day rager. Keg stands, ripping beers, ripping darts. And he walks back in, no practice. He walks back in and plays tonight. What's the stat line?
28, 13, and 12.
That's what I think, too. I don't think he needs to. He doesn't even need to practice. Walk out there and do what you do.
Also, people keep asking us, hey, did you see the Broncos got flexed to Thursday with the Chargers in Week 16? Yeah, we spent a whole segment on it. And so the answer is yes. That means your football team is good. And Vic and I complain because he's got a game Nuggets and Blazers that night, and I've got a game in San Jose that night. And that makes us both mad because we're going to miss some of the football games.
Yeah, I just think the sports gods get a little gluttonous. It's a Thursday night. We already have the Avs and the Nuggets playing. Come on, all three? Do we really need all three in one night? Let's chill.
Okay. I'm going to love it. because I'm not actively
Hey,
working
did
during
you,
that.
Okay. The Avs, of course, are here now in Fort Lauderdale getting ready to take on the defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers.
Wait, what's in Fort
coming
Lauderdale?
up tomorrow night? What's that?
What's in Fort Lauderdale?
Ocean, beach.
No. Isn't there some? Isn't there a
There's
certain
a historical
establishment?
landmark or
Yeah.
something?
At the dollhouse in Fort Lauderdale. Girls.
Continue, Mo. Sorry.
We drove by it last night, so that was pretty cool. No, but the Florida Panthers, they've lost 2 in a row. They got smoked at the Jets by a final score of 6-3, and then they lost at Chicago last night 3-1. So we actually got back to South Florida before they did. We got here before they did last night. So they've lost a couple in a row, and Paul Maurice, I'm sure, is going to be sideways. So I'd expect a heck of a game coming up tomorrow night.
As would I, and that's going to be the old, if you got Eustace on the board for me, Nelly, tomorrow night, because the Avs and the Nuggets both play. The Avs will be at 4. Thank you, Juice. 4 o'clock tomorrow against the Panthers, and the Nuggets play 8:30 tip. What the hell is this? 8:30 against the Lakers. What is that, Vic? What is that?
Well, tonight's at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow night's at 8:30. I mean, what do you want me to do? Sucks.
Sue the league.
No.
By the way, the last night the Lakers blew a late lead. They missed free throws down the stretch and lost to Orlando at home. First home loss for the Lakers.
I'm confused by the NBA standings so far this year, by the way, by a lot of things. Like we've talked about, Cleveland had that 15-0 start to the season. We've talked about how the Sixers have been awful, arguably the worst team in the league this year. But Golden State's 11-3. Am I supposed to be scared of Golden State again? What's going on here?
I don't know. Again, it's November basketball. Golden State's doing this weird thing where they're playing like 14 dudes in a game, and they're minimizing minutes and going all out. I just don't. I don't believe in them yet. I don't think they're big enough.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, again, tonight, 8 o'clock, Nuggets, Mavs. Tomorrow, Avs, Panthers at 4, Nuggets, Lakers at 8:30. And on Sunday at 11 a.m., we're going to have Cowboys and Commanders right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But now let's get to our favorite part of the week, please.
Dun, 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 dun. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane present dun, 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 dun. Drunk Takes. Brought to you by Lariat Lodge Brewing Company. Crack open a cold beer or enjoy scratch food and a cold pint at one of their 2 scenic locations in Littleton and Evergreen.
Shout out to our friends at Lariat Lodge. Great beers, great food. Check them out. And they are scenic locations in Littleton and Evergreen. But Drunk Takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
Hey, Vic, Nuggets with a big NBA.
But
it sounded like a acid. You sound like a goat on acid.
So perfect, Mose. Are you ashamed of yourself?
I just want to say we should lose our FCC license.
That is worse than dropping 5 F-bombs.
I am pleading. I'm begging the FCC. I'm begging. Take our license.
What's next? Moshe, if you told that story and then walked away wearing nothing but a jock strap with 2 bunches, it would have been much better.
Yourself.
I wonder if somebody buttered up Tyson's butt and called him a biscuit.
Jesus Lord. Come on, man.
How funny would it be to have Mosher and Riker calling a game and they cut to a shot?
Just a jock strap with 2 cheeks right there in the screen. What's next?
Hey, you made us a little uncomfortable with your admiration of his electronic equipment.
Too much, dude. That was crazy.
You admire a guy's equipment a little bit too much. You did.
I took a long look at his equipment, and
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's just good.
Proud of that
It's just good.
It's
That's
just
a fact.
good.
It's just good.
Robert Mays, the Athletic, just to let you guys know, his equipment is good.
Good.
What's next?
Come measure my crotch, the leg. Come get a quick measurement real quick.
Got a tape measure over there, Nelly?
Nelly, let's do this.
I don't think anybody wants to start measuring your crotch.
I don't see a tape measure, but I could measure your inseam and Nerf footballs. Is this a standardized length here?
Yeah.
Foam Nerfs?
Measure my crotch to ankle. That is
Again,
called
I'm
an inseam.
Leading the FCC to just end this.
What's next, Nelly?
I like that guy's voice. Soothing voice. It's just like I wanted to take a nap. No, I mean in a good way. I wanted
No. I got you. Yeah.
want him to hold me.
Like a Morgan Freeman tone.
Yeah, like
right?
hold me and let me nap in your chest. All right, Lana's bosom.
That is Robert Mays. Did you have that feeling today when he was speaking?
I did.
Yeah. One more, Nelly. Go ahead.
It's creamy and it's a creamy taste. It's a hard candy, but it's caramely and creamy and it's super good, man. It's super duper good. You just suck on it and suck on it. It's great. I just saw some Werther's Original in the store yesterday.
See,
in Washington,
Werther's
D.C.
Original, yeah.
I almost bought a bag. I almost did, man.
All right, guys. So, again, big games this weekend. CU, Kansas. Stay on track for the Big 12 Championship. Chance to make the college football playoff. Broncos with a huge game on the road at Vegas to keep their playoff, keep everybody in the rearview mirror for their playoff spot. And then Nuggets. Game tonight. Don't know if Joker's playing or not. Avs tomorrow against the defending Cup champions. So a lot to talk about on Monday when we return. You guys have a wonderful weekend. We love you all very much. Goodbye.
5 seconds left. Towards the net front, blocked by the Avalanche, swept towards the cage, and it's knocked down. 2 seconds, one, that is it! Colorado hands the Washington Capitals their second regulation loss of the season. They scored 2 straight. Miles Wood gets his first game winner of the season, 10th of his career, and the Avalanche win in Washington. Final score, 2-1 Colorado.
Avs get a big win, 2-1, but it would tell you it was a defensive battle, Coach, and the Avs were not great defensively last night, but they got away with it because Alexander Georgiev was excellent. Nathan McKinnon, the best player on the ice, but held off of the score sheet. Now tied at the top of the league with 34 points. He and Central Division rival Kirill Kaprizov of the Minnesota Wild at 34 points. Avs are now 2 games above 500. Welcome into the morning sprint, Alex Ryan-Emi, Coach Mike Sanford. So much to get into today. We're going to tell you how the Broncos can lose a football game against the craptastic Las Vegas Raiders. We're going to break down the Kansas Jayhawks and whether or not this game is this game now more losable, Coach, for Prime because of all the distractions that maybe he and his camp have brought in this week?
We'll get into that a little bit. I think it's at least a narrative, and it's not because of the noise only. It's also because of Kansas being a really good football team that has found their footing as the year has progressed because they had the hottest offensive coordinator last season in college football. He signed for $1.8 million per year and is now Penn State's offensive coordinator. That's Andy Kotelnicki. And so they've been working into getting used to an outsider coming in, a good friend of mine, a former CU Buffalo line coach, Jeff Grimes, who's now calling plays at Kansas, and they're starting to kind of settle into who they are and their new identity.
We'll get into the X's and O's of that game. Without a doubt, the biggest game in all of these games, week in and week out for Prime and CU, will be the biggest of that era. You win out, you're in the playoff. That is simply what happens for the Buffs right now.
Before we get into all the other things.
Yeah, what's up?
You know, I've kind of learned this thing that you're just supposed to just ride the winds of change and kind of go like, you remember the Emperor or Caesar, whoever it was in Gladiator? You just go with the old thumbs up or thumbs down based off of what the crowd thinks in the media space. And I'm kind of learning that's what a lot of people do here in the media space here in Denver.
Commodus. You're looking for Commodus.
Yes. So I am going to, I'm going to oblige right now with that overall tone. And I'm going to say that based off of last night's Georgie performance, we've got a new goalkeeper 1, man. We got a new netminder 1. It's not even close.
Oh, God. He was good.
Because that's
last
what we
night,
do.
Man. He was good.
I'm Commodus.
He was good.
I am the thumb up, thumb down guy. What do the people want to say? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, we're all in. There's a lot of that going in. There's a lot of that going on right now.
Yeah, if you were on the morning show, that may have been a drunk take or two.
What do you mean?
The primal screams there when they slow down. I bet you those sound a little risque.
Ooh, I like it.
Listen,
clearly been missing from my own personal life.
So you're going to use the 2 hours with me to get that done?
You never know, Raj.
Oh, yeah.
The way you were sitting before the show, you had the what do they call it? You were crisscross applesauce. So seated like a kindergartner waiting for a story to be
in
read.
a wide bottom chair.
In a wide bottom chair, and you were double cupping 2 hands on a mug, and you were like, "I'm just cold." I'm like, "Ooh, okay."
I was
feel
chilly
like
this morning.
I feel like this is mom Instagram going on you know, it's a nubby fall sweater day. It's just so cozy and comfy.
It's cold. That's it. I can't do anything about it. It's weird that this is what gets Coach off.
You know what gets me off, man? It's Alexander Georgiev stopping not 1, but 2 breakaway goals with incredible goaltending.
Connor McMichael was on one last night. And I know Washington didn't have Ovi. He's out like 6 weeks with a fractured tibia or something like that, which sucks because he was going to break Gretzky's record this year. He was just on it, and I don't know if that's going to happen by missing a month and a half, 2 months, pushing 40 years of age. But McMichael was great. He's a first-round pick. He's their future. Like, he's not going to be Ovi, but he is a future true top 6 forward for them. Back-to-back breakaways, Georgie stops. And the one thing, you know, the best moment that I saw last night was late in the third period, where McMichael had the puck on the short side with like a minute and a half left, and he tried to earhole Georgie again. That little short side, no angle shot that we saw go in not once, twice, but 3 times to start the season. And then
is that a wrister?
Yeah, a little wrist shot, snapshot from below the goal line.
One of those,
those little short side shots where Georgie holds the post and for some reason, something above his shoulders is open. It hit a post, so technically it wasn't a Georgiev save. But when you looked at the reverse angle, there was nothing to shoot at. And credit Georgie, credit UC Parkula, the Avs goaltending coach. That's something they fixed. As of right now, they have fixed the bad, crappy angle goal that everyone on the bench goes, come on! Like, that can't go in. They fixed that. And 4 weeks ago...
Positioning.
It's all it is. It's positioning. They call it the reverse VH.
That's what I felt just with the fairly untrained, we'll call it very untrained eye of net minding that I have.
Everyone has an untrained net minding eye.
I just could see the early season woes versus the resurgent Justus Annunen. The biggest difference to me, and that was my horseback observation, was the positioning of Justus Annunen versus the lack of consistently good positioning, intelligent positioning early season from Alexander Georgiev. It got fixed.
It got fixed. He played well. He's the reason why you won the hockey game last night. He's the reason why. 2-1, and they were good enough offensively. They just couldn't find the back of the net. Like, I loved McKinnon's game. I loved Lekkonen's game. Nichushkin still hasn't found the score sheet, but he's doing the right things. And honestly, Val, I don't need you to score right now. I need you to score later on in the year.
Do you like where Val's at?
I do. Yeah, he's fine.
Solid.
Val, you can't look at Val and expect 9 goals in 9 playoff games. I think he was a little hotter than he had ever been during the playoffs. He's not a 100-point guy. He's likely not an 80-point guy. He's a dude who's going to put in 65, 70 points at the most during a season, in my opinion. And where his value is that he's a full 200-foot player, that he does the dirty work so that the other guys around him can reap the benefits.
Agree or disagree, Raj, that regular season, and namely early season hockey, a lot more wide open, less physical, maybe slightly less physical in terms of just getting into those like
ask Darnell Nurse
tight spaces where a lot of your goals are coming off of deflections, and that's, to me, that seems a little bit more postseason hockey-ish. Mm-hmm. And Val Nichushkin shines in that space.
He does, right? Which is why I'm saying I don't think I need you to score right now. And he's doing the right things. Again, it's a 200-foot player, solid forecheck, great in the neutral zone. Like, maybe one of the best neutral zone players in hockey. He and Lekkonen, for me, certainly top 5, top 10 in that regard of neutral zone forechecks. He's been fine. I don't need you to score right now. The fact that Georgiev stands on his head, Washington could have scored 4, 5, 6 goals in that game. He's the reason why you won it, and that should be something that makes Avs fans happy today going into Saturday's matchup with the defending Stanley Cup champion in the Florida Panthers. It's a 4 p.m. game. You can hear it on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I was not able to watch that game last night. I had to wake up early this morning and watch it. I did the same thing with the Amazon Prime game. And holy smokes, do I wish Jameis Winston was here in Colorado, because that guy is a ball of energy. I don't want him to be the starter here because I love what Nix is doing. Don't get me wrong. But that guy is a walking soundbite, and he's can't miss television.
He was last night. It overall was like one of the most enjoyable football games I have watched in my lifetime. I was like, so I did the Altitude After Dark program with D-Mac. So I missed some of just the back and forth, the come from behind from Russ. And I saw the beginning of it. The snow was kind of slowly building. It was actually snowing, but not really sticking. And then after our Altitude After Dark, where, of course, D-Mac and I just talked about the draft, and, D-Mac just pencil whipping everybody for thinking that Brock Bowers is a good football player.
Oh, I can't wait to get into our draft conversation later.
Because, D-Mac should be a general manager for probably the New England Patriots, because he could go back to his homeland. But we had a great discussion. I come back in, the field is covered in snow, and I just like, yep, this is it.
First real snow game
This
of the year.
This is what I've been waiting for. Like, winter is here. Not winter is coming. Winter is here. and I just loved it. And I'm hoping so bad to get to go to a Broncos game that is just playoff implications on the line and unbelievable amounts of snow. I need it in my life. I want to physically be there, and I can't wait to be in the climate-controlled media area of Empower Field and so look at everybody down there.
The games, you have a chance to play Cleveland in the snow on December 2. You've got a home game against Indy, December 15, and then a late home game, what's that going to be, January 8th or something like that, against Kansas City at home.
The only downside,
you got 3 shots.
The only downside to Denver, I've lived in very lake effect type areas.
Hold on, you're about to call this a downside? What are you about to say?
I love snow. And I like when snow isn't just here and gone. I like when it marinates, it regenerates over a massive body of water, and then you just get the fluffy white stuff for a full week or two. We just don't get that here.
Coach, it's the best thing about the state. The best thing about the state is that it can snow 2 feet and then 72 hours later I can be on a golf course. The best thing about the state is that I can get 18 inches on a Thursday and then Friday afternoon I can be on a rooftop bar slamming beers.
I've been living in South Bend, Indiana, Plymouth, Minnesota. I miss the consistency of the white stuff. I love the fluffy white stuff. I love going to my local mall and seeing 35 feet stacked of old snow that stayed around for the entirety of the winter. And here we are. We're in May, sometimes even June, and I see remnants of the greatness of that beautiful storm that we had back in January.
It's the craziest thing you've said on the show.
I love snow.
Dude, I've been here for almost 6 months. This is the first time I can legitimately say I think you need to be tested for CTE.
It's the craziest thing you've ever said.
I love snow.
Go up the I-70 corridor.
I do. But I also
it's the best part about the state is that all of the snow goes to the mountains,
but
and then we kind of get it here.
Raj, I want a snow game for the Denver Broncos. I want to see and be at a snow game for the Denver Broncos. I want to see it, and you get it in Cleveland because you have this amazing body of water in Lake Erie.
So let's have a conversation, actually.
I want to build a great lake here in Denver.
Let's have a conversation actually about the football in the snow. You know what happens in those types of games? Bad football teams get a chance to beat good football teams. So you want to have a playoff implication game where the Broncos desperately need to win as my microphone tries to jump out of the window.
Whirly bird.
So you want to have a game where the Broncos desperately need a win, where you could possibly lose to a team like Cleveland and then the playoff hopes are gone just because you wanted some fluffy white flakes on the ground.
Well, that's not going to happen.
That's not only crazy, that's selfish.
It's not selfish.
Shellfish. You're an oyster.
It only happens if you're not built
lobsters
with incredible amounts of mental toughness,
muscles.
Which by all accounts, the culture of this Sean Payton-led team would be able to withstand any type of crazy weather and be able to fend off said upset.
You heard it here first, Broncos fans. Coach Sanford doesn't want you to win. He just wants to play and have snowball fights and do snow angels. That's all he wants to do. He doesn't care about you winning. He doesn't care.
I'd never said that. But, I mean, jump into our comments. Do you want to see an epic snow game at Empower Field this season with everything on the line? I do. Because you're not built to outscore any team that has the ability to score a lot. So it'd be advantage Broncos. You're built with an incredibly good defense that hits quarterbacks, plays man coverage. There aren't open guys, so it's really hard. The Broncos would be amazing in that environment this year.
How can you lose to the Raiders? I don't think it's possible, but we're going to try and figure out a way on the other side. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. Craziest thing he's ever said. Doesn't like the fact that snow melts. Morning Sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Take us wherever you guys want to go. The 2K Tuesday song, baby. JT?
What up, Justin?
Altitude Sports
coming
Radio
to Ball
mobile
Arena.
app.
I think JT's coming to Ball Arena at some point in the next
wife's
7
probably
months.
going to want to go see that.
Yeah.
Wife loves JT.
Double date.
Hey! Now I get invited on double dates? Look at that. I complain on air, and now I get the invites on double dates.
Yeah, the Dempsey double date with the wifey and the situation there. That's more of
that's invite only.
Well, it's also more like in the near future. Whereas this JT situation, we can kind of punt it down the road. See where we're at. Just reevaluate said relationship.
Give the 6-month stamp of
approval.
approval.
Like, oh, we'd love to go on a double date. It'd be a lot of fun, man.
The Altitude Sports Radio app is sponsored by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. Devin texts in. He goes, I want to see that. Remember the game Barack Obama's first Patriots win when CJ ran for a touchdown in overtime? And then he goes, damn it, talk to text. It was the Broncos, not Barack.
Is that the first Barack Obama where Siri got it wrong?
You remember when Barack had 153 on 12 carries against Tom and the Pats?
Yeah, go ahead and throw in the, I'd love to see it on the Safeway Twitch feed or the Shop Mazda text line, the most common talk to text and or Siri malfunction that you've had.
It is changing my favorite word in the English language from one word to duck.
What is that?
I can't say the word that it changes into.
I
duck,
don't.
But
I
that's
don't.
the,
I don't
that's the
use
worst
that
one.
word.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I'm raising future citizens of this fine country. And,
that's what happens to me.
And KJ's rolling his eyes because he knows that I am a coach, and coaches. Well, I'm used to be a coach, and I still call myself coach. But coaches are really good at saying something with a microphone in front of them and meaning the exact opposite. In fact, didn't that actually recently come up? There was a little story that came up. What was it? Former head coach of the Tennessee Titans, Mike Mularkey. He was just recently interviewed, and I think this is a great illustration for something that I've known now my entire life. Coaches are really good liars. Go ahead and roll that, KJ.
The best thing I did there at the end, which I can now talk about, was when I got called in that Monday morning after the New England game. I knew they were going to fire me. So Sunday night, I called Ian Rappaport, and I said, hey, I don't know if you know this, but I'm going to break it to you. But I'm getting a new contract in the morning. And he reported that it was all over the country. I was getting a contract in the morning, knowing that I was going to get fired. But I just wanted to see the faces on the owner and the GM who was out to get me. And I'm pretty sure I got him for a minute or two.
That's amazing.
That is awesome.
When I walked in the next morning, there wasn't a whole lot of conversation. It was like, you're done.
Isn't he kind of hooping Rappaport there?
That's my point, right? It's funny because there's nobody I love on planet Earth other than my wife and kids than Chris Dempsey. But there's times I'm like, you've been a lifelong print journalist and made the transition into TV and all the different norms and mediums. I'm like, damn, so you realize that a lot of us, and I'm looking, like I'm pointing the fingers at myself, like we use you guys strategically.
We're doing this to duck with you?
Yes. We are. We're also.
Thank you. I'm very proud of that, by the way. Very proud of that.
We are some manipulative mother duckers. We are, man.
That's what Dion's doing right now.
No, you can't say that. You got to take him for his word. You've got to take him for his word. He said that this was going to be the year of expectations. Ding. He's been right.
We'll get into it. I promise we'll get into Dion and all the talk that we had yesterday about it. Before we hit the Broncos, as we're on Siri, like talk to text and all that stuff. The first time that I realized talk to text it used to be like my favorite thing in the world when it worked perfectly, and for some reason it just doesn't anymore for me. I always try and send one, and there's typos and words are wrong. And the first time I realized this,
probably either Elon Musk's fault or Bill Gates / Mark Zuckerberg's
or I just have marbles in my mouth. Apparently, I don't know.
I mean, you talk clearly for a living, so I would guess that if Siri has a problem with you, then imagine real marble in the mouth people, my old neighbors in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
The first time that I realized that you must look at the text message before you send it, I was driving to a golf course to play with my buddies, and we were on a text thread with like 8 of my hockey guys. We were trying to make plans for later on the day to, go meet up and have a beer, watch a hockey game or something like that. And I'm driving and I'm trying to be responsible, so I'm using talk to text rather than texting while I'm driving. And I say something about, hey, I'll have to go check with Caitlin, see if we have anything on the books tonight. And I send without looking at it and throw it on my passenger seat. 15 minutes go by. I open up my phone. There's 28 text messages from this thread. What I didn't realize is that when you have a name in your contact and talk to text gets that one name, if there are emojis next to the contact, it puts it in the text message. So I'm anal.
What was the emoji?
Buddy, I am anal about this.
It wasn't like
everyone in my phone is first name, last name, other than mom, dad, grandpa, grandma, and Caitlin.
I'm actually considering coming across the table here and bullying you into adding an emoji to my name.
I can't do it.
Oh, I'm gonna make it happen. I've got about 100 pounds on you.
And for the longest time, my wife in my phone was Caitlin Theringer, her maiden name. It wasn't going to be Caitlin Ryan when we got married, so I changed it, and now it is Caitlin with a little honey pot next to it and then a big pink sparkly heart, because she felt bad that she was Caitlin maiden name in my phone. She was like, do I not mean anything to you? So I put that in. Didn't know that it comes up on the text message, and I broadcast it to all of my buddies, who our one goal in life when we're talking to our friends is to rip into you with zero abandon.
I'm just glad it wasn't the eggplant and a kitty cat emoji. Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
Should I change? I might change that to, or might change that in the phone to just leave my contacts open and see what she has to say about it. She's not listening. She doesn't listen to the show.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. We might not get to sports today, but we're gonna have a whole hell of a lot of fun today. It's Friday, man. Dude, it's a good vibe day.
They did not let me know the end of it. It took 6 months for them to forget about it. Brutal. So don't do that, guys. For just a word of the wise, if you have emojis in your contacts against someone's name and you use talk to text, the emojis pop up in the text message.
Also, a little, if you want a little life hack here, go ahead and send a text and just type out eggplant and then click the emoji that automatically comes up and then send it with a spotlight on it. If you're an Apple user, it can take over and it'll be a spotlight coming down and just focusing. The entire screen is dark. Spotlight right on the eggplant.
As if the eggplant is giving a monologue?
As if you're trying to maybe...
As if the eggplant is doing, get ready for another like ping drop for me, doing stand-up. Hey!
I love this text.
What were we going to talk about this?
I don't know. The Shop Mazda text line here, 9210. One price, one person, 1 hour. Go get yourself a new Mazda. Shop Mazda text. Morning sprint, ... after dark.
Oh, yeah.
I have
10:30 in the morning.
It's almost as if I just bled me and D-Max shenanigans from last night into this morning. But I promise you, Raj, I will take my maturity pill and we can move on to sport.
Sports. How did the Broncos lose to the Raiders?
You brought up something in the break that I thought was a very valid point of something that you actually don't necessarily want to see from Bo Nix this weekend. And I want you to say it on air.
I don't know if I learn anything this weekend from Bo Nix dunking on the Raiders. I don't think I do. If he goes out and he does another 300 yards and 3 touchdowns and no interceptions and it's a ho-hum win against a bad football team, I don't think I learn anything. I'm not saying I'm going to be upset if it happens. I'll take it without a doubt, especially with what's happened over the last decade here with quarterback play. There's some weird part of me that kind of wants to see him struggle out of the gates a little bit. Maybe he throws a pick. Maybe he makes a couple of bad...
You told me that I'm not allowed to want my quarterback to throw an interception.
I know.
And now I'm having influence on you. You don't even know it.
You planted like a RFK Jr. worm in my brain and I can't get it out, dude. For some weird reason, I've got this masochistic need to see him struggle against a bad football team, and then in the middle of the game, because what you said, the one thing, one of the main things that you love about Bo Nix, Coach Sanford,
Response.
is his ability to respond. And I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world for him to struggle out of the gates and have this turn into a little bit of a game, and then him respond and then step on the gas.
Did you think the last time that the Broncos played the Raiders, there was a bit of an early struggle? You were down 10-0. I don't know if you remember this. Gardner Minshew was driving the football down the field to go up 17-0.
Well, Pat Surtain did that, not Bo.
But I'm saying in general, and then Bo played good football the rest of the game. The defense was the one that really set the stage because PS2 took an absolute gift from Gardner Minshew.
Horrible throw.
And took it the distance. And game on. It's time to finally get over, yes, my hump. And that's to beat the Raiders, which hadn't happened forever.
It's funny because the one thing that I'm kind of wanting to see is the only way that you can possibly lose this game, and that is you turn the football over.
That's what I think. And here's what the only way that the Broncos lose this game. I think it's a combination. It's a confluence of factors. Every game that Bo Nix has thrown an interception, Broncos have lost. An interception, Broncos have lost. I'm not saying that is necessarily going to hold true against the Raiders because they're a bad football team. But I do think that if this is a game where Sean Payton comes out and continues this, I have my quarterback, he's going to go for 3 bills, and Bo Nix is starting to feel a little bit invincible, which I don't think he has that in him. I think he's really smart, and I think he's got great wiring between his ears. But if it just gets a little bit too big for its britches too quickly, and you turn the football over, plus you play all the man coverage in the world with a lot of pressure packages, Gardner Minshew's a little bit of a crafty player. A great player, no. But a crafty player, yes. And if you hit a couple down the field shots, if you're in Vegas and you're the Raiders and you get that life because of, say, an early turnover from the Broncos, you create that. And now you hit a downfield pass. You get yourself into any kind of early game deficit. Now the Broncos are kind of like, oh, we haven't done this before, which is beat the Raiders in their new building. That's to me when this game could potentially be a 4-quarter contest.
Does Gardner give you a little bit of a Jameis Winston vibe?
I think
where he can kind of go off at any given moment, but most of the time it's a gunslinger without any accuracy.
He's like I think he's a lesser athletic Jameis because I mean Jameis I know he's 30 years old. His attempt at getting the Saquon Barkley where he does a reverse hurdle midair and then it didn't really turn out like Saquon's did, but that's an athlete still. And that's a Heisman Trophy winner. Gardner Minshew's a bit more of the gutty, and all of a sudden when he gets a hot hand, I think it awakens the sideline and it makes the defense. All of a sudden, Max Crosby's like, all right, it's that kind of day. There's gonna be a little bit more white. There's gonna be a little more white in my fingertips when I'm about to pass rush, and that could happen. And I will be there. I'll be in the building. My first game watching the Raiders play. I watched my dad play in a state championship last year at Allegiant Field, but it was very different. There was no alcohol. So it's going to be a different environment this weekend.
4,500 people in the stands and not packed out with Broncos fans.
No, it was the Faith Lutheran Crusaders. Not a lot of
that's not a big
pre-gaming
gate
going
day.
on.
Not a big gate day.
Yeah, wasn't a lot of pre-gaming or post-gaming.
There wasn't pre-gaming for you that game? That's insane to me.
Well, for anybody. I mean, it was like 10 in the morning.
No. Well, it is Vegas.
Yeah. My dad's playing again in the state championship on Saturday.
Are you going to go watch it?
I can. It's up in Reno.
Oh,
yeah.
Coach.
I know. Business trip for me down to
KFC,
Vegas.
we can't get Coach Sanford the PJ? Come on.
Come on, Stan.
All right, so if the one thing that I want to see is Bo in real time respond to any sort of adversity in this game, what's the one thing that you're looking for in this one?
I'm looking for a continuation of the dominance over bad football teams that you showed with at least 2 of the 4 wins over the NFC South. Obviously, it's the Panthers and the Saints are bad football teams. The Bucks will to be determined. Falcons to be determined. Arrow up, arrow down. I have no idea. It doesn't seem great. But the Broncos did it by playing really good defense, playing really clean execution-based football, and Bo Nix taking care of the rock. And if that happens, game, set, match. Broncos win. And I think they win by upwards of 2, maybe 3 scores.
Did you see the news this morning that the Broncos game got flexed? The Chargers game got flexed into a Thursday road game. So there's a rule apparently that you can't play 2 Thursday road night games in a single season. And the NFL went to the Broncos and said, hey, we want to flex you guys into prime time because you're a good football team. You have really good story with the rookie quarterback, 2 Oregon guys going head-to-head, 2 marquee coaches in Harbaugh and Payton. The Broncos welcomed it with open arms, but now this is a short week, nighttime, Thursday game against a divisional opponent. I don't love it.
I love it because I love that. I have a lot of people do not like the Thursday night broadcast. They don't like Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit. The two of them, first off, remind me of my childhood and or,
if you
high
don't
school
like
era.
Al Michaels, kick rocks.
Yeah. And then I like last night's post-game show, just the collection of people that were at the desk with Jameis Winston. It was like, it should win an Emmy. It was so good.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Oh, they went and
so Jameis sat down at the booth with Fitzpatrick and everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see that.
And the coolest thing about it was Ryan Fitzpatrick and Jameis were teammates at Tampa. And so a lot of the things that we think about Jameis Winston, like, is he authentic? Is he real? Or is this all scripted? Does he write these things? Fitzpatrick just looked at him. He goes, this is him all the time. This is him like when nobody's around and we're grinding on tape at 5:30 in the morning together. And he also said that Jameis Winston's the hardest working guy he's ever been around. That he beat Ryan Fitzpatrick who is a hard worker, a Harvard man. He beats him into the building every single day and left after him every single day. And so it was just, to me, it was cool because I like hearing those types of stories when somebody is so likable in the public space, but then you hear the behind the scenes, you're like, that's a real one.
All right, so it's great from an entertainment standpoint, but from a football, I don't love the fact that you're going on the road to a really good Chargers team that is, dude, the Chargers are, I think the Chargers are a team that you don't want to see in the playoffs.
They're playing great defense. Justin Herbert he's a problem. And now that he has a bona fide run game and he's got the ultimate hype man in his head football coach. We'll say that. He's a confident dude right now, and he's having fun playing football.
On the opposite side of the equation, Martinez texted and he goes, I don't mind the flex. It does give the Broncos a longer week before the Cincinnati game, which could be.
Love that.
If Cincy starts winning football games, that could be at either team wins and they're in.
Wouldn't you say that the majority of prognosticators and even like Broncos fans look at the game at LA and they say, it's probably not going to get that one. But they're looking at the Cincinnati game saying, we have to get that one. So this lines up fairly well for that narrative, is that you're going to go play off, a short week, limited game plan, just roll the ball out and see what happens. You lose. Cool. A lot of people thought we're going to lose anyway on a Sunday. But now we get 10 days to prepare for Cincinnati, which could be for all the marbles. Really could. It could be an elimination game for Cincinnati, and it could be a separator game for the Broncos.
If y'all were doing something else last night and missed Altitude After Dark with Coach Sanford and D-Mac, they got into it last night. We'll revive it on the other side. We were out there at the soft opening of the brand new Dave's Hot Chicken in Highlands Ranch off Lucet and Maybury yesterday. Had a bunch of people come in and say hi. It was
a lot of fun.
A lot of fun. Great
food. Vibes too. They have they bring in a whole crew of I guess it'd be like graffiti artists, and they do a custom mural around the entire restaurant. It was really cool.
If you missed it yesterday, you can stop by today for the grand opening, and you have a chance to eat hot chicken that's going to blow your mind. Try the Reaper if you dare. Coach and I did that. Or just enjoy a delicious sandwich or chicken strips. The other thing that we tried yesterday, they've got this cinnamon toast crunch milkshake. Holy smokes. Unreal. Whatever you guys choose, you're not going to be disappointed. Again, it's open today off Lucent and Maybury in Highlands Ranch.
Eggplant went from 6 to noon in a hurry, man. Really did.
Whoa. The waistline expanded a little bit too, but
yeah, I was able to kind of burn it off with a good nap after. It's good.
Coach, you and D-Mac got into it last night on Altitude After Dark regarding the Raiders and the perceived failure in the draft last year. Despite having a stud tight end in Brock Bowers, he's the only guy we're talking about. You can obviously go to the Max Crosby conversation, but he has struggled this year. He hasn't been on the same levels. You saw Myles Garrett dominate the game yesterday with 3 sacks.
Boy, did he wake up last night.
He sure did. You hear his comments after the game?
I did.
Defensive Player of the Year goes through me.
Yes.
And that was directly
his boy TJ.
It was a direct shot at TJ Watt. But you guys got into it in terms of, well, the Raiders didn't do the right thing last year in terms of you're a quarterback needy team. You need to find a way. Adam Schefter was on with PhD actually yesterday and had this to say about the Raiders organization.
Well, you brought up the quarterback position. That is the inherent problem. Teams that, as a general rule, don't have quarterbacks don't win consistently. Okay. And when you don't win consistently, people get fired. And when people get fired, it creates more instability. And when there's more instability, for whatever reason, it gets harder and harder to develop that quarterback. And they've been unable to develop that quarterback, which leads them to have instability and fire more people and start the whole cycle over and over again, right? I mean, that's what you're talking about. And by the way, if I remember correctly, I remember my notes, they liked Michael Penix. They did. Yeah. They liked not enough to trade up for him. If he had been there at 13, do I think he would have been the pick? Maybe. But I believe they had a higher grade on Brock Bowers, who many regarded as a top 10 talent. And he was there surprisingly at 13 because all these teams took quarterbacks. And so they said, okay, well, you all want quarterback? We'll take this guy. He's a great player. And he is. And they just don't have a quarterback right now to get him the football the way that they should.
A cardinal sin, according to D-Mac, that they end up taking the tight end and not finding a way to draft up to get the quarterback.
Yeah, that's the discussion we got into last night. And, while I do think that we don't know the facts about what the Raiders did do on draft night in terms of their attempts to get into at least a quarterback position to draft one of the top 5 guys. We don't know what their evaluation of Bo Nix was. Be interesting. Just like we really don't know. Like I told you, we can take coaches for their word and say that Sean Payton had Bo Nix rated above, say, Michael Penix Jr., which I do believe he did. J.J. McCarthy's the one I would love to know the actual truth behind it. And even though he threw shade at the Vikings organization, I duped him into taking this terrible J.J. McCarthy. I was at the same combine and I watched the film, and J.J. McCarthy's going to be a very good quarterback, especially under Kevin O'Connell.
He'll be the starter.
He will be very good. Very, very, very good. He has a lot of those same intangible traits that Bo Nix has in terms of tough guy, winner, great processor, response mechanism, but he's also got an absolute howitzer strapped to his right arm, which I saw in person at the combine, and he threw right before Bo Nix. Now, here's where I disagree, I would say wholeheartedly, with D-Mac. D-Mac has been on record, and I wasn't living in the town when all this went down.
For a decade.
But the big one was, why in the world would the Broncos at the time, under John Elway and kind of a strange time of the John Elway GM tenure, why would they have drafted Pat Surtain II instead of Justin Fields? Always draft the quarterback. Always draft the quarterback. And this is D-Mac's belief, if you're a quarterback needy franchise, you must address that right then and there. And I would say I agree with you. But the caveat on that is, insofar as you have organizational belief that you have evaluated the quarterback that you can draft and say that is our guy, which Sean Payton, George Payton, and the ownership group here in Denver did do with Bo Nix. But clearly, Justin Fields wasn't the guy. Justin Fields has now had 2 opportunities to be the guy. And I would argue that even last night's game, Justin Fields proved why he's not the guy. Pat Surtain is on your roster as the best corner in football right now because of that decision. So you did suck for some years. You still were quarterback needy for years. You get the quarterback when you get the quarterback, and then you build it.
It depends on the draft. I don't think it should be a black and white situation. Name the superstar quarterback out of that draft. Name the one guy, if there is one.
Is there?
Trevor Lawrence is the closest thing to a superstar
and he's
quarterback.
going to get his head coach fired.
The QB.
By the way, the second head coach that will get fired under the Trevor Lawrence era. It started with Urban Meyer.
The QBs in that draft: Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, Kyle Trask, Kellen Mond, Davis Mills, Ian Book, Sam Ehlinger.
The only guy I like is Ian Book because I recruited him.
But, okay, sure. Cool. Not an NFL quarterback, we'll tell you that for free.
Well, not a starter. Still, he's the backup.
It matters what draft it is in.
It is.
And you can look back because of how successful this draft has been with quarterbacks thus far. Granted, just 11 weeks. You can make the argument that, hey, you guys made a huge mistake. But I believe, and maybe this is giving the Raiders organization way too much credit, that they knew they were going to be bad for a number of years. And if an elite talent had dropped to them, like Bowers did, and this is the reason why I was looking at Bowers and I kind of liked him at 12. I was never the anti-Bo guy. I think you can get him late in the first round. I think you could possibly even got him early in the second. Remains to be seen if a team would have taken him somewhere in the teens, but let's trade down, get some more draft picks, and then you can take your quarterback at 24 and still have the 5th-year option. There is a possibility that the Raiders big-brained this, knowing that they were going to suck this year and could have had a shot at one of the better quarterbacks at the top of the draft next season. Now, what happens if Vegas drafts Shedeur Sanders and you get to pair him with Brock Bowers?
Now you have 2.
Now you look back at that draft process and you go, well, that was a smart move.
The problem with that is, this is my question about the Raiders as an organization.
So it was Schefter's as well.
Is this suck thing, is that from ownership, Mark Davis with his awful haircut, down to GM, who the hell knows who it is? Tom, I don't know. Telesco? I don't know. Who knows? Some guy. Is Antonio Pierce part of that? I don't know. Because if Antonio Pierce is part of that long-term plan, then they got to start sucking continually for the next 6 weeks, 7 weeks, including a bye.
Well, start sucking. I mean, they're kind of in the suck.
Yeah, they got to continue.
They're in the middle of the suck.
So, like, when we talk about this Broncos game and what could happen, what could go wrong, that would be a win over Denver in their own building would be very detrimental towards their plan of being in position to control their destiny to get Shedeur Sanders. And also, I want to say this. I brought this up with D-Mac last night. Who outside of Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward would you even be willing to utilize a first-round draft pick from this quarterback class? I can't name one. It sure as hell isn't Carson Beck.
Do you love Quinn Ewers?
No.
Do you love Jalen Milroe?
He's the interesting one, but that is a bit of a Justin Fields discussion because you have to organizationally build it around a quarterback like Jalen Hurts that is a primary ball carrier. And you have to do everything in your power to build the schematics around it. You got to hire a coordinator for it. It's a very unique way of going about building an offensive identity.
Do you love Garrett Nussmeier?
Oh, gosh, no. Heck no. Dude, have you watched the LSU these last couple weeks? I mean, my point is
also
that
LSU. You talked about it yesterday. We were talking about the quarterback flip commits.
Oh, yeah.
Right after Juju Lewis flips and commits to CU. The number one quarterback in the country,
the number one player.
Number one player in the country.
Without a doubt.
Decoes from LSU and goes to Michigan. Again, verbal commitments.
Dave Portnoy. He said it.
Money talks, baby.
He said, I will pony up $3 million right now for Michigan to have the best quarterback in the country. The deal, and I don't know, I've heard the very front end deal of this NIL inducement for Underwood, the big time number one quarterback, $10.5 million. 10.5. Wow. And then I've heard the long deal, like the 3-year plan is in the 20. I saw 24.5 is a number that was floating around.
The 3-year plan is typically not going to happen with those top guys. They're going to bounce after 2.
Where are they going?
you probably go to another program, especially if you're going to I don't know, if
Michigan's
you're going to
got the deep pockets, though. Clearly,
You think you can hold him for more than 2 years?
I mean, unless it doesn't go well.
Okay.
And it was funny. Ryan Clark of ESPN fame, also a really good evaluator of talent, was in scouting departments, actually assistant GM in the Giants organization before he started doing the media stuff. He said that this is the most generational talent I've ever seen with my own eyes at the quarterback position as a high schooler.
Talk about that.
And he said
Williams too.
But he said that if he is not screwed up, he basically said if Michigan doesn't screw him up, he's a Heisman in 3 years and he's the number 1 pick overall. It's not even. It's completely done.
We're going to be joined by radio color analyst for the Las Vegas Raiders, longtime tackle, Lincoln Kennedy, coming up at about 11:30 during NFL Notes. If you guys have ever wanted to own one of those sweet, awesome e-bikes that you see people buzzing around on all over Denver, now's your time. Hey, another reason why Denver's great, because the snow goes away. You can ride your bike everywhere, but if Coach had this, you wouldn't want to get an e-bike. But guess what? Denver's awesome, and the snow melts. You can visit altitudesportsradio.com/radster, RADSTER. altitudesportsradio.com/radster to enter to win a rad power bike of your own. That's altitudesportsradio.com. Make sure you guys get in there, enter your information. You can be entered to win one of those sweet e-bikes. Lincoln Kennedy coming up at 11:30. Second hour's next.
when your name is being thrown around out there about this or that, and that, what do you say to Buff Nation out there?
I'm good. I tell them all the time, I'm comfortable where I am.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how many times I can say it. I only speak one language. You know, I can't, I wish I spoke several different languages so they would understand more candidly, but I'm happy and content with where I am.
Well, what did you say the other day? I've got my kickstand.
I got my kickstand. See, you got to be old.
Well, I was going to say.
You got to be at least 40 and over.
Yeah, there's no doubt
to
about it.
understand what a kickstand is. You know, a kickstand down means what? I'm parked, right? I'm good.
You're parked.
Now, I've seen reports where they talking about the kickstand means you can put it back up and drive off. Like, God.
Mark Johnson and Deion Sanders chatting about Sanders is here. He's in Colorado to stay. Kickstands down. Also, is Dion trying to say that like kids don't ride bikes anymore? Is that a thing? Do your kids ride bikes?
Oh yeah, I've been trying to get them to use the kickstand because I am a pro kickstand individual. I also think it's interesting that some people have used the term kickstand if you're a highly blessed eggplant individual. You just put the kickstand down.
You could also like ride a bike with a kickstand down. It's kind of annoying and it'll chatter on the ground, but it's not like it stops
Yeah, you can't do that.
It ain't like the emergency.
My problem with the kickstand, with actual bikes, not talking about emojis that are from, I don't know, fruits, vegetable. What's it? Eggplant's a vegetable, I think, or starch, something.
I think it's a vegetable. It's a vegetable.
It's a vegetable.
You thinking about potatoes?
I don't know. What is an eggplant? I mean, you eat it. Just tastes like a bad potato almost.
Unless you have a good eggplant parm. An eggplant parm is stellar.
Is this coming from the guy that was sitting crisscross applesauce on a low wide chair?
What's that have to do with me liking eggplant parm?
I mean, it's zesty. There's some zestiness.
It's a good dish.
I like zesty.
Eggplant parm is a great
I like
dish.
zesty dishes. All right, so we're talking about, I don't like when my kids just throw their bikes. Like I go out and try to get them good bikes. Like not really good bikes, but good bikes.
Like Radster e-Power bikes.
Yeah, I wish. They just chuck the bike on the ground.
Just launch it.
And I'm like, dude, do you see this? Put this down. They don't lean it up against any wall. If anything, they just throw it on the ground. So I like it. I like it.
It's the cool thing to do. You like hop over to one side and you just ride the bike on one pedal for a little bit and then chuck it. You want to impress a girl? Chuck the bike on one pedal.
Mm-hmm.
Just walk up. Hey, honey.
Yeah, my days were much more based around skateboarding, going to the local skate park.
I tried skateboarding like once when I was 12, man.
You have a good body type for it, man.
Oh, I am so bad at it. So bad. Tried to get on one once upon a time and like drop into a mini like little quarter pipe when I was 12 and wiped out and smacked my teeth on the ground, and that was it.
Yeah,
that's all she wrote.
When you're a big time skater, you're also a skier, so you don't like.
I like having two things under my feet.
Yeah, see, I like dragging my knuckles, man, scraping those knuckles on everything I can do.
Two things:
snowboarding, skating.
Give me 2 planks. Matty B will back me up on that. 2 planks all day.
Swag surfing.
I heard that the Washington Capitals goal song is swag surfing. It ruined Connor. It broke him. It only happened once.
Was he mad about it?
Oh, hated it. Swag surfing is not up to McGee.
So Connor's not like cool or fun.
No.
Cool.
No.
Good to know. I thought he was cool and fun.
You would have thought Connor was born like in the 1940s. Like,
no,
his taste for life is.
Connor would have been a hit in the 1940s. Connor's cut from the same Keefe and Mosier cloth of. We are World War II and American history buffs. He's a hit right now.
I mean, I love all this. I love all this stuff. I do. I love all the history. I just don't kind of like being browbeaten with it. Like we are so much better than you as history buffs. So we're going to just show it to you on every one of our socials. I don't know.
Kansas and CU this weekend. Hard 90-degree turn here.
Big time win.
Coach, let's go through the X's and O's of Kansas and how they are a better team than the record indicates. How do they match up against the Buffs in what is the most important game of the Prime era? Because of not only, you're squarely in the college football playoff race, but this may have been the loudest week that we've had in season with Prime. Not just around the hype of Dion and Boulder and he's here with Travis and Shador and all this. Now you're playing great. And all the conversation isn't around what you're doing at the college level. It's about where you're going to go next year.
I have concerns about the narrative, and I don't think that narrative is going to affect Coach Prime. I don't think it's going to affect his coordinators.
Okay.
I really don't. I certainly don't think it's going to affect Shedeur, Travis Hunter, the LeJonte Wester. But you wonder about the youth, and there is a good amount of youth that is playing because there's been very, very effective high school recruiting of guys that are playing ball right now. Does it even give you that thought in the back of your mind of where am I going to be next year at this time? If you're a freshman or a sophomore and you're in your first 2 years. And I guess that does come with the territory. And I have heard, and I agree with the fact that the culture and this team is built different because of the confidence that Coach Prime does emanate. And I think that reverberates through the entirety of this roster. But you do wonder, is that even maybe a slight thing? And if it is, Kansas is a game outfit. You can look at their early season woes. You can point to him as Jalen Daniels, who was potentially a Heisman candidate when the year started. He was a dark horse. He had a bad start to the season, but man, he's been playing good ball since then. I mean, this is a true dual threat quarterback. And you look through the games, he had 66 yards rushing against Iowa State in that win. They scored 45 points against Iowa State, who was known as the best defense or one of the best defenses in this conference. He had 66 yards again. He had 68 against Iowa State, 66 against Kansas State. And really, they should have won that football game, lost 29-7. And then against Houston, had 58. Jalen Daniels is a confident dude. He can see it. He can rip the football. And he's got a big-time wide receiver in Luke Grimm. This dude he's just a crafty. He gets open. And he's a threat as a run-after-catch player. And then the best player on their team is their running back, a guy that is going to be a starter in the NFL in Devin Neal. He is 64 yards away from a 1,000-yard season.
That's what concerns me most about this game, is that only 3 times in the Prime era have the Buffaloes kept an opponent to under 100 yards rushing. Just 3 times. And yes, it happened last week against Utah when the run defense was dominant, absolutely dominant. Or sorry, not it. Who am I looking at? Arizona State in week 6. They kept Southern Cal to 95 yards in week 5 in year 1. This past week against Utah, on 30 attempts, they kept the Utes to 31 yards rushing. Those are your 3 games. Those are your 3 games in the Prime era where they have kept an opponent to under 100 yards. And Kansas is stellar on the ground. Absolutely stellar. The only game in terms of century yard rushing marks this season that they've been kept to under 100 was last week's win against BYU. Prior to that, 237 yards on the ground against Iowa State, 191 or 92 yards on the ground against Kansas State, 220 yards on the ground against Houston. If the run defense reverts back to what they've been for the majority of the Prime era, this becomes a really tough game to win.
The harder thing about defending, just very similar to Kansas State, defending this version of the run game is that the quarterback is a primary runner as well. So you have the Devin Neal concern and the Jalen Daniels concern. And Jalen Daniels has had 50 or more yards on this season 4 times. Jalen Daniels he's a bit of a turnover liability. And that to me is the key to make this a game that you are not sweating in the fourth quarter. Turnover Jalen Daniels.
So do you have to look at what happened against Kansas State with a dual threat quarterback and go, this is going to be something similar?
The hardest part about the way CU is built, and I believe that the Denver Broncos are built, there is a ton of man coverage, which I think is the best way to play defense right now. You take away the easy gimme throws. You make them earn the contested catches. You live with slants. You got to throw quick slants. But the problem with man coverage, when that's how you're built, when defenders turn their back to cover players, athletic quarterbacks love that picture, and they take off and run. And that's why I think the Denver Broncos got away from their schematics against Lamar Jackson, played a little bit more zone coverage, and that's where Lamar Jackson picked them apart through the air. So it's going to be interesting to see just that cat and mouse game of, do you have a quarterback player either in man coverage, he's a spy, which can be challenging as well because you can't filter through all the different blocking schemes. Sometimes there's people in the way. Or do you just play man coverage and keep your defenders facing the quarterback as long as they possibly can so they can trigger and react? But I would say that would be a departure from what got you here. And so that is a bit of my concern and question. But I have a lot of trust and a lot of faith in the intellect of Robert Livingston. He's done a great job throughout the course of this year.
And is it easier to play a quarterback spy when you have elite corners like Colorado does?
It is easier, yes, but there are, even if you eliminate the outside receivers with great man players, there's still box concerns. And it's about gap integrity and then also the variety of the quarterback being an extra added element into that run fit. How are you going to fit every single run, whether it's outside zone, which is their number one play at Kansas. Jeff Grimes has been running outside zone. And when he was at BYU as the offensive coordinator in 2020 with Zach Wilson. When he was at Baylor, the year went to the Sugar Bowl. But it's also the quarterback-driven nature of what he can do off the outside zone, and then the naked game, the bootleg game. All that stuff does factor in. And Jalen Daniels is a guy that can take off and make things happen, even on a called pass.
Regardless of the record at 4-6, is it the toughest team they've played this year?
I'd say
schedule.
I'd say Kansas State was.
Do you think KSU is a better team?
At the time, Kansas State is kind of going through it right now as a program. But they were high flying. They were confident. They hadn't really dealt with the big time adversity. I'd say their quarterback wasn't really exposed to be a guy that isn't a consistent thrower of the football. I mean, he made big plays in that game to win, Avery Johnson. I just don't know that this is a better football team than Kansas State, but they might be playing better right now.
NFL Notes is coming up next. We will be joined at 11:30 by Raiders color analyst on their radio station, Lincoln Kennedy, longtime tackle for the Raiders. He'll be with us in, 15 minutes from right now. Make sure you guys stay tuned.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
We'll be joined in 10 minutes on NFL Notes by Lincoln Kennedy, color commentator, for the Las Vegas Raiders. He played 17 years as a tackle in the NFL, who will join us to talk about the Broncos and Raiders matchup in 10. But first, we go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Take it away.
Story number 1. Vance Joseph on Thursday spoke to the media, and he was asked about whether he has seen any particular changes on tape with the Las Vegas Raiders since the coaching changes a few weeks ago. Here's VJ breaking down what he has seen thus far.
It's only been one week, on tape as far as the new coordinator, new O-line coach, new kind of philosophy, but it looked good, especially in the first half against the Dolphins. There in that game, the running game was crisp, it was working. The passing game was quick. It was efficient. Obviously, Brock played very well. They've got Meyer back now. He's tight end. I mean, he's a high draft pick who's a target also. He's a great blocker, inline blocker. So they have a chance to run their 2 tight end sets to keep you off balance with running pass game. So it's always tough to track 12 personnel because it can look like 11 and be a pass and Brock can be a receiver, or it can look like 12 and be an inline run. So it's good to have 2 tight ends, one who's a joker type, receiver type, so you can go between 12 and 11 personnel looks.
They're referring there to new interim offensive coordinator Scott Turner of the Las Vegas Raiders. That would be the son of offensive genius Norv Turner. I know Scott well. He played at UNLV when my dad was coming in as the head coach at UNLV. He's a guy that is going to lean into the ground game. Think Marty Ball, Marty Schottenheimer. But then the digit system, which is 3-digit downfield passing system, that is a root of Don Coryell that got passed down to his father in Norv Turner, and Scotty loves chucking the ball down the field. So look for the type of game plan that will be very heavy personnel grouping, 2 tight ends, and push the football vertically down the field.
It's the only way that they can beat you is if you don't cover the tight ends well. If you can't find a way to contain Bowers and Meyer, you can lose this football game. That and then turning the football over. But I said it a couple of days ago. I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. I feel like it's an unlosable football game for Denver.
The guy that I would be on high alert for because he is new to the fold this season is Michael Mayer, the big-time tight end just a couple years ago at University of Notre Dame. Different body type, more of an inline tight end. You're going to focus a lot of your attention, if you're Vance Joseph in this secondary, on stopping Brock Bowers. Michael Mayer is a very, very capable tight end. They have, from a talent perspective, they have the best tight end tandem in pro football right now.
KJ, what's next?
Order a dub off Amazon. It's going to get here to my house by 9 o'clock tonight.
So there was a moment yesterday during Daniel Jones' presser where it appeared that he was acknowledging he was being demoted. Well, this morning, Daniel Jones requested his release from the New York Giants, and it came after a statement from President John Mara where he acknowledged that after their meeting, it was best for both sides to go their separate ways. Daniel Jones yesterday was asked about his role regarding the injury guarantee and how that ended up playing into him not getting back on the field.
When you spoke to Joe and Brian on Monday, how much did the injury guarantee factor into the equation on their end?
Yeah, I think that was a piece of the conversation for sure. I wanted to play, badly and do what I could to play. But I think it was a part of it. I think most of those discussions took place with my agents and Joe.
$69.3 million in dead money over the next 2 years. They release him. Cap hit of 47.1 in 2024, 22.2 in 2025. This was a terrible contract extension, man. Ever since he signed that thing, he fell off the face of the planet.
Never understood it in the first place.
Neither did I.
It really didn't make a whole bunch of sense. I mean, I know he had the playoff year. It was just a different type of season anyway. I didn't understand it. And that's why I always say buyer beware when you anoint a quarterback. Just let it play out. Let it play out over time. And if they're available, where Daniel Jones has had injury problems, but if they're available, you'll get a better feel for if this guy is your real franchise towards where you want to go over the course of time. And that's where I think the Giants were so terribly mistaken. And it's very clear that this situation is semi-similar to what Broncos country dealt with the old injury guarantee and all of the different things, but they at least addressed it and it was just done and it was over.
Since coming into the NFL in 2019 as a rookie, lowest win percentage out of any quarterback with 50 starts at 35%. His record was 24, 44, and 1. He had the lowest touchdown per attempt rate at 3.1% of any quarterback in that time frame who had attempted at least 1,000 passes. He was behind Mac Jones at 3.4% and Jacoby Brissett at 3.2. It never felt like New York, even though they signed him to the contract, it almost felt like they gave him the contract because they thought that's what you have to do with a quarterback. It never felt like the Giants loved him.
Great point here from the Safeway Twitch feed from The Loop. Bo Nix and Sean Payton have proven that you can succeed with heavy dead cap. You just need quarterback and coach alignment. I totally agree with that, but I would also throw in you need a top 3 defense. Don't forget about that. Do not forget about that.
What's next, KJ?
Order a dub off Amazon. It's going to get here to my house by 9 o'clock tonight.
Rex Ryan went on ESPN radio yesterday, and he has thrown his name into the New York Jets head coaching hat.
I love it.
I think this is absolutely crazy. Rex Ryan, can you explain to us what would go into your next tenure of being the New York Jets head coach?
I look at it this way. Blow it up. We're going to blow the opponents up. There's way too much talent on this team to play the way we've been playing, period. And how hard can you get a guy to play? That's the thing. Like, nobody's seen a team going to play the way as hard as this team's going to play in the future. Trust me, if I'm the guy. Trust me. And that's going to be it. That's what's going to separate me from all these other guys you're going to bring in. You know, your Grudens, your whoever, whatever. Give me a break. They ain't New York Jets. I'm all about the Jets. And the great thing is, all right, yeah, second chance. You get a second chance at it and things like that. It doesn't happen very often. Yeah, well, when it does, it's usually special. And so we'll find out if I get that chance or not. If not, then, you know, hope they have one hell of a guy in place because I still want to be a fan of the Jets. I still want to be. But, you know, when I look around, I know nobody's better than me.
Hey, this guy, Rex Ryan, he can't keep my name out his mouth. Like, seriously, though, why in the world would Rex Ryan throw shade at John Gruden? Is it the battle of best early 2000s coach? Like, the time has passed you by, Rex, a franchise that is so just in the middle of a storm of drama. You really think that Rex Ryan, that personality coming into the organization, is going to be the solve?
Hey, man, he got him to an AFC title game 2 years in a row in the AFC.
What year was that?
2009 and 2010.
Bro,
I was still in high school.
The
man.
NFL's changed a little bit, hasn't it? The generation of kids that you're coaching or professionals you're coaching is a little bit different.
He proved without a quarterback, I can have success in the Tom Brady AFC East era. Something to be said for that.
15 years ago, Raj. It's a completely different National Football League.
What organization is in better shape right now? The Jets or the Giants?
I'd say the Giants. At least they're
Jets have talent though. The Giants don't have all that much talent.
Right.
They started putting talent.
From a drama standpoint, I'd say the Giants are less. There's less drama in the building. But from a talent standpoint, you're 100% right.
The Jets they're like Bane. They were born in drama though. That's who they are. The Jets they're a laughing stock. They're like my Mets. That's how they operate. They know that.
Garrett from the Shop Mazda text, I agree, and I think the sentiment shared by everybody outside of New York, how fun it is to watch all of these New York teams struggle.
It is funny, man.
And fall apart.
It is funny.
With the New York Post writing the craziest headlines ever, every single day about the drama that's going on inside those buildings.
The Jets have the better roster. I don't think Ryan hasn't ever proven that he can actually like get it done. He had those 2 AFC championship game appearances. He lost to the Colts. He lost to the Steelers. I want to say both of those teams went on to win a Super Bowl title that year, right? 2009 with Payton, and then 2010 was that the Priest Holmes, Santonio Holmes catch? Was he the guy who did it in the side of the end zone?
It was for Arizona, yeah,
against Arizona, like 30
Arizona.
seconds to go.
Yep.
Remember that throw, man? That's It's one of, if not the greatest catch in Super Bowl history, in my opinion.
Right.
Because that's the catch that every kid wants to make in his backyard.
Go into the whole Rex Ryan, John Gruden debate. If you are a fan of the, let's go with the New York Jets. And you have to choose between Rex Ryan or John Gruden. Who are you taking as your head coach?
Gruden, they're both sideshows.
Yeah, neither.
Neither is the answer.
A or B? Nope, C, neither.
I think it would be a huge mistake for either one of those teams to hire a media mogul. Is what mogul is a hard word to actually put against those two guys, but a media personality like those two head coaches are now.
Yeah,
I don't know if I could do it. I think if you're running those two organizations, you have to find a younger head coach. I thought they had it in Robert Saleh, but
too much meddling. Everybody tried to have their hand in the cookie jar, and obviously
Saleh going to get another shot.
He'll be a defensive coordinator and probably take a team to the Super Bowl. It'd just be interesting to see. Is it Green Bay? Although Jeff Hafley's a brand new defense coordinator anyway, so I would say that he does indeed get another shot at some point in time.
Does he get the shot before Vance does?
No.
You think Vance is gone this year?
I don't. I think that Vance would be gone this year insofar as it's a great situation. When you've been fired as a head coach, yep, I've been there. The second one, you don't want to take another one that's not a great fit and that doesn't give you the chance to go do what you want to do, because it's a lot of work, man. Obviously you build a ton and put a lot into it, and if it's all drama and all bad, it's like beating your head against the wall every single day when you wake up. It's not fun.
I still take the Jets. I take the Jets roster over the Giants any day of the week. Malik Neighbors is a stud, though, man. That's a rookie this year that has not been talked about enough. We're talking about Brock. We're talking about the quarterbacks. Malik Neighbors is the truth. That's the guy that I hope you're not going to be able to draft him because you're too damn good this year. That's who the Broncos need. You need to find that number one wideout this year.
Great text here from Kobe. Can I choose 80-year-old Mike Shanahan as the Jets head coach?
Yes.
I would take that. Hey, if you're not going to let me in the Hall of Fame right away, then I'll just go do it again.
It's long overdue. You just got to put the guy in.
There's no question.
You just got to put the guy in.
Ooh, I like this. If Vance goes, we hire Robert Saleh. Big fan of that.
Oh.
Big fan.
I don't hate that at all.
I really like that.
At all.
And you have the ownership group to get something like that done.
And it feels like a lot of coaches.
Tell you what, our texters are on fire today.
It feels like a lot of coaches would want to come because the proof of concept is here with Payton, right? A lot of coordinators, if they don't get the job or fired head coaches, would want to come rehabilitate their image under Payton. And I don't think that was the case last year because of the lack of success. And it was, Sean Payton, we know you have a Super Bowl, but are you John Gruden now? Like, is that who you are? You were on TV, spent a lot of time away. There was controversy about Bountygate and all that nonsense. He's proven now that I can create the culture around the organization, and I can rehabilitate a failed head coach into another guy that is now being looked at and will be looked at this offseason for head coach or head coaching opportunities in Vance Joseph.
Not only that, but Sean Payton stood by his guy after 70 points were hung up on his guy. And that is a great thing for an incoming coach, is to know that there will be stability. At least, hey, it happens one time, he's got my back. Obviously, you got to fix it. Vance Joseph fixed it. If Vance Joseph's gone, I'm down for some Robert Saleh.
KJ, what's next?
Order a dub off Amazon. It's going to get here to my house by 9 o'clock tonight.
Rod, you mentioned it earlier. The Broncos are being flexed into Thursday night football in Week 16. It is going to be Chargers versus Broncos. Broncos are going on the road. And Troy Rink of the Denver Post threw out this. The reason Sean Payton took that game is because he wants extra time to prep for the Cincinnati Bengals in Week 17. You guys agree with that theory or not?
I think Troy Rank was listening to our conversation earlier. Appreciate Troy's clearly a friend of the program. Because I think Raj brought that up, and I thought it was a great.
Fop.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I agree with that. We essentially decide. First of all, I know Sean Payton and this team loves to get that type of limelight. It should be a team right now that is flexed into those types of games.
You might get flexed into the Sunday night game with the Cincinnati week as well.
Awesome.
Because if Cincinnati is
relevant,
is viable, and they might not be, like Cincinnati could certainly lose a couple of games between now and what is that, December 27th or 6th or something like that. maybe even later.
That AFC North is good. Like seeing what Cleveland did last night. You could say the weather. That defense looked really good last night. And Jameis Winston looks like a revelation for that franchise. So don't sleep on the Browns coming to town.
I was going to say,
don't sleep.
Does Monday night scare you a little bit?
It scares the living piss out of me. And it did even before last night's performance.
Just because of the defense or because
defense
of how
is good.
Jameis has been...
Myles Garrett's healthy. Jameis is just, I do think Jameis is one of those types of guys. If there's proof of concept that he can find success, then the leadership moments become very real, and you could see an emotional locker room that continues to fight.
This offensive line's played against decent pass rushers though this season. It's not like Nix has gotten his block taken off. What's different about Myles Garrett than TJ Watt? TJ Watt didn't wreck the game in week 2.
I mean,
Bosa didn't wreck the game.
TJ Watt had an impact in that Steelers
didn't wreck it,
Broncos game. He didn't wreck it, but I think you didn't get the opportunity to push the football down the field as a result of it. So did you wreck it? I don't know. The play calling would tell you that Sean Payton was very aware that TJ Watt can wreck a game. He just didn't let it happen, which is smart coaching.
NFL Notes is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll try and hook up with Lincoln Kennedy on the other side. This is the morning sprint with Coach and Raj. We'll also pop some tops, tell you what we're watching this weekend. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law medical doctor and attorney. You can find them at ramoslaw.com, where we find color analyst for the Las Vegas Raiders, 10-year NFL vet, former All-Pro and Pro Bowler, Lincoln Kennedy. Lincoln, what's up, man? We got him? Link, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. What's up, man? We're happy to have you on.
Yeah, sorry about being late. It was on the freeway doing some stuff and didn't get the Zoom information, but it's all good. We're here now.
Hey, we're excited to have you on. This is a big week, obviously, for the Broncos, sitting in the 7th seed in the AFC playoffs, going up against a team that they handled in Vegas, and this is obviously a trying year for the Raiders, but the one bright side has been the young tight end in Brock Bowers, who's now being thrown into Rookie of the Year conversation. How impressive has he been to watch?
Well, it's been refreshing. You know, I've had the privilege, I guess, to study many up and coming and tight ends that are expensive to their offensive prowess. But the thing is that it's been refreshing to have somebody in our own corner that we can rely on, like a Travis Kelce or a Kittle or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Lincoln, last time you and I sat down was before a CU game. I was the interim head coach, and you were on the Pac-12 network call, man. It's good to see your good-looking face, man. Hey, I just wanted to ask. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you real quick, just about the overall, just the vibe around the Raiders franchise. We know what's going on here in the state of Colorado. There's a lot of rumors about Coach Prime, and one of the places that Shador and potentially Coach Prime have been linked to is Las Vegas. Where is everything at, and just in terms of the feel with Antonio Pierce, the stability of his job? What do you see right now from your vantage point covering this team?
I personally like Antonio Pierce, and I think that I would love for him to get a more of a chance. The biggest problem for the Raiders, guys, there's been so much turnover in recent years. It's hard to escape that. The fact is that whenever, I've said this before, whenever a new coach comes in, they want to have their people. And we've seen that from ever since Del Rio was let go. They went through Gruden, they went through McDaniels, they went through so many other coaches. I would like to see Antonio Pierce stay there for a little bit longer to give him a chance to see what he can do. But the fact is, the Raiders need a quarterback. They don't have a quarterback. They're probably saving up for a quarterback, as you guys mentioned. The possibility for them to get their franchise quarterback, but they need a quarterback. So right now, it's a wait and see type of feel that I feel around the team. We have to wait and see who's going to be coming in or who's going to be there. But right now, they're just fighting for their lives right now.
You mentioned not having that franchise quarterback. Again, we're joined by Lincoln Kennedy, color analyst for the Raiders on their flagship radio network. He'll be on the call on Sunday for Denver's game out there on the Strip. You mentioned the quarterback not being there. Is there resentment around Raiders Nation that they took a position player before they had the quarterback? Or is there an understanding that this was more than just a 1 year, I wouldn't call it a rebuild, but retool, I guess?
I wouldn't say it's resentment. I think the fact is that I think most of the guys in the organization believed that they were going to be better than they were, to be honest with you. I honestly feel that this team felt that they were going to be a better team than what they've shown. But you see what happens. You have to have a quarterback. You don't have a franchise quarterback, you don't have a chance.
Lincoln, you were a part of some of the great rivalry games here between the Denver Broncos and I believe it was the Oakland Raiders the whole time you were a Raider, correct? You never played in Los Angeles?
Never played in Los Angeles. All Oakland.
So looking back at that rivalry between these two teams, this is a rivalry that's been dominated by the Raiders, certainly in the last 9 years. What were some of your favorite memories of the Broncos-Raiders rivalry game? Is there any one game that stands out to you?
I wish we had as much success against the Broncos when I was playing. And the fact is, the Broncos had our number a great time in my career. We did win some games in Denver, but the fact is that they were a tough team to beat and one of my most despised rivals, if you will. I mean, of course, I went in the stands, and most notably, most people remember that, going in the stands and hitting trying to bring that up. But anyways, here's the thing. I think that this Bronco-Raider rivalry is deep, as it is with every person in the division, every team in the division. I've said this all along. Everyone either likes the Raiders or they hate the Raiders. And we know how Bronco fans feel about the Raiders. We feel the same thing about Bronco fans, to be honest with you.
We've been trying to figure out how Vegas can beat Denver this week. I've been saying it all week, and maybe I'm just a little bit brash on this. I think it's an unlosable game for Denver. Paint the other side of the picture for me. How do the Raiders beat the Broncos?
Well, the Raiders got to find a way to put things together. They've been trying for, since the last time they met the Broncos. Look, the fact is that the Raiders have had the Broncos number for the last couple of years prior to this year by running the football. They haven't had the luxury to run the football. They haven't had the graciousness of running the football. So they're still trying to figure that out. This offense is inept. I don't know what the Raiders can do to surprise me or bring everything together. But why they face the Broncos, it's going to be a tough game. Broncos have got all the speed and all the momentum. The Raiders are going to try to find their way through it.
After moving on from Luke Getsy and James Craig, the offensive line coach, Scott Turner now takes over as interim offensive coordinator. In his one game, really, of being the offensive coordinator, what changes did you see? And do you think there is any hope in terms of what could happen in this game because of the switch at offensive coordinator?
No, I wouldn't say that because the offense hasn't shown any consistency. Now, they were able to score some more points than they did in previous games, this last game against Miami, but still coming in and losing effort. The defense is disheveled because of the injuries. The offense is inept because of the inconsistencies. I don't know if it comes all together for Denver game. But you know what? There's a hope. You got to play the game, and so anything can happen.
Lincoln, we'll get you out on this one. Again, longtime right tackle for the Raiders. You have your opportunity. You said they've missed the quarterback, and that is very clear in Vegas. You have the opportunity to draft your guy. Who does Lincoln Kennedy want to block for next year with the Raiders?
Well, I'm old school. I think you need to put the commitment into the offensive line, not necessarily use your first pick with the offensive line. And I'm not sure where they're going to go quarterback-wise. There's some good quarterbacks, not as deep as it was last year's draft, but there's some good quarterbacks coming out. So I don't know where the Raiders are going to land when it comes to that. But I'm old school guys. You can't make anything happen unless you have an engine that's going to run. And so you got to focus on that offensive line. The Raiders need to pay attention to their offensive line next year's draft.
That is Lincoln Kennedy. He'll be on the call, Raiders Radio, on Sunday for Vegas and Denver. We appreciate your time, man. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys. Sorry I'm late, and I hope everything's well.
No worries
Happy
at all.
holidays.
Yeah, I'll come up and see you up there in the radio booth. I'm coming up this weekend to Vegas.
What I'm talking about. I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All of our guests on Altitude Sports Radio are courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com. Spoken like an offensive tackle. I don't care who's throwing the football. As long as he's got time, he should be okay.
Well, that's what the Broncos had in place for Bo Nix to come here. Was the offensive line a humongous area of concern coming out of last season?
No.
We all know that Russell Wilson, he did it again last night. He likes to run around in circles and run into defenders and get sacks. Right? The numbers are down. The offensive line is a top 5 unit in the NFL, and that was built before the quarterback was in place. And I think that's really intelligent football.
Let's pop some tops. We're going to tell you guys what we're watching this weekend. I cannot wait for the college football slate. Huge games. Obviously, you've got the Army game. I think that's the one that you're looking at.
Oh, man, you stole my shot.
I won't. Take it away. Why do you want to watch that football game,
I
Coach?
am so excited. Just as the son of an Army vet, my father coached at West Point. I think that this is going to be a very, very close football game. I've been calling the upset for at least a month and a half now. I believe that the Cadets go into Yankee Stadium and knock off Notre Dame and throw the entire CFP world completely on its head. I'm calling the upset, and I'm not just going to pop the top, man. I'm going to be in Vegas watching it, so I'm going to shake the ice.
All right, I'm popping the top 2, Indiana and Ohio State. Biggest game of the weekend without a doubt. Undefeated Hoosiers going into the Horseshoe against the Buckeyes. You're going to learn whether or not they are real. You will learn this weekend whether or not Indiana is going to be in the college football playoff, if they'll be in that conversation. I think they're going to keep it close. Ohio State's an 11-point favorite in this game, and I think that's a crazy line to set against an Indiana team that has thrown up points at will this season. I think it's close. However, I think the Buckeyes get it done. They move to 10-1. I can't wait to watch that football game. The other one I'm watching this weekend, hockey, Saturday at Florida. The Colorado Avalanche visit the defending Stanley Cup champions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 3:30 pregame and a 4 p.m. puck drop. Speaking about learning what teams are, this is a test for them. You're healthy now, right? Outside Ross Colton, who you're going to get back around, I don't know, December 15, 16, 17. Maybe they'll wait until after the Christmas break to bring him back. Just pump the brakes on that a little bit. Outside of that, you're healthy. And I've said, you get a couple of games, couple of weeks to gel. They will have time to have gelled before Saturday. That's a test.
I got a real pop to top, and it's going to be for the friends up north, the Rammies. Their most consequential contest in years. years. And they're taking their talents, a really, really good form that they're playing on both sides of the football. They're going to Fresno. Fresno State is 5-5. Undefeated CSU Rams in Mountain West Conference play are 3-point underdogs on the road against the 5-5 Fresno State team. I'm not buying it. CSU is going to win this football game. I'm going to pop the top. I'm going to be in Vegas watching it. I might even watch it from Stadium Swim at Circa, even at nighttime, get in the hot tub. Tops will be popped.
Vegas and Denver, 2:05 p.m. on CBS Sunday afternoon. Broncos looking to improve to 7-5, currently in the 7 seed in the playoff conversation right now. Let's predict a game. Listen, they should hammer Vegas, right? They beat them 34-18. Denver is a much better team now than they were then. You can make the argument that Vegas is a worse team now than they were then. I think that Denver only gives up 10 points in this game. I don't know if they go off offensively, just because we haven't seen them put back-to-back monster weeks. I do think however, it's a blowout. Give me 31-10.
We just heard from the broadcast colored commentator of the Las Vegas Raiders. He described the offense as consistently inept and the defense as disheveled. My prediction last night on Altitude After Dark with DMAC on our digital space was 34-17 Broncos. I'm going to drop that down to 34-7. Denver Broncos
34-7.
They're going to beat the brakes off that team.
I feel like this line should be closer to what Ohio State and Indiana is. Broncos are only a 4.5-point favorite.
It's weird. I don't understand it. Make it make sense. That team is playing really, really bad football. And Lincoln Kennedy wants them to draft a guard with the first overall pick.
I love that. Tell that to DMAC. Tell that to DMAC, see what he has to say about it. Dave's Hot Chicken is open right now on Highlands Ranch. Stop by today for the grand opening, and you have the chance to eat some hot chicken that's going to blow your mind. You can try the Reaper like Coach and I did, if you dare, or just enjoy a delicious sandwich or chicken strips or even a Cinnamon Toast Crunch milkshake. Those things were nuts.
Fantastic. If you go Reaper, if you go that route, just clear your schedule for about 4 hours after. Just going to give you a heads up.
However you choose to do it, you're not going to be disappointed. It's open today off Lucent Boulevard and Maybury Drive in Highlands Ranch. That is Dave's Hot Chicken. PhD will have their Broncos and Raiders predictions on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
That the cutting of the tile will start right now. AAA Home Improvements. Yeah. Man, we love them. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Thank you, AAA. Boys, I want to tell you. Every now and then, sometimes, for whatever weird reason in life, you're in an extraordinarily good mood. Like you can't really quite explain it. And I don't know, it doesn't happen to everybody every day. And I don't know. Well, hold on.
Well, but sometimes you can't explain
it. Sometimes you can. That's not the reason, though. Yeah.
You just got your infomercial done?
Scott has the best mornings of anybody I know. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
I've never met a dude that has more morning fun.
That's not why I'm in a good mood.
Visitors at the house.
I'm sorry, huh? Visitor? Yeah. Well,
used to work at
I know. I get the joke. We all get the joke. We understand.
We all don't.
Yeah. We all don't? Well, we'll flow right through this.
Okay.
I'm just take the hammer and bang it over the head. But it's just one of those days, man. I think CU. I don't know why, because I don't know anything about Kansas. Hey, were we talking to our guy there, Dan? Did we get that? Or we haven't heard yet? All right, we're trying to talk to a little CU insider. But I'm so optimistic for the Buffs this weekend for no reason.
Talking to?
Well, I don't want to say it until we can. Hopefully it works out. But CU Kansas, I don't know anything about Kansas. I don't know anything about their football team. Outside them, I think they're a good, bad team.
They're not a bad team. That's a good team.
Okay, so they're a good team with a bad record.
Yep.
You know who a good team with a bad record is? Cleveland Browns are a good team with a bad record.
Yeah, anytime you get Jameis Winston at the helm, it's going to be interesting. That dude, god dang, I could listen to that guy speak anytime.
He's the best. He's filled with joy.
I wish he was.
His pregame rant was pretty cool.
He's pregame,
they're
asking about, it's supposed to be 2 degrees, 100 mile per hour winds. What do you think about that? I just want to thank God for this opportunity to go out in this brutal wind, the misery, the joy, the experience, the testimony that's to be had.
Great. I love him, man. I don't know how he's not one of the most likable sports characters around.
Well, you know what they're going to have to do now? Pay him.
Well, somebody's going to pay him.
Maybe
somebody's going to have to pay him because
you can really see it when they played the Saints. And I don't know if you guys saw that video. Look, it's common when you play your former team to go hug a bunch of dudes after the game, right? But after that game, the entire Saints team stood in like a single file line to give Jameis a hug. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, he now set a record that he and only Baker Mayfield are the only two guys that have beaten Baltimore and Pittsburgh in the same season. Think about that stat.
Really?
It just popped up there on the 4-letter network.
Rare.
That's interesting.
Isn't that interesting?
My day is just going so good. Like, I went and got a haircut today. And, like, I actually enjoyed talking to the haircut person. Usually it's just like,
oh my God. D-Mac, you've never met a person in your life you didn't enjoy talking to.
No. Sometimes the haircut people, I want very low. I'm just like,
I find that hard to believe.
No,
let's go, right?
Yeah, just get it done. But no, she was great.
What were you talking about?
Just life, man. Just like what the kids doing, what Thanksgiving's all about, like what's going on, just nothing deep, just like this. She lives in Littleton. She drives over here, Lone Tree. This is like my little neighborhood, man. I just live here. This whole area where we work, this is my neighborhood. This is everything I do is around here now. So I'm like, she's pretty cool. Then I go out to a little breakfast spot. I love sitting. You guys like sitting at the bar to eat, like a breakfast bar?
I like to eat dinner at the bar, watch a little TV, have a steak.
How great is that?
That's good.
And like if you're out with somebody else and you get that corner spot, so that person's there and you're at the bar. Are you kidding me? Then you have a little chat with the bartender server person. Is it better? I don't know if it's better. Got a little breakfast spot. I'm doing that. Guy at the end goes, "Thanks for getting me through tough times. This is on me."
Oh, wow.
I had zero idea he knew who I was for the 30 minutes.
Didn't say a word to you?
Didn't say, aside from, "Hey, how you doing? Here's this, here's that." And then as I'm getting up and putting my card down, he's like, "You got me through some tough times. Here you go."
Wow.
And that'll come back around. I go to this breakfast place all the time. I'll take care of him. Don't worry about it. But it was just like, dude, so unnecessary, but just paying it forward like that. And to hear that what we do sometimes makes people's lives better, and I'm sure you guys have got that. I'm sure you have. Not all the time. But every now and then you run across somebody that says, hey, man, thanks for what you do. Nobody really says that to media people. We're muggles. Don't get that. But to think that we can impact people's lives in a positive way just by sitting around and talking about sports? Are you kidding me?
It's pretty fun.
It's a good day.
Good job.
So I'm taking that good karma with me today. I'm just filled with joy. I'm happy to be here. Happy to be with you guys. Happy we're going to have a great night with the Nuggets tonight. Really am curious about Jokic. I understand he's cool. I don't know what can be said and what can't be said, but I'm just hoping for the best. I don't know what's going on specifically. I don't know if you have more information you can share or not share.
And I've honestly heard nothing.
Okay. Well, I'm, wanting the best for him and his family. And whenever he's back, and we'll be fine.
Everybody keeps saying there's nothing to be concerned with.
That's good. That's good. And I bet you that's the case. So,
first 20 games?
Yeah,
Get it done now.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Just my son was asking me about the NBA yesterday because he's just not an NBA. He likes the NBA, but he's not like. And he goes, "Are these important games?" And I go, I don't think so.
What do you mean? They got blue courts and stuff.
With not blue court. Oh, I cannot wait to ask Malone
gold
today.
Court.
Pregame. I'm going.
It's more gold than it is yellow.
I'm going to pregame for one reason only. Coach,
are you going to be disappointed if he doesn't bring it up first with you?
Oh, he definitely isn't going to bring it up with me.
I thought you guys had a thing. I thought you had a thing last year.
His thing is, not saying my name for the last 4 years. That's the thing. Yeah, I don't. But I really do like Coach Malone. I'm a big Michael Malone fan. I cannot wait. I'm going to rise right up and say, Coach,
painted court night.
What do you think?
What are you calling it now? It's not a blue court. It's a yellowish
last year
gold.
you did a blue court to him.
I'm going to call it the gold court.
Gold court.
Coach, what do you think about the gold court?
I do like the Nuggets court this year. It's got a championship feel to it. That's what it's got that gold vibe going on. It doesn't give you a migraine when you look at it.
Should I go even deeper? Just a presumptive question. Does that spectacular gold court remind you of championships?
There you go. Can't wait to get that in-season tournament championship.
That might be a little bit too much. But it's a late one tonight.
Is it a requirement from the league that you have to hang a banner? Is it a requirement?
Is it a requirement?
Yeah.
I don't think it's a requirement. I can't imagine anybody not doing that, though.
I think it was required last year.
I would absolutely not hang that thing. That's bad. It's bad omens. It's bad juju. It's stupid.
The Lakers hung theirs up.
I know.
Yeah. They had a whole ceremony and stuff. That was so stupid.
Kobe would never.
Would never what?
Let that thing get hung.
He wouldn't have a choice.
I think that was written.
Oh, so you're saying it is required?
Written above.
I mean, Jeannie Buss runs the Lakers, not Kobe Bryant.
Really?
If you heard,
who runs it now?
Jeannie Buss. Jeannie Buss still runs the Lakers.
If you heard the dollar figure I was told last night attached to this in-season tournament and the investment in the sponsorship, you would go, okay.
I'm already
starts with
there.
a 2 and ends in a B.
Jeez.
Starts with a 2 and ends in a B.
$2 big bucks.
That doesn't end in a B. That ends in an S.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
2B. Just 2B.
2B. Oh, just 2B. Oh.
2B.
It starts with a 2 and ends with a B. That's all there is.
T-Mac was really trying to figure out how it ends in a B.
I was thinking of how many words end in a B?
Ends in an NS. No.
2 tub.
Starts with a 2.
Starts with a 2.
And that's all there is.
That's all you need to know.
That's all there is.
But do you need to know much more than that?
Hell no. I get it.
I'm confused.
Wow,
Hell of
Emirates
a
is paying
business deal.
$2 billion for that?
That's insane.
I heard that's what they made last year.
Okay.
So why are you doing it? 2B.
2B. Or not 2B.
Or not 2B.
But 2B.
That is the question.
Well, it's not much of a question. We're going to 2B. Yesterday,
What's the question?
Daniel Jones, we were sitting here listening to that weird press conference like, why don't they just release him? Like, remember, we're like, what's going on there? Well, they released him.
Yep.
So what do you think?
He requested it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And they were happy to oblige. That was definitely a mutually, yep, we both feel like this is a good move right here. I'll be fascinated to see it. Obviously, nobody's going to claim him because there's no team that's going to take that contract. But he'll get picked up in a heartbeat. And who will do it? Could it be the Raiders?
Well,
could it be maybe even the Cowboys?
He had a little bit of the Russ thing with it that I read yesterday. I mean, he had a $23 million insurance thing on there too. That I don't know if they asked him. He didn't say anything about that. They asked him to waive it, but he gets hurt in the last. They got 6 games, and you always say it. This is a league of 100% injury, and he missed 11 games last year due to injury. Said, wait a minute. So if he gets injured, we got to pay him another $23 million?
Yep.
The only team that makes sense to me is the Cowboys. The Raiders don't. The Raiders need to lose all their games. They need to be on the race for Shador. While the Cowboys are not saddled, but they have the Dak Prescott contract. And, I mean, there's a glimmer of hope for the Cowboys. It's small. Whereas the Raiders season is just toast. And we'll talk more about the pathetic Raiders as we go. But the Cowboys do make sense. Because they still want to get going here, and winning games still matters, where it doesn't really with the Raiders right now. So I would say Daniel Jones will be on the Cowboys soon. I don't know what other team makes sense. I don't know.
He'll have to clear waivers.
Yeah, so he'll have to wait 24 hours at a minimum. So anybody that doesn't know how that thing works, so when you go on waivers, what that literally means is there's a 24-hour period where any team in the league can claim you under your current contract. So if they claim you, they're going to have to pay you what you are currently getting paid. So nobody's going to do that. So it'll have to be at least 24 hours.
All right. So looking forward to the game tonight with the Nuggets. What are you doing? Are you next to Chris?
Next to Chris, doing a little TV tonight?
I'm supposed to be on the Under the Blankets with Chris Dempsey show.
Oh, you're going up there again?
I think so. I think when a show starts at like 11:15, getting guests is a little dicey.
And all the players are leaving, so
yeah, I think I'm your perfect, 11 p.m. Who's really up on a Friday night guy?
You're the Norm Macdonald of late night guests. Hey, we got so-and-so bag, so-and-so bag. Hey, call Norm. Norm will do it.
I got canceled the other night.
Really?
I got canceled, yeah, because Tom Green was available.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I had no offense. I was fine. Completely understood.
Had to pump up the 9 thing.
Plus, he's taller and more handsome. All those things kind of, but 11:15 on a Friday night?
D-Mac.
I'm your guy. So we're excited. Good win for the Avs last night. That was a game where, you will never, during a season, there are games you just will never remember. They will never stand out, and they just are you'll forget.
They just go in the record book as a W.
That was last night. But it was like that because Georgie played really well. He played well. Stopped 20 out of 29 shots, played well, 2-1 win. And you know what I realized after last night's boring, efficient win? They're back. It's the Avs are here.
Like good hockey again.
Yeah. They're going to go on some kind of good, solid, boring runs from now to the end of the season. And watch. Winnipeg got off to this ridiculous start, but they're going to be good. I think the Nuggets are going to be good too. I do. I think they really need that win with Jamal against Memphis.
That was big.
No Luka tonight, right, Scotty?
Yeah, he's got a sprained wrist.
Kyrie's playing, though, I would assume.
Who had 43 in the last week when you played him.
You guys realize...
Kyrie's so fun. Man, when he was clicking, he's one of my favorite players to watch in the NBA.
You guys realize the last time Jokic actually played for the Nuggets was against the Mavericks at Ball Arena?
Wow.
2 weeks.
I hadn't thought about that.
Yes, that was the last time he played. How much things have gone on in your life since then?
Quite a bit. A 5-day road trip to the center of the country.
Right? That's the last time he played. So I don't know if he's going to go tonight. Maybe we can find out a little bit later. The guest that we were hoping for has been confirmed, Tyler. You asked who we were going to have on to talk CU. Mark Johnson.
There we go. Golden voice right there.
We're going to have him on next. Hey, what's going on? It's T-Mac for Mike Maroney, Ford, Longmont, 3rd and Alpine in Longmont. They are incredible. Every day brings more opportunities. Your next great opportunity. It's at Mike Maroney, Ford, Longmont. Black Friday savings are going all month on their incredible lineups of 2024 Ford F-150s. You want something tough that's ready to rock the Rockies? They've got you covered with amazing deals or low financing options. They're going to make it work for you. And don't forget, Maroney means more. Every vehicle comes with a 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado, anywhere in the state. From Montrose to Monument, from Arvada to Alamosa, whatever you need, wherever you're going, bring Mike Maroney with you. Go to Mike Maroney, FordLongmont.com. These peak savings will not last because the best F-150s go fast. See my friends at Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont, and tell them your pal D-Mac sent you. Hey, can I tell you about Dave's Hot Chicken? Seriously, man. What are you doing, Dave's? Now in Highlands Ranch, you can stop by today for the grand opening. You have the chance to eat hot chicken that's going to blow your mind. Try the Reaper if you dare, or just enjoy a delicious sandwich or chicken strips. However you choose to do it, you're not going to be disappointed. It's open right now off Lucin and Mayberry Drive in Highlands Ranch. It's Dave's Hot Chicken.
Why did you eat the Reaper again? Like, you did this last year. They tried to get me to do it, and I'm like, no. Like, I've got nothing to prove. Yeah, everybody's out there trying to peer pressure me. I'm like, I don't need to impress any of you dum-dums out here. I did it last year. I almost died. You literally couldn't talk. You lost function of your tongue.
Yes,
and you're like, oh, somebody's wanted me to. I'll just do it again. Sure.
Tyler, one characteristic about me is I pathetically strive for acceptance. With that, let's turn to our guest. It's Mark Johnson, who's the voice of the Buffaloes. Mark Johnson, what are you guys doing there in Boulder? What is happening up there?
It is. We're just living in the glow of prime there, D-Mac.
Yes, so.
Working our way towards the Big 12 title game appearance. We got a big one in Kansas City this weekend.
You know, I just don't know. Can you just give us a little primer on Kansas as you're doing your research and your work on them? What should we know about Kansas?
Very solid defensive team. They were a team that was picked in the top 2 or 3 in the preseason poll and kind of stubbed their toe early and then kind of found themselves, obviously coming off 2 upset victories over previously undefeated Iowa State and then at BYU last week. Jalen Daniels, their quarterback, he's an adequate passer. He's thrown some picks this season, but he's got 6 rushing touchdowns, so he's very elusive. They're kind of a unique offense, a little speed and triple option. Thrown in there, and so it's very diverse, a little bit different than what you normally face, and so a very, very solid football team. We're going to see that at Arrowhead.
Mark, I don't know if you would agree with this or not, but I'm freaking nervous. I'm nervous about Kansas. They're clicking right now. I think this is actually the toughest game on the schedule this year. Kansas State might have something to say with it, but would you agree it's at least up in that category?
Well, I'll tell you this, Tyler. About 4 or 5 weeks ago, Gary Barnett and I were talking and about the way the schedule's unfolding, and he pointed to that game, and he said that might be the most dangerous team we're going to face. And at the time, they had 2 wins, and I said, come on, because I'm telling you, because that's a really good football team. And so you're not alone in that contention. I mean, they're playing very well. And keep in mind, guys, they're playing for bowl eligibility. They've got 4 wins with 2 games remaining, and so the only way they see the postseason is to win these last 2 games. And a buddy of mine, from the Chiefs dropped me a line. He said, hey, you better get ready. He said, tickets are virtually impossible to find. Parking sold out. He said, it's going to feel like a December game when the Broncos and Chiefs are playing for a division title. He said, that's the kind of atmosphere you guys are walking into this weekend.
Well, we looked at it this week, and I think 5 of their 6 losses are by 1 score or less. So, I mean, they've been in games, and you just got to find a way to win them, and maybe they've turned that corner on that. That being said, is it about Kansas, or will it be about CU and handling that environment?
Well, I think, Scott, it's about CU, the way that the Buffs are playing. And, I was on a show a couple of days ago, and a guy was making similar points, and I said, everything you're saying about Kansas is absolutely true, and then apply that to Colorado, because Colorado right now I think is the best team in the Big 12. Explosive on offense, running the ball adequately. The defense is much improved. You got the Heisman Trophy leading contender at this point, another guy that's in the top 4 or 5, maybe the best quarterback in college football. So all the things we say about Kansas is true, and then if you flip it around, KU's got to deal with what Colorado is right now, because the Buffaloes, I think, are playing phenomenal football at this point.
All right, Buffs just landed Juju Lewis, and depending on what outlets you look at, ESPN has him as the number 2 overall recruit in the country. Other outlets have got him as the 9th best quarterback in the country. Take us behind the scenes a little bit on what was going on over the last couple months and just how good is this kid?
Well, I got to be very careful. Remember, since I'm an employee for the University of Colorado, I cannot talk about specific recruits.
Okay.
I can talk on his show. We talked on his show yesterday about a very prominent player who committed to a team that plays in the Centennial State. And he told me, he said, things have really been percolating over the last, few weeks here. A lot of conversations going on between the head coach and said player. And obviously guys like Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter have had a lot of communications with said player as well. And so they did a lot of, marketing and salesmanship in the past few weeks here. And looks like a perfect situation for any quarterback who could come in. You've got arguably the best quarterback in America that's going to go jump to the NFL. They need somebody, and it looked like a perfect fit. So that's about as generic a response as I can give you.
And with a said recruit in there, does that quell all the rumors of Prime leaving to coach other places?
Scott, I think it does. Yesterday when we were taping the show, I brought it up to him, and I just said, listen, you know what's going on out there. Your name's going everywhere. And he gave me similar response yesterday that we've heard recently about the kickstand being down and loving it here. And then when you land one of the top recruits in the country, and I was told that said recruit, by the way, is going to be like the Pied Piper. When he comes, others are going to follow, and you're going to see a lot of receivers and offensive linemen that want to be part of that whole deal. And so it certainly looks like it's set up beautifully for Prime. And you've got to I was on CBS Radio early this morning, and they were asking the same thing. And I said, guys, if he goes to the NFL, first off, you guys well know this. The culture from a coaching perspective is very different in the NFL than it is in college. If he was to go to the SEC or the Big Ten, listen, you've got a much easier avenue to the college football playoffs in the Big 12 than he would in those conferences. And so, I mean, the keys to the kingdom are in his hand. I don't know why you'd want to change anything.
I agree. And Mark, it to me, I flipped that light switch yesterday. Like I was kind of watching what Prime was saying. I was like, okay, I'll forgive him if, things change. And the opportunity to coach Shedeur is so bizarrely unique. But when that news came down yesterday, I was just like, oh, wow. Okay, I am going to take him at his word now. I will. I believe it. So
Mac, the other aspect about this is, you're not going to wait. If you're the Dallas Cowboys, you can't wait until after the draft to hire a coach. And if you hire a coach now, when when NFL teams are going to do it, there's no guarantee you're going to get said player. And so, I mean, it's not necessarily a guaranteed package deal that you're going to get down in Dallas. There's a lot of hurdles you've got to get over to make that happen.
Oh, I think Shedeur is going to end up with the Giants or the Raiders, not the Cowboys. I think these are the two worst teams in the NFL, and they're actively striving, I believe, to get to the bottom for Shedeur. Now, will those guys make an offer for Prime too? I think it'll all settle down, but I just don't think it's going to happen now. I don't, Mark. I think Juju, the said recruit, whatever the code words are here, I think that'll do it. And I think the Pied Piper will be playing his lute. Is that what a piper? Is it a lute? It's not a flute. Is it more of a?
I think it's a flute, isn't it?
It's a recorder.
I thought it was a flute.
What's a lute, by the way?
Well, a flute is out to the side.
Well, a lute is a thing that used to be prescribed.
Okay. All right, Mark.
Hey, hold on, really quick. One more on the said recruit from Georgia. Is he skipping his senior year of high school? He's got another year of high school eligibility left. Can you break that down for me?
Tyler, you're being so vague now.
I was told that said recruit would be like a lot of, you see a lot of guys in their final year, they can graduate early and then be on campus and go through spring ball and potentially even be at a bowl game. And so I was told there was a possibility of said recruit potentially doing that.
Wow. See, the real question, this is where it is. Has he done 2.5 years of high school or 3.5 years? Because if he's in his junior year and giving up a year, that is preposterous. Like
I've never heard of that.
I've never heard of it either.
I think he's gone 3.5 at this point.
3.5.
Is my understanding.
Yeah. Okay.
I think this is the senior year, I think.
But Tyler, he wouldn't have another year of eligibility in high school.
That's not correct, the article I read. It did not say that, but maybe it's wrong. Who knows?
Mark, you're the absolute best for all the holy cow, the junk, the bull junk that you and Coach Barnett have had to go through.
How's your health, by the way?
Oh, good question.
I'm coming around, and there was a piece in the Boulder Daily Camera, if you guys know or not, when they intubated me and did surgery on me after my rodeo accident, they injured my vocal cords, and I'm dealing with that. But
really,
we're slowly coming around. Yeah. The intubation. I don't think I thought he was rotor-rootering something or what he was doing, but apparently got a little rough with me, and so I'm dealing with that right now. But we're filing the way through it, so health-wise we're getting pretty good. And you know what? You feel better on a Saturday afternoon when you're winning by 3 touchdowns. I notice my health is much better on Saturdays when that's happening.
Right.
Well, I can't tell the difference in those golden pipes of yours there, Mark, so I wish you the best on that one, but you sound incredible, as always.
I appreciate it, guys. Yeah. Well, let's big ball game on Saturday, though, and we're going to see if we can maybe exercise some of those Broncos demons at Arrowhead.
All right, thanks, buddy. Mark. We'll talk to you later. Mark Johnson. Thanks, Mark.
According to Max Preps, they've got stats on Julian Lewis for a 22-23 freshman.
Mm-hmm.
23, 24 sophomore, 24, 25 junior.
Yeah. He's skipping a year, boys.
No. But that's 3 years of school.
Well, high school.
Right. That's 3 years.
There's 4
right
of high school. Last I checked.
Well, there are some that have 3 years
hold
high
on.
schools. But
did he play as a freshman then? I mean,
it didn't have any stats for freshmen.
Right.
Well, no, it has stats for freshmen.
It does?
Yeah.
It says freshman year of high school.
It says FR.
Wow.
Yeah.
Played in 15 games, 4,100 yards, 66% completion.
So somehow this kid
48 touchdowns.
You guys don't want to believe me on it, but
no. I'm believing. Well, it's hard to believe, but I'm believing you. So his freshman year was 22-23. Sophomore year, 23-24. Junior year, so we're in 2.5 years now.
Yep. He's got a whole another year.
He doesn't turn 18 until September 20th or something in the fall.
Okay.
How the hell did he get enough high school
I
credits
don't know.
in 2.5 years?
I don't know. I mean, there are kids that play high school football in middle school, right? So he easily could have been one of those kids, but it doesn't even look like that's the case. But the real question is academically how the hell he was able to pull it off.
That's what we got. Doogie Howser as the quarterback for the Buffs. How do you do it?
Well, if said recruit gets here and has
just,
a press we can
Scott,
ask that.
It's just us. You don't have to say said recruit. It's just us.
We don't work
no,
for
but
CU.
it sounds cooler.
It does.
Yeah.
There's
sounds exclusive.
Yeah, I mean we could just say Juju. Mark's gone.
No, but I'm with Scott.
You just want to keep saying said recruit.
Electric about said recruit.
Yeah, said recruit. In fact, it may be the only term in the recruiting process we say said recruit.
Because he's gonna start CU in January.
He's missing an entire year and a half of high school.
All right, this will be the last thing on this. Wouldn't you have to be enrolled as a student, meaning you would have a high school degree?
Yes.
Before you can start in January, correct?
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, I know a lot of kids have done that. A lot of kids have finished up in 3.5 years.
Oh, yeah, that happens all the time.
All the time. 2.5 years.
2.5 years.
Well, there's a kid that went to college at 15 recently, I saw. So, man, people can't do it.
No,
but how do you play football? And
you don't see that. I mean, the dedication, like just to work his craft of being a quarterback is insane. At 14 years old, this kid was working out with NFL pros, right? So you think about all the time and energy that's invested in that. To have the time and energy to get ahead academically at the same time, that's freaking nuts.
By the way, I was going down the Bryce Underwood wormhole there.
Dude,
with Dave
have you seen the dollar figures?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So they're saying in the first 2 years, it's like $10.5 million. And then there's another $10 million on the backside of that thing. So it's up to like $20 million deal to go to Michigan.
Because this Underwood kid is like the number one. Like he's number one everything. There's like no debate about this guy. 6'4", 215, Michigan bound. He's from Michigan too. He went to high school in Michigan. So I don't know if that's, I'm sure they're paying him. He could go anywhere. But Juju's anywhere from 2 to something. I mean, he's in the top.
Well, according to ESPN, he's listed as the number 2 overall recruit in the country.
Yeah.
Now, admittedly, ESPN's not the best source on this stuff. Most people lean on 24/7 or on 3, and 24/7's got him listed as the 9th best quarterback in the country.
6'1", 185.
6'1.5" is what I saw.
Oh, really?
He you know what he gives me? He gives me Bryce Young vibes.
So he's probably 6'1", 178-ish, like that.
Sure.
Right.
let me just say this, though. 3 years of high school football. 136 touchdowns, 18 picks.
I'm sorry, I got to write that down. 130. How many games do you have in high school? 11?
No. He must have won state. He's played in 39.
Dude, I watched a 8-minute highlight reel on this kid last night. Yeah. And he's got some wide receivers on that team that look like Will Shepard.
Okay. So he's throwing like 4 touchdowns a game. How'd you do today, son? Pretty good. 4 touchdowns. What do you do? I average around 4 touchdowns or so a game. It's pretty good. I mean, how many picks?
18.
think he's got one of those dads that has got a little bit of a ball family type of feel to it.
Oh, really?
The dad is highly involved in everything, as most of these top quarterbacks' dads are.
You gotta be at this point, like, because if you're this type of kid, you've had a private coach probably since you were 13. You're playing on 7-7 tournaments. You're traveling around the country.
Yep.
If you don't have a set of parents that are willing to do, and maybe at some point people start helping you with a couple of bucks along the way if you're just being one of those kids, but it's hard to imagine a kid gets to that level without, frankly, a mom or a dad who's deeply involved in all of it. In America, that just sort of seems par for the course. Now, the question is that, how ball-like is it like once you get to college? I mean, you got to let it go.
Well, he's going to play for Deion Sanders. So Deion Sanders certainly isn't afraid of a dad like that. I'm not trying to imply he's got a bad dad. I'm just saying he's involved.
Once you get to Dion, though, isn't the dad, nice knowing you? Enjoy the game. See you later.
You would think.
I would think, actually. Do you think Dion lets dads hang around, practice, and be part of things?
I don't know. RG3's dad was in our locker room post games. It was the wildest thing I've ever seen in my life. Walking into the locker room in the NFL and having a dad in the locker room. Dude, and Mike would just look at it like, what is going on here?
Do you know some of the Nuggets dads are kind of around sometimes?
Jamal's dad's a little bit like that.
There's a couple of others, too.
You don't see him in the locker room.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm asking. I don't know. I mean, I see some dads around.
Yeah.
I don't know whose goes where, but
I've never seen one in the locker room.
Okay.
Yet.
What do you mean?
Well, I haven't seen one yet.
Who's coming?
I don't know. I don't know anybody. I don't know. But
Trey Alexander's dad going to start walking
in? The family thing is right beside there, though. I mean, it is. You see him and check him out and talk to him before they go.
Yeah, the Nuggets family room is literally just like 15
10 yards.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing. It's right there. So you're close. But that's, basketball. I don't know. So that's a weird deal, having a dad in the locker room?
Yeah.
Was it Cutler's dad? Am I wrong on that? I thought Cutler's dad was kind of around.
Not the year I played with Cutler. Maybe when he was younger.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, Kyle Shanahan kept having when he was his dad. Oh.
All right, listen, when we come back, this is going to be a fun little game. It's going to be about Russell Wilson. Did Russell Wilson have a good game or a bad game last night? And a sneak peek on the Browns, by the way. Don't sleep on them. It's hard to really...
Well, we had a prediction yesterday off in between a break.
All right, let's get to it coming up next.
If you're out there losing your hair, it sucks, first off. So I get it. Don't feel like you're alone. It happens to the best of us. And you might be on the internet looking for answers. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Nothing is working. Your pocketbook's getting thinner. Your hair's staying thin at the same time. Guys, call Advanced Hair Restoration. They're going to fix you up right. It's time to invest in yourself. Do it the right way. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, they've changed tens of thousands of lives, and now it's your turn. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire team over at Advanced Hair is the absolute best of the best. Cutting edge technology that nobody else can offer. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and your own natural hair is going to start growing back the very next day. Best part, guaranteed to grow for life. That is a lifetime warranty there, folks. When you invest in yourself, that is a comforting feeling, knowing that the company is that confident in their product. They're going to guarantee your hair grows for life. Come on, it doesn't get any better than that. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today and get your life changed. Guys, if you call, you're going to get $250 off and $250 free hair grafts, but that is a limited time offer, so today's the day to pick up the phone and call. You can find Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. or visit them online at advancedhair.com.
Yow. Great talking with Mark Johnson. All right, CU will beat Kansas 35-31. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows, Tyler, with this college stuff? I don't know how it's going to go. I just hope that they, it's weird hearing people like break down college football. Like, how do you know how it's going to go?
What's the difference between college football and NFL?
Oh, I think the NFL is so much more predictable. I think it's just the games are lower scoring for the most part. They're more established. They're just, it's more balanced. College is all over the place, man.
It's wild.
Who
But
knows
but there's far more disparity.
Oh, in college? Oh, yeah, it's unbelievable. All right, let's play this little game. Did Russell Wilson have a good game or bad game? First of all, what did we think about that game last night? Let me just point out, when the weather was beautiful, there was no scoring in the first quarter.
Right.
Then
None.
it starts snowing.
Second quarter, 10-3, go to halftime, 3 points in the third. When the weather was absolutely at its worst, 17 combined points for both teams, with the Browns getting one more, 14-13. In the fourth quarter, when the weather was the worst, is when they were the most effective offensively, both teams. So good game. Just to start with the game first. What did you guys think of the game?
Aesthetically, that was pretty cool to look at. I'll give you that, man. There is nothing like the nostalgia of a Blizzard game. It's pretty fun. And a lot of times, this one was a weird one because a lot of times when you get those blizzards, like you just can't see anything. This one was like you still had a pretty clean view of it for the most part. There were times that it got dicey in there. But it was a fun game to watch just looking at it.
What do you think?
I thought both quarterbacks played very well given the circumstances.
What did you think of the game?
Listen, I kind of agree with what you said earlier. I thought it was fantastic. Maybe no one remembers it, but I thought Georgie was very, very good. And I love the Avs seem to be putting something together.
Yeah.
Talking about the football game.
They played?
So let me give you Russell Wilson's line. And you tell me, did he have a good game or a bad game? First of all, they lost the game. So they lost.
Yeah. So how do you play good in a loss?
Okay. 21 of 28 for 270.
Yeah, I thought you guys told me nobody could play in bad weather conditions. I thought the Jets game, we had to write that entirely off because it was impossible to play in bad weather.
Sacked 4 times. That's not good.
Normal.
Fumble, lost the fumble.
Yeah,
Also,
I had flashbacks on that one.
Also recovered a fumble.
Did he recover a fumble?
Did you see Jameis?
Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Jameis booked his butt down the field on that interception fumble and ends up making the tackle. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah. Quarterback rating of 116.7, QBR 76.4, both pretty decent. No interceptions. But they only scored 19 points. But again, the weather was,
Well, they went for 2, right?
So was it a good game by Russ or a bad game by Russ?
Well, if I can be honest with my thing, you lose a game, you might have good stats, but you lost a game. So how good were you?
Okay.
The quarterback and the coach get way too much credit and way too much blame.
Let me put this in too. They inserted Justin Fields several times. They felt like we need to change things up or whatever. So we're going to put Fields in basically to run the ball, although he did throw one. He threw one pass.
He was a bonehead he had a QB power called with his right guard pulling to the left. And you're trying to hit a gap to the left side there. And Fields, like an idiot, tries to pull that thing and keep it backside, go all the way to the right. That was dumb, man. I mean, I don't know if they feel like an obligation to Justin Fields to.
Well, then maybe they think because of the conditions, you get a strong runner.
He did have 3 carries for 26 yards, 8.7 per. I don't think they were feeling sorry for him. I think there was a reason he was in there.
I got you. To me, it's always a challenge for the rhythm of the offense when you do things like that.
Okay, so why are they putting Fields even in there?
Because it's nasty conditions and he's a strong-ass runner.
Okay, I'm fine with you on that. So Russ doesn't have every tool that you need.
No, he ain't going to run like that.
Okay. Again, I'm just going with Russ. Good game or bad game?
But again, you've got the Russ derangement syndrome.
Just because you asked, do not fall for a conclusion just because I asked
21 of 28, 270, 1 touchdown, no picks, pretty good.
Good game.
Yeah.
Good game.
I already said I thought both quarterbacks played pretty dang well given the circumstances.
I think Russell Wilson had a typical Russell Wilson / Tim Tebow type of game.
But it feels different because of the weather, right? That is a normal Russ game. You're right. Whether or not, that's a normal Russ game. Given the circumstances, it feels different.
The way that I say a Tim Tebow game, not by the specific stats, but there were so many games with Tebow. If you wanted to say he had a lousy game, there was proof. And if you wanted to say the same game was a good game for whatever reason, you could do that too. I think this is the trajectory for Russell Wilson. Maybe it's been his whole career. In fairness to Russell Wilson, you know what? Had he stuck around, you probably are 6-5, if not better, and you're probably going to the playoffs this year. You probably are. I'm going to give you that, okay? It is just manic. It's a sack that you're frustrated by, but then there's a comeback touchdown. It's exciting because you just never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I think some coaches, Sean Payton, that no good. Pete Carroll, more or less, worked out.
Sean Payton wants to control every aspect
Yes.
of the game and wants to manage every aspect of the game, especially offensive.
So play like that for Sean would be a bad game.
Well, yeah.
He would look at that as a bad game.
I've told this story before, but when Russ was in his peak, like absolute heydays, I was talking with his offensive coordinator, and he's like, dude, I'm just going to tell you right now, this is the most difficult job I've ever had in my life. It's good, it's fun, it works, but god dang, I never know how to plan 3 plays in a row because nothing's going to go on schedule. Nothing's going to be as it's designed to be. And as a play caller, you're like, okay, I want 4 yards on first down. Well, I got 40, which was cool, but then I got a sack and whatever else the other 3 times. So even in his heyday, he has been exactly like this.
It's exciting to watch. I'm not going to lie. And I think this is why Russell Wilson had so much appeal, because things become kind of insanely exciting.
Right.
But I think we've learned enough about Sean Payton that is not his style. It isn't. And then, we kind of talked about boring Bo Nix, and the stats are, well, in blowouts, he's much better than games he's trailing. I think that's exactly what Sean Payton more or less wants to control.
That's Sean Payton's style.
It is Sean Payton's style.
Yeah, I mean, it's dink, dunk. I think somebody sent me another stat that Bo Nix is 29th or something like that in the league with air passes, counting air, like less than 4 yards, like 3.5 yards of air time per pass on the season. And it's like 29th. But that's Sean Payton.
Can I tell you how I honestly felt watching that game last night? I was actually rooting for Russell Wilson. I did find myself rooting for him. And I was almost, kind of a little first of all, I was a little disappointed Cleveland came back because I'm thinking about Cleveland coming here in a short period of time on Monday night. And I'm like, oh my God. And then I'm like, is Myles Garrett the best player in football?
Well, he
really
anointed
good.
himself that after the game. Did you hear what he said? He's like, hey, no disrespect for TJ, but I'm the guy. The premier edge rusher goes through me.
It's hard to argue with, right? I mean, the dude was unbelievable. And we're going to see him here. Like, Max Crosby is really good, but he's better than Max Crosby, right?
Dan, play that sound.
You speak tonight, and if so, what was said?
I mean, we spoke at the coin toss, but that's about it. Like I said, I got a lot of respect for him, a lot of respect for all the guys over there, and the edge rushers in the league. But I'm number one, and that's from edge defender 1, edge 1 to defensive player of the year. I'm the guy, so that runs through me.
Okay, well, I don't know. It's hard to argue.
Dude, he's been doing it for a long time.
He had 3 sacks last night, 3 TFLs. He has 10 sacks on the year.
How many years has Myles Garrett been playing?
Myles Garrett, I'm looking him up. He was drafted in 2017. So 17, 18, 19, 21, 2, 3, 4. His 8th year. The dude's a beast. And we'll see him here in Denver on Monday night. They have 11 days off. They have 11 days off before they play the Broncos. So we'll dig into it. But our lead up to that game is going to be a hell of a lot different than it's been for the Raiders this week. That's for sure. That being said, let's look at the Raiders. Bill Williamson will join us.
Our old buddy from the Denver Post.
That's right. He's out there covering the Raiders, and he'll join us coming up. Hey, if you've ever wanted to own one of those awesome e-bikes, now is the time. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/radster to enter to win a rad power bike of your own. That's altitudesportsradio.com/radster. All right, let's go inside the Silver and Black with Bill Williamson next. DMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The holiday spirit can be a downer if things are down there. Okay. Let's pick it up. Let's get into the spirit of things with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you suffer from ED, it can be rough, man. It can be like not so happy. But if you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, I've got a solution. This is a great gift. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Few things are more wonderful in life than intimacy. This helps restore it. Simple. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Their phone number, and you should put this in your phone, 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. Reach them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've been servicing the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. Thousands of success stories. You can be the next one. For $99, you get a medical consult, the T&PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. But the stories of success are fun. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. To help us understand this Raiders team, we go with Bill Williamson, our friend who used to work here a while ago for the Denver Post. He covers the Raiders for Super Bowl Nation, SB Nation.
Hello.
SB Day, Bill, good to hear from you. He's on the Ramos Law hotline, car accident. You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. What kind of year has it been, Bill, overall for the Raiders? I know not great, but if you were to sort of categorize it, how would you describe what this year's been?
That sounds about right.
Okay.
Yeah. That
okay.
Adds up to me, right?
Damn, move that little slide thing up.
Should I try again, Dan? Did I do something wrong there? Maybe I did.
It's like Dan's talking to him.
There was a little. I could hear a little. Hey!
I heard him. He was
there.
there.
There was a little.
It's like, you know what? Nah, I don't want to do this one.
Right.
This interview is not going the way I want.
I've changed my mind.
He goes, "Oh yeah, I forgot I used to be in Denver. Ooh, I'm leaving now."
I thought my setup there was. I thought that was.
I mean, normally you're pretty aggressive with our guests, but that was kind of
all right. I eased it in.
Yeah, maybe he heard. Maybe that guy you texted him that you bashed last time.
That was the Raiders guy, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
It's a different Raiders
T-Mac
guy.
hung up on the last one.
Yeah, the last guy. I wouldn't blame him. I mean, that would actually make sense. But Bill.
But maybe you got a text from that guy and said,
"Hey, be careful.
Be careful, D-Mac."
All right. Bill Williamson joins us. Covers the Raiders for SB Nation. Bill, how are you?
Hey, how are you? Thanks for having me. Sorry about the issue there. I don't know quite what that was, but we're here.
No, that's good. We appreciate it. I was asking, we understand, not a great year, obviously, but how would you describe what this year has been for the Raiders? Where are they at? How would you categorize what the situation is?
Yeah, I think it's surprisingly chaotic, to be honest with you. I mean, I think the whole selling job of keeping Antonio Pierce was to bring stability. And, Max Crosby basically said, if you don't keep this guy, I want to be traded. And Crosby went out and said, we need stability. It's just always change over. And there's been nothing of that. Pierce had his up and downs last year, but he went 5-4. He beat Kansas City in Kansas City on Christmas Day. Chiefs' last loss of last season, and that really elevated him. And then before that, they beat the Chargers, scored 63 points on Thursday night. So there was some highlights. He got along well with the players. The players really responded. And then this season comes, and there's been none of that. There's been player-coaches meetings where the players told the coaches reportedly they didn't like the schedule. They didn't think the practice were efficient. Devontae Adams asked to be traded and is traded, sit out some games. It's just been rocky and unexpectedly rocky. And now you sit here with 7 games left thinking, is there going to be a coaching change again? I mean, they already got rid of Luke Getsy, the offensive coordinator. He lasted 9 games. That was a desperation move by Pierce. Is he on a short leash too? I mean, so it's just they're just rock bottom again.
Well, you've come this far, and it feels like they're probably in a mode of actively trying to lose games. Go get Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward, whoever you want to go get. Is that where the organization is at?
I don't think so. I don't think that's Pierce's mindset at all. He's a former player. He's won a Super Bowl. He's fighting for his job. I don't think that's. I just don't think that's the mindset. But, I mean, that's where they are because, they're not only bad, but they're hurt as well. They got a lot of injuries. So, I mean, they're not really set up to win games here. So the end result will probably be, a 4-win season or so, a high draft pick, and we'll see if they want to go back with Pierce. But I don't think they're in the tank.
Hey, other than D-Mac and ESPN, which, kind of one of the same, both you associate 4 letters with.
Yes, sir.
Has there been much talk of Dion and Shedeur Sanders both coming to Vegas next year in that area?
There certainly is chatter. It's speculation, of course.
Right.
I mean, I think they would like to get the quarterback there. As far as, if Dion stays at Colorado, he's already said Las Vegas is an appealing place. So I think that is certainly a real option. And if you put the odds of where Shedeur Sanders is going to land, I think the Raiders are near the top of the list.
Yeah, and if it's there in New York, really.
We've gone back and forth, Bill. Some of those here at the station about, hey, we'd rather have Brock Bowers than Bo Nix, that sort of deal, because everybody can recognize how good he is. But what we're seeing is he's having a spectacular season, and it's not enough. What else is missing offensively? Because clearly you're getting enough from your tight end. So where are the other disconnects?
Yeah, I mean, this tight end is not only like rookie history. He's on pace to set the tight end record by catches by any tight end. I mean, his numbers are startlingly good with horrible quarterback play without Davante Adams. So, I mean, this kid is unbelievable. The Jets probably should have drafted him at 10. But he fell to the Raiders, and he is the only good thing that's happening, on this offense. Minshew has been a disaster. O'Connell hasn't been any better. He's eligible to come back to play the Chiefs next Friday. We'll see if that happens with a broken thumb. There's no running game. They missed Josh Jacobs dramatically. I think they kind of misplayed that one. They have no running game. Jacoby Myers is their number one. I mean, he's a nice number two, not a number one. So there's holes on this offense and on defense that they're just not a quarterback away this offseason. They have to do a lot in the offseason.
Do you think if the Broncos did not select Bo Nix, the Raiders would have picked him up immediately?
Yeah, I kind of do. That was kind of the tea leaves. I think because at that point you're panicking, right? I mean, it's either him or no. And sort of like the decision the Broncos had. We need a quarterback. They took him. I think they liked him. I think they may have liked Penix more, but they probably would have took Nix.
Okay,
might as well. Hey, put in your crystal ball. And we go a year in advance. Where are the Raiders a year from now? What does it look like?
Probably just a little bit better situation than right now. But I mean, who knows? It's hard to get the quarterback, and if you do get a quarterback in the draft, who knows if he's going to be any good? So I don't think this is a quick fix. I really don't. And, it's really amazing. If you look at this team from 2-3 years ago, they made the playoffs in 2021. They won 10 games. They went and traded for Davante Adams. They extended Carr. They extended Waller. They extended Renfro. None of those guys are there anymore. And, and the holes are plentiful. It's crazy. They got Max Crosby. They got Christian Wilkins, and they got Brock Bowers, and then they have a whole lot of question marks.
All right, Bill. Hey, it's always great to check in. Let me ask you this. We probably have a lot of Broncos fans. In fact, people listen to this show all over because of the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
You're good.
And you're coming into Vegas, as people are wont to do, Bill, of course. Give us a recommendation that's just a little off the beaten path. And I'm not talking about off a side road that's going to get you beat up and in trouble. I'm just talking about a little bit of a different Vegas experience that, a Broncos fan could have fun with.
Well, I mean, you can't. I'm not a big strip guy. I like Fremont Street.
Okay.
Much better. It's funner. It's kind of old school. There's a lot of music and entertainment on the streets. I think that's your bang for your buck. But, anywhere there's great restaurants in that area right by Fremont Street downtown, so that's kind of where I would head.
Can I tell you, I went to something, Bill, now multiple times. There's a cat show. There's a dude that has trained his cats.
Cat juggler?
It's a great kid. He does not juggle cats, Scott. That is disgusting. But it's like at the Venetian or something. It's in that one of them indoor Molly things. I am not even joking about this. You can look it up, Bill. There's a guy who has trained his cats to do like tricks in a show. No joke.
Yeah, I might not look it up, but good to know. Thanks.
Okay. All right, thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. Bill Williamson.
That's good. Named a movie, Cat Juggler.
What is that movie?
You know what I'm talking about.
What it's hit me, but I don't know it.
All I need is these glasses, and that's these glasses.
Is that the jerk?
Yeah.
The jerk was cat juggler too?
Yeah.
That's funny because, Steve Martin is actually an expert juggler. I don't know if I mean, like, for real. I don't know about cats. I am not joking about this cat show, though, because sometimes in Vegas, you just need to burn up some time. You can't spend the whole day in the casino, and you can't throw down $1,000 for every show. If you're just looking to kill a couple of hours, I'm telling you, look it up. The dude has trained cats, Scotty, and you're a cat lover.
Yeah.
It's the most. He has cats like jump through hoops and stuff.
So you and Cam have been to the cat show
4 times. She loves Vegas. My wife thought she was going to hate Vegas. She loves Vegas. And I love going with my wife to Vegas. It's more fun. I've done Vegas a ton of different ways. Trust me. I've done it with the guys. I've done it with the radio station promotion. I've done it,
The boxing matches.
I have. I covered an MGM. I was some crap boxing match. I forget even who it was. But most fun with the wife is you don't have to work that hard at the end of the night. It's kind of in the bag.
And you get to see a cat show.
I am telling you, you will be strangely entertained watching the cats do. It's like a 45-minute show. You see cats. You ever see a cat? A trained cat? You ever see a trained cat?
Yeah.
You've seen a trained cat?
Yes.
Where?
They had a guy on America's Greatest Talent. It might have been that same guy.
I bet it was.
Came out there and had cats doing things.
I bet it was.
The cool thing is when they start singing that song and the spaceship comes down.
The Broncos have signed off on something that might surprise you. They could have said no to something, but they said yes to it. Details what that is coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, the end of the year is always a great time to go shopping. So go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They're going to have the vehicle of your dreams. I don't care if you're looking for new or pre-owned. They've got over 1,000 vehicles on their lot right now. The inventory's never been stronger. Guys, whether you're looking for a car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, even commercial fleet vehicles, they've got it all at Phil Long Ford. So now's the time to go at the end of the year. You're not going to have to haggle for a great deal. You're just going to get given a great deal. That's what happens at Phil Long Ford. You're going to build a long-term relationship, and you're going to continue to buy vehicles there for a very long time because you're going to realize it's a different car dealership. Guys, they respect you. They get you in, they get you out. They're going to give you the best price, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You don't have to drive all over the state of Colorado. Just go to one car dealership, Phil Long Ford, and find that new or pre-owned vehicle of your dreams. Guys, they've got an award-winning service department, so keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Let them know that Tyler Plumbus sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Funky Friday. Yeah, it's kind of, as much as I kind of just like, Ballerina, here I go again. I got to admit, I think I strangely miss going there if it goes too long without going down there. It's kind of weird, right? Like,
well, really, the only thing important about tonight's game is that you're going to be on the postgame show. So,
of course,
really show up. You don't leave your house after the third quarter.
No. But I got to get there early today because I got to go. Coach Malone, you think about playing on that gold court today?
Yeah,
something
buddy.
special, huh? Something like that. Something along those lines. I mean, I got to get that in.
Gold court, green court. Who gives up?
It's something special, Tyler. Something just a little bit different. I do have a quirky NBA question for you. It may be more appropriate for no dumb question, but I got something.
I got a funny one.
Give me a second. Oh, you got a funny one? Oh, okay. Then I'll save it. I don't want to interrupt a funny one, but I can go later.
I don't know
on
how funny it is.
But first, do you know the Broncos did not have to accept this flex game with the Chargers, and they chose to accept it? Do you guys know that?
This is actually weird to me. I actually don't like it. I don't know why they're doing this.
But they had a choice.
Oh, yeah, they had a choice.
Yeah.
They will be no team can be forced to play 2 road Thursday night games in the same year. So the Broncos were asked, do you want to do it? They said yes. I don't know why they're doing it.
Well, why do you think they did it?
Well, the sales pitch that is being told right now, and I can practically hear Patrick calling everybody, is telling, all right, well, we actually now what's nice about this is we get more time to prepare for Cincinnati. So we'll have a longer break to prepare for Cincinnati than they will have. And I'm kind of like, hey, one game at a time here, folks. Like, what makes the Cincinnati game any more important than this Chargers game? We're going to intentionally put ourselves in a non-ideal situation. Look, I'm a creature of habit. So football players are creatures of habit. I have no clue why they did this.
Well, I think, listen, Urban Meyer wanted to stay over after the game and stay at home and party and do what his stuff is.
There you go.
I mean, Sean Payton.
Still got a house there, Scott?
You think Sean Payton wants to party?
Well, whatever. Well.
So he's not getting on the team plane
I'm
coming back. He's got a nice place there up in Malibu.
Because they usually, if you play on Thursday, they give you like the weekend off, right? Friday,
Thursdays are generally speaking the one game where they will allow you to not get on the flight home.
Yeah, so Sean Payton's going to stay in Vegas, Los Angeles.
No way.
He's going to stay in Los Angeles.
What do you want to bet on that one?
Urban Meyer.
What do you want to bet on that one?
$15 million.
You got it.
I don't have it.
I don't either. I'm a little short.
Well,
are you being? Now I would put a coffee bet on that one.
That's the first thing I thought was that Sean Payton wants to stay over and stay in
LA. No way. All right, well, you're still so down on Sean.
No, I'm not either. I'm being honest. I can be honest.
I know, but your honesty is based in your
zero chance Sean stays behind on this one.
We can have a coffee bet.
Okay.
This is the first bet I've seen Scott accept since I've been here. Scott doesn't do bets, so he's feeling pretty strong on this one.
The bet is that Sean Payton doesn't get on the plane and he just goes to Malibu for a couple days where he has a home.
I could cover my bases and say that he will spend the weekend in L.A.
Okay, the bet would be he doesn't get on the plane coming back.
Yeah, I know, because I'm saying he's going to spend the weekend in L.A.
No.
Okay. That would stun me if that was the priority about this. There's got to be another strategic reason.
Well, there's nothing strategic about it.
There's got to be. You have a choice to do this.
Well, I'm telling you, the strategic reason that they're selling, and all the national guys are writing this right now,
more time for Cincinnati.
That they get more time prepare for Cincinnati. So Cincinnati will be the team that's at the disadvantage. But I'm like, what the hell makes Cincinnati more important than the Chargers?
Is this game
Chargers,
coming off
AFC
their bye,
West?
though? Is this coming off their bye?
No. The game off the bye is the Colts. So they will have a short week because of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't know why if you're going for the playoffs.
Who did we already play on
you
Thursday night?
Intentionally want to have a shortened week.
We played New Orleans.
Unless you want to have fun.
It was New Orleans. And they had great success with that.
Yeah.
And they won the next week after that, too.
Oh, yeah. That was the Greenbrier trip, right?
Nope.
No?
That was Tampa.
That was Tampa.
Jets.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not.
They stayed and partied there, too.
There you go. No, so Dan and I were talking about this before the show. Maybe there's money to be had by the Broncos by getting on Thursday Night Football.
No
I don't
man.
think that our ownership group cares about that.
No. This is definitely a pro, in my opinion, strategic advantage for the Broncos somehow.
For who? For what?
Not for the players.
I mean, let me ask you this. Am I missing something here? Is there something more important about the Cincinnati game than the Chargers game?
Well, here's what I think. First of all, I think you gotta, because there's expected wins and unexpected wins, not must wins. Expected wins, unexpected wins. This is an expected win, as the game will be against the Browns, although tough, as will the game be against the Colts. Then you have at the Chargers, at the Bengals, home against the Chiefs. 3 unexpected wins. You got to win one of those to get to 10 wins if you take care of business in these next 3.
Maybe what they're saying is we have no shot in hell to beat the Chargers
anything, yes.
In the Chargers, but we got a chance to go into Cincinnati.
Right, and you only need to win one of those 3 games. So what gives us?
Hold on.
What gives us the best chance?
Assuming you win 3 straight games.
Yes, but you've got to make that decision now, though. You have to make your mind up now about that. So you've got to project.
That's a pretty ballsy decision right there. I mean, yes, I agree. They should win the next 3 games, but we're gonna change our schedule because we've just assumed we got this in bag.
You don't have luxury of time. You've got to project. And
you actually did have the luxury of time.
No. You'd have to make the decision to accept this Thursday night thing right then and there. You don't have time to think about that.
I know,
you but
I mean, you had the luxury of giving yourself a full week against the Chargers.
Okay, but still, you understand, though, when given the opportunity to make a decision, you don't have more time. You got to figure out, are we going to do this or not? So you got to hash out in your head, what do we need to do to make the playoffs? I think it makes sense if you say, well, what gives us the best chance to win one of these 3 games and more time to prepare against one of them? And perhaps they view the Bengals as a lesser opponent than the Chargers. That would make reasonable sense. No,
I just think you're gambling when you do that.
Exactly.
That's awful arrogant and
exactly.
That's because then what happens? You lose that one, and you lose.
God forbid we drop a game to the Colts. I mean, God forbid you drop one to the Raiders.
I get it, but you don't have you got to make your decision ahead of time. You don't have the luxury of waiting until then to make this Thursday thing.
But you really don't have to make a decision.
You didn't have to.
Yeah, I understand. Hey, I'm not saying I'm for this. I'm trying to give you a strategic reason why they may have done this. It caught me by surprise too. I'm not exactly sure why you shorten your
the Broncos
week.
are going to be literally the first team to have done this since 1920 or something like that.
What?
I mean, back when
Amazon was just called Zon back there.
Right.
Wait a second. What?
They're the only teams that ever played 2 Thursday night games was in like 1920. I saw a stat about it this morning.
I'm sorry. They were playing Thursday night games in 1920?
Yeah, they probably played on Tuesdays also.
Okay. I did not even know the NFL was playing Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday games in 1920.
It turns out.
What, were they getting on the train on Monday and traveling in 1920? Were there lights in were they playing under lights in 1920?
Yeah, they had to. I think the first baseball game under lights was like 1908.
When? Really?
Something like that, 1918.
That must have been hard to pick up the ball.
Lights couldn't have been that good.
How good could the lighting be in 1908? I am feeling super stupid now. Like, when was electricity in America just generally, like, available?
I mean, I guess Sean's just like, yeah, give me all that national TV I can get.
I mean, were they lining up Studebakers with their headlamps on?
You're really hung on those lights.
First major league game was 35 for baseball.
That seems to make a lot more sense than 1920s or 1908. I mean, I get it. They were probably playing in the afternoon. I understand. I am a little fixated on the stupid lights. All right, I'll leave it alone. Well, it's unique. No doubt about it. It's unique. So you say bad decision by the Broncos.
I don't get it. Yeah. I mean, going on the road on Thursday nights is well known to be the most challenging thing you can do in the NFL.
Now, 1935 was the first baseball game.
Under the lights.
Major League Baseball.
I bet it was like a shutout.
However, according to historical marker.
And that's what we care about the most.
The very first night game in organized baseball was played April 28th, 1930 in Independence, Kansas, my hometown.
Hell yeah.
That was one of the things we hung our hats on.
That's what I'm talking about. Time for no
Between
dumb.
Independence Producers and the Muskegee Chiefs.
You said you got a good one. I got not a good one. I don't have a funny one, but I got a good one.
Okay.
Oh, well, it's time for no dumb questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Taproom. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
That's oldchicago.com. Order online or find a location near you. Dan actually has a good one, too.
Oh, hey,
No, but we'll get to that later. But he's got a good one.
We can do that at 2:20.
Well, you never know.
We all kind of agree there's like an age limit or time in life when like wearing the jersey, to sporting events is kind of this may have moved past you, right? I mean, do we agree with that? Mike Sanford wears a jersey.
Every day.
You point out today every day.
He wears theme clothing every day.
Mm-hmm.
Every day.
So there's there an age limit on that?
I've only bought 2 jerseys in my life. I bought an Al Wilson jersey because I played in Champ Sports Bowl and I got a gift card. And I bought a Dikembe Mutombo jersey. I've never been a jersey guy.
Yeah, I haven't really either. I used to buy them for my son because back when he was in high school, that was the cool thing to did, right? Okay, that being said, is there an age limit? Here's the question.
I do not think there's an age, and here's why. In my opinion, it's exciting for most people to go to a sporting event, and most people don't go to many of them.
Yeah.
So you get in the spirit of things, no matter how old you are.
So wear your jersey. Okay.
But that being said, Sanford wearing like his Middlestat jersey because the Avs had a big win today is like, what are you, 12?
No age limit.
He's not going to he's not going to the game. He's just coming he's just dressing for the day.
But he watched the game.
I get it with Mike. I mean, it's like the guy, I love Mike. I love him. I just love him, period. But his enthusiasm.
Every day I see Mike, he's just screaming fired coach money.
There's that too.
He has got more gear than anybody I've ever seen in my life.
His love of sports actually is he really is like a 12-year-old kid with sports. And to a degree, I'd say good for him. It's not my style. I mean, I just can't imagine, hey, great win by the Nuggets today, and I'm
putting my jersey on.
Putting my Gallinari shirt on in my closet.
Great ping pong player.
Which I have.
You got a Gallinari jersey.
I did. They were giving. I have an Al. No, who do I got? I do have a Gallinari. Oh, gosh darn it. I got another really, really weird one. Really weird one. It was free. I got it for free.
I've adopted him from my son who left him when he grew up. I've got a Steve Nash college jersey.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Oh, that's cool.
Right. Here's the no dumb question on this. We've all done this as youngsters, as dudes, and I don't know if this is a dude thing. I think women probably do it too, but it seems to me, since I'm a dude, I'm going to speak from the dude knowledge part of this show. We've all been in our car and just jammed.
Damn right.
Rocked out.
Hell yeah.
I mean, rocked out.
Yep.
Is there an age limit on how
hell
long
no.
You can jam?
No.
And
if anything,
out.
like
no
you,
way.
You just got to embrace it. Pull up
No
the red
way.
light. Take the windows down. Let everybody feel it.
Dude, it's the greatest joy of life. There is. I'll be going to the grave playing Limelight by Rush. Like, put me 6 foot under. Now.
All right, so let me tell you my story, and then I got another question with this. So I usually do dance parties with my daughter, right?
You used to?
No, we do.
Okay.
But today I changed it up.
All right.
I said, we ain't going dance party today, Elle. She goes, yeah, we're going rock party.
Let's go.
And I'm jamming like Guns N' Roses.
Nice.
Start with a little AC/DC, put a little Aerosmith
Bon
on.
Scott
Teach her
AC.
how to headbang.
What generation AC/DC? How deep you going?
It went Back in Black.
Back in Black.
I started with Back
so you're
in
not
Black.
going to Bon Scott. You're going a little bit later.
Yeah, Back in Black.
Still like 50 years
I'm going
old.
with the Scottish dude.
Yeah. Okay.
And so we rocked out.
Yeah.
I mean, we rocked out. Drop her off, and I've got to play this my thing. That's like the essential classic rocks.
Yeah.
I'm driving down there. I finally rolled the windows back down.
Hell yeah.
I don't turn the volume down.
Hell no.
I'm driving like 2 miles down the road, literally 2 miles down the road for this girl, and I've got this thing freaking rocked out, and I'm like, am I past that time?
Hell no.
Okay.
Hell no.
Hell no.
And by the way, I like I like all sorts of formats. I like all sorts of music. I'll tell you this, man. All sorts. Classic rock, bulletproof. It just is a genre of music that is it will stand the test of time forever.
All right, so here's
I like all formats, but that one is unbelievable.
Here's some of the stuff I started listening to. I started looking up the years.
Yeah.
Of when these songs come out. Because I want to say, okay, when's my classic rock window? Like, obviously mine's a little different than yours.
I got a rule for this. It's the rule of 17. Anything you loved at 17, probably a couple years before and a couple years after, you will love
for life.
For life.
Yeah.
Well, Stairway to Heaven.
Okay, that was 72, 73.
71.
All right, there you go.
Came out when I was basically Ellie's age.
All right, so you're a little
and
under
I jammed
17,
a little Stairway to Heaven today, and especially when it picks up at the end and starts jamming. I'm listening to Guns N' Roses.
Paradise City or Welcome to the Jungle?
Welcome to the Jungle.
All right.
75.
Solid.
I'm listening to a little Tom Petty, American Girl.
Great.
Great song. You know what year it came out?
American Girl was probably 83.
76.
76? Wow.
76.
Wow.
And then my last one, though.
By the way, your Guns N' Roses was definitely in the 80s, not the 70s. But
I was minus
yeah,
9.
well, the Guns N' Roses was
That's 80s.
87.
Okay, yeah.
So that was my top.
Yeah.
But I did go as far down. So I'm thinking, is a 16-year window okay for my rock life, my classic rock life?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's nothing better than jamming. Like, if you're in the car right now, we played something. I mean, it's just roll the windows down, turn it up.
My classic rock is 90s punk.
That's fine.
But you're right.
Same thing.
It's my high school nostalgia.
When is Sum 41 going to sound bad to you?
Never.
Right? That's why I think Blink-182 just is so good at the Avs games, because it identifies with that, that age group right there.
Yeah.
And that's why it connects so well. It's awesome, man. Watch Blink-182 and Sum 41. That is going to become classic rock. Probably already is a little.
Do you know what I heard on a classic rock station the other day?
What?
They called it either Part 2, Classic Rock Part 2. They called it Part 2, and they're starting to play like Fastball and
there you go.
All these newer, if you will,
well, because
90s.
Well, because a song from 1994 is 30 years old.
Right, exactly.
Right.
It's crazy, right?
Is that oldies? What is oldies?
Oldies doesn't exist anymore. It does not exist.
What does that mean?
It doesn't exist. Oldies music wasn't strong enough to continue to be a format.
What is Cool 105?
80s.
80s.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And
that is definitely not oldies.
And they don't call themselves oldies.
But it was oldies 30 years ago. They called them oldies.
Mm-hmm. It's gone by. There was a day and age. This is music conversation I love. Music radio? Come on now. There was a day and age Elvis was on the radio nonstop, and so were the Beatles.
Right.
That it comes and goes. It just, time passes on. Oldies does not exist anymore. The music wasn't strong enough to continue to exist in a commercial way.
Is the music currently strong enough to continue in
I think so.
way?
I think classic rock is actually the strongest format of all time.
I'm talking about new stuff coming out now.
No, new stuff now is
30 years.
No,
Yeah.
this is garbage because a 13-year-old with a MacBook can put together a song in 5 seconds that sounds like the most unbelievable thing you've ever heard in your life. It's impossible now. You know why? It's too good. It's too perfect. It's too synthetic, unfortunately. So it will not last forever. It'll be good now, but it won't last forever. And that's why rock music is basically dead right now. Like, new rock music doesn't really exist, sadly, unfortunately.
So can I play a little song without risk of getting in trouble?
No, you'll definitely get in trouble.
There's no words. There's no lyrics.
It's copyrighted. It won't matter.
I played, well.
You can play
He's
it.
going to do it anyway.
I mean, you can do it. I'm not telling you not to do it.
Well, I won't play it. I won't play it.
Send me the song, Scott.
Right. If you send it to Dan,
and I'll play it for you.
Yeah. I mean, there's a way that we can do it.
Dan, por una cabeza.
I'm sorry?
What?
Por una cabeza.
Okay.
P-O-R-U-N-A, cabeza. C-A-B-E-Z-A.
When we come back, I do have something. It's a sports question. It's really not a no dumb question. Dan has a fascinating ethical dilemma, though. He really does.
Oh, love those.
Well, we could play por una cabeza while we ask these ethical questions.
All right, we'll come back with that next. Saturday mornings at 7:30, I get together with my guy Reed from Premier Heating and Air and Tom from American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning for the Premier Heating and Air Show. 7:30 Saturday mornings. Also, podcast is available at altitudesportsradio.com or wherever you get your podcasts. If you're in need of heating and air experts, there's nobody better for you than Premier Heating and Air. You can hit them up at 720-547-8009. Make sure you keep that number. Now, here's a special deal. Normally, it's $89. But because you're listening to me, throw my name in there, you get a $49 furnace tune-up. And that's really the best way to go. You get the tune-up, and you sort of take it from there. For me, I needed a whole new system. Ask Premier about it, and I got the granddaddy of them all. Happy to get it because I plan on being my new home for a long, long time. They have me covered. And being more efficient, saving money and being comfortable in your domicile, it doesn't get better than that. There's other great deals, $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months. Got a free gift card if you sign up for $500. The number is 720-547-8009 or visit premieraircolorado.com and listen to the show tomorrow morning at 7:30. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. What are we doing?
I played this with my daughter
This
today.
is the one? This is the dance party?
This is the dance party?
We left the house. It was on my phone. I was listening to it last night. Name them. There'd been big movies.
Well, you gave me the hint, so I know. But.
Well, Sin of a Woman, when Al Pacino plays the army guy who's blind, Dances with the Lady late. True Spies, True Lies.
How did we go from talking about like how cool Renegade by Styx was
you said
to
I
this?
list all sorts of things. I said, well, let me show you what else I played for my daughter today.
Oh, okay.
Little classy, little.
All I know is this is how you get the energy rolling, come back in.
Especially for dummies.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want? Let me give you my sports thing first, and then we'll get to Dan's.
This is perfect music for ethical dilemma music.
Actually, it's not bad.
Dan, save this. Pot it down, save it, and when we get to Dan's ethical dilemma, we'll bring it back in. Perfect. Give me a couple minutes. You'll like this because this is your idea.
Yeah. Oh.
NBA. I got to give them credit if they do this. Getting rid of conferences. So the top 16 teams make the playoffs, and let's go. And I think this is so overdue in sports.
Yeah.
So if they can make this happen, so you could have, theoretically, a Nuggets-Lakers finals, that would be awesome. I am so sick in sports of the East, the West, the National, the American. That is so worn out and so dated. Like, we need to see the
Just put the best teams in. Yeah.
No doubt about it. You can get rid of divisions. You can get rid of conferences. You just play. Airplanes work great
The
these
only
days.
reason why divisions still exist is the nostalgia of rivalries. That's why it continues to exist. But you look at like college football, like there's no such thing as geography anymore, right? And that's going to find its way into professional sports as
Pittsburgh play the Browns or Cleveland? Sure. You always play them at least once, but you don't need to play them twice. In the NBA, you could just play, I don't know, Scott. Do we really need to play Utah 5 times or whatever it is a year?
Well,
Hell no.
and that's the argument too. But here's the
This
no
is
answer.
brilliant.
The no answer for me is now you're getting teams, especially well, you can go to the West Coast with the Portland's, Seattle when they had a Seattle team, and they probably will if they get to 32. LA's, San Francisco's, and you're going to play twice as many games now on the East Coast. That's horrible. And you're still having back-to-backs. You're still having all the travel.
You'll figure it out.
The travel just sucks too much for that.
Then spread the games out a little bit more.
Yeah, and I mean, can't you just fix that with scheduling anyways?
Yeah, stay in a city more
Denver
often.
started tonight, 4 games in 6 nights, and then they're going to have 2 days off, then go back to L.A. where they're going tomorrow.
Okay.
Can't you fix that with scheduling now?
Sure.
They aren't fixing the schedule. So you want me to trust – you want me? I promise you, I'm going to do better than I've been doing.
Do you not like this idea?
I don't care either way for it.
NBA Finals,
I'm not
Lakers,
excited
Nuggets. That's not a better NBA Finals
than
Nuggets,
Lakers, Boston,
Heat,
or Nuggets, Boston.
I think a Knicks Celtics Finals at some point would be exciting
for the East Coast. Wouldn't be anybody watching. Would not be anybody watching.
I cannot
from the West
wait
Conference.
for the Rockies to play the Dodgers.
That would be great. Baseball should definitely do this because they got rid of the DH stupidity that the National League was hanging on. It's played evenly. Baseball should 100%
That was
do this.
always one of the wildest things in sports.
It was the dumbest thing ever.
You've got a league with different rules.
It was so dumb. It was the dumbest thing in sports ever. And guess how many managers have their pitchers hitting? 0. And Shohei doesn't count. 0 managers opt to have their pitchers hit. Kyle Freeland doesn't pick up a bat even though he's a good hitter. It's the dumbest thing ever.
In baseball. Babe Ruth pitched and hit.
Okay, fine. Babe Ruth and Shohei.
It's pretty
awesome.
Here's
I am surprised you're not more enthusiastic about this.
I don't care about that. I would say this. Here's what I would care about it because you did touch it on the first point. I think, and this was a big emphasis a few years ago, let's play 4 games every year with the Northwest Division. Why?
Got me. I don't know.
If you want to start doing something more, because here's the thing that's on the NBA right now. 12 teams in the Western Conference of the 15 are above 500. 4 teams of the 15 in the Eastern Conference are above 500. So we always get a little, let's hurry up and do something because look what it is this year. I got you. How about instead of the West cannibalizing itself, why don't you open it up and now maybe we play 2 in New York against the Knicks and one here, and next year they come here twice and once there. Why don't you open up the schedule more during the regular season? Still both. Have separate tournaments East-West, but opens up the schedule so now New York Knicks isn't cannibalizing on 4 games with Carolina, with Charlotte.
I would just simply do both. That's a good idea, too.
When the NFL originally expanded the playoffs, I was kind of anti it because I'm like, come on, like I want teams to earn the right to be in the playoffs. But then I watch every single game and it makes money and I get excited to watch it. So I'm a total hypocrite on it. But if you do this, it kind of takes away that concern. You can still have the expanded playoffs, but now we get the best teams that are there. It doesn't matter who they play against. It doesn't matter how many teams come from the AFC West, from whatever. I mean, you just get the best teams, and you can keep expanding.
I've always said a million times, sports should be played like it was invented yesterday, not 100 years ago. If you invented sports yesterday, you would never have the system of conferences and divisions.
Well, there's no way you could do away with the divisions and then have the scheduling like it is. Because as I've said...
So change the scheduling.
Well, but again, you're asking me, and here's where I'm saying no. You're asking me to trust a schedule maker that is absolutely the suckiest that's ever been maybe in any sport. And I say that because there's not a team that complains about it. I say, it must be fair to everybody. Oh, it must suck for everybody.
Well, get better schedulers then. But it doesn't stop that. The basic premise is you just want the best teams to meet in the finals. The end. Of all the teams, you know what gets it right now? College football. College football has this dialed in. They do. Right?
No, they
yes, they do. They don't. You're going to get the 12 best teams. The 12. You're going to get the 12 most deserving teams in the country.
There's
with
a difference between deserving and best.
What best team is going to be left out of this college football playoff?
We'll see.
We will see.
We'll see.
And good luck banging that drum. Because I bet you that team is not that good.
It's happened every year.
Yeah, because you haven't had the first year we've had this.
You haven't had 12 teams in the mix.
Yeah, but I guarantee it'll happen.
There's always going to be
team.
To Scott's point, there will always be a team
or two
that gets screwed no matter how many teams are allowed.
Yes, but the college football playoff finally will have the 12, and they won't care what conference you play in. So an SEC team you could have 2 SEC teams in the national championship game. That could easily happen.
We had that a few years ago.
No, when?
We had
2 SEC teams.
We had Alabama and Georgia in the finals, didn't we?
I don't think so.
We had
did we?
LSU, Alabama in the finals once.
Nah, you're probably right about that. You're probably right. You know what I'm saying, though.
No.
Don't get in the weeds. Damn it, I want Dan's ethical. It's a good one.
We got 30 seconds.
I wish we had more time here, but...
Time out!
I'll give you the Cliff Notes.
Okay.
My mom tracks all of my sister's locations on their phone. She's been asking me for years.
I'm sorry, hold on.
If she can track my location.
I told you, we don't have time.
And I refuse.
Yeah.
We need more time. We need more time. Okay, we're going to get to this.
Yeah.
We're going to get this.
Tell your mom the control.
I mean, this is definitely interesting.
We're going to get this to around 2:10 or so. 2:10, just bookmark it. Big question of the day next. Well, that's right. I'll be up there tomorrow, and I'd love to see you 11 to 1. That would be awesome. You know, with opportunity, your next great one, Mike Maroney, Auto Group in Longmont and Boulder. I'll be up in Longmont tomorrow, but Boulder location is spectacular as well. Black Friday savings all month long on their incredible lineup of Chevy Silverados, Ford F-150s, and GMC Sierras. And if you want something that's ready to roll in the mountains, they've got you covered with amazing deals on low financing options at both locations. Maroney means more. 3-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked. Free delivery anywhere in Colorado, anywhere in the entire state. Don't let these peak savings slip away. The best vehicles, they're going to go fast. So start your journey now at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. No matter what your adventure is in Colorado, let the adventure start at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's Mike Maroney Auto Group in Longmont and Boulder. They can help you no matter where you live because Maroney means more. I'll see you tomorrow at Mike Maroney Automotive up there in Longmont. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. The question of the day surrounds, and Sean Payton's talking right now. Now, should we tune in for a little champagne? Can we give 30?
I'm a little curious what he has to say about the flex.
All right. Let's tune it in, Dan. Let's see what he's got. And we can ask the question in a second.
And I think it's very similar to education. I mean that, like when I say teachers, how we taught in the 70s is entirely different than how we taught. Not necessarily the lesson itself or the topic itself, but the methods and then the presentations and then some of these plays. Like if you grabbed an old-time coach, he'd say, well, this is this, but with a new,
What the hell is he talking about?
Yeah, never mind.
Oh, my Lord. Dan, did he already talk about the flex or not?
Yes, he said, I'm trying to find it here. Sean Payton on the Broncos Week 16 game being flexed to Thursday Night Football. Quote, we'd rather be flexed in than flexed out. Close quote.
What does that mean?
So it makes him look good being on a national game.
Yeah, whoa.
Ego.
Yeah, but how does that? I don't know how that relates.
It doesn't.
Means that there's something there that you'd rather be flexed into a game than flexed out of because you ain't nothing.
Huh?
Yeah, he's just saying we'd rather be decent than be bad and get flexed out.
Yes.
Yeah, but boy, nobody followed up on that. Because the question is, Coach, you guys could have turned it down if you wanted to. You chose to be flexed in this game. Why?
Yeah.
But nobody asked that. Okay, let's hear it.
They discuss it. It's a road game anyway, right? So, I like the fact that we're having another opportunity. Listen. I remember this a long time ago. Boys, we'd rather be flexed in than flexed out.
Huh?
And so, look, it's a real good team playing real good. And it flexes Cincinnati out, who we play the following week. So there was a little, but that, look, it is what it is. And,
What?
And
Give them a couple extra days.
What the hell is he talking about?
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get any of it. Look,
What?
Is it a huge deal? I probably not.
No, but that made no logical sense what he just said.
That's because there's not a real strategic advantage for doing this. The only strategic advantage for doing this is what you already presented, that you are making an assumption. We're going to go on a 4-game heater. We're going to beat the Falcons. We're going to beat the Raiders. We're going to beat the Browns. We're going to beat the Colts. And now we got 3 games to be played. We got to win 1 to get into the playoffs. But that isn't like an insane tempt of the football karma gods. Like planning around stuff like that it's arrogant. Yeah, I don't like it.
Hey, guess who's going to have 11 days before they play the Broncos? That'd be the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
I do not mean to look past the Raiders. I don't, I guess. But it's difficult not to because of how bad the Raiders are. Maybe that's the question.
Where would a win for the Raiders this weekend put you?
A win over the Raiders?
No, the win by the Raiders this weekend over your Broncos.
I would be devastated as a Broncos fan. Devastated. It would be, you realize they haven't won on the road in Oakland since October 11, 2015. The Raiders are the last team in the league in rushing and last in giveaway takeaway at -15. They're at 2-8 and have lost 6 games in a row. Despite a historic season by Brock Bowers, they have no other offensive weapons, and their quarterback is garbage with Gardner Minshew. You've got to win some road games to make the playoffs. This is as big of an expected win on the road as you can dream up. And you know there'll be a shizzle ton of Broncos fans in Vegas for this game. You know that.
And I guess on the other side of that, what they're telling us is we are okay with having an expected loss against the Chargers.
They are telling you that. You can't win them all. The Ravens was an expected loss, and they took care of that. And yes, the Chargers, it would be okay to lose that game. If you win these next 3. And then it sets you up for the best chance to win on the road in Cincinnati, whose season likely will be in the complete dumpster. Whereas the Chargers season is roaring. You may have a better chance to beat the Chargers on a short week, frankly. You don't want the Chargers to get extra days. What about that? It might help you to beat the Chargers and the Bengals.
Yeah, because they had accepted too, right? No, because it's a road team. It's a road team.
It's the road team. So
I bet you that's what he's looking at. Said we'd rather get the Chargers on a short week.
There's also, I suppose, little mind games you're playing with your team, kind of like Dion and the Indiana coach. Like, F them all. Let's go. Let's embrace it. We're the top dogs now. We're building something special here. Let's take on everything we possibly can.
I'm going to guess, too, the good vibes after beating New Orleans on a short week and then destroying the Panthers with 11 days rest. That's what they did. I'm kind of guessing that's resonating with them as a positive as well. So, listen, I understand, like, what are you guys doing to yourself? But you do shorten the week for the Chargers, too. They have less time against you, too, in a game that, you might have a hard time winning anyway. So if a game that you might lose anyway, reasonably, you give yourself more of a rest to possibly beat the Bengals later on?
Look, all I know is that every game is going to matter here. And I've been in a situation where I needed 3 games to win one. And if they handle their business, I don't like just giving up one. And obviously, they're not just giving up on it, but you're certainly putting yourself at a inherent disadvantage against the Chargers.
We'll get to Dan's ethical dilemma, which is fun here in a second. Do we all expect the Broncos to win? Give me a score. Just
this weekend?
Yeah.
31-28, come from behind.
Really? Ooh, that'd be an exciting game. So you got it pretty competitive, but a win. Tyler?
30-17.
30-17. I got it 31-13. Something like that. You got the most exciting one. Wouldn't shock me. It's the NFL. Anything can happen. Look at last night, right? But on paper, the Raiders just lose heart and effort as the game progresses, and that's what they've done all year.
I like where this team's at right now. I like where the Broncos are at mentally. Yeah. They are learning to handle success, and the next step is learning how to dominate.
Okay. What will it do to you guys if I said I'd be devastated if they lost this game, if they lose?
That's a good one. I think if you lose this game, it puts all the rest of the games in question.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure it does. There's no question. And unfortunately, it would be a ridiculous road bump for Bo Nix when everything is going well. Gone would be the conversation of Offensive Rookie of the Year. Gone is all that stuff, right? Jaden Daniels, it's in the bag. You drop this one, and that conversation's dead.
Well, unless you lose like 36-35 or something, and the defense for whatever reason craps out against a terrible offense. Well, hard to imagine. Sure. Hard to imagine. Yeah, I mean, if you lose, 17-10 or something, and you're turning the ball over left and right to the team that is the worst in giveaway takeaways, the worst. They only have 5 takeaways on the year. They have 0 fumble recoveries. They're not good, guys.
So you're saying Estimate won't get many carries this week?
Estimate could get a ton of carries. Hey, man, you got a nice lead.
I can't figure out what the hell the plan is with the running backs.
Well,
2 weeks ago, Audric Estimate got all the carries. Devontae got a carry.
Sean Payton's talked about that. It's a problem because they got 3 guys they're trying to feed. It actually is a problem.
Well, and then against Atlanta, you put Javonte Williams back into the starting role, and he gets all the carries in the first half. Audric ended up having a decent game, but it all came in the second half.
Yeah, I think they're confused right now with their own running back situation. I don't think anything's being done intentionally. I think they like all 3 guys, and that's one guy too many. So there's that. All right, let's get to Dan. Go ahead, Dan. Hit the music. This is great. This is really great. Go ahead, Dan. Lay it out again.
So I gave you guys the cliff notes, but this has been a dilemma for years and years and years now.
So this isn't just creeping its ugly head up.
No.
You need to establish.
And how old are your sisters?
Well, I have a twin sister and 2 older sisters.
And how old are you?
I'm 33.
Okay.
And then 2 other sisters in their mid-30s.
Okay.
So my mom tracks all of my sisters' locations through their phones.
Mm-hmm.
She's been asking me for years if she can track my location.
Mm-hmm.
And for years, guys, I have refused. I don't want to do it. I think it's weird. It's an invasion of my privacy. But she keeps asking. And I'm getting to the point where I might just give in.
What?
But I don't want to. So what do I do?
I love this question. This is so good.
Hold on. Let me ask you guys this.
I'm at a loss of words.
Let me ask you guys
here.
this. Uh-huh. I asked D-Mac yesterday, does D-Mac's wife track his location? Yes.
Yes.
Scott, anybody track your location?
I don't know.
Does the warden track your location?
She can if she wants.
She can. We're doing the show. What are you doing? What are you doing?
The music. It puts me in a mood. It got me relaxed. It got me relaxed a little bit. Got my feet up. I was just thinking of a red glass of wine.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think she does what if she chooses to and wants to, she can.
You don't know.
I don't think I have tracking on, but just
Warden, do you track Scott or not? Just let us know one way or the other.
I'm going to go with yes.
That he should allow mom to track him.
No, I'm going to go with yes, the warden tracks.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
No, I don't have my tracking on. I know that.
Okay, Scott, what do you think about this situation with Dan? Should he allow his mom to track him?
Only. The answer is yes, only if she's still paying for the phone bill.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Oh, I pay for my cell phone.
You pay for your own cell phone.
I'm an adult.
Tell her politely, Mom, I appreciate you want to keep in touch with me, but I'm sorry.
Now, my twin. If anything, things should be reversed here. As parents get older,
you ought to track her phone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I probably could.
Well, you could if she tracks hers.
What's going on in life that this is like an active conversation?
Well, she wants to track how many times he's going down the old head shop.
Well, my twin moved to Georgia.
Dan, you made 14 trips to,
That's what I'm worried about.
Shotgun and smoke them.
My twin moved to Georgia, so my mom started tracking her location. That's understable. She lives in all the way across the country.
Is she going to be able to get in the car and pick her up if she gets broke down? Why is it understandable if she lives across the country?
Because it's peace of mind.
No. That's not understandable at all. And if this is going on, I promise you there's other unusual behavior going on in your family.
Yeah.
Oh, and she's just worried about the young Tanners?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, but I mean,
she's trying to find where Dan gets off his meth.
Clearly they have not left the nest.
Yeah.
I clearly have.
How's Heisenberg doing? Or, whatever. What? How's Mr. White doing? I said to Dan,
I
listen,
love you. Go ahead.
Well, I just said, first of all, Dan, are there places you don't want your mom to see that you go to?
No.
Duh.
No.
Oh, duh. Come on, man.
No. That has nothing to do with it.
Don't lie to everybody.
Okay. Is Dan lying right now?
Yeah.
He's lying right now.
He's going to Peaches and Herb every night.
Okay. Not Peaches.
They closed down, Scott. Come on. Get with the times.
He's not reuniting at that same place?
He's not Peaches and Herb. It's Peaches and Herb.
I said to Dan, she just wants to make sure you're okay.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's a problem with peace of mind. However, I did say, if your mom picks up the phone and says, why are you at X, Y, and Z? Dish, forget it. I'm out. So I think it's okay that a parent just wants to make sure even an adult kid is okay.
There's so much I want to say about D-Mac right now because there is stuff that he is not talking about.
What? What?
Whoa!
You can talk about what are you talking about?
No, I can't. You'd be really mad at me. You'd be really mad at me on this one.
Do you track your children's location?
We do, and they're grown adults. They're 22 and 24.
Do they know that you're tracking them?
They do.
Tyler, will you track any of your kids' locations? Do they have phones?
Yes, they do.
Do you track their locations?
I don't, but I there's the capability of it.
Yeah. These are still babies, basically.
I say
hold on. Why are you tracking your grown kids? Why are you doing
total
that?
Peace of mind? Just want to make sure everybody's cool.
What is it? But what peace of mind are you getting out of it?
You're in a safe place. That's it. But
call him if
no. Well, I mean, if we
if you haven't heard from him in a couple of days, you want to know, is he in California or is he here?
My older son too, because he's working full time, does a remarkable amount of traveling. We don't even know sometimes when he is, and sometimes we look at him like, oh, he's in Phoenix, oh, he's in Texas, oh, he's in Utah, it's like we just want to know he's all right. And for the younger guy, we want to make sure he's good too. We just want to make sure. But I've talked to my wife about it. It's unfair for us to comment about the places they go to. And as long as we know they're okay, they're adults, they can do whatever they want.
Did your kids give you permission?
Yes, we've had the conversation.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean,
we just want to make sure you're okay. But we would be out of line to say, what are you doing here? What are you doing there?
So you're saying your kids
who are adults,
who are adults, love their parents.
You're making a comment about Dan. I think Dan's being just a pinch
paranoid.
Yeah, like why do you care?
Because I guarantee
Dan's in the right. You guys are wrong.
No, I think you tell him, say, Mom, if that'll make you feel better, sure. But the first time you bring up, why were you here, then I'm hitting the button.
That's what I said. That as soon as she says that, she's out.
No.
Why is that unreasonable?
No, how about this? Mom, anytime you're concerned, call.
Yes. Thank you.
Well,
that's where I'm at.
Mom, I'll pick up the phone.
He might have a whole bunch of bong water in his ear and can't hear the ringer. Come on.
How do you think bongs work, Scott?
Through your ear.
That's what I'm saying. If you think about how would it get in your ear? Oh, I passed out and tipped over.
I don't think you're doing it
Mom,
right.
No, Mom, I love that you care. I love that you care. And call me anytime. It's pretty simple.
Well, it kind of does.
What other concern is there?
All right, we're getting a ton of response on the text line, which should be no surprise to anybody. So maybe we can comment on some. Dan is not going to give permission, by the way.
Oh, hell no.
No, this is not happening. He obviously is proving he doesn't.
Do they help pay
I'm proud of you,
Do they
Dan.
help pay any bills of yours?
No, Scott, I'm an adult. I pay all of my bills.
Well, then it's your choice. You can either be a good son and say, yeah, Mom, but the first time you do, boom, 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 you're done.
Mm-hmm.
Or you just say, no, Mom, I appreciate your concern for me. If I go out of town, I'll always check in.
And that does not make him a bad son for doing that.
Unloving, but
Thank
not
you,
a bad
Tyler.
son.
No.
Makes you a bit uncaring about your mom's feelings,
A
but
little
that's
bit.
okay.
Yeah, that's not a bad son, but
No, bad
Mom,
son.
I understand.
It's
you care about me.
I'll tell you this.
I care about you too.
It's a pinch of a 16-year-old mentality coming out in a 33-year-old dude. Just a pinch. But he's not a bad guy. No. It's not a bad thing.
What are you you guys are so
Wish
backwards
my mom
on
was
this
still
thing.
here
What
so
is-
she could track
I
mom.
cannot believe you guys are on the other side of this thing. There is nothing 16 about it.
Oh, 16, you don't
Do
want
you
to be
know how
bothered.
immature Dan is? I'd worry my ass off if I were Dan's folks.
All right. Well, basically what you're
That's
saying
why she
is
keeps asking me.
Dan,
Actually,
okay, fine.
you know what's ironic, though? I actually wouldn't worry if I was Dan, folks. Dan's like a really responsible dude who basically does nothing. Like, what does Dan do? He loves sports and his hobbies, and
I hang out with friends. I go to concerts.
You said everybody would like
do
Kevin
fun
Durant,
stuff.
Scott. All he does is play ball and smoke weed.
I went to Florida today.
We're doing a radio show.
You don't play ball.
Dan, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most, how boring is your life?
It's like 5. It's like average.
You think
fun.
you have a 5 lifestyle?
Yeah, average.
All right, this is going in another direction. What's the most exotic, wild thing that you've done in the past 3 months?
Well, the past 3 months.
Yeah,
Oh.
if you're a 5,
Mescaline, PHC.
sitting home getting high is not an outrageous thing to do.
Depends on your definition of fun.
He went down the lumberjack store and bought him a new flannel.
I said a scale of 10 is the most boring. 10 is I am a really, really boring guy. And you said you're at a 5.
Somebody on Twitch
I think I'm at like a 9.7.
I mean, I did take a blow-up doll on a date.
That's a good point.
That's a good one. But you did it in front of a group of friends, not on your own.
And because you're playing fantasy football.
Right. You're with like a bunch of nerds, nerding out with your, blow-up doll and your nerd friends. That's not an outrageous, crazy, wild, crazy guy behavior.
When's the last time you took a blow-up doll on a date, D-Mac?
Dan, I'm a 9.7. If 10 is the most boring, I'm a 9.7. I do not have a very interesting, exotic lifestyle. I'm not ranking myself as a 5 in terms of being a wild and crazy guy.
Dan, don't let these guys peer pressure you.
Oh, I don't.
I'm not peer pressure. I don't care.
I don't care either.
You guys are calling him a bad son.
No.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it shouldn't be a big deal.
I
That's all.
think he's probably a good son. He just doesn't care about him.
But just show a little faith in your kids.
No, Dan's a very responsible dude. I think tracking Dan would be boring. I don't think there'd be anything to it.
Hey, look, Dan's at home again.
How many times?
Friday night. Where's Dan?
Hey, if they have a flow chart at the house and they're keeping track, look at this 12 straight nights and Dan's
Ballerina.
Dan's at home by
ballerina,
9:30.
Radio station,
Yeah,
home,
what do you-
ballerina.
So why do you give a crap if your mom tracks you to the radio station and ball arena and home?
You know, D-Mac, there might be one night where I do something crazy.
Let's Football Goes coming up next.
Hey guys, you deserve to look and feel your best. So that's why I want you to call my friends over at Revitalized Health. They're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better. And who doesn't want all of those things? Don't settle in life thinking you're never going to have high energy again, that your workouts aren't going to ever go as far as they once did. You can do something about it. Call Revitalized Health today. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. They can help you out no matter what your body needs. They'll come up with a customized game plan, and you're going to look better, feel better, sleep better. With 3 locations, Revitalized Health is close to you no matter where you live. And let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over. Find them online at revitalized-health.com.
Greatest line of the day.
I might not look it up, but good to know. Let's football go. Thank you, Mile High Appliance. Find them at milehighappliance.com. Before we get into this, just a reminder, Dave's Hot Chicken is now in Highlands Ranch. You can stop by today for the grand opening. You have a chance to eat hot chicken that will blow your mind. Try the Reaper if you dare. Or just enjoy a delicious sandwich or chicken strips, whatever you want to do. However you choose to do it, you're not going to be disappointed. Open today off Lucent and Mayberry in Highlands Ranch. It's Dave's Hot Chicken. Let's football go. Oh, by the way, real quick. Dan Tanner's mom has checked in. We will give you her response to his ethical dilemma coming up in about 15 minutes. So stick around. You're not going to want to miss Dan's mom responding to if she should be allowed to track her 33-year-old son.
Oh, she's going to comment?
We've got a comment from Dan's mom. First of all, football, Dan, what's good?
Do you feel bad right now just a little bit?
A little.
I don't think
you're not going to feel better in about 15 minutes.
I don't think that should have been a for the air conversation.
Well, here it comes in about
but we love our moms.
We love our moms.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Love
Dan.
you, Mom.
What do you got?
All right, so let's hear from Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph. He spoke down at Dove Valley yesterday on what has led to the run defense being so good for the Broncos this year. Okay, so the bigger question here, fellas, that I was thinking of during this is the Broncos defense good enough to not only get them into the playoffs if the offense struggles, is the defense good enough to win the Broncos a playoff game in your guys' mind?
Yeah, maybe.
And they win a game 10-9.
I agree. I think so,
yeah. I think this defense is borderline special, right? They're really, really good. And they've had enough brain farts this year that you definitely can't throw them in the same category as the 2015 defense. But they're darn close to being a special defense. I don't think good defenses do that, but I think special defenses can.
No.
Anything else?
Deep thoughts?
That's it.
Do we need more? No.
No, you can say no.
Because as it turns out now, if you get in, you're playing Buffalo.
Yeah.
So are you going to be able to score? So you're going to say you're going to beat them, 17-3? See, I don't think you can do that because you're going to play good teams.
Might beat them 17-14.
That's a good point right there.
Yeah, I just think that your opponents are going to be a whole lot different once you get to the postseason.
I think if you could play an AFC North team, maybe. The Bills, no. Ravens,
no.
Probably not. Gosh, who else could you get there? Pittsburgh, yes.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you probably could beat Pittsburgh if Pittsburgh
should have done it already.
Yep. Yeah, so it's probably just Pittsburgh, actually. I'm thinking of the other AFC teams. Pittsburgh may be the only one that you could get away with.
Can you beat the Chargers this week and play defense?
Could you beat the Chiefs, though? Do the Chiefs really...
Didn't we already come darn close to doing that?
Yeah, man. 1 point game in the teens.
You played no offense in the second half.
You know what? You know what's ironic? You probably could against the Chiefs. You probably could get away with the Chiefs and the Steelers.
But until you do, because you lost to both those guys this year where your defense was pretty good.
Yep.
Pretty good. Both those games.
Oh, the Chiefs lost, though. Come on, man. That's really a win. Come on.
Chiefs a win. I still think Pittsburgh should have been a win.
You're not wrong. If they play that again, I bet they beat Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
And that was second week of the season, and it was it's tough, man. The start of the seasons are brutal because preseason means nothing anymore. But those losses can come back and bite you on the butt. The Bengals are not recovering from their bad start this year, unfortunately for them. And they just start slow every year, and they're not getting momentum.
Well, and they can't even win games, and their offense is like unbelievable. I mean, they're throwing up some good numbers and still can't win games.
You realize that's a pretty crazy win for the Browns considering their season. And the fact that they just beat the Ravens a couple weeks ago, too, that Monday night game scares the hell out of me.
All this just goes to tell you, I think it's silly to flex into the Thursday night game. Look, man, I think the Broncos could win 3 straight games here, but come on. Look, this is the NFL. We can't bank on that. We could easily lose to the Browns. Who knows what's going on with Anthony Richardson? He seemed to figure things out last weekend, right?
He played good last weekend.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, fellas, the New York Giants have outright released quarterback Daniel Jones just 5 days after demoting him from starting quarterback to reserve. So CBS has 5 teams that are potential fits for the veteran quarterback to sign with. If he clears waivers, which it's expected he will become a free agent and can sign wherever he would like.
5 sounds high already.
So the 5 teams that CBS lists here are the Cowboys. Now, this is interesting because the Cowboys and Giants play each other on Thanksgiving. So that could make for some
that
good
might be a pickup
storylines.
just so we can see if we can get some keys.
Good storyline there, potentially, for Thanksgiving Thursday football.
Mm-hmm.
So the Cowboys, the Las Vegas Raiders, Carolina Panthers, LA Chargers, and Minnesota Vikings are the 5 teams that CBS Sports listed as potential destinations for Daniel Jones.
You know what? I didn't think about the Vikings, but that's a fascinating one. They should absolutely look into it. Yeah, they should.
Why?
Well, the Sam Darnold experiment is fizzling out.
Is it? We're done with that?
It's not been great of late by any means. And you still don't know what you got with JJ, right? So the plan was, hey, we want to let JJ marinate a little bit, bring Daniel Jones in, see if you can get him on a relatively cheap deal.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboys make sense. Raiders do not make sense. What was the other one?
Chargers.
Chargers. This is backup QB, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
pretty
then why not the Denver Broncos?
Well, they might be happy with Stidham and Zach Wilson, I guess. Who's the backup there in Chargerland?
I think it's Easton Stick.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is be better than Easton Stick.
Bennett, I think.
I mean, all you have to be is better than Stetson Bennett. I mean, if you're just looking for a quality backup, that's all you have to ask yourself: is he better than that guy? So, I mean, that makes enough sense to me.
I promise you, Daniel Jones is better than Stidham and Zach Wilson.
Do you think the Broncos feel like that?
Probably.
You really guarantee that Daniel Jones is better than Stidham and Zach Wilson? Why? He looks like a train wreck. He looks terrible.
Have you seen Zach Wilson film?
I saw Zach Wilson at training camp, and it looked promising.
There's a lot of promising moments from Daniel Jones. He just can't string it together.
I think he's terrible.
Look, I'm not advocating for it. It would seem like a silly, unnecessary distraction for the Broncos.
It doesn't make sense for the Broncos because they've got something churning. I can see it with the Chargers.
Sure.
If you're afraid that if you lose your quarterback who you lost for a couple games with the ankle,
right?
Can we get somebody in here that could keep us afloat for a game or two?
Yeah, they may just hate Easton Stick, man. Yeah. I mean, it could be pretty simple. I don't think the Broncos hate their backup quarterbacks. I think the Chargers could. That possibility exists.
Well, Daniel Jones is going to have the luxury of picking the team. So would he – I doubt if he would pick to go to the Chargers. He clearly isn't going to give up on trying to be a franchise quarterback.
All right,
but if he said everything honestly and the Giants mean so much to him, then he's not going to go to the Cowboys either.
He doesn't care about any of them.
Just saying, if you're being honest to your word, I respect the moron.
I was reading off a piece of paper. That was the weirdest press conference of all time. Yeah. Next story, Dan.
All right, let's go to the Buffs here real quick. They'll play the Jayhawks coming up on Saturday at Arrowhead Stadium. Let's hear from Coach Prime talking with our friend of the program, Mark Johnson, who we had on earlier, talking about a certain recruit that just decided he is going to the University of Colorado.
That's great. That's funny.
Do you know that he landed this kid without a single home visit? Deion Sanders never once visited the family.
Well, he's been pretty open about that. It's cooler to come to Colorado than for me to be in your living room. By the way, what happened to the whole, like, I can't say who it is and that sort of thing? You just listed him by name. So did Dion just violate? I mean, you know what? Who cares? What's your question, Dan?
I guess my question is Coach Prime, is his recruiting his best asset as a head college football coach? Is that what he's best at, is getting recruits in?
Yes. And it's not a shot at him as a coach. He knows ball, but that's why Scott and I have been harping on this for a long time. Stay in college, man. It's what makes you so good. You're freaking prime time. You're talking to 17, 18-year-old kids that are attracted to glitz and glamour and thrones that you get to sit on. You're prime time. Absolutely, it's where he's at his best. And come on, man. I mean, can you imagine sitting down with Deion Sanders? Deion Sanders is recruiting your son. You're not going to fall in love with that man?
He may arguably be the best college football recruiter ever.
Yeah.
Period. And
he got Travis Hunter to go to Jackson State. Guys, we don't talk about that enough.
He was the number 2 recruit in the country.
Travis Hunter went to Jackson State, not the University of Colorado, the worst Power 5 program, whatever. Went to Jackson State.
As the number 2 overall recruit in the country. That is bonkers. It's insane.
I got to believe there's going to come this new transport.
Don't give up.
The portal.
Never give up.
Transfer portal.
Mm-hmm. You still try it one more time.
Transfer portal.
There you go.
There's
going to be some 4th or 5th year wide receivers that are really, really good that are going to come here.
No doubt.
Of course. And guess what happens when you get a guy like Julian? Others are going to follow.
Pied Piper.
Absolutely.
With the loot.
I believe that with all my heart. We will see a...
The loot's the thing that's got like 5 little pipes down.
The loot. Oh, you think a lute is like
yeah, the lute's one that's got like 5 little things.
Just like a Pied Piper? I guess it's a pipe.
Yeah.
You're the Pied Piper.
Or a flute.
Pipe. It's not a flute. A flute goes out to the side.
You guys are way off.
What?
A lute?
Oh, wow. That's a lute?
It's like a guitar.
Oh, man, I was really wrong. I was stupid. Meanwhile, Dan Tanner's mom wants to chime in on the show.
Oboe?
She did chime in.
Oboe is a reed instrument. Yeah. Like it's like you're like a bird. God, I was really wrong with the lute. Like, I mean, I was
not
like,
even close.
Not even close.
I've never seen a lute before. It looks like a guitar with the strings half cut off.
That looks like a guy back in the 1300s who wears tights that got beat up by a lot of guys in the Shire. All right, we'll hear from Dan's mom coming up next. You got it, Prime. Hey, this is what you deserve. Your next great opportunity at Mike Maroney Auto Group in Longmont and Boulder. Black Friday savings are happening all month long on their incredible lineup of Chevy Silverados, Ford F-150s, and GMC Sierras. So if you want something tough that's ready to roll up in the Rockies, we got you covered with amazing deals or low financing options at both locations. Remember, Maroney means more. A 3-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked. Free delivery anywhere in Colorado. You heard that right. Anywhere in the entire state. Don't let these peak savings slip away. the best vehicles will go fast. So start your journey now at MikeMarooneyColorado.com. That's MikeMarooneyColorado.com. You can visit him at MikeMarooneyColorado.com, where Marooney means more. Mike Marooney Auto Group in Longmont and Boulder can help you no matter where you live in the state, because Marooney means more. See yourself in that incredible lineup of Chevy Silverados, Ford F-150s, and GMC Sierras. And tell them D-Max sent you. Because we clear up the most important business on Fridays, the Pied Piper does play a flute, but it's most oftentimes pictured as like
a pan. Oh no,
like straight up and down, like just a straight up and down. However, in some depictions of the Pied Piper, he is playing a traditional like jazz flute, like Ron Burgundy. So occasionally in some, it looks like that. In most, it looks like he's playing like a pipe. Like it's a long, straight pipe.
There's also the Sondry Irish tin whistle.
There is. However, you are ultimately right because it is a flute, no matter if it's played to the side or straight up and down. it's still considered a flute. So you are technically right, Mike.
There you go.
Just giving you some props.
The more you know.
Feel big about that.
Dan Tanner, do we play the music here with updates from Mom, or do we not? I don't know.
Yes.
But earlier in the show, and we'll give our prediction for everything.
Dan hung his mom out.
Dan's mom just wants to make sure he's okay. So she wants to follow him via his phone. He's 33 years old. She already does this with his twin sister and older sister. And
Two
Dan,
older sisters.
As D-Mac does with his adult children.
As I do with my 24 and 22-year-old. And like a petulant 13-year-old.
Is that not an adult?
Yeah. And like a petulant 13-year-old, Dan does not want to just make his mom feel good about life. Well, I don't know. Dan's mom chimes in on the Shant Mazda text line. One price, one person. Shant Mazda. Thank you, Dan's mom. I didn't think this was Dan's mom, by the way. I thought it was one of our Wise Acre listeners. Right. Hi, it's Dan's mom. Dan comes in and goes, yeah, that's my mom. This is Dan's mom. And the only...
What's your mom? What's mom's name?
Cindy.
Hi, Cindy.
Cindy Crawford?
Yeah, is she good looking, by the way? Because I might let her track me.
Do you think Dan's mom, based on the way Dan looks, is Cindy Crawford?
Sure.
Are you calling her ugly?
Calling her not Cindy Crawford looking at Dan.
Hmm.
Andy Lindahl coming in hot. Looks pissed off about something.
Yeah. We are in the middle of something here, Andy, okay?
Are we late? Are you okay? Oh, man, he's really upset about something. I don't know what's going on. The hell? Okay. No, don't look at it. And now he's really upset. I'm just trying to get to Dan's mom here. It's like Stacy's mom. This is Dan's mom, and the only reason I want to see his location is because he lives in a shady part of town.
That is true.
Now, I got to side with Dan on this.
Hold on. What is, define shady? What does that mean?
I will. There was a story that came out a couple months ago. I'll just say it this way, about a couple of apartments in a certain part of town. I live about 10 minutes from there.
Okay, so the Venezuelan gangs? Is that what we're trying to say?
Have you been recruited, Dan?
Not yet.
Have you gotten a face tattoo?
Not yet.
So what's the circle of danger around, shadiness? Like, what's the circle?
Yeah, what's near?
Would you be okay if you're 12 minutes away?
No.
Would you be in more danger if you were 8 minutes away?
Probably.
So 10 minutes is... So move!
It's 10 minutes, D-Mac. It's not that far.
It's not that close either, Dan. You can drive 10 miles in 10 minutes. Am I wrong here?
60 miles.
Hold on.
You can drive 6 miles.
Wait. Let's.
Of course.
Let's hold on. Has anybody ever had to break in within your complex?
I don't know. Probably.
He doesn't know any of his neighbors.
Is there reason for mom to be concerned?
I'm trying to figure out what's 10 minutes from here that we should be afraid of. Like, if I were to drive my car 10 minutes down Yosemite, where would I be?
Your house.
Yeah. Should I be really frightened about things going on at 25 in Bellevue now?
Where do you live?
Aurora.
Where?
I'd rather not say.
Well, apparently 10 minutes from the end of the world.
Can I get cross streets?
I'm going to back up Dan on this, Mom. No offense, Cindy. But you live in a shady part of town. I mean, give him some money to move, I guess. I don't know if you really care. I mean,
if you really loved your son, you'd buy him a new house.
Not to be a jerk here, Cindy, but like if it's that big of a deal, step up.
That's a good point.
Right. Like if it's that big of a deal.
Hold on. Did you already take over your dad's car?
That's to be determined.
Are you still driving it?
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah. How long have you been driving it?
4 months. Thanks, Dad.
How old are you?
33.
You're driving your dad's car?
Well, I totaled mine, and my dad's being nice and helping me out by lending me his extra car for a certain period of time.
Oh, that time is officially
going to be
that time will be forever. That time is never going to expire.
If you allow Cindy to track your location, and the concern is where you live,
right?
If she's staring at her phone every night, hey, Dan's home.
That's a good point.
Which I hate.
Which I hate that he's at home.
Yeah.
Is this going to stress her out that you're at home?
Or maybe
would she prefer that you're somewhere else?
Maybe we're alluding the real reason they just want to know where that car goes.
You think they care more about the car than Dan?
Oh yeah, it's a 5 Series BMW.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying.
By the way, you want to talk about funny jerk listeners we have on the text line? Best prank: have your mom track your phone. Leave your phone in a jail parking lot overnight.
Scott, take us out on that one.
That would be a good prank. That would be a good prank.
I saw this week. I'm going to throw this out to you
Cindy
guys.
I said hi.
If I guys gave you an orange and I told you to squeeze as hard as you could, what would come out?
Juice.
Oranges. Why? Because
there's juice in oranges?
Okay, same thing. Imagine now with people when we get pressure in our job, stress, people say bad things on the text, whatever it might be.
Oh, people.
And for the first thing that comes out of us is anger and spite and meanness and depression or whatever. It's because it's what in us. We want to blame the person that put the squeeze on us. But in reality, what's coming out of us is already inside us. And unlike the orange, guess what? We can choose what we put inside us. We can change what's inside us. And an orange can't. So you want to be an orange? Or do you want to change yourself?
Pay it forward, y'all. Nate and Andy coming up next.
Hey, we should probably start our radio show. Welcome in, everybody. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We are with you here on a Ska Friday edition of the show, and we are rolling with you until 6 p.m. There is so much to do on this radio program today. We're guesty today on the show. Jeff Legwold's going to stop by for Broncos Raiders preview. Andy, we have got the biggest college football Saturday that I can remember in a really long time. In these parts, we have two teams that a win will not fully guarantee, but basically pretty much put them in their respective conference championship games. That's the Buffs and KU tomorrow at Arrowhead. That is CSU with a tough one on the road at Fresno State. So we'll talk to Brian Roth about the Rammies. We'll talk to Mark Johnson about the Buffs today. Dan Hyatt will stop by for Nuggets conversation. No, we don't know if Jokic is playing tonight yet or not. As soon as we know and as soon as we see anything on the internet, and we'll be tracking that today, we will indeed let you all know as quickly as we possibly can. How are you today, pal?
Hey, magical. Magical.
Magical. Are you as magical as the snow globe that the Browns and Steelers played in last night?
You know, it's always fun. I think it's fun. Of course, it's more fun if, you don't have to sit in it, I guess. That reminded me.
Those people looked happy, though.
That's one of those games of legend, right? Where this has happened with the old Blizzard game here in Denver back in like 82, 83, whatever. It was Broncos-Packers. I don't remember the exact year. They were playing on Monday Night Football. And it went from like half the city claims to have been there.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
I'm not sure how many people actually went, but half the city will claim to have been there. I'm sure now half of Cleveland will claim to be there, although some guys are going to probably lose patches of skin, so they'll be able to prove. I have never seen so many large shirtless individuals. Like at some point, bro, are you not going to put the shirt back on?
How about chubby guy in the
wrestling mask?
The
Lucha Libre?
Yeah, the Lucha Libre mask. Is that guy okay today? But I don't know, at least he had a little bit of layer.
Lot of space.
There were other dudes, skinny guys that were out there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if those guys are going to be okay. Game was incredible last night. Let me tell you how good that game was. Al Michaels actually woke up and really started announcing that game last night.
Al Michaels thought he was back on Sunday Night Football.
Even Al Michaels didn't hate that game. That's how good that game was. The Browns, Jameis, give Jameis all the credit. He made the plays that he needed to. But, like, I'm sitting there, I'm watching that game with my dad, and Cleveland is just they're rumbling down the field on that final drive after another 12-yard punt, and they're rolling down the field, and it's like the clock is just over 2 minutes, and I'm just looking at my dad, and I'm just being like, all they got to do is just turn and hand the ball off to Chubb and rumble down into field goal range and inhale this clock and kick a field goal and win the game. And all they kept doing was having Jameis drop back. Jameis drop back. Jameis drop back. How big of a break was that play that got called the illegal touching because the lineman turned around and tried to catch the thing? Should have been intentional grounding. Should have been a loss of down. Tomlin decides, okay, we'll move him back to 3rd and 7 instead of leave him on a 4th down and 2. And then Jameis makes the play, and he finds Jerry Jeudy. Hell of a throw. Good job by Jameis Winston. That's a tough decision on the part of Tomlin. I get what he's trying to do right there, but that's a tough decision that you got to make. They hadn't been good on 3rd down. They had been good on 4th down. Unbelievable game. Unbelievable finish. Did you see the hit that Russ took on the last Hail Mary, too?
Woo! Probably should have been some roughing the passer.
It was immediate, though. It was clean. It was a shoulder to the chest. It's what they want you to do, but Russ was probably in a little bit of pain this morning.
Yeah, back to the Tomlin decision. I don't know what you do because everyone, like they were saying on Good Morning Football today, they're like, well, if you don't take that penalty, then they kick the field goal. Do they?
I don't think they would have. I think they would have gone for it.
I wouldn't have.
Yeah.
So then you leave them at 4th and 2, and I don't know who's, sometimes you'd like to believe the offense, knowing they're going to go forward, has the advantage in that situation. Doesn't always work out that way. I probably would have done what Tomlin did. The bigger debate was why wasn't that intentional grounding? There was no receiver in the area, and he was not out of the pocket.
Because he was throwing it to a lineman.
All right. All right.
I know what a stupid loophole, but it really did work out for them because the lineman turned around and was like, "Oh, I guess I'll try and catch this."
How about this though, too? What was that version of Jerry Jeudy?
I know.
The dude couldn't drop anything.
2 games in a row now. He had a huge game last week, too. He was like over 140 yards last week. Yeah, Jerry Jeudy, you give him a quarterback. In this case, I mean Jameis Winston.
But he hadn't really been that well.
And he's all right.
I guess Deshaun Watson doesn't count either.
No, he really
I don't know, man. That was just, I had not really, I'll be honest with you, I forgot all about Jerry Jeudy. I really had. There's not times where I think to myself, man, what would Jerry Jeudy help in this situation?
Right.
But then you watch that last night and you do go, I wouldn't have minded that version of Jerry Jeudy. I don't know if I want $50 million for that version of Jerry Jeudy.
Let's maybe call that a huge compliment to Devon Vele of like
not thinking about him.
We don't think about Jerry Jeudy. We're not staring at it being like, oh, when is Josh Reynolds coming back? Devon Vele out there, our buddy Nick Kosmider called him Puka Nacua Light, and it's like, yeah, he kind of is. He's just sort of Mr. Dependable out there. He didn't put up Puka's numbers or anything like that, but if you throw the ball in his direction, he catches it. And there's something to be said for a player like that. And I think that's a huge compliment to what Vele has been. Cortland Sutton is coming off, by receiving yardage, the best 4-game stretch of his entire career right now. Troy Franklin is... You see him catch a bubble screen and run it into the end zone last week. He's turned into a nice player. Lil Jordan, when he's not turning it over, is dependable. And you know that Sean Payton trusts him. One of the big surprises of this Broncos season for me has been how good the receivers have been when that was a group that coming into the year, it was like, all right, well, I know Cortland Sutton's a viable NFL wide receiver. After that, I don't know. And this group's really good.
All right, this isn't the most important news of the day, but the synergy this creates, unreal.
Ooh, synergy.
Give me some breaking news sound there.
We got corporate buzzwords. Let's have it.
How did we end the show yesterday?
Yeah.
Do you remember? Your guy, Brandon Allen, is getting the start.
He is starting.
The Niners just ruled out Brock Purdy because of the shoulder today.
Oof.
Allen gets the start.
That's tough for the Niners. What did that do to the line?
I have no idea. I literally just got it on the old NFL app.
That might be like a 2-point move on the line. That's pretty big because I saw those Packers -3 today. I could see that thing being 4.5, 5 before you know it.
5.5.
It's 5.5 already.
Wow. Yeah, I'm sure somebody else broke it before the NFL told me about it, to be quite honest with you.
Wow.
That kind of changes. Dude, this has been a weird football year, is it not?
2.5-point move. That is huge.
Listen, I don't expect the Broncos to make a Super Bowl run, but this has been the most wide-open NFL season I feel like we've seen in a bit. I still think the Chiefs, don't underestimate the greatness of just piling up wins.
Sure.
But they're a weird Chiefs team, right? They're not their usual Chiefs team. Bills still look pretty good.
Yep.
But could the Bills get got? I just feel like last night's game to me just sums up this NFL season. I just don't know what to expect. I don't know if there's a truly, truly great team this year. Like, I want to keep waiting for Baltimore to wake up and assume that mantle with Derrick Henry back there now. But they're floating in the 6th seed right at the moment of the AFC seedings.
Thing that's killing them right now is that Tucker is a questionable proposition at best. If he, like, the Steelers are riding the foot of Chris Boswell, and right now, like, Justin Tucker is missing big kicks, and that used to be, like, automatic for that team.
I don't think the Bengals are making the playoffs. I think they've screwed it up too much. Dude, I'm telling you,
4-7.
The Broncos just get in. Like, again, last night, good reminder, not that they needed it. I'm sure Sean Payton's all over it, but I'm sure he got a bunch of teaching tape today of, guys, don't let this happen.
Yeah.
Don't let the Raiders do anything to us. Let's go get that win in Vegas. And who knows what happens in the playoffs? It's a weird NFL year.
This game, Andy, is I've done the exhaustive work that I do to prepare, a well-educated and informed opinion on what I believe is going to happen in this game. Okay? I can't find any reason the Broncos don't win by double digits on Sunday against the Raiders. And it makes me so nervous for this game for Denver.
Gosh, Nate, you know what?
I can't, literally, Andy, I can't find any reason the Broncos shouldn't win and win handily.
No,
the
I'm
Raiders
with you.
stink. I mean, they stink. They don't do anything well. They don't run the ball well, and all their backs are banged up. They don't pressure the quarterback at all, and their entire secondary is banged up coming into this game. Gardner Minshew is terrible. Basically, outside of Brock Bowers, there is nothing of note in what they do offensively. They're 2-8. They should be toast. But I choose to respect a divisional opponent in a road situation. I know it's going to be 60% Broncos fans in there on Sunday. It's still, you got to go on the road and play this thing. And maybe it was just watching Cleveland win that game last night where I'm just like, ooh, does this shape up as a really stupid trap for the Broncos? Because they're so much better than the Raiders.
So it's a Freaky Friday, literally, because not only is it a Ska Friday, it's a Freaky Friday.
All right.
I trust Sean Payton. I trust Sean Payton more than any coach we've had since Kubiak. I just don't think he's going to let them let this one down.
Right.
Now, I'm not looking past the Colts or the Cleveland Browns. I think those are tougher games than we're giving them credit for right now.
Yeah.
But I trust Sean Payton.
Cleveland with Jameis is a different thing.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, and that defense showed you what they can be, man. Garrett Bowles going to have to strap up his chin strap and keep Myles Garrett off of Bo Nix. I trust Sean Payton. I just do. He's not letting them win the games. He's not letting them lose, I should say, the games they shouldn't lose.
Yeah.
He's established that.
Mm-hmm. No,
so I just feel like they're now, look, I don't know if it's going to be a blowout. I'm not sure I'm ready to predict a 10-point win or something, but I think they'll handle business.
Yeah.
I just think this team handles its business.
Yeah.
That's why they're in this position.
Mm-hmm. Again, these are all on my list of reasons this thing shouldn't even be close.
All right, this sucks.
And
I don't know why.
And here
why?
I am.
You're the one usually making me mad because you're just putting it in the bank.
And yet here I am. Yep. And yet here I am. The NFL's weird. That's what I kind of keep coming back to. I do think the Broncos win by double digits, but I am allowing for the possibility of this thing could be stupid and weird. Okay.
But I think they could still win stupid and weird.
Let me throw it back on the flip side though. I read a factoid about the Raiders today that twisted my brain into a pretzel.
Okay.
It makes no sense at all, and you'll love hearing it, and I'll tell you what that is coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for Colorado Off-Road. It's holiday gift giving time of year, and we're a week away from Black Friday, but everyone gets started early. If you need truck and 4x4 accessories, this is the time of year to get it going. You want a bed cover for that loved one, now's the time to go and order it. Jerry can get it in. He can get it put on the truck whenever you need it, or you can put it under, I don't know if you want to put it under the tree necessarily or whatever you do, but you could if you go and get it ordered. Here's the thing about going to Colorado Off-Road. Local Colorado business. They've got a great showroom just 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. They're right behind Arapahoe Community College. If you don't know what you want, here's what I highly, highly, highly recommend you do. Go and check out the bed cover displays. Go and check out the step rails displays. Go and see the floor mats that they have. They got a lot of great ways to demonstrate what you're getting, even though they're not going to obviously take a full-size bed cover, put it on your truck, but you get an idea what you're getting. It's better than ordering over the internet. Trust me, I'd have made a big mistake had I ordered my bed cover over the internet, which I almost did. Colorado Off-Road, been working with them for 5 years. They're going to take care of you. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. The number 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road.
It's a Scott Friday. We'll talk Nuggets and Mavs with Dan Hyatt. NBA Cup action coming up tonight. Don't know the status of Jokic as of yet. We'll keep you updated on that as soon as we know it. Dave's Hot Chicken is now in Highlands Ranch. Stop by today for the grand opening, and you have the chance to eat hot chicken that will blow your mind. Try the Reaper.
No.
If you dare.
Do not dare.
Andy does not dare.
Go watch the video of Mosier, D-Mac, Brett Kane, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. It did not go well for any of those gentlemen. We literally got tears out of everyone. Like the Reaper was, how many did I name? He was 6 for 6. Everyone started crying.
Andy, you need to listen to some Blue Oyster Cult.
Don't fear the Reaper. Is that the cowbell one?
Yes, it is. Try the Reaper if you dare. Andy
While
says
listening
don't.
to Blue Oyster Cult.
Or-
They got a lot of great chicken there.
There you go.
Eat the ones that you get to enjoy. Don't eat the ones that burn your mouth out of itself.
However you choose to do it, you won't be disappointed, says Andy. Open today off Lucent Boulevard and Mayberry Drive in Highlands Ranch. It is Dave's Hot Chicken. Yeah.
I was really hoping they had leftovers here today. I don't know. I haven't eaten all day.
Okay.
So I kind of wanted to get some.
Just try to go to Boston Market again.
Yeah.
Didn't work out for you.
That's how that worked out.
All right, so the Thursday night flex, Andy.
Yeah, let's talk about this.
Who knew? Who knew that was a thing? I didn't remember that it was a thing.
You know what? I saw a tweet late last night from that ML like Moneyline Football account or something. I'm like, this isn't real. You can't flex Thursday night football.
Apparently you can.
I was like, I'm going to wait and see someone I trust. And then the team itself tweeted it out.
Who
I was
knew?
like, well, all right. I guess you can.
Okay, so this is what goes down. The Broncos and Chargers have flexed, or the NFL flexed their game to being the Thursday night game in Week 16. So it moves from Sunday, December 22nd to Thursday night, December 19th. It's the first Thursday night flex. The NFL amended the policy last season, starting in Week 13 through 17, so Thursday night games could get flexed with at least 28 days notice prior to the game, Andy. And teams could make more than one appearance on Amazon's 16-game package. Only 2 games per season in the 5-week window can be flexed. I guess we took one. So Broncos Chargers replaces Cleveland and Cincinnati, which then moves to that Sunday afternoon, December 22nd, the Sunday before Christmas. So the Broncos will play on Thursday night, and then the Broncos will get the 10-day rest on the backside of it. So they'll play Indy at home, then they go to SoFi to play the Chargers on Thursday night, then they get the long break before they play Cincinnati.
Okay, why would they do this? Everyone's asking, why would the Broncos agree to do this? In part because all of a sudden you've given yourself a short week. So let's balance what happens here. You give yourself a short week against a divisional team.
Yep.
But probably a team a lot of us weren't thinking that, like, again, the Chargers had a pretty good game against you here. Chances are they're going to have a pretty good game against you there.
At their building.
They're going
to be favored. We know that.
So do you help yourself by giving them the short week? And remember, so it's the Cleveland game, then they get their bye.
Then
so
Indy.
They'll be kind of still a little fresh off the bye, right? You play Indy, but you've had the bye recently.
As fresh as you can be with a Week 14 bye.
But exactly.
Yeah.
But then they get a chance to essentially, I think Sean Payton pointed this out. I didn't really think about it, but he said this at his presser. What essentially the Broncos did here was take the 13 or the 11 days of prep from Cincy and gave it to them. So they flipped that scenario by agreeing to do it, and now they get 11 days to prep for Cincy, which with their defense may be the more winnable game of the two, right?
Probably, yes.
And again, everyone's math seems to be the same. Assuming they go chalk, win these next 3, you're going to need one more to get to 10, and 10 to me is your safest number for keeping that playoff spot.
Broncos are already 1-0 in Thursday night road games this year. They won down in New Orleans, so you've got that going for you. So Sean has shown the ability to be able to get prepared for that game. I get all of that. As a strategic move, clearly Sean Payton is of the belief, and I'm going to assume that Payton did not make this decision without a hefty amount of data in front of him to suggest that this is going to be good for the Broncos down the backstretch. I'm guessing that ownership likes this because it puts them in another national television window. The Broncos had a Thursday night game against the Saints that was not a particularly compelling game. They have the Monday night game coming up against the Browns that did not get flexed. What a funny week. One game wasn't flexed, another one was. But that is going to be played on that Monday night. That's another national opportunity. But I'm sure ownership looked at it and said, hey, this Bo Nix thing is going pretty well. Look at us, another opportunity to get our team in front of Thursday night eyeballs.
Well, sell some more jerseys right before Christmas, but right before Christmas, because then they won't play again until after Christmas. But here's another thing I think it does for them. You and I talked about it yesterday. Bo Nix is going to be square in the middle of the Rookie of the Year campaign.
Yep.
And now he gets one more. And again, what is that game like, the 22nd? Now you start sliding him a little bit into that old Christmas weekend. People sit around, maybe get a few more eyes on the old Amazon game.
Well, now he's not on the Christmas weekend. Now he's on a Christmas weeknight.
Well, but that's when you start the boozing because the family's coming. That's when you prep for dealing with all the people in your house and all that stuff. So it's a good time. My point is you get Bo Nix.
Should I be drinking more right now? Is that what you're telling me?
Hey, your dad sounds like a good time.
He is.
You guys watch sports together, all will be fine. No, but my point is you get the national media another taste of Bo Nix.
Yeah.
And again, you get 2-3 games left after
Give
that.
him a nice sip of Bo Nix.
Get the old hype train going and cruising into the station for that Rookie of the Year campaign.
Let me ask you this, okay? This is where I got to turn the conversation because strategically, okay, let's see. I don't know if 2 short weeks in one NFL season is actually going to be of a benefit for a team, but again, Sean Payton seems to think so. So I'll give him a big, to paraphrase you, we'll see. What about the people that booked travel to go watch a game at SoFi on a Sunday to see Denver and the Chargers go to nice, warm, sunny Southern California, have themselves a lovely week and some more mild weather right before Christmas? Hey, I'll go watch a nice divisional matchup on a Sunday between the Broncos and the Chargers, and now the game is suddenly on Thursday.
Have you ever heard the song Colorado Christmas by the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band?
I don't think I have.
You haven't heard this little ditty?
I have not.
This song is about how California sucks at Christmas. So what were you making them plans for anyway, Nate? Huh? You don't need to be in Tinseltown. You don't need to be on Rodeo Drive. Nobody needs that. You need just some cool weather, some hot chocolate, a nice crackling fire. Now you get to be here for that. Huh?
So no sympathy for people that are trying to change flights today?
Listen, yeah, sure.
No sympathy for people that suddenly have to go call their boss and be like,
a month.
I'm supposed to go to this game.
Oh, like you're working the 22nd anyway. It's Friday here. What do we got here?
Well, no.
This is just a Friday.
Now it's the 19th. Now they need to take time off the week before Christmas.
You know what?
They had
Extend your plans out.
They already had their PTO. Wow, look at you. No sympathy for the working man.
I do. But let me ask you this.
Old Ivory Tower Lindahl over
I
here.
suck this week anyway. Everybody, so why don't I just keep going? No, seriously.
Why don't you just pile on the good working people of Colorado?
I've seen a lot of people. You think a bunch of working class Coloradans are going to Rodeo Drive for Christmas? I think not, my friend. Maybe your Vail and Aspen cavorting people have decided, oh no, the private jet needs to be gassed up at a different time.
Oh, suddenly it's only the billionaires that travel for football games.
Is there a chance that the Waltons and Cronkies get together for Christmas now? Is that another reason why I agreed to this? You're going out to their stadium anyway. It's not the Chargers stadium. You're going out to their stadium anyway.
Yeah.
Now we get the family deal going. Look, here was going to be my question because I did see a few people throw that out there.
Sure.
I think Nick Kosmider was among them. By the way, if you have a story, if it's going to be a pain, whatever, Nick does want to hear from you, and I'm dead serious about that. He's, I think, trying to gather for an article.
Also, text our show so Andy can insult you.
Yeah, let me ask you why the hell you're not staying home for better Christmas time activity. What is the road? See, to me, I think if you were to flex a Vegas game, and I'm being serious about this, I don't know how many people go out to L.A. for the Charger game. Maybe there's a ton. But I think more people, the Cherry road trip this year, isn't that Vegas? Isn't flexing a Vegas game a bigger issue off of a Sunday to a Thursday than, say, I just don't have a vibe that a lot of people are like, man, got to make that Charger game. I know a lot of people who love
So
going to
Andy
San Diego.
insults you first, and now he denies your existence, Bronco fans going to L.A. for the Charger game.
Yeah, I hate you all.
Now he says you're fake people. You're all just Twitter bots.
No, I just think you're richer than the rest of us.
Thus, you are not worthy of joy in Andy Lindahl's populist existence.
If you're a real Bronco fan, you're showing up in Cincinnati, eating the crap chili, and really trying to help there.
So they only go to Cincinnati now. Do the real Broncos
the blue-collar
fans
folk can afford Cincinnati. The blue-collar folk can't even afford to park in L.A., much less get the hotel room in L.A.
I see. Okay.
Or you're staying in Bakersfield, and you're driving a hell of a long way to get to the game.
Yeah. It's do you have any friends left after this segment?
Hey, you want something funny? You want the real funny
This
today?
has been a good week for you.
Here's what I'm going to do to warm all Bronco fans' hearts.
Tell more people about how Bo Nix sucks.
No. I've never said he sucks. God, you guys listen like it's Twitter. I just have a man crush on the do-it-all tight end. Here's the deal. Here's to make you all happy and joyful on a Friday.
Man crush on a tight end.
Yeah, that probably was. Boy, get that and cut. This is a sports show. So I go. My son has one of those. You probably don't know about this, but you're gonna learn. He's got like a 2-hour free period. I still don't understand that. Like one's a lunch, one's a seminar or something, but he's got 2 hours
of just not having to go to school,
just not having to deal with class.
Okay.
So I usually go pick him up, let him chill at home. We go to lunch when we can. Well, today the lad needed some clothes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, let's just go get this done. It'll be easier right now. Mm-hmm. So then I took him over to Dick's, and because he's getting into football. Like, again, what is very cool, thanks to both the Madden and the college football game, because he started with the college football game. And for those of you who don't know, my son hasn't loved football since Chris Harris and Peyton Manning and Demaryius Thomas played on the team. And I don't force my kids to do anything. So he's like, Dad, he's just talking football takes with me. And he just goes off on me in the car. He was giving me the whole laydown about how this is all going to go. Okay, all right. I gave him the we'll see. Okay, we'll see. Just like I did with the kicker in KC. He goes, you know what? I'm tired of you. You're a hater, and I'm sick of it. You don't like the Broncos enough, I've decided. You don't like Bo Nix enough, I've decided. And I'm just tired of it, Dad. Why are you such a hater? And so he's just blasting me like one of our texters
is your dad
in my car.
Is your kid on Twitch?
And I'm just driving right here as he's just laying into me. And I was like, all right. So I go, oh, you know what? I'll make it up to you. Let's go. I made him choose between. I went to Dick's.
Okay.
We had a Bo Nix shirt with the jersey. Christmas is coming.
Did you get him a Brock Bowers jersey?
You can get it, but you're not getting it right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I had the jersey for Nix, and I had the jersey for either Shador or Travis because he's loving CU.
Okay.
And I go, just take a pick.
Pick a jersey.
And accept my apologies.
Any jersey.
But he ultimately went with Travis Hunter. And I was like, so you give me the lecture, and you're going to go with Travis Hunter. All right.
I would say that's a pretty cool move. I think that's a good one. Mm-hmm.
So anyway, just to make all of you feel better that are very angry with me, my kid laid into me for 5 straight minutes about how I suck.
This is what he's going to be telling his therapist about in 30 years.
No, I just told him, I go, look, son, because he's got
my dad hated joy.
He's got the path to the Super Bowl laid out, and so I just gave him I go, you got to be careful.
An entire city was happy, and my dad wanted to ruin it for all of them.
He had the Broncos like going, I think 50 large on the Raiders or something. I was just like, just please, let's. I was like, son, you only know you're only jumping into the car. I've been in this car a long time. I've been a Bronco fan my entire life.
Did you did you open up a betting app for him? Teach him about laying the points?
All right, kid. Here's what they're gonna do. They're getting 3 right now. You want to show me you really believe in your guys? Bet that. You put the cash down. No, I didn't do that.
The Broncos are actually 5.5-point favorites. Playing in Vegas is always goofy because it's such a non-traditional road venue. The Raiders don't have much of a home field advantage. It's going to be noisy when the Raiders have the ball. How is that going to affect betting on this game? I talked to Alex Kane. He's the CEO at Sport Trade, Colorado's newest premium sports betting app. I talked to him about this yesterday and just asked him about what do you do on a game where Denver is a 5.5-point favorite on the road against the Raiders, but Allegiant Stadium is so weird. That's Alex Kane, the CEO of Sport Trade. So along those lines, Andy, here is the factoid that melted my brain about the Raiders. Do you remember when the Broncos played the Chiefs a few weeks back, and we were like, okay, Spagnuolo's record against rookie quarterbacks, and it was like 12-2 or whatever it is. And those records exist. Belichick forever dominated the hell out of rookie quarterbacks, and it makes sense. Rookie quarterbacks are, number one, the rookie quarterbacks. Number two, rookie quarterbacks are usually on crappy teams that had high draft picks that draft rookie quarterbacks. Listen to this. This is from ESPN today. The Raiders have lost 7 straight to rookie starting quarterbacks since 2020, the longest active streak in the NFL.
Wow, they already got one against Bo this year.
Yeah. They have lost 7 in a row to rookie quarterbacks.
Golly.
That's
all right.
horrible. How do you even do that?
And that includes the McDaniels era, right?
Yeah.
To 2020. So that's a little Gruden
Going
too,
back
isn't
to
it?
2020, you almost have to try to do that.
That's like a little Gruden, a whole bunch of Josh, and then this.
And on to Pierce.
Whatever the hell this has been.
They've lost 7 in a row against rookie quarterbacks.
Let's make it 8.
That's an incredible
Here
stat.
comes 8.
Speaking of stats, we have got Nugget stats. 2 you need to know. 1 you certainly don't, but you'll want to hear. Our buddy Dan Hyatt joins us ahead of Nuggets and Mavericks next. Oh, the weekend's upon us. I think I'm going to head out tomorrow morning, take a spin on my Radster Trail e-bike. Go to radpowerbikes.com. Check these things out. They are sick. Rad Power Bikes are built for everyday use. If you're a commuter or if you need hauling utility, you want to put the kids on the back, you can even put the dog on the back. They have pet carriers available at Rad Power Bikes. Go pick one up. Go see their shop, 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. They have a knowledgeable, super friendly staff. I'll be honest, when I went in there, I knew nothing about e-bikes. They held my my hand, walked me through it. I am now a seasoned pro. Rad Power bikes are good year-round, any kind of inclement weather, rain, snow, or cold. Rad Power bikes can handle it all. Fully customizable, super low maintenance, so easy to ride. And when you purchase a Rad Power bikes, you can use Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per bike to make it more affordable. Go to AltitudeSportsRadio.com, sign up to win a Radster Trail e-bike right now.
Jamal Murray gets the inbound over to Russell Westbrook, who's across the timeline. He goes right to the rack, leans in, layup good. Half a second left here to go at the FedEx Forum. All you got to do is inbound it and wait for the horn. And there it is. So the Denver Nuggets salvage a road trip a little bit. They go 1-2 on this swing. They beat the Memphis Grizzlies tonight by a final of 122-110. Russell Westbrook, a triple-double off the bench for Denver.
But somebody please find a Sharpie. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And the Nuggets do take on the Mavs in West Sea action tonight, 8 o'clock. It's an ESPN and Altitude affair coming up here this evening. Aaron Gordon's still out. Nikola Jokic, we don't know. We're waiting to find out if Joker's going to be able to go tonight, but we know Luka is not going for Dallas. Last time these two teams played was actually the last game that Jokic played in. That was a 37-18-15 affair for him. Kyrie went off for 43. Great game. Cup action this evening. Both Denver and Dallas 1-1 in West Sea, although Dallas plus 38 right now in the point differential, which actually is a thing. Let's preview this matchup, and let's get all statsy for you. Our buddy Dan Hyatt, Nuggets and NBA statistician extraordinaire, joins us on a Friday edition of the show. Hello, Dan.
Hello, boys. How we doing?
We're doing all right, Dan. Let's talk about the Nuggets, who basically have not really had all that much good health so far this season. And yet, as you point out today in your stat rundown for this matchup, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Why is that the case?
Well, first of all, you think about the injuries that they've had and the numbers in terms of, Gordon's been out for a while, Murray missed a couple of games, now Jokic. They're still in the bottom third of total games missed around the league. Everyone's dealing with problems right now. And again, if you look at the numbers, in terms of minutes now being able to rest, everyone was producing really incredibly high numbers. Jokic was at 38, Porter's at, 36. Murray's at a lot. These guys are putting a lot of minutes now. A little bit of rest now is not a bad thing. But the important part is they're 8-5. Through 13 games the last couple of years, like each of the last 3 years, they were 9-4. So they're right where they should be.
One game off, yeah.
Yeah, but the difference is the West is just better. And that's where it really starts. You get some quirky years where all of a sudden a conference comes out. The East did this a couple of years ago. But now the West has kind of caught them. Everyone's playing well. If you look at the West, 12 of the 15 teams are above 500 right now, which is kind of incredible, but everyone's just kind of lumped in together. So you know what? You lose a couple games here, you rest a couple games here. Nobody cares about the Cup. That's fine. But in terms of these games right now being so early, you're 15% of the season done? They're okay.
Speak for yourself about the Cup, Dan. I live and die with the Emirates NBA Cup.
I know you do.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's great. And in fact, on Tuesday night in Cup action, Michael Porter Jr. goes out and goes for 24 points in a game in which he did not make a single three-pointer. He was 11 of 17 from inside the arc in that game. All right, so what are we seeing from Porter right now where he's not completely dependent on hitting threes?
Well, I mean, again, just looking at his points, right? He's averaging 18.3. That's the highest it's been for him. Last year it was about 16, but he's shooting worse from all over the field. Well, why then is he getting more points? It's just because he's being more aggressive. Malone challenged him to be more aggressive. He's getting rebounds. He's driving now a full 5.5 more than he was last year. You talk about the last game, 24 points, a career high for a game in which he didn't make a three, and he's putting together numbers. 20 points in the paint is something that you hadn't seen from him except for cuts, right? Except for real quick layups where Jokic finds him. But now he's creating. He's actually putting the ball on the floor. And you're talking about 38% of his points are coming from the paint, where he's never topped 30 before that. So if all of a sudden, whether Jokic is in there or not, if Porter is able to kind of create an offense, you don't need Murray to do as much as Murray is used to doing. And I think we're learning right now that's going to be okay. He's always been a slow starter. I showed the numbers earlier tonight. We'll show them again during the broadcast. He's about 16, 17, 18 points per game these first 2 months. He has been since he came back from the knee injury. December, January, he starts to turn up. He's exactly where he should be. But if Porter can do more than just hit the three, you really have a different kind of caliber weapon that you can employ. And then once you've got AG back there to be able to collect rebounds, you really are feeling much better about this team than you were.
38% of MPJ's points are coming from inside the paint right now. That is nuts. Dan Hyatt, everybody. Okay, so that's 2 stats that you need to know. The Nuggets are doing okay despite the injuries. Hey, everybody's banged up in the NBA. They're only a game off of last year's pace. Michael Porter Jr., between rebounding and getting into the lane, is doing damage from inside the three-point arc. That's amazing to see. Now's where we always get a little bit weird. We need a stat that we don't need to know. And in this case, Dan, this has to do with Russell Westbrook and career triple-double number 200, the first player to ever do it. Incredible, the career that Westbrook has put together.
I really went down a rabbit hole in the weird on this one, but I started with just kind of admiring, what that actually means. And again, you kind of got to go back for a little bit in the context of, the triple-double wasn't really a thing until the 80s. No one really knew what it was. They kind of coined the phrase around Magic Johnson, who was putting those up pretty regularly. And then my favorite part about the stat itself is just that if you go back and they talked to Oscar Robertson before that, and they said, did you know that was a thing? A triple-double was a thing? He said, no, it wasn't when I was playing, because all you did was really collect points and blocks. Like, those are the things you talked about. But somebody, eventually went back and realized he was averaging one in a full season, and he became kind of that leader until Russ passed him. The stat that you definitely don't need to know, which I will tie back into Russ, is that when Lionel Richie and the Commodores, because that's going to be relevant at some point here.
All right.
When they wrote the song Once, Twice, Three Times a Lady, someone had asked Lionel, why didn't you say once, twice, thrice? Right?
Uh-huh.
Right was a word. Why it sounds weird to us now, but why didn't you use that? And he said the word sounded old-fashioned and antiquated. So I'm thinking about this, and I'm thinking, well, why is that? Why isn't the word thrice ever really used anymore, other than by Brits and Montgomery Burns? And basically, when you just go back and do the research on this, and in terms of the term triple double, right? You've got all sorts of triples in sports. You've got triple crowns. You've got triple plays. You've got in basketball, you went to the triple double, and then you had a couple players put up a quadruple double. But then there's no other word for after 3 times something, because it's thrice and then it just ends.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It kind of threw me off. It's like it's one of the words that kind of just disappeared, like thy and shalt and thou. And we just don't use it anymore.
Shakespearean. Yes.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to confirm that Lionel Richie killed it by saying that the song, or that the word was antiquated. It was old-fashioned. And if it's not good enough for Lionel, it's not good enough for American modernized vocabulary.
So Lionel Richie killed the word thrice, is your take?
Yeah, that's the stat. I think.
That's a take right there. I don't even know if that's a stat. That's just a take right there, that Lionel Richie had that great of an impact on the lexicon because he didn't want to say once, twice, thrice a lady. He said,
do we need the damn word?
Although,
I think he's done us a favor.
3 times a lady, though, it's syllabically, it makes the line sound
Why would
better.
you say thrice a lady?
Thrice a lady?
That doesn't.
He didn't, and now it sounds weird.
Yeah, no, but that's the problem. I think it sounds weird no matter what. And now I'm wondering what you're suggesting.
Thrice a lady. What does it mean to thrice a lady, by the way?
That's why I'm saying you don't say it.
Well, it's kind of like you also don't say you have a man crush on a tight end, but we've already said that this hour. So.
Look, man, I'm not the one that just spent 2 hours trying to figure out what happened to the word thrice.
You ever thrice a tight end, Andy?
Well, I'd like us to thrice. Well, see, that ain't gonna work either. See, this is what I'm talking about. Thrice becomes like deuce. In that Steve Miller song or whatever, Blinded by the Light.
Uh-huh.
How do you hear deuce in that?
Yeah. As deuce? I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't?
No, not at
all. What
all.
does thrice become? This is actually my favorite version, if you don't mind, of once, twice, 3 times a lady. Do you remember this episode? Isn't this your favorite? There's the golf clubs. How did you not request that song play as you laid these things
By
out?
the way, if Jimmy Butler or Tyler Hero hits a 3, is that a Miami thrice? Thank you. Thank you.
No.
I think we lost now. There he is. Hold on. You got to keep that no. That might have been the greatest no on the show right there. I want to go back to it.
Once. What about who did Once Bitten, Twice Shy? Well, you know the 80s bands.
White Snake.
White
no,
Snake.
No.
Thrice
That's not
Snake.
it. Darn it. What is it? Hey, I only remember that video for one thing. And it wasn't how many times you were bitten.
Can you be once bitten, thrice
There was a studded
shy?
piece of clothing that many of us remember. Who did do that song? Was it
Great White?
Great
White.
I knew it was
Great
white something there, Dan.
Yeah.
Look, Dan's all disgusted. You can't be disgusted with this, Dan.
Great
Sometimes you
thrice.
put out the take, and sometimes you've never had your take.
Or thrice a snake.
Yes, we've always loved everything. And now you're disgusted with this? Do you ever hand Marlo a stat that he throws back at you and you're angry at him? Does that ever happen?
All the time.
Get this out of my face.
All the time.
I want you to come to a Mammoth game. How much do you charge?
Can't afford him. If you can't go watch a Bronco game in L.A.
Listen, I'm positive I can't. You got to see the budget.
Dan Hyatt, everybody. Once, twice, thrice a lady.
Man, I'm getting hated on for not knowing Great White.
The other question I have is,
why do you like Great White? There's one of them.
Also, who asked Lionel Richie that question? I feel like once, twice, 3 times a lady is gorgeous.
Yeah, what?
Who needed thrice in there?
Are you part of some Defend the Thrice club we don't know about there, Dan?
I don't necessarily have a problem with the word, but I was curious as to why we don't use it and why we came up with the word triple-double and not thrice.
Thrice double?
So you'd rather thrice double.
He got thrice twice?
It sounds weird now because we don't say it, but triple sounded weird until we stopped using the word thrice. This is what happens when I'm doing all my research on Dario Saric. Okay?
Look, dude,
I don't know what Jokic is playing on.
I'm usually the guy defending dumb causes like why did Boston Market close? But I've never met anybody that's sad thrice is gone.
Do you know
you're claiming that thrice double would never sound normal.
Did
I
you
like the triple.
know
Triple rolls off the tongue.
that a 3-pointer is worth thrice the amount of points as a free throw?
We're thrice over the clock.
Dan Hyatt, everybody. NBA statistician extraordinaire. Dan, good work as always, buddy. Thank you.
I wish you all the most of luck.
As do we.
He's so mad.
We
Thanks for having me on, guys, and good luck.
You got to give us the no.
We will take our thrice break of the show right now, and we're
We're going to have a
back.
thrice meeting. We're going to have a meeting about this for the thrice time. None of that sounds right. The word sucks.
Coming back after this. Yeah, Scott Friday. Craigman and Lindahl. College football Saturday is massive tomorrow. 1:30 Buffs taking on KU at Arrowhead. 8:30 tomorrow night, Andy, in Fresno, Valley Children's Stadium. Here we go. CSU and Fresno State. Now, the Rammies, if they win this game, they'll be 6-0 in the Mountain West. They need one more victory at home against Utah State. That'll ensure a trip to the Mountain West Championship game where they will most likely be playing Boise State. But we'll talk to Brian Roth, voice of the Rammies, about this coming up at 4:45. This is the last really tough game on CSU's regular season schedule. This is the biggest roadblock to them being able to get to the Mountain West title game. We'll talk to Mark Johnson coming up at 5:45 with the Buffs getting ready to take on Kansas. Kansas is a weird team, Andy, because they're 4-6. They're not the typical 4-6, though. There's a lot of weird stuff going on with them. Most 4-6 teams don't have back-to-back wins over top 25 opponents, which they do. They beat Iowa State and BYU in the last 2 weeks. They're 1-5 in one-score games. They've had every close game go against them. It happened against UNLV. It happened against the Illini this year. Only 2 teams have thrown for over 300 yards this year on Kansas, and we know that that's the bread and butter of this CU offense and what Shedeur can do. It's the number 7 passing offense in the country, and Kansas can really, really run the ball. CU, on the other hand, has a great run defense. It's pretty much basically since the K-State game, it's completely beefed up. This is strength on strength. Again, you look at the records of these teams, and you're like, oh, Colorado should easily handle business, but this is a Kansas team that I would argue is better than what their record says they are.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. The defense is good.
Yeah.
This is a road game. They're going to be rocking in that stadium. Kansas was a preseason top 25, weren't
yes,
they? They were supposed to win this thing.
They were supposed to be
according to
good.
a couple of publications. Them in Oklahoma State hasn't worked out that way.
Yeah.
And now it feels like they're one of those teams that after screwing around for a month has maybe found what they were supposed to be. This is not – Coach Barnett was talking about it a week ago. This is not a game to overlook. This is the toughest game left on your schedule, and that included what you were – obviously Utah. Utah had a hell of a defense, really. But the offense was just a mess, and I don't have any idea what Oklahoma State – those kids could be worried about turkey coma more than they're worried about playing that game the day after Thanksgiving. So this is the game. You got to – if you get this game, I think we can start focusing on the Big 12 championship.
Yep.
But I'm hesitant to talk about Big 12 championships till you get this one in your back pocket.
Buffs, by the way, are a -125 favorite right now to win the Big 12. And that would get them into the playoffs. So they would be there if that was going to happen. Latest Matt Miller mock draft. We got a Matt Miller mock draft today. Interesting stuff at the very top. He has got at number 1 the Giants trading up with Jacksonville to get the number 1 pick and selecting Shedeur Sanders. Cleveland at number 2 taking Travis Hunter.
Yep.
1-2, Shedeur and Travis, Giants and Browns. Now,
okay.
Latest draft order has the Raiders at 4. He mocks Cam Ward out of Miami to the Raiders.
Does Dion, because Dion has said he's going to do the same thing for Travis that he's going to do for Shedeur. Would he let Travis go to Cleveland?
I can't imagine. That's such
what do you think
crap organization.
It is. There's no doubt about it. I have no idea. I'm literally asking, what do you think his requirements are? Like for Shedeur, I think it's the right coach that knows how to coach a quarterback, but doesn't a little marketability. I mean, we talked about this yesterday.
Comes into it as well.
Dude, Dion is the ultimate brand maker, the original brand maker in this league.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
You're not getting a brand in Cleveland, are you? Or does it not matter anymore?
Marketability, I think you can become a marketable NFL star anywhere. And a great example of it, honestly, is Deion Sanders himself. Atlanta is not a key NFL market. It's smack in the middle of a college football town. We were talking about it when the Broncos played the Falcons before last week. We had our buddy Carl Dukes on the show, and it's like, who's the greatest athlete in Atlanta sports history? Hank Aaron, I guess, even though he spent most of his career in Milwaukee. Dion is absolutely in the conversation. Chipper Jones, Neek. Who is it? Like, it's
no love for Spud. I still can't get over that.
And it's not like there's like a huge track record of championships to go back on. The Braves have won a couple, but that's about it. when it comes to that sports town, and yet Deion Sanders became a cultural phenomenon in Atlanta. So you can do that part of it anywhere. I think the biggest thing that he's going to want for Travis, though, is just like, you want to go play for a team owned by Jimmy Haslam?
Right.
Really?
By the way, I'm really tired of you ignoring Spud Webb. He was 5 foot thrice. Is this some damn show that's going to have thrice used on it now? Everybody's thricing it up.
Nope, it's not good.
Thanks, Dan.
It's not going anywhere.
Hope your dad's proud of you.
Once, twice, thrice a lady.
When you bring back thrice, that's on the headstone. Brought back thrice.
Speaking of
thrice a thing.
Speaking of dumb, Andy, and not just thrice, but speaking of dumb for just a moment, the Avalanche failed to score thrice goals last night.
Boom.
They did win against the Washington Capitals. And I know it evens out because Logan Thompson made a bunch of crazy saves last night. That Rantanen goal was so stupid. It was so stupid. It was that is the goal that makes me sometimes hate hockey.
All the time. Just say it. It's fine.
Really? That's unbelievable goalie matchup last night. Georgie was great in that game. He had a bunch of huge saves. Thompson was excellent for Washington. Game gets decided because Rantanen just backhands a pass off of somebody's skate, goes through the legs and in.
Okay, but did you see, I'm trying to remember our guy's name, Marc-Andre Fleury, the Flower. Did you see what he did to himself last night?
No.
To open the game.
Did he knock it in his own goal?
You didn't see this? Did you see it, Spring? What did first few seconds, puck goes into his zone.
What a
swing and a miss. And I mean, he 5-holed himself. He missed it with the blocker and 5-holed himself. It was 1-0.
Brutal.
Who was that against?
Brutal.
Edmonton?
Yes, Edmonton.
Who gets credit for that goal? Whoever touched it last,
idea.
right?
There were 3 guys skating by it, but when was it even? I'm not sure anybody even touched it when it in the zone. It was like it was just like a random puck finding its way to the goalie, and he completely whiffed, and it went through his legs and into the. That was against Minnesota, so it's damn funny.
It's such a cruel job being a goalie in hockey. You screw up at work, and everybody has to know about it.
You know what? When he part of a big deal with the Knights, screw that guy.
So there you go.
Hope you get nutmegged again. Isn't that what it is in soccer? Don't you nutmeg somebody?
You do, yes. Miles Wood, winning goal last night. Avalanche, nice victory. They're 11-9 now on the year.
We feeling good?
Things are going well. Yeah, it was a nice victory last night. The Caps got you last time.
Was that their thrice in a row?
It was their
2 in a row.
I think they've won 5 of the last 6. I think is what's going on with the Avs at the moment. Yeah. 6 is twice thrice. Quick math.
Glad you got that.
Thank you.
Everybody keeps telling us about the band Thrice. We can't find a ska version of any Thrice song. We're lucky to find a Thrice song, to be quite honest with you.
There is a band, though,
I think
called
they were lucky.
Thrice.
Did they even have Thrice hits? Somebody on Twitch pointed out Thrice Eye Blind. They had Thrice hits.
They had more than 3 albums, which I'm...
Now, hold on. You can't use Thrice for third, right? Is Thrice 3?
It is. If you're Thrice, you have to... After the third album, you have to break up, right? That's how it works.
Is that what it is?
That should be the rule.
I don't know. They got to the Thrice album.
For a
band?
They
went ahead and did it early.
No, they had 7 albums. I was looking at their discography before. It's too many albums for Thrice. All right.
You're only allowed thrice?
Only allowed to. If you're going to be thrice, commit to being thrice. Hey,
we hate you so much, Dan Hyatt.
If you have ever wanted to own
thrice rad bikes,
does it
have thrice speeds?
You could get thrice rad bikes. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/radster. Enter to win a rad power bike right now. That's altitudesportsradio.com/radster. You can enter to win a Radster Trail e-bike. That's the bike that I'm ripping it on right now. You will love it. That's altitudesportsradio.com/radster. Jeff Legwold of ESPN. He joins the show coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's the holiday season, and maybe you want to take in a little bit of the romance if you get a chance. But if you find yourself ducking away from romance during this holiday season, well, it may be because of erectile dysfunction. If that's the case, first off, don't feel embarrassed about it. Over half of men over 40 deal with this problem. And if you want to find somebody that can help you cure this problem, it's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. If you're feeling bad about yourself or you just don't feel like the way that you used to, get on into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You got to find the right treatment, though. That's what's key. If you're going to have a great holiday season with lots of cheer, you got to match it with the right treatment for you. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments can have you lasting an hour or more. Make your own stocking stuffer joke there. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. Nate's thinking about one, and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Your first visit is real easy. You stop on by, you meet with their expert staff. You'll get a TMPSA test, and if you're medically advised, after talking to the Colorado licensed medical provider, you'll get a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. 5 locations to serve you. Make it a happy holidays. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Let's dive into it with our buddy Jeff Legwold right now here on a Friday afternoon. Broncos in Vegas to take on the Raiders on Sunday. We got a good start to Week 12 last night with Browns and Steelers. So, Leggy, how much did Sean Payton use what happened last night in Cleveland as a cautionary tale for his team? Don't let up against a divisional opponent in November, no matter how putrid their record is.
Yeah, he probably doesn't have to remind them too much, Nate. I mean, they're 0 for Vegas.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you start there, but he certainly mentions and uses and prods with all, and all statistics, numbers, and circumstances he believes will help him. And I think certainly he has pointed that out to them at some point today during their either before practice, they huddled briefly on the field after the stretch today, which they don't always do. So you can tell he's in that mode of reminding them, hey, they're in a situation they haven't been in a while, in terms of pushing for things, and they need to sort of pay attention.
Leggy, the Raiders are without their top two backs going into this game. Gardner Minshew has not been awesome this year. They're basically outside of Brock Bowers, don't really have any weapons offensively. Defensively, Max Crosby is clearly playing through something. They have no pass rush. All three of their starting corners are injured going into this game. I can't find a reason why the Broncos shouldn't win this game by double digits, and yet I find this game sneaky interesting because of the divisional implications at this time of year. Am I giving random NFL stupidity too much credit going into this thing?
Well, some would say I do that every week. So, welcome to the club. But, we've seen, a Melvin Gordon fumble that, picked off on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of stuff is what cost you in games like these. Last night, the penalty, out of nowhere, put the Steelers in a bind. So, I mean, it's just, it doesn't take much, but turnovers always and forever will be the one thing that turns a game that should be one way into another very quickly.
All right, Zach Allen popped up on the injury report today. Now he's listed as questionable. What do we make of that?
Well, he's moving around okay when we were out there. So, Andy, that's what I have to go on. And, in the locker room after practice, I don't think anything was out of the ordinary. So I think this will be a case of if he feels like he did today on Sunday, he will play. Maybe he doesn't play his usual 90% of the snaps. I don't know that, but I think my gut right now would be that he would play, and it's just a matter of how good he feels working through it.
Jeff, you warned us about this, so I'm not going to act like I'm shocked, but Drew Sanders, he's going into his last week before they can activate him. Is that correct after this? They got to make a decision soon, and
Yeah.
Josh Reynolds is in his second week, correct?
Yes. Last week was Josh Reynolds' first full week with the clock running, and this week was his second. But I believe Sanders they have to make a decision on by Wednesday next week. So, the way I look at him during practice, it appears to me they are working him as if he will return. He's been going through, all of the things the other outside linebackers do in practice. So, I think unless there's some unforeseen problem, they will try very hard to make the roster move they need to get him on the roster, and that would be a boost if he is how he looked in the off-season program before he got injured.
We're talking to Jeff Legwold on a Friday, getting set for Broncos Raiders. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job and with a career. Jeff, a little bit of history made today. We have never seen the Thursday night flex. Broncos-Chargers, first game to have ever done it. Obviously, Denver would have had to have signed off on this. What do you make of the decision made by the Broncos to say, yeah, we'll play 2 short week road games in one season? Is this a wise choice based on data that the Broncos have poured through, or is this hubris on the part of Sean Payton?
Nate, I think that there were, and Sean actually mentioned at least one of these after practice today. I think the idea that it bumps the Bengals out of a longer prep week, rest week, before they face the Broncos the following weekend, I think that played into it. I think it shows the Broncos believe, nothing's official, but I think it shows the Broncos believe that Bengal game will be on a Saturday. So, that it even puts the clock a little differently on Cincinnati now that they've been bumped out of the Thursday, where they would have had an extra couple days after that. And I think he's got a young team, and he is trying to show them that, look, see, you are in important games now. You are that. And, he was very much in the, this is an important game, but they want to play in more important ones mode after practice today. But I think it does show that he believes it serves a lot of purposes, and that outweighs that it's a short week, to get ready for it. I don't know that they would have been so quick to do it if the Bengals had not been the team getting bumped, for one. And, they have a bye next week, so it's essentially, a short week on week 2 in some ways.
Well, before they get to that bye, they're going to have to face Cleveland on a Monday night. What lessons should we learn from that game last night? Is Cleveland maybe a little more formidable than the record suggests?
Well, defensively, Andy, they've got one of the best defensive players in football in Garrett. And, Jim Schwartz is a coach I've known since he was a quality control guy in the 90s. And, he's a respected coordinator, a former head coach. He will throw a lot of things at Bo Nix that Bo hasn't seen yet, even in week 14 or 15 of an NFL season. So I think that's always something to look at with Cleveland. And it's easy to forget, but Schwartz was the guy who really made Tebow's life miserable here, and that's the week the Broncos decided to switch to an option look after what the Lions and Schwartz did to Tebow that week. So he's tough on young quarterbacks. So, that's something they will have to look at. It. Nick Chubb is Nick Chubb. That always gives you a puncher's chance on offense.
Along those lines, talking about Bo Nix, yesterday Joe Lombardi mentioned, they're still seeing throws on film that Bo is missing, but, clearly framed it positively. We love where he's at right now, but there's still, there's still throws out there. There's still some meat on the bone that he as a rookie quarterback is leaving right now. What did you interpret Lombardi to be talking about when he mentioned that yesterday?
Well, Nate, they look at the same metrics we can look at.
Yeah.
And if you remove the blowout quotient, I think we talked a little bit about this Monday, but if you remove the blowout quotient, and there are metrics that do that, when you're behind or ahead by 14, his completion percentage is down in the bottom, quarter of the league, and off-target throws, he's in the bottom 3 or 4. So I think that's what he's talking about. They're trying to get the accuracy up when things are tense and when the game is in doubt. He's been very good when they have early momentum and get it going, or when defenses are giving him more of a backed off look and the Broncos are trailing. And, that's not a criticism of anything. It's just, you play what's in front of you, but it's the way his season has worked out. And they would like to see that Falcons premium accuracy, in some fashion in a tight game against a top defense. That's what they're going for in all of this. And is that a big ask for a rookie? It's a huge ask for a rookie, but it's what they want and need as they go through his first year. But they want some of those tighter window throws when the game's on the line, and they're looking to increase that success rate.
But again, they haven't really played all that terribly many close games, which is just wild. But they've
had either or games. They've in the losses, he's a very different player, both numerically and visually, than he has been in the wins, and to be expected, frankly.
Yeah, sizable sample size on both of those. Bo's home road split so far this year, Leggy. Completion rate is about 7% higher at home than it is on the road. 11 touchdowns at Mile High, 3 on the road in 6 games. Yardage, passer rating, everything. He is a much better quarterback at home than he is on the road. Does all of that apply when you start talking about Allegiant Stadium in a building where there's going to be like 12 Raiders fans total? Does that stuff still matter in such a unique venue?
Yeah, only sort of the noise quotient. How much pre-snap can you get done? But it will stun me if it's not 60-40 Bronco fans Sunday, especially the way the Raiders season's going. I mean, that's fast becoming with SoFi a very big Bronco road trip, which down the road and should be a good thing for the Broncos if they can take 2 road venues and dial them back a little bit. That's always helpful. But I wouldn't, that's not going to be like Arrowhead or something,
right?
For sure, he'll be able to do more before the snap, and he'll be able to hear Payton in the headset more often, more clearly, without the, say it over again twirl of the fingers that you see so often on the road.
Where do you fall on the word thrice, Jeff? Because surprisingly on a Ska Friday, Dan Hyatt comes in, always drops some stat knowledge on us. But today he tried to resurrect the word thrice, upset with Lionel Richie for going once, twice, 3 times a lady, not thrice times a lady. Are you glad the word thrice doesn't exist?
Let me put it this way, Jeff.
Thrice down would look weird.
If you put thrice in one of your stories, would your editor leave it in there?
They would give me a thrice-y day notice, probably.
Thrice-y? See, that word sucks. I say it sucks.
It's not useful.
No.
I'm just going to say it's not useful.
No, not terribly.
It's maybe you can have the club in the bag, but you're not going to swing it very often.
That weird sand wedge you bought somewhere that never comes out, but you just like the look of the grip.
I'm gonna dig through all of Leggy's most recent stuff, and I'm just gonna search for the word 3, and I'm gonna replace it with thrice every time.
Leggy, if you went back to your true neighborhood of Chicago and dropped a couple thrices, are you making it out alive without a black eye?
It's getting punched in the face thrice.
I'm certain somebody would punch me because they would just say that's an insult. Whatever it is.
Giving them the hairy eyeball.
Yeah, guys I grew up with would say, hey, that's what are you talking about? And I don't get it, so I'm going to punch you in the face.
Gonna use guys in there?
Yeah. Hey, you thinks you're smarter than me, huh? Oh, you're smarter than me, are you?
Yeah, smooth up, college boy. I'll smack you in the head. That's what I would get if I dropped a thrice.
All right, Leggy.
I'm thinking, why don't you guys try to bring ye old back or something? I don't know.
Old with an E at the end.
Ye old? The hell is ye old anyway?
I think about that every time I drive through Arvada and I see old Wadsworth and it's old with the E on there.
It ain't that old. Got news for you. You can drop the E on that crap.
By the way, I can tell you that this season, Daniel Jones has won thrice of his last 16 starts.
Where's that guy end up, Leggy?
Wow, that's a great question. I mean, the fact I thought two things about it. It just tells you the state of the quarterback universe right now in the NFL. I've never seen it so tumultuous in terms of signing players to enormous deals and then ditching. I mean, the Russell Wilson, the Daniel. I mean, it's just, we're talking 9-digit contracts that are just discarded, when things don't go the way everybody wants them to and all of that. But, that's a tough one. I think he certainly will think he can play and start somewhere and be hoping for the resurrection he's seen from, a lot of other guys. I mean, the proof is out there. If you find the right spot, maybe you get a little bit of a resurrection, and, Baker Mayfield, probably a great example in a similar career path in a lot of ways. So I don't know that, you go somewhere this season if you're him, unless a starter just gets hurt and you're going to have the ability to play for somebody who can protect you at least a little bit. But
like a Brock Purdy. Dun, dun,
look
dun. I'm just saying.
That would be, depending. That was a pretty nutty week out there. The way it's okay. The shoulder's okay. Okay, he didn't practice, but it's still okay. Okay, he's not going to play.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe it's not okay.
Leggy, the NFL being the ultimate copycat league, though, is there any chance that the Giants looked at it and were just like, look at Denver's dead cap number. They look great right now. We can swallow it. We can live with it. We don't need to hang on to this crap player that we don't want anymore. It's in all seriousness, like, how much are they looking at Denver's situation and just saying that it's not going to kill you?
Well, I'll tell you what happened here that stuns people around the league is Sean Payton, and we think and we know he has a voice in personnel here. Does he technically have final say? We haven't seen the clause of the contracts or anything, but we know he has a significant voice here in personnel. And he went younger here with the cap troubles than he ever did in New Orleans. That was the one difference here. He bought into young players, and you look at the impact that may have for the Broncos next year and the year after that. I think they may see the benefits, and other teams, I think, believe if you're going to take on that kind of historical anchor, you better be willing to keep drafting guys and keep playing them right away. And, some of the Broncos' young players have forced the issue, and he may not have thought this way in May, but he certainly does now, because all you got to do is look at who's getting the premium snaps now who wasn't, in September or even August.
Yeah, it's a young core with this team, and the Sean Payton of today zigged where the Sean Payton of old with an E would have zagged, I suppose. Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN, good stuff, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, fellas. Take care.
All right, Jeff Legwold.
Maybe we'll go thrice times next week.
Yeah, we'll see you at Ye Old Stadium Sunday.
We'll do it on Monday. Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Biggest CSU football game since when? We'll ask the voice of the Rammies, Brian Roth, coming up next. If you are looking for a premium sports betting experience, there is no better app to get on right now than SportTrade. Go to getsporttrade.com, download the app. Sport Trade, stellar prices, very high limits, and the best in-play pricing, and really the best live wagering experience in the industry. Check out AltitudeSportsRadio.com's YouTube page right now. Great conversation this week with the CEO of Sport Trade, Alex Kane. We talk about betting basketball and hockey as probabilities, as well as looking ahead to Broncos Raiders and getting Alex's thoughts on what he likes in that matchup. Hint, Denver money line. Just go and think about it, folks. Sport Trade's got a feature on it. It's really great. It's called the tape, okay? Just a little tab right there at the bottom. It's right in the middle of the screen. You click on that, you see every bet that's happening on Sport Trade in real time. Sport Trade shows you all the action happening on the site. You follow the smart money in real time, or maybe fade the public in real time. Go to getsporttrade.com, download the app. Do it before this weekend because we got a great football weekend coming up. Again, that's getsporttrade.com. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible. Tomorrow night, 8:30, Valley Children's Stadium in Fresno. It's CSU and the Fresno State Bulldogs. You got a Fresno team coming off of a bye, but back-to-back losses against Hawaii and Air Force. Not really the class of the Mountain West right there. And you got a CSU team that is scorching hot going into this game at 5-0 in conference. So let's preview this matchup. Joining us right now, the voice of the Rams, Brian Roth. Brian, how you doing?
Good, Nate. Coming to you from the turf here I guess it's called Valley Children's Stadium these days. It used to be Bulldog Stadium here in Fresno.
By the way, not like the nicest stadium, but in terms of like a football field that looks really good on television, that thing sparkles. Like they laid new turf on that thing a couple of years ago. Under the lights, that stadium looks great.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty cool stadium. I mean, I've been coming here for years, and they haven't done a lot of updating to it. But it's a bowl, and it sits kind of almost underground. And I think they're averaging about 42,000 people per game this year, which is close to 95% of what this stadium holds. So it's always a great atmosphere here.
Yeah, good fans out there in Fresno. All right, so this is the toughest matchup left on the schedule for the Rammies, Brian. We know that because they get Utah State at home next week. Fresno has underachieved this year, but they still have a good quarterback. There's still talent all over this team. How dangerous is this game for CSU where they go in as 3-point dogs?
Yeah, I mean, to start there, they are underdogs coming into this game, despite the fact that they're 5-0 and have won 5 straight. And I think it kind of goes to how Vegas still believes that this is a Fresno State that's a pretty good ball team. And it's interesting. You mentioned the losses for Fresno their last 2 games out. I mean, they lost to Air Force 2 weeks ago for Air Force's first FBS win. As strange as that is to say, that came in November in a game where Air Force ran 86 plays in that game, and Fresno State ran 36.
God.
And they lost 36-28. And Fresno State had the ball for 14 and a half minutes of that game. That's a 60-minute football game. They only had the ball for 14 and a half minutes. So that kind of gives you an idea what happened there. And then they blew one late against Hawaii, and it was inexplicable. But make no doubt about it, when you look at just pure talent, and in particular on the offensive side and on the outside with playmakers, it probably goes Boise State then Fresno State in the Mountain West Conference. And I think the odds makers in Vegas certainly understand that. And then one other caveat as well, this is a Fresno State team that's been bowling the last 3 years and have had a lot of success. Well, they have 2 games left to get to 6 wins, to get to a bowl game. It's this one, and then a strange, offhand game at UCLA to close out the season next weekend, which obviously they're going to be underdogs there. So this is a game in which Fresno State, I'm sure, is circling, saying, hey, this is the game we can spoil the Rams' season and conference championship hopes, and we can get bowl eligible.
So, Brian, obviously the last time I saw you, not a good situation as we were doing the showdown on different sides, but how did we get here? How'd this turn around? I mean, you're down your best receiver, maybe the team's best player, and yet it's all kumbaya and rolling ahead. How'd this happen?
Yeah, I mean, that Colorado game was by far the low point of the season for Colorado State, and I think it really kind of put a lot of doubt into the fans' minds after that contest because, CSU went in that game clearly thinking it was a winnable game, and obviously Torrey Horton wasn't healthy in that contest, and essentially, I mean, you could just mark him down as a DNP in that contest. But, Andy, I mean, all of a sudden – they started to believe in the run game. And Jay Norvell completely changed the way that this offense goes about business. They were an air raid team last year, averaged 42 pass attempts per game last year. Here this season, they're averaging 24 pass attempts. I mean, that is a complete 180 in your offensive identity, and it has really paid dividends. They're one of the top 40 rushing teams in the entire nation. They play keep away, kind of like Air Force does. And what it does is it keeps your defense off the field. And it gives your defense a chance to really be refreshed every time they go out there. So the offense has helped the defense, and they have played complementary football. I mean, it's been a drastic turnaround from really the basement after that Colorado game.
Yeah, so Brian, and you talk about keeping the defense off the field. The run game and time of possession has been a big factor, but also you look at conference, CSU's defense is allowing fewer than 15 points per game against conference opponents so far. Now, again, these aren't the most stellar offenses, but they held New Mexico to 6 points. Like, that is no small achievement. Now, Mikey Keenan, Magdalena, and Fresno State, they got some talent out there, but how good has this Colorado State defense been the second half of the season?
Well, they've been really good. And again, it comes from the offense keeping them off the field, right? CSU hasn't had many just 3 and outs where they've had the football for 28 seconds because they went incomplete. So you do have to credit the offense a little bit. But, I also think, look, confidence is earned, right? Whether it be us as individuals or units and teams. And I think this defense just started to play better and become opportunistic and force turnovers. All of a sudden, they just kind of started to get a belief in them that, hey, why not us? We're a good defense. We're proving it to ourselves. We're proving it to the other folks in the conference, and that builds upon itself. I mean, it does. And so this is a defense that's playing with a swagger. It's a defense that, is forcing turnovers. Colorado State is in positive turnover margin here this season, and for a team like CSU, you got to have that if you're going to win games. So, I think it's a defense that is played with a lot of confidence. Now, they will have a big test coming up tomorrow night here in Fresno, and are you going to give up points and some yards in that game? Absolutely, but this is still a team that believes they can come in here and win a 24-21 type football game.
Brian, last thing, and we got about a minute here. You're the voice of the Rammies, but you hear the conversation. You have Twitter. You have an email inbox. We know what the tenor was like after the CU game. With the run that this team has gone on, 7-3, 5-0 in conference, bowl eligibility, is the temperature of Jay Norvell's seat cooled off?
Yeah, somebody threw a big bucket of ice water on that seat, and as it should be very, very cool. This is year 3 for Jay Norvell, and obviously after the CU game, that seat was very, very hot. But since then, obviously undefeated in conference, and really just as important, as you guys know, a win against Air Force and a win against Wyoming. Those things go a long way to secure a head coach's job.
Listen to Brian Roth tomorrow night. Kickoff at 8:30. Roth has the call on Learfield Sports as CSU plays the game of the year on the road at Fresno State as a 3-point dog. Brian, we appreciate it, man. Enjoy the call tomorrow. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
All right, Brian Roth with us right there, joining us from the turf of what was once known as Bulldog Stadium there in Fresno. Yes, CSU was a 3-point dog in this game. One of the factors that he brought up there, and Fresno's been playing with an interim coach this year. Tedford begged out for health reasons at the start of the season. Tim Skipper, the former CSU assistant, coaching that team. But they're a win away from bowl eligibility, and like you said, they have UCLA next week. This is kind of last shot for that team right now, and this is a traditional powerhouse program at Fresno. That's going to be a really motivated Fresno State team coming into this game. Man, I tell you what, if Norvell can go in and beat Fresno in their place, not only should he keep his job, maybe give him a contract extension. This is a huge game.
Oh, yeah. It's amazing that both schools' big games fall on this weekend.
Yeah.
Look, though, I remember Marty Cesario telling me one of the nights we hang out because neighbors. He had said if they were running the ball more, he does wonder how this would have been different if he'd have gone to this run more formula early.
Yeah.
I remember riding up with him to the CU game, and he said if they'll just run the football, they can stay. And Norvell wouldn't there for a while. It's good to hear that he's gone to more of a run-first attack. I guess sometimes personnel, subtractions like Torrey Horton will force that on you, but it could be a lot of fun.
It's got 2 good backs, too. Like Morrow and Marshall, I think, combined for 188 yards last week against Wyoming. They have 2 good backs right now.
Too greedy to ask for back-to-back 3 football win weekends?
It'd be fun, right?
We need it.
These college games
really,
are massive.
all 3 teams need these wins for the postseason hopes.
Yeah, they really do. This is the biggest college football Saturday that we have had in these parts in a long, long time. 2 teams that are on a collision course with their respective conference championship. And really, it's both of these games, Fresno for the Rammies and KU for the Buffs. These are teams that don't have great records, but have been really underachieving teams this season. These are both really tough games. We'll talk to Mark Johnson about it coming up at 5:45, but we've got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL going into the Week 12 weekend next. Oh, time for hour number thrice here on the Craigman and Lindahl Show. Best thrice o'clock hour in the biz. We have got the thrice biggest stories from the day from around the NFL. Let's dive into it right now. Mark Springer will do a live read once, not thrice.
It's time for the high five, brought to you by Bet Thrice 65. That's Bet 365. I wanted to be clear for them, for the good folks at Bet365.
Yeah, I don't think they're into the joke today.
No,
no.
Yeah, let's not risk that.
I think this will excite people about their sites.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dan Hyatt, for all of this.
Hey, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
I would say it's always nice at thrice 65. Go ahead, Spring.
Yeah. No, there it is, right there. The Broncos are 6-point road favorites on Bet365 at the Raiders for Sunday afternoon's game. Here are injuries from both sides. For the Broncos, Zach Allen has a heel injury. He popped up on the injury report today. He was limited in practice. He is questionable. Drew Sanders, Josh Reynolds still out for the Broncos. Running back Zamir White is doubtful to play for the Raiders, as is running back Alexander Madison.
Yeah, it looks like Amir Abdullah is going to be the guy. I think he only has like 17 carries on the year so far for the Raiders. They might have to bring up a practice squad guy to play running back, really banged up on the offensive side of the ball. The Zach Allen thing, again, he was limited in practice today because of a heel injury. He's listed as questionable, Andy. I would assume that he would play, but Jeff Legwold brought it up. Maybe a lighter workload for Zach Allen this week.
Yeah, and hopefully you don't need it. Hopefully you're whooping rear and, you know, look, the way they can control the football with this offense, just go have some nice long drives.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Go
Yeah.
get a couple of those 10-play drives. Make this a short game, get your win, get out of Vegas.
Yeah, that would be awfully nice to see. Raiders banged up going into this game. Broncos in good shape, 6-point favorite. Raiders don't get much pressure on the quarterback. Bo Nix, when he's not pressured, will sit back there and carve you up. Again, it all adds up to the Broncos should thoroughly dominate this game, which makes me love the Raiders plus 5.5. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The Broncos and Chargers Week 16 game has been flexed to Thursday Night Football. It is the first Thursday Night Football flex in NFL history. The Browns and the Bengals were scheduled to play in that game. They will now play on Sunday morning. Sean Payton was asked today about having the honor of being the first or one of the first teams to be part of this flex.
Thursday Night Flex, it's the first one. I mean, there's not that many firsts in NFL history, but it's the first time a game gets flexed.
Yep.
Is it a long enough lead time where...
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's
all good.
A chance to do something first time in NFL history?
Well, we were the first to flex. We were the first team flexed on Sunday night. I think 06. I don't know who was scheduled. Saints Cowboys got flexed. I think that was the first time that ever happened. It's all good. Just tell us when we're playing.
Dude, go back to the start of Sean on the answer. That sounded like an Austin Powers bit with whoever was backing up. They kept beeping as he tried to talk.
I think that was our buddy Parker Gabriel that was asking that question right there.
Is it a long enough lead time where...
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's
all good.
A chance to do something
Yeah, it's like he looks at him, stops, he tries to answer.
Sean wanted this game. Like he's not about to deny that they've got enough lead up time, all of that. I think that here's the problem with the Thursday night game is it's the old double-edged or thrice-edged sword, if you will. Andy, is that yes, the lag time before what is a likely Saturday matchup against Cincinnati is massively beneficial. We know that about Thursday night football. But man, saying we were going to play 2 short week road games in one season, every NFL player hates having to go play Thursday night football. I'm really curious to see what impact that may have on this team to go and make this move.
Yeah, but here's the thing I think works in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Leggy, I think it's very smart by Sean, who I'm assuming made the final decision as coach.
Yeah.
to just say, we'll take the long week, give the Bengals the short week.
Right.
If you missed our leggy interview.
Flip it on them.
It is interesting that because the Broncos-Bengals game right now is a big TBD.
Likely to be a Saturday
game. So
game.
it's likely to be a Saturday game, giving the Bengals a short week. So I like that decision. And of all the games, when we talk about the games after this, nobody really was circling the Chargers as a win.
Right.
So if you lose it, it's probably one we weren't looking for you to win anyway. And maybe the short week in division works for you the way it worked for the Browns last night.
If you look at the standings, you could presume, okay, Baltimore's probably going to be the 5 seed, or maybe it's going to be Pittsburgh. They're kind of coming back to the pack in that division, having lost last night. So you're probably not going to catch the Chargers. They're rolling a little too well. Harbaugh this week, obviously. And then your real competition to get into the postseason is Cincinnati. Anything you can do to put them at any kind of disadvantage.
I think Cincinnati, the way I see it right now, I think Cincinnati's the one you got to have for win 10.
Yeah.
And who knows? Maybe if you get win 10 and you secure the playoff spot, maybe it's the Broncos not playing their guys against the Chiefs end of the year.
Yeah.
Maybe they get that week for rest.
Yeah, it's very possible. Yeah, they could have that locked up. It's such an interesting choice because it is not without its drawbacks.
This could all blow up into your face, and
Yeah.
if you were to lose a couple of games and need that Charger game, heck, if you lose lose any of the next 3,
Right,
you're going
Raiders,
to need
Browns.
that Charger game all of a sudden, so it could be a bad decision. But right now, as we sit here today, if I were Sean Payton, I'd have made the exact same decision, I think.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, Thursday Night Football last night, snow game. In the second half in Cleveland, Browns beat the Steelers 24-19. Steelers wide receiver George Pickens had quite the game. He tried to trip Browns defender Grant Delpit, and then Delpit grabbed his mouth guard out of his mouth, got hit with an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. Then on the final Hail Mary attempt of the game from Russell Wilson, George Pickens got into it with Browns defensive back Greg Newsome, and they fought as that game came to a conclusion. George Pickens was testy after the game. Here he is talking to the media.
What do you guys try to take away from this loss? What's the message, in the locker room?
Just keep grinding. Like I said, conditions played a huge part in today's game. I don't really think the Cleveland Browns are a good team at all. I think the conditions kind of saved them today.
Well, bro, Jerry Jeudy didn't have a problem with them.
Yeah, you both had to play in it.
I mean, did the conditions keep all of you? Did you all think it was somehow jumping to hyperspace when Russ threw the Hail Mary up because nobody jumped for the ball? It's like none of you even knew what play was going on, and Pickens ran out of the back of the end zone.
What did you think of the Arthur Smith and Tomlin and their use of Fields last night?
I think you got to mix it in.
Yeah.
How can you not use
smart.
his legs?
Yeah.
Now,
got that one run down the sideline. It didn't really work out in the first half. Second half, it got a little effective. Plus, he also drew that roughing the passer penalty, which was
did,
huge.
and he had the one throw that went wide, and everybody was like, why wouldn't you have Russ throw that? Well, maybe they didn't know it was going to be that wide open.
Yeah.
I think you got to mix him in. Look, you and I talked about it yesterday. If the Broncos could get Daniel Jones for about $750,000 like Russ, I'd be curious to see what Sean Payton does with him. I wouldn't be taking any QB snaps away from Bo. But this is a guy that could run and throw once you've already committed to a run. That's a fun weapon to have.
Yeah.
I don't know why more teams don't try to find a guy like that to have in their back pocket.
Especially when your number one is Russell Wilson, like if your number one is Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen or Mahomes or Burrow or Herbert or any, you're fine, okay? Your quarterback rules. But when you're in a situation like that, it's like, throw as many looks and force a defense to have to prepare for as many things as you possibly can. You could tell when Fields came out onto the field last night in the second half, Cleveland was confused.
You hate you some Russ.
Oh, he's terrible.
He's got a sandwich named after him.
He does.
At Permane Brothers. And it's not the Dangerous.
That he does, but
Have we found out, is that still going? Or is that thing done?
We haven't. I don't think anybody's been tracking
There's been no
that story.
Permane Brothers update?
There's no new information right there.
Did Russ go kill it? Doesn't sound like they got all the clearance.
Did Russ's people call up the sandwich shop?
Hey.
I don't think so.
You don't need fries on a sandwich.
I better be profiting off of this. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. So the Giants released Daniel Jones today. A little bit of a surprising move that they just outright released him. at this point of the season, and it has prompted speculation, or maybe not speculation, but desire from NFL fans to make the Thanksgiving game more interesting, and it very much so would, that the Cowboys should go sign Daniel Jones and he could play against his former team in just under a week from today. Well, apparently Mike McCarthy was asked about this. I'm not sure the forum, tried to find it, but theathletic.com has this quote. Here's Mike McCarthy on the Cowboys possibly signing Daniel Jones. McCarthy saying, quote, "He was a prospect I really like coming out, but we kind of have our head down right now and really focused on working with the guys we have here."
Okay, I think this is why this started, Spring. Now, you know how it is. I saw this in a number of places, so I can't tell on X if it was really, really there, but allegedly.
Apparently it was not.
The Cowboys, so it did not. A bunch of people had said the Cowboys had put Jones on their website and this and that. So maybe that's why people finally asked him about it. Daniel Jones to the Cowboys. I get it. You're down a quarterback.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones is, what do you view him as? Like the Niners could use him if they're down Brock Purdy, right? But
this is just it. Like, think of,
you already got Trey Lance there. What are you bringing Daniel Jones in for?
Let me give you an example. Malik Willis, the way that he played for the Packers this year, when he came in and played for Jordan Love, and LaFleur pared down the game plan immensely and just gave Willis some pretty simple stuff to go out there and do. A smart because one of the things that's so tough is you take a quarterback, you bring him into a system. It's not like he can learn your entire system here in late November. You can't ask that of a player, but it's like, okay, what simple enough high schooled out game plan can I put in front of this guy who has a strong arm, who is a good mobile quarterback, where this guy could go out and have success, and can I steal a win or two late in the year, maybe with a banged-up quarterback? The problem is it's going to have to be a smart coach, and Mike McCarthy doesn't fall into that category.
Well, and here's the other thing. What does Daniel Jones still think he is? Like,
right.
To me, I've had a conversation with a texter. You and I talked about it. Can you be a Taysom Hill type?
Yeah.
Can you be that sort of gadget player? Do you think you're the gadget player, though? Tim Tebow never decided I'm going to be the gadget player.
No, and also, like, you live in a world where Sam Darnold has had a career resurrected.
Sure.
And it's going back to the guy I don't like, but Russell Wilson has a career resurrected this season. Zach Wilson even looked like a usable quarterback for the Broncos in the preseason. Like, you can have your career go completely into the toilet, and you can get a second act. It's just... its situation is everything. Darnold in Minnesota is a perfect example of it, of really smart head coach and an awesome defense, and Darnold's become a perfectly serviceable NFL quarterback.
Yeah, but if I'm Daniel Jones, look, dude, you were missing wide open throws last time we saw you on.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, you weren't even seeing the fact that they were open.
Yeah.
I would just go I'd take advantage of the athlete you are.
Mm-hmm. I'd stay a quarterback and I'd take the dough, but that's just me.
How much dough you think they want to give him?
Daniel Jones?
Thrice the dough?
Again, like, you can get to that place, though, where if you resurrect the career, for example, Case Keenum.
Sure.
The money that he got here in Denver. You're not going to get another $160 million deal, but you can make a good living.
Nate, see, I'm with you.
Being
I don't
Daniel
disagree
Jones.
with your premise at all. That guy, I'm not trusting that guy to be my backup quarterback. You suck as a thrower. You've been 3-13 in your last 16 games. I don't think you're a good quarterback. You need to be something else.
Yeah.
If you were Case Keenum, who could come in and handle a game for you, fine. I don't even think he's that.
Oh, he's Case Keenum. Come on.
I don't know. Now, he can't throw the ball that way. He's Case Keenum. He's Tyrod Taylor.
How does Case Keenum throw the ball?
He's just Mr. Pocket Guy where you could do the dink and dunk down a field. Daniel Jones can't even see what you're...
I think Daniel Jones there is still earnings on the table.
To me, Daniel Jones
Meat
and
on
Justin
that
Fields
bone.
have the same problem where your legs are great, but sooner or later I want it from the pocket.
Mm-hmm. You can't have it. I'm sorry. You don't get it with those guys.
Well, then I'm not paying you thrice the money of everybody else on my team.
Yeah. Somebody will. NFL teams are run by idiots. Are you kidding me? Somebody is going to pay him.
How much?
I bet you Daniel Jones has another $50 million in career earnings.
No. All right, that'll be fun to
mark this down.
Let's mark it down.
Mark this down.
Total value $50 million.
We'll check back in a decade. Daniel Jones has another $50 million in career NFL earnings.
You gonna call me from your front porch in your swing? Hey, Linda, you remember that? Hang up.
It'll be a floating swing. We're all going to be in the future. Real quick, want to hit this piece of audio. Pierre LeBrun, the NHL insider from The Athletic, talking about the situation with Gabriel Landeskog. It's continuing to not go great. This is via TSN. Pierre LeBrun, his update on the Avalanche captain.
The update is that they just don't know. And, he had a surgery in May of 23, the kind of knee surgery that no NHL player has ever come back and played from. He wants to play. He still intends to come back. The initial timeline when he had that surgery in May of 23 was 12 to 16 months. Well, last week marked the 18th month timeline since that surgery. He still hasn't resumed normal hockey activities with the Avalanche. Obviously, everyone is concerned. And even if he does return, which again is the hope before the end of the season that he does, can he be the old Gabriel Landeskog? Or is he become a third-line player? Or, and no one wants to see this, is he Nicholas Backstrom, who realizes his body just can't play at that level? So a lot of question marks, no answers, but they missed their captain in Colorado.
Yeah, they really do. They miss him as a two-way player on the ice. They miss his leadership inside the room. The timeline on the recovery was 7 to 16 months. We're talking about 18 months now, and we don't see any clear path to Landeskog being able to get back on the ice.
The reports just keep coming from all different sources that he's not going to play this year.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that means playoffs or not, but, man, it just kills you.
Yep.
I mean, I appreciate how hard he's trying to do it.
Right. And it does reach, and I think the organization is completely done right by Gabe, but there also is a point where it's like, we do need to know, like as Pierre LeBrun said, the update is that nobody knows. Well, yeah.
But do you? Do you not know
they need
by this point?
They need to climb out of that place and have a viable path out of it. So
Do you feel like you know? How about I put it that way? I feel like we know how this will end.
Yeah, but I don't like going off of feelings on stuff like this. You gotta
feelings.
It's gotta be black and white. There has to be the science behind it.
Oh yeah, real quick.
That says you're gonna get him.
The large hat is missing too.
Where
They're
is it?
missing their large hat. Wood got it for the game-winning goal.
It went missing?
And who was it that handed it? They just gave him a hat, and then he went and threw it in his locker. We're missing the large hat. We got to get the large hat back.
Wait, is it gone, or is it just in Miles Wood's locker?
I don't know. They're just saying nobody, like even the Avs basically said on their own Twitter account, nobody knows where the large hat is, so they drew a cartoon large hat on Wood for player of the game.
Go down to the gift shop and get a new hat.
That's for us.
How do you misplace a hat of that size?
Seriously, did someone just get sick of it? Hey. Did Nate get sick of it?
There you go. There you go.
Is that unfair? I love Nate Dogg, but he was like, enough of this.
Chickpea pasta.
And no big hats.
And regular-sized hats only. Broncos Raiders drinking game coming up next. Hey guys, it is Nate Kreckman for Denver's HVAC experts that truly care, Apple Air. They care about you, they care about your home, they care about your wallet by providing top-notch HVAC service and plumbing for the lowest possible price. Whether it's fixing an existing heating, air, or plumbing system, or if you need a new furnace, AC, or water heater, call 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813. That's the phone number. Or you visit applelair.com. They have got no payments for 18-month financing available, plus a free second opinion. Make sure you're getting the best deal by having Apple Air out for a free estimate or second opinion on any bid that you may get. They've got great specials right now, $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace. Weather's about to get real chilly, so make sure your furnace unit is working properly. Also, a new customer-exclusive offer, a $43.95 furnace safety checkup. Go to applelair.com or call them at 303-733-2813. funny that we're playing the instrumental right now on a Ska Friday of Beer by Real Big Fish. I got this album on vinyl again, and I was listening to this song, and I don't know if I've really paid attention to the lyrics of this song like since I was in high school. It's funny, too, because the song is called Beer, and it sounds so happy.
It isn't. No.
These lyrics are a bummer.
Yeah. It's a country song.
Yes.
Dressed up in ska. Maybe next week, spring, or the week after, whenever we do this again, I'll send you Drinking by Real Big Fish.
Yeah,
what about that?
There you go. We could do that as well. All right. It is time for the Broncos Raiders drinking game. Sunday, 2 o'clock, CBS, Kevin Harlan, Trent Green, Melanie Collins, your
I like
crew.
We're moving up we've got, nothing against our guy Catalan.
Yeah.
We're moving up in the world.
We've had a few Harlan games so far this year. Should we start with a nice Harlan prop?
Let's do it.
As long as we're right here.
He's right there.
What
we're
a
talking about
smooth deuce right there.
If Kevin Harlan makes any euphemisms to poop during that game, go ahead and drink. Kevin Harlan, best broadcaster in the business, yet he uses the word deuce a lot. Also, if Kevin Harlan says thrice, drink an entire case of beer.
and tweet it, Dan Hyatt. Damn you, Dan Hyatt.
Thrice on everybody. Nick Bonito is, by the way, did you realize Nick Bonito was 1 sack away from his 10th sack of the season? If he gets it, he would be the first Bronco to have 10 sacks in a single year since Von Miller and Bradley Chubb 2018.
They both had it that year?
They did. That was the one good Von and Chubb year.
The Case Keenum year was an actual good Von Chubb year.
It was Chubb's rookie year.
You like Von Dutch or Von Chubb?
Chubb. They had they had the great game in Arizona. It was on our list of Broncos' best wins since. They had that one great game that year. But yeah, Nick Bonito, 1 sack away from 10.
That was that year?
It
2018 was that year? We're gonna really?
Yeah, we're gonna beat their A.
Yeah.
That whole thing.
And he went out and did it thrice times.
45 to 10, I want to say. That was the Josh Rosen game. Rosen turned it over 5 times that night. Whew. Nick Bonito sack, drink. John Franklin Myers, 2 sacks in the last 3 games. Let's include a little JFM prop. If John Franklin Myers sacks the quarterback, you should drink.
Drink.
Marvin Mims. Now, I was going to go with Marvin Mims carries because it's fun the way that they're using him out of the backfield. But the number that Nick Kosmider dropped on us the other day, which kind of surprised me. He still only played 14 snaps on offense in that game. If you see Marvin Mims on the field for an offensive play, regardless of if he touches the ball or not, drink. Marvin Mims snap, drink. If Bo Nix throws his thrice touchdown of the game, drink. Raiders have allowed 18 touchdown passes this year. That's bottom 10 in the NFL. If you get 3 touchdown passes from Bo Nix or thrice, you have to drink. That's the way that this works. By the way, as always, disclaimer. You can have a soda. You can have a
pick
water,
your drink. We're not telling you what to drink.
A chip with dip, whatever you'd like to do.
We're not a communist regime. It's America. You pick what you need.
Drink whatever you'd
need
like.
Some water? Do it. Mineral water? Have at it.
If the Broncos run a screen, drink.
Ooh.
Oh, big screen game last week. We had a big one to Javonte. Bubble screens. There was a good one to Troy Franklin, a good one to Mimsy. If the Broncos run a screen, drink. I'd like a nice Troutman screen this week.
Yeah. Who's our McLaughlin?
McLaughlin.
If McLaughlin gets a screen, half the drink.
Wow, there we go. I like
it. He's not been the screen guy as much lately.
No,
you know what I mean?
They trust Javonte in the passing game. They really do. If Bo Nix throws an interception, you should drink. If Gardner Minshew throws an interception to Patrick Surtain, drink. If Gardner Minshew throws a pick 6 to Patrick Surtain, finish your beer or your drink. Mm-hmm. That really, we brought it up yesterday. Adam Hill disagreed. But they were up 10-0 at the end of the first quarter. It was 10-3. when Surtain made that pick and returned it 100 yards, and the Raiders have been outscored 188-99 since that point and have not won a game.
Somebody texted in earlier. It literally did tank their season.
Pretty much.
It was like when Champ Bailey intercepted Drew Brees, the Charger.
Oh, week 2.
Took it the other way.
Yeah.
And both seasons, that was it.
That was 05.
Pedal to the metal. Pedal for the metal for the Broncos.
Remember that the Broncos had that terrible game in Miami to open up.
Everybody was freaking out.
Yeah. Champ even hurt his shoulder in that game. Like, it wasn't going well.
I think he had to wear a brace after that.
Yeah, they were down at half, and then Brees threw the pick 6 to Champ Bailey, and the Broncos couldn't lose after that. Sometimes one play will swing your season. Now, Adam Hill said yesterday on the show the Raiders' season went awry when they showed up for training camp. Which he's probably not wrong about.
Your guy Adam was saucy yesterday. He claims everybody's loving their life, though.
He's been covering that Raiders team for too long. If Devon Vele makes a catch for a first down, drink. If Audric Estime fumbles, drink. Although he's been clean last couple of games. If Lil Jordan Humphrey touches the ball and it leads to a turnover, you have to drink. If Maxix Crosby bumps into Bo Nix after a play, drink.
After the way he's been playing lately, what if he just never mind.
That's the classic Max Crosby move, is to like knock into a quarterback, like walking back to the huddle.
Just let you know I'm here, bro.
Yeah, stick an elbow into your sternum and say something douchey. Yeah, that's the Max Crosby move right there. Raiders props, if you see a shot of the Las Vegas Strip, you should drink.
How about a casino?
Sure. Inside of a casino. A slot machine.
Drink.
Yeah, a roulette
Showgirls,
wheel, whatever
drink.
it may be. Classic Vegas stuff right there.
Not the movie.
Yeah.
The actual befeathered
I don't think the CBS
performers
crew is going inside the Spearmint Rhino or anything like that. Or at least if
Well,
they
not with
do,
the cameras,
they won't
anyway.
take the camera. Yes, well put.
What you do in your free time?
Mm-hmm.
Don't expense that.
Any shots of Mark Davis on screen?
You know what? I've got a new favorite prop now that you say that.
Okay.
Mark Davis drink.
Yeah.
Every week now we need the Penner Suite.
The Penner Suite.
And you know what? If they're actually having a good time, whole drink. Join them.
Maybe in Vegas they would be.
Every time we've seen them, they've all been like sitting properly as if at a presentation.
Yeah.
Carrie was talking to her dad last week, but again,
Condi has always got the
looked worried,
the
like we
furrowed
called
brow.
it. Yeah. like she's got money on the game. I don't know.
I guess in a way they do.
Well, I guess you're right. Ultimately,
any shot of Mark Davis's pumpkin pie haircut, go ahead and drink.
Come on, give me that booze, you little pumpkin pie haircutted freak. Come on.
You know what? I got to meet Harlan Williams, the man that laid that great line to us.
Very funny.
And of course, we all drop, you've been sipping on Grandpa's cough medicine. And I asked him, where did the line come from? He said he completely ad-libbed it because his grandpa would tell grandma, go get my cough medicine when he was a kid. And so that he just threw that in.
Yeah, so good. So good.
Oh, good one. Did you have this?
Yeah.
Shador. The mention of Shador and Mark Davis. What if we get they got the video? What if they pull out the video of that?
By the way, shot from Mark Johnson's Twitter account today. Dion on the field at Arrowhead today, chatting with Andy Reid.
The greatness.
Also, did you notice in that shot, Andy Reid was wearing all black jacket, black pants? It is a slimming color.
It is.
He did look better in black than he does in the Kool-Aid Man red.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like a black.
Game recognizing game over there.
Yeah. I know what you're doing there, old man.
And that is your Bronco. Oh, actually, two more. Hold on really quickly. Two more to get in there. Garrett Bowles, holding on Garrett Bowles or any Garrett Bowles personal foul, drink. We need a ruling on this, Andy. Mike McGlinchey false start. Does it stay in the game, or has McGlinchey been operating clean?
McGlinchey, like a traffic ticket on your record, you got no more, it falls off. He's been good.
Okay.
We got to lay off our guy McGlinchey.
Clean record for Mike McGlinchey. No more.
Is that cool?
I'm
if you protest, 303-504-0925.
I'm good with it. Dave's Hot Chicken is now in Highlands Ranch. Stop by today for the grand opening, and you have the chance to eat hot chicken that will blow your mind. Try the Reaper if you dare. Don't fear the Reaper, or just enjoy a delicious sandwich or chicken strips. However you choose to do it, you won't be disappointed. Open today off Lucin Boulevard and Mayberry Drive in Highlands Ranch. It is Dave's Hot Chicken. We're doing Mark's Hot Football Talk coming up next. That is Mark Johnson, the voice of the Buffs. He joins us from Arrowhead. Keep it here. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Rad Power Bikes. Here's the thing about e-bikes over at Rad Power Bikes, guys. They're super affordable. With Rad Power Bikes, you can save $450 per e-bike with Colorado's e-bike tax credit. Plus, Rad Power Bikes now offering financing through Affirm. You can be pedaling out the door in one of their super fun e-bikes without doing major damage to your bank account. Go to their store, 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Talk to their staff, super friendly. I didn't know anything about e-bikes when I went in there, and they showed me the way. Plus, tell them Altitude sent you and get a free $200 accessory with the purchase of an e-bike. Go to radpowerbikes.com. Check out the entire line. If you're looking for a nice hauling bike, the Rad Wagon Cargo and Utility Bike is awesome with a whopping 375-pound payload capacity. Or if you just want to rip it around and have some fun, the Radster Trail is the bike that I'm riding right now. It's got a suspension, the fat tires, rides like a Cadillac. Super fun. Go to radpowerbikes.com and check them all out. All right, Buffs, Jayhawks. Rock Chalk, Colorado, tomorrow, 1:30 at Arrowhead Stadium. Joining us right now from somewhere in the greater Kansas City area, maybe at Arrowhead Stadium, voice of the Buffs, Mark Johnson. Mark, how you doing, man?
Fantastic. We were at Arrowhead. Now we're in Overland Park, Kansas, and we're on our way out to – hey, by the way, you guys will appreciate this, especially Andy. We're on our way out to have a little barbecue with Jeb Putz here.
Well, nice. Where are you going? We're going to Jack Stack? We're going to
No. We're going to Q39. Jeb is the one who chose the restaurant. We're going to Q39 tonight. So we're heading over there right now. We got Coach and Reed and Bobby and the whole crew in the car here, and we're heading on out to have some good barbecue with the former Denver Bronco tight end.
Get yourself a $100 appetizer and make sure you never quit saying Bobby like Larry.
All right, Mark. Big week for the Colorado program. You had Shedeur and Travis talking to the national media about their Heisman Trophy chances. I thought Shedeur was absolutely great on that call. But right now, with where this team is at, they're getting the love, but they're also playing phenomenal football week in and week out. And yet, this is a sticky game that they've got coming up against Kansas tomorrow. KU 4-6, but also they're much, much better than their record would indicate.
Well, I'll tell you this, and Coach Barnett's in the back of the vehicle right now, and we were just talking about it. He thinks this is the best team that Colorado has seen all year long, and maybe, he said, might be as good as any we're going to see in the postseason coming up for Colorado. I mean, Kansas is playing some very, very good football. And I know they had some, stumbles early, but boy, they're playing good, obviously, with the 2 wins over Iowa State and BYU the last couple of weeks. I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, this is going to be a hell of a college football game tomorrow.
All right, Mark, what is Coach most worried about? I know he talked about the defense, but what specifically? Is it the pass rush? Is it the secondary? Just what is it that he fears will give the offense trouble?
Well, I'll say this. On the defensive side, they're very good up front, but really in the secondary. And you've seen some of the comments going back and forth between their Kobe Bryant, who's one of their top corners. Both corners got multiple picks this season. They've got 4 or 5 picks each. So they're very solid on defense. But really, guys, what they do offensively is really unique. I mean, they run some triple option, some speed option. They throw it. They run it effectively with a very good running back. Jalen Daniels has been out. He had early season interception issues. Remember, he didn't play much a year ago because of an injury. But he's cleaned that up. And so right now, they're, I think, offensively are going to be as unique and diverse as anybody we've seen this season.
Yeah, Jalen Daniels, only 3 turnovers over the last 5 games. And Mark, KU can run the ball, but the Buffs can stop the run, man. CU is only allowing 3.7 yards per carry. That's the 3rd best mark in the Big 12 right now. Who has the advantage in that area of the game?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, when you look at kind of the opposing numbers in that one, and then on top of Colorado's the number 1 sack team in the league, they're the 3rd, number 3 scoring defensive team in the league. And so I think it's a fascinating matchup we're going to see tomorrow. I don't know who's got the advantage in some of those numbers we look at, but early on, that's what I'm going to be watching. Okay, can Colorado control the run tomorrow? I think if they do and are able to do that, and keep in mind Kansas averages about 200 yards per game on the ground, if they're able to do that and force Daniels to throw the ball, advantage Colorado. So we'll see what happens early in the ball game in that regard. But if they're able to do that, I think that starts to at least indicate a good day for the Buffaloes.
All right, Mark, we're moving along because we're kind of tight on time, but you got a chance to talk with Coach Prime. You know the headlines of the week. Again, ESPN is obsessed with him going to Dallas, but look, I could see a legitimate case to be made for him to maybe jump and go with Shedeur to the Vegas Raiders, but he gets the big commitment this week from Juju Lewis, gets the flip. They're also talking about an O-lineman possibly coming. You did the radio show with them. What's your best gut tell you about this?
Well, and then I'll tell you this. I just ran into, I'll just tell you, some parents of one of the players on the team. And there's a lot of conversation out there about a lot of transfer guys after what they've seen this season and the last couple of days starting to contact Prime of the Buffaloes. And so, listen, could it happen? But, the timing just doesn't quite make sense. You can't wait until after the draft to hire an NFL coach. You can't hire an NFL coach now and then hope you're going to get the player that you want in the draft. There's a lot that's up in the air in that regard. So I just don't see it happening the way that things are unfolding right now for the Buffaloes. But listen, you never say never. As Prime said earlier this week, he's got the kickstand down, which means he's hanging around. And I tend to, as I've talked with him about it, I tend to believe what he's saying at this point.
Mark Johnson, voice of the Buffs. See you and Kansas tomorrow at 1:30. Mark will be calling the game on Learfield. And then, Mark, tell us a little bit about your travel plans there, Mr. Jet Setter. What are you doing after you leave Kansas City?
So I'll stay overnight in Kansas City after the game tomorrow. Got an early flight on Sunday morning, rather, to fly to Maui for the Maui Invitational. I get in Sunday night, early game on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Overnight flight on Wednesday night into Thanksgiving. Got a layover in San Francisco. Get back to DIA at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I've got to be at Folsom Field for the Buffs and the Oklahoma State Cowboys. I got to be there at 6, pregame at 8 on Friday morning. So, yeah, my next about 6 days are going to be a whole lot of fun. And I know everyone says, yeah, I feel bad for you going to Maui. Listen, I got 3 games in 3 days getting ready for a football game. I'm not leaving the room. My wife and son are enjoying the beach. I'll be stuck in the room getting ready for all those broadcasts.
Oh, and there's snow in the forecast next week, too. I mean, why not, Mark? Why not throw that into?
Awesome. You just made my night better, Lindahl, just like you normally do.
Mark Johnson, by the way, Buffs will be taking on Michigan State on Monday in their first game of the Maui Invitational. Going to be some good matchups in that bracket coming up here for Tad Boyle and the Buffs, who are 4-0 on the year. They just beat my safety school, Harvard. Mark, well done as always, man. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Smoked wings. Get some smoked wings, you fool.
Smoked wings, and I'll tell Jeb you said hi. All right, boys. Good talking to you.
All right, voice of the Buffs, Mark Johnson, joining us there from Kansas City, where he is on his way to consume meat, much meat.
Oh, God, the Kansas City barbecue is everything.
It sounds good.
Are we going to upset some people? I suppose now I'm going to get the Carolina people coming in and the Texas people coming in and all that. You know what? Listen, folks, I'll eat all your barbecue, okay?
He doesn't discriminate.
I'm not going to take give it all to me.
If you want to give the man meat and sauce, he's going to consume it.
Tell you what, you sick of my Bronco takes? Give me enough barbecue to clog the heart, and you won't have to deal with them any longer.
Well, right now, we hope you make it through the weekend, Andy, because it is time for the weekend preview. Everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole. Yeah. Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You want to go watch the game? Oh, you do want to go watch the games. And you're going to be starting tonight at 8 o'clock. NBA Cup Group West C action. Nuggets, Dallas, no Luka this evening for the Mavs. We don't know yet about Jokic. We have not gotten a confirmation as to whether or not he is going, but good stuff from Dan Hyatt today earlier in the show. Nuggets have played really well this year when they haven't had a complete starting lineup. So look out for that. But the Nuggets tonight, huge game coming up at 8 o'clock. Plus, they got a back-to-back with the Lakers tomorrow night. Our guy Dalton Connect is lighting it up right now.
Man. He
for
seems
LA.
to be popular with his teammates.
Yeah. Ooh, good
He was
player.
all the talk middle of the week.
Dude can absolutely shoot the lights out. So some good stuff going on right now with the Lakers. Dalton Connect is a fun little story. Local dude, UNC, transferred out to Tennessee and is now really thriving, playing for J.J. Redick there and the Lakers. So the Nuggets and the Lakers tomorrow night. Be nice if the Nuggets could go out and get that victory. But again, it starts tonight at 8 o'clock, nationally televised affair on ESPN. That's a Breen-Doris Legler game, Andy, or you can watch it on Altitude, of course, with Chris Marlowe and Scott Hastings on the call. Avalanche continue the road trip tomorrow at Florida with a 4 o'clock puck drop. We'll, of course, have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. College football tomorrow, Andy. CU at KU.
What was that again? Say that again.
College football tomorrow. Colorado and Kansas at Arrowhead at 1:30. CSU is at Fresno State at 8:30. I mean, again, I can't reiterate it enough. Andy, this is the biggest college football Saturday that I can remember for these two programs in a really long time when you talk about games that actually have something massive on the line.
You're legit talking about since it was Barnett and Sonny Louie.
Yep. That's what we're talking about right now. Basically, kind of
Trips
like
to the championship probably for both on the line.
It's like conference semifinal games for both teams, basically, is kind of what you're looking at. So huge games coming up in college football. Air Force at Nevada tomorrow night as well. Wyoming's got Boise State at 5 o'clock. See if Ashton Genty goes over 2,000 in that game. And finally, it's time for Bronco and Raider predictions. Andy, what do you got? Sunday, 2 o'clock, Denver a 5.5-point favorite. What happens?
27-14. I've been pretty good with that.
27-14?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's really going to be that. I could see this being close, but I think they knuckle it out one way or another. But every time I've given that score, Nate, they've found a way to win.
Okay, so you're taking the Broncos.
So I'm kind of sticking with that score.
At 27-14.
What you got?
I'm going to take the Broncos to win.
But you got the points with the Raiders,
I am going to take the points with the Raiders. Broncos 20, Raiders 18. 20-18. Denver comes out on top. This just kind of feels like a, buy low, sell high situation when it comes to this matchup and what the Broncos have been doing. I think this is going to be a tough divisional matchup, bit of a slugfest in this game. It shouldn't be. The Raiders stink. This is the NFL.
Look, man, divisional games. This is how they go.
Divisional games. Look at Cleveland. Look at what they did last night.
Get out of there. It's all that matters.
All right, Blitz is coming up next. Berto and Spring are going to keep you updated on all the latest with Nikola Jokic and whether or not he's going to be able to go tonight. That will do it for us. Thanks again to all of our guests today on the show. Mark Johnson was with us today on the program. Brian Roth, voice of the CSU Rams. Jeff Legwald was with us. Dan Hyatt joined us today on the show, and we all had a gigantic pile of fun. We're back at it Monday at 3 o'clock. We'll talk to you live from the Hofbrau at 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster.